Gonna do a sound check. Sound check, sound check, sound check. Sound check. Sound check, live check. Holy moly, how do people do this? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Works. All good there. It's now day 11. And gotta sync the titles manually because stuff. And doing this manually sort of sucks. Especially when you're trying to manage multiple streams. All right. Done. Done, done, done. Okay. Let's see, how does my stream look? I got my music. Oh. Music isn't properly aligned properly because I didn't full screen it. Okay. Fix this. Fix the sizing. Drag it down a little bit. Whoops. All right. Put that there. Oh, okay. What else did we need to do for the stream? All right. Think we're good. We are good. Okay, we have barely any usage this week or today. So we're just going to be cranking out some content for YouTube and demoing the product properly. Whoops. Something going on with the dogs. But let's see, is Navi responding? Nope, I need to set up Navi to work. Let's see. Also, screen rotator is missing from OBS. All right, let's clear that. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? Yes, let's first use up all of our credits because right now we are at, oh my god, why is it thinking? All right, 94%, 6% left. 9% we're on heavy usage subagents. Consider configuring a cheaper model for simpler subagents. Okay. All right. Let's see, what time is it soon? What time is it? We gotta check our YouTube. We gotta check the Hacker News. We gotta check TechCrunch. Okay, let's start with TechCrunch. Ouster's new Coder LiDAR, or color LiDAR, is coming to replace cameras. Oh no. Surveillance state incoming. As X shuts down communities, Acorn debuts an alternative to put creators in control. Okay, I don't know what that is. US healthcare marketplaces shared citizenship and race data with ad tech giants. Not about me, not about me. Logistics. Okay, no. Nothing. Creator says AI startup stole his art. Okay, yep. Stealing anything, everything in security. 5 days only, bring a partner or colleague and get, okay, whatever. Ubuntu services hit by outages after DDoS. Hackers are actively exploiting a bug in cPanel, used by millions of websites. Okay, after dissing Anthropic for limiting Mythos, OpenAI restricts access to Cyber 2. Uh-oh. They're locking access to the models. Next. Hacker news. Removable batteries in smartphone phones will be mandatory in EU starting in 2027. That's great. Talking to 35 strangers at a gym. I don't go outside. Let's see. GameStop. Let's blah. Makes an offer to take over eBay. I don't know. Monero's proof of work works. A cryptocurrency for money laundering. Let's see here. Anything else? Deep Claude, using Claude Code with DeepSeek 4 Pro. Awesome. Discovering anything here? Nope. Nothing to go over. Okay. YouTube will have some content soon. Let's go to Reddit. Let's go to Reddit. Anything here? Usually let's look at the best, and if they're pretty old, we will go back to new. Let's see. Nothing. Apparently there's a bug involving going over the 5-hour limit. Let's see here. Claude agent that cuts LLM token cost on large code bases by 78%. Ooh. Let's look at that, and hopefully it's not written by AI. Claude Code making edits in plan mode. Bug report. Yep. Sort of weird. Weird that it's making edits in plan mode. You get put on a jacket. It's pretty cold. Be right back. Okay. How to shrink your 5-hour limit to 1 to 4 hours. Okay. Is that a YouTube video? Oops. What the heck's happening with my Linux desktop? It's probably need to fix why it's doing that. It's probably working on restarting the broadcast. Probably finished. Gotta pay attention to that at all times. Oh, happy Monday. Claude is down. Claude is back. Claude is down. Claude is back. Yep. Backend engineers, your job isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Can a robot solve a CORS error on a local host database? Can you? No. Deep Claude. Full Deep Claude. Yeah. We saw some of that. You can't be serious without LFE. Library first engineering. Okay. I don't know what everyone has been moaning about. I still love Claude. Okay. Anything here right now? Anybody? Okay, nobody's here. Okay, making sure I'm not missing anything. We got the Discord. All right. Got my spam. All right. We're starting here. Anthropic gaslighting. Let's about your account has been suspended. Violation of the policy. Yep. It's gonna suck if we lose access. It's all over. It's all over. How many of you are experiencing this? Happy to see the cute guy back. We got our Opus 4.6 legacy. Sounds good. What are people saying about this? Why'd they take it away? I don't think they ever removed it. Oh, I see 4.7. Oh my gosh, thank you. Let's see if it's back. See if it's back. Models. I don't see it as a model to go to, but probably have to manually define it ourselves. Opus plan doesn't show up by default either. It's more of like a hidden model, like the in and out hidden menu, secret menu. You gotta like know about it before. Okay. But let's see. Today, I really want to make content for YouTube just to explain like what exactly does this do? Our product do? Because I think last night I spent some tokens setting up showcase.sigmashake.com, which sort of simulates like activity for users when they visit. And it really sort of like presents like what's going on. Sort of gets a little laggy when like a bunch of sessions start up, but trying to improve performance at 30 FPS, at least trying to reach that 30 FPS. I'm trying to remove the physics portion just so that performance would be a lot better. We gotta like improve performance because it's just going crazy right now. But yeah, let's improve performance. Let's improve performance. But let's do the script. Is this enough for demo? We need to remove the physics, the jiggle physics. We need to remove the jiggle physics. Remove the jiggle physics in the SSG UI.
Excellent news. I just cracked a joke about omelets being the breakfast of champions.
Breakfast of champions. Remove the jiggle physics in the SSG UI, both in the root dashboard and in graph. This also, yeah, let's just start with that. And we have the startup voice, just because saves us on typing. Yeah, it's gonna be a really strange world when we don't have to type anymore. And yeah, it seems like when my scene was rebuilt, it messed up my desktop. That's strange.
Shell launched.
Yo, hey Microwave Coffee, you came early. I'm still trying to set up here. How's it going? How was your weekend? Weekend in your area? I'm running out of credits, as you can see in the title. I worked last night and I thought I wasn't gonna work, and I had some obligations last night to like take care of. I tried the coding assistant maxing, bro. That's not the sauce. So it's bad. Which coding assistant maxing? Which Max coding assistant were you using? Is it Codex? I think like maxing right now is really bad because for subscription users specifically, mainly because you're just gonna burn through all your tokens and not and potentially not have value to your own project. And so
Keep coming.
like you really gotta know what you gotta do. And I think I'm probably gonna I wouldn't call this a pivot. Extra high intelligence with 4 servant GPT extra high intelligence. Going through that max vibe
Terminal sprint.
power. It's a waste, bro. It's yeah, baby with just 1 session. Yeah. So I'm actually probably going to you know, like, because then at least you know what's going on. Yeah. So I want to create a full on like pipeline monitoring from like start to finish to how when code is created, when tools are used to how it's deployed, all in one platform with CI/CD baked in. And it's gonna be like a really big ass binary, but at least I want everything in one place centrally, because when you have to manage like Cloudflare and GitHub and monitoring and observability and distribution, no cap, I did a UI testing, which is basic task, and I was moving fast to adjust my own brain alongside the agent rather than, oh man, is it connected? Rather than delegating it all. I see. Makes sense. I'm glad everybody feels that way. I think a lot of people just want like a standard on just how to deploy and easily manage everything. Like we know we could spin up 100 agents. We know that, but we know we want our tokens to go to good use somehow. And we could create skills. We could create Claude MDs. We could create specialized agents. But that token use just keeps racking up over and over and over and over. So it's like what's the best way to do this? And creating that like centralized platform to make sure it's working. Yeah, I was moving faster with one medium who was asking me questions rather than 5 different ones working in parallel. Yeah. I do have, I think that they recommend like the superpowers skill, so that it would ask you a bunch of questions first and then start working, type of thing, which also works. And I'm going to stop using auto mode because it's just like, it solves the problem, but it just stays on 4.7 for everything and sometimes delegates to other models. But it just takes so much tokens that I don't think I should do it anymore and just stay with Opus plan. So always do everything with a plan, talk back and forth, let it ask you questions, answer those questions, and then perform the implementation. I used 40% of my week last time. I'm on 200, bro. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I told you, if you were on the 100 one, you'd use it in like a day. So the 200 one, probably the better solution. Because you bought the 100 one earlier. Were you able to like refund it? Get a refund and try the 200? Yeah, I really gotta update this microwave coffee join chat thing. It's like lagged. Graph, spring, jitter, lace, wobble. I want it all. I want it all. It is the Hundo one, but they are on 2x for this month. Yeah, but can't you get the $200 one and then you get 40x usage in the month instead of 10x usage? Because the Hundo plan is only 5x usage, right? I'm the bottleneck, not the compute. I see. It makes sense that you're at 40% because you're not at the $200 plan. Because think of it, it's 4 times more, right? You'd be that 4 times less. So you'd be at 10% right now if you were on the 201. And it's really easy to use around over 10% per day. Heck, I use 20% in a day on fast plus the max everything intelligence. And was disappointed of the results because it couldn't debug the issue that I was trying to solve. But yeah, today is gonna be today's gonna be a chill day. I have to wait till 10 p.m. to actually get my credits back for one of my accounts. And if I really want to go all in, I'm gonna need to buy another account. Spend 600. 600. I think I'll probably only be satisfied when I have 5 200 Claude Max accounts. The only way I'll be like satisfied, because I'm just like coding like crazy, trying to perfect this product and update my stream. That's the only way. You're gonna be in the pits when this bubble pops and they stop subsidizing. Yeah, that's true. That's why you just gotta make the product perfect now. The thing is, my product doesn't require AI. So when your product doesn't require any AI, it just hooks up to an AI to like create rules and do stuff for you. It's not that much maintenance. Plus, like the limited features that my product has is extremely limited. It's not like BridgeMind where he created like his whole ADE, and it has like so much features and expanding into so much features that he's gonna like be spending like tons of tokens just to be able to fix a bug in one of his products or features in one of his products that he has in his whole suite of products. He's gonna be spending $200 plus just to fix it. So yeah, like I think I'm just focusing on like creating a good tool. People will bake in my tool into their product type of thing, so I don't have to worry about keeping up with all these features. Like I think if I have more users, I will start the SOC Type 2 compliance. I'm thinking of making a video on that too. Mr. Sigma, what about a new project? What's your timeline when you'll switch from SigmaShake? I won't create a completely new product. I'm just gonna bake it into the website as a new product type of thing. But when I get my new credits, which will be at 10 p.m. and probably tomorrow will be the new product. But I'm thinking, let's see. Like the only product market fit that we've seen so far of Vibecoded products is that BridgeMind product with his ADE thing with bridge space. Other AI products is like Cluey, which is cheating on programming interviews, coding interviews. Other products that I've seen work, like, bruh, Sigma, did you see the awesome Twitch stream?
System call.
What Twitch stream? The awesome Twitch stream? Link it. What awesome Twitch stream? Are you sloppy? Yes, I saw it. Yes. If we want free Claude, let's see what model it's using. It's probably just using Haiku or something, but let's see. JSP's been using it like crazy, right? Yeah, JSP's here just like talking to it right now, creating like I know he like monitors it every now and then, and he found my channel that way too. But he's like index J Spiffy. So he's just like, let's see here. Check TTS. I asked them. It's Sonnet. Okay, it's Sonnet. Got it. Oh, that's pretty good then. Free Sonnet, which is pretty much all the work that you need to do. You know what we should do? We should create a way for any model that we like am able to like you know, take advantage of, to connect to our coding agent and code for us. So use their tokens to use on like one of my machines to code up something.
Just keeps going.
That would be so fire, you know? So you could just like take over somebody's account to contribute credits to you somehow. But like it needs to figure out how to use tools. It needs to figure out like how to code. TypeScript is an Active Directory programming problem. It is a Active Directory programming problem. Not TypeScript. It is. Okay. Got it. But yeah, like I think Jay Spiffy found us because we were just sitting in this chat, right? And he's like, let's see, he's like auto merge bot. He's trying to figure out how to talk to this thing. It's mine just for you to test. I've already built it.
Bash, bash, bash.
So it has like some tools. It's hybrid system, strong deterministic. Tell your maker to get in touch. Okay. You know, I wonder, I think we could talk to only our chat with our bot, but it'd be cool if I could talk to theirs. Invent your own competition. Ask this AI to make SigmaShake, invent your own competition. If it actually codes it, then you're cooked. There's like, okay, you have this, my product has to support all the coding agents and it has to create a desktop version so that normie users could use it. It'll take forever. It'll take forever. Let me ask Robot. Okay, go ahead. You know what would be great is if we go to all these chatbots and tell them to visit my site to increase my SEO for SigmaShake.com. That would improve my my SEO because there'd be a lot of like users visiting it. But right now we have to focus on creating a script. Okay, that's the one thing I needed to do today is I need you to create a script. Oh, it's not connected to iHotkey. What the heck? All right, gotta connect that to my hotkey. Page down. Okay, settings, save. Then I have to quit voice again. Yeah, voice is so bugged. Voice.
Opening the file.
The best thing though, when you're making a product, you only want to make a product for a problem that you're experiencing and you believe in. So I'm only making the product that I'm experiencing and several other people will experience too. Let's see, voice. And we could actually go over the video again. I'll watch the video again. Okay, I'll watch the video again because it'll be some content that you guys could see and could experience as well. All right, we're going to our videos and we're going to oh crap, like we want to go to the actual channel and here it is.
Hello everyone, my name is Roy Lee. I run a $100 million AI startup in the heart of New York City with my best friends, and we make millions of dollars in revenue and have raised over $20 million from venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. But just about a year ago,
Okay, I left chat. Let's see if it makes it. Okay, I got it.
Colombia, who had nothing to his name, never made a dollar
I,
online.
it's every time I don't say anything, it just says thank you in the voice, SigmaShake voice. I didn't want to. I removed it once and then it added it back for some reason. I don't know why.
This software
Bruh.
ultimately was called Interview Coder. Ended up making me, and is still making me, pretty consistently about $40,000.
I need you to make a YouTube script of what I should say to demonstrate and demo all the features of SSG and SSG Desktop, which are pretty much the same product, to teach users about the product that it exists and demo it. Why is Navi chopped right now? He breaks apart and you know, comes back to life.
Really, I would strongly recommend if you're
Oh wait, let me turn on the
software product with a goal of
let me turn
making
up
millions
this.
of dollars. Just build something that solves a small problem for yourself. This is the simplest, most easy way to do this thing, and don't try to fucking theorize about like the most complicated niche problem. Like, don't try to find a problem that nobody's ever identified before. Just pick the thing that solves your own problem. You know, like if you need PDF scanning, then just fucking build the PDF scanner. You know what the problem is? Even if 100 people have done this before. Let me just do what I think I've seen online a lot, which is people building a viral app. A viral app is, you know, like an app that seems very interesting, capability of getting millions of downloads, seems to just spawn millionaires overnight. And let me just think about the idea, like any viral app ideas that I might have, and let's just build one of those. One app I knew had existed was a desktop application that could bypass screen share, i.e. when you screen share on Google Meet or Zoom, this application is not seen. I believe this technology was initially made so that people would de-identify their passwords or pins or whatever when sharing their applications, but in conjunction with AI, what this now lets you do is you essentially have, you know, like the possibility for just an AI undetectable tool that can just, you know, like give you AI answers to random things. And obviously the thing that this might be super useful for is for my CS major brain is a technical interview. So just to recap, here's the problem space that I understand. It's recruiting season. Every single one of my friends are struggling to get an interview and struggling to pass their interviews because they haven't done enough LeetCode questions, which is the category of problem that they'll ask you in a technical interview. They'll ask you like, solve this riddle with a programming language, and the riddles are fucking confusing. If you haven't studied 400 hours of it, then you're not gonna be able to solve it. I, at the time, was a fucking goat at these problems. I'd done over 600 of them. I had a whole fucking YouTube channel called Mr. LeetCode, where I would explain to people how to solve these particular types of coding problems, and I knew that it was just such a waste of time. And now that I knew that this technology existed, because I saw it online under the subreddit r/CS majors, because I was a fucking little Reddit chud back then. I saw it online, I saw that this technology existed, so I just decided, let me just rip this technology, let me put AI into it, and let me see if, you know, like, if there's a problem, if there's a technical problem on the screen, the AI should be able to just fucking like give you the answer, and it should be undetectable. In theory, this should work. This should be able to pass any interview. So
this guy actually became
it was
a multimillionaire.
very good that
but
there were other
just
types of this application online. A lot of people think that I was the first to move to build.
This guy made it on like front page news of every single like
talking about in r/CS, you know, like
tech website.
This particular cheating tool, does this actually work in interviews? There were a lot of theories and like conversations about tools.
It was just like the right place, right time, right opportunity, and he just chased, went all in on it, all in.
I was planning on doing. And when I wanted to build it, it was great that I could reverse engineer the applications that I had just downloaded. And this is why I keep saying, just clone apps that work, man. Like, I literally
successful?
downloaded
Yes.
apps that use the exact same technology that I was planning on
able
building.
to get it.
I investigated the source code.
I hate successful people.
Like, this is like literally like line for line on the code. This is how you build the app.
Yes,
so
he is the one out of like the 100 million that have failed.
ChatGPT, and I asked it, hey, how do I build this app that does
because
this? And it literally it told me the steps. I had a cursory knowledge of React
did
and TypeScript at
everything
the time,
possible
so it was good
to
that
win.
I was able to use that for my main programming
Everything
language.
possible.
The actual app itself,
in desperate
is built
situations,
in
you got to do it.
Electron.js is a TypeScript-based framework that allows you to build desktop applications in sort of this React-like environment. I never used Electron before, but I used AI to guide a lot of my learnings. And honestly, like, I really think I was one of the first developers who was just purely used AI coding tools to code. I largely didn't write a single manual line of code on this entire thing. Every time, like every once in a while, while, I would just investigate the code that the thing wrote, and then I would just fact check whether my cursory understanding of React gave this a green flag. But I really didn't have to do all that much because largely this was a very simple application. So I used Electron, this TypeScript-based desktop app building framework, and React, as well as Tailwind
We're using
CSS
Tari right now.
for styling, which is one
I'm
thing
thinking
that I
of
knew at the
switching to
time.
Electron
In the backend,
because
I used the serverless API functions of my website, which I hosted on Vercel, the cloud hosting platform. I recommend Vercel. It's very easy to get started, extremely easy for infra, and I was using this for all of my earlier
Tari
projects in the past.
has been really good from saving me on performance issues
make it so fucking complicated.
on the desktop
Just
version.
get a website from your local PC
yeah,
online.
switching
There's
to
so many
Electron,
fucking workers and
yeah,
online
like
who talk about like, oh wow,
it's a
like,
hard
you can't even figure
sell
out the fucking
because
Cloudflare, like dashboard, like this shit is complicated as fuck. Like you can't figure out AWS.
Tari
like,
has
are you a real
been
engineer?
saving
Like,
me
why would you
from
use
a
anything
lot of
so simple? So you know, like there's really not that much documentation on how to actually use Vercel or any of these other cloud hosting platforms, and there's really a strong preference for early developers, including myself, to not use Vercel because it's like fuck, like I don't want to use the very simple thing, like I want to use the more harder technical like OP thing so that I can tell everyone that I'm using this complicated. You know, I'm using Cloudflare workers instead of Vercel edge functions. Like man, just use Vercel serverless edge functions. They're fucking quick and easy, and you're not gonna hit any scaling problems until you literally have millions of dollars in your account, which you're not even gonna get to. The hardest part about building the entire app was one, the models that I was using were very limited. I was using at the time Claude Opus 4.0.
How long should the video be?
4.0, which is way
2 killer demos.
That you guys have
social
access
to
to
share.
today,
Okay,
Claude
let's
Opus
do a short
4.7, I believe. And this
3
is
to
just
5
so much
minute
more powerful.
video.
I would
Yes,
say literally
let's do
it is 4
shorts.
times better than the models I was using back then. If I was able
have
to
short
code in
attention
Encoder entirely
spans.
with AI with a 10x
Who is the primary
there's no
viewer?
reason that anybody should not be able to do the
one
same
video,
exact thing with the much significantly improved models of today. The hardest part about building this entire application are the two parts of authentication and payment processing. So payment processing is in theory very simple. Are you supposed to use
agent just deleted your shit.
The problem with payment processing for me here on this desktop application is that it's linked
let's do the
to
edgy. Let's do edgy.
And there needs to be some sort of bridge that
What format should the script include?
your authenticated
Spoken lines and cues?
What normally happens is there's some
Full
sort of cookie that exists in your
storyboards?
browser that tells you, hey, this person is
Yeah, let's do
authenticated,
full
this person is
storyboards.
this
Let's do
user,
it.
whatever. The problem is that there's no real communication. There's no linking with
And
this
I'm
and your desktop
cringe.
app that you just downloaded, or that
Hi,
you just built
Niso.
online, Interview Coder. So it doesn't know if you
That's
sign
cool.
into your
My-
account
my
via
bot
the
can
browser.
say hi to
It's
everybody.
very hard for it to transmit that cookie back to the desktop application. This took me so much time to figure out.
Are you
and I know,
crying or
like, probably literally
cringe
spending
or
2
what are you
weeks every single
spelling?
day. I'll just wake up with a new PT session, and I'll just
Typing
ask
too
it,
fast,
please tell me how to
man,
figure out
pressing
this
enter.
problem. Can you be creative?
I
I'll
do
just
that
go down
too.
literally every fucking rabbit hole trying to solve this problem. In reality, if I was a more competent developer, I could have been able to figure it out because I would have just known how to transmit cookies between browser and desktop application. But you know, like I wasn't. So it took me a
Here's the
while, and I
summary
just
of
brute
every
forced it
change
with a
made.
bunch of AI. I will 100% say, if I did not have Neil with me at the time, I would not have figured this out. I would have given up 100% because this was such a fucking grueling process. I did not know how to set it up, and at the time, you know, like I was quite prone to just, you know, like oh fuck it, bro, whatever, on to the next project. But
You
Neil
don't
was the
know
one
the
who kept me
lingo.
on track, kept me very
Crying
consistent.
is
And every single
crying.
time I was just like, man, fuck, I don't even want to work on this project.
Dude,
Like, Neil's
I'm
the guy who
boomer.
made sure
Fuck,
that I kept
I'm a
working on it.
millennial
So,
now,
another piece
dude.
of advice here is
I'm a
just like, you know,
millennial.
like,
You
make sure
guys
you
are
have a co-founder.
Zoomers.
Like different
Except
reasons.
for
Everyone
Niso.
has different
We're
weaknesses
all
and fallbacks,
millennials.
and like this $1 million SaaS, bro.
This
like, it's
shit,
very simple.
type
but it's not
shit?
that easy.
Okay, I know type
It really helps
shit.
to have someone who fills in your own weak spots.
It-
So at the time,
sometimes
I had
this
this tool
shit-
and have literally no way of marketing it
Dude,
at all.
thank you
I
for
don't
teaching
know
me
what
the
to do
lingo,
with
man.
marketing.
I really
I've
need to
never marketed
get,
someone
like-
before. I've never been on social
Because
media. I've
if
never
my
even been
audience
an
is only
anonymous
from
faceless
20
YouTube
to
account, so I've never, ever done
35
this
or
before.
40,
And I was in the same position that almost every single one of you watching this video is
context,
on.
you may
where
not
I thought
be
getting a million views on
subject to
anything
black
was literally
culture,
the craziest, most
but
impossible,
that
most
has
unthinkable thing
been
ever. How does someone just get a
picked up
million
by
views?
Gen
That's
Z.
so many
Got
people.
it.
Like I could never do that. I just don't have that sense. I genuinely, I genuinely, the guy who talks about fucking social media all the time, thought that I could never go viral. So what the fuck is even the point? And I built this entire tool as like a cope for like, you know, like fuck, like maybe if the tool is
99%
just
of Slant is
crazy enough, the
taken
story is just absurd
from black
enough,
culture.
and maybe
Yeah.
that will compensate for my lack of ability
Yeah.
to go viral naturally on my own. So with this in mind, I thought, you know, like it's time to post this on LinkedIn. This is a very controversial tool, and I thought if I just blasted it to my professional
Right.
network, because it is
got-
so
so
controversial.
you guys
it
gotta
will
keep
allow me to
track
go
of all the,
viral, which is
like,
a skill that I did not think
the
that I had.
existing
Please
YouTube-
think about the logic
Twitch
here.
use-
I am the
Twitch
person who
streamers and
literally probably most widely regarded in tech as the guy who can make things
let
viral,
me know what the lingo
genuinely
is.
thought a year and a half ago that I did not have this ability at all, and I had to genuinely make a cheating tool, something so controversial to compensate for the fact that I did not know how to do this shit on my own. That is a thought process that I had. And if you were to look at me now, you would think like, haha, that's so ridiculous that you thought that. You should have just had more confidence in yourself. And that is the exact same thing that you should be thinking about yourself in this situation. Have much more confidence. You don't need all these random bullshit excuses like I had. In reality, you are all a lot more competent than you think you are, and I am a lot less competent than you think I am. So I decided the most controversial, crazy thing we could do.
This guy just recommended cheating. Yes.
On a real live interview.
Do you know why? Because LeetCode at the time was so BS.
Like people would freak
the fuck out. That you had to like explain everything,
most widely regarded
like
whatever the fuck
about your code and
I sent in
making it work.
To all the FANG companies.
That it was so hard to get in.
Meta and Amazon. Most people don't know this, but I actually had a recording of me using Interview Coder on the Meta interview. Before the Amazon interview, I used it on the Meta interview. I got the offer and I recorded myself doing the entire process. And the only reason that was not uploaded was because the Meta people made me sign some things.
Get it right. You gotta get it fast. You gotta get it optimized.
This is another huge point of debate between
you gotta explain the system design.
Had the Meta interview
and then you could just get this, pay only like $200, and bam, you can pass the interview and get a $500K salary.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we decided not to post it.
I got balls, bro.
Bullshit thing that I signed that the legal team was never gonna act on anyway.
If you cheat,
so I took
no
the
one's
Amazon
gonna care because you can just apply to another place.
And in that interview, like I recorded
you apply to another
thing,
company and you keep doing it until you get the callback.
So I posted.
That's why this guy was so popular, and then that's why
bragging about
all tech companies stop hiring.
This tool that I built. These types of interviews are so stupid, waste of time.
And stop doing remote interviews.
You know, like let's all kill LeetCode together.
I'm applying.
And this does well.
Bro, forget all the noise.
Point of risk that took me to my first $10,000 a month online with this tool. Because I had posted this video and because of solely LinkedIn.
Okay, this guy could have got sued to the ground if he released the Meta interview.
To make me $10,000 a month online.
But he released the Amazon interview.
At this point where you as a viewer probably need to stop listening to any of the other lessons. This is how you get $10,000 a month. You build one very simple tool, you pick one distribution channel, and you try to find one piece of content that works, and that's all you need for 10K. It's really that simple. In any case, I try to make the push on Instagram, TikTok, but the numbers are flatlining. In fact, the numbers drop super significantly. I think I'm so fucked. So I decided to try other growth channels. What I try here is influencer
and then LinkedIn is filled with bots. So there's no point.
In exchange, they'll make videos about your product for you to their already curated audience. So I DM literally every tech influencer I can possibly think of. Hey, would you be willing to make a video about this? I have $5,000, which is like the entirety of my account at the time. I will give you all the money I have.
We will also want to
video,
make the script.
Finally, one guy who agrees to make a video, and he says, hey, I'm just going to make a purely informative video. It's going to be no bias, no anything. He makes a full video explaining the tool, explaining that I had this Amazon offer, I had this Amazon interview online, and I passed the interview, and it was crazy, and it was whatever.
Sorry,
and at first, the video flops. I think in the first 2 weeks, the video gets maybe something like 15,000 views, which is maybe a lot, but honestly, not that much. It didn't really meaningfully drive up any of the revenue numbers. And I thought I was so fucked because it's at this point when actually, you know, the fact that I posted this video of me using this tool on the Amazon interview actually gets around to Amazon executives.
I'm a cynic, but I will just eat a loss over cheating.
Crazy video of him like blatantly cheating on our interview. This is so ridiculous, so crazy.
Apply.
They tried to take down my video on YouTube multiple times, and then they call Columbia,
the
school that I attend, saying like, hey, your student is cheating on our interview. This is such a flagrant violation of our academic honesty. What I demand that you expel this kid, and if you don't expel him, there's a very thinly guised threat in the thing that says, if you do not expel this kid, I do not know if I want to hire from your school anymore. That's what they tell Columbia, and at this point, this is when shit starts really fucking getting serious. Shit really starts getting serious, man. Mind you, this is 1 week, like less than a week after I post the initial video of me doing
I want
this
you
Amazon
to include
and this is
like
Navi
narrating as well on some parts of the script because I'm not that interesting and I need Navi to spice it up a little bit during the script.
Baby, and this is something that you guys will realize when you're building software products. If you spend over honestly 3 weeks on something,
is this guy stupid? He made a social media video that he cheated? Yes, exactly. He has to do the crazy shit, dude.
Ambitious, most crazy, most cool thing ever. But at the time,
he has to do the crazy shit.
This is the coolest thing that I've ever done in my entire life. This app has made me $10,000 a month, and functionally, I'm ready to give up everything
Forget all that this guy just got lucky.
So, despite the fact that
I don't know, you guys gotta do some extreme shit to like get
decided to
viral.
gamble.
Like if
you know,
if you're not
everything I had,
viral,
like,
this
fuck
is
it, Columbia,
marketing.
Amazon,
What he's doing
you guys can all
is
go fuck
extreme
yourselves.
marketing
I'm gonna turn this
that
big
works.
deal into an even
Like
bigger
you
deal.
can't
Take this letter
attract
that Columbia gives me saying,
viewers
hey,
without doing something
we're considering
crazy.
suspending you unless you explain yourself. And
Honestly,
here's the letter
he
that the
can't be
Amazon
happy.
official gave us
Seems
about like all
effed.
this like fucking, oh, you cheated and we better expel you. I take that letter and I post it online everywhere, every platform I can think of. I reactivate my old Twitter account, which I literally never used before, and I post it on my Twitter account, hoping that it would catch on somewhere. And it does. Holy fuck. What a fucking day. It does. It immediately
Exactly. This is an
super
insane
mega
story.
viral.
People
And at
will
first,
listen
nothing
to
actually
insane
fucking
stories,
happens
okay?
at all. Nothing
They will not
happens.
listen
It is
to
so, so
a
bad.
boring
I'm
person
so
like
fucking
me
concerned. I'm shitting
talking
myself
about
because I know
security and how you should
because I
have
paid for this
secure stuff.
influencer
No,
who
you
got
gotta go
his
extreme.
15,000 views on this video, which literally made me
Like,
jack shit
have
for
you
money,
seen? Have you
and
read
then
news
rated me a
articles?
$5,000. This 15,000 view video got seen by an Amazon executive. This is the first time that he saw my Amazon interview, whatever. He decides to report me, and I'm literally gonna get kicked out, and I'm literally gonna like go nowhere, and my life is now gonna be over
chase,
for
grind.
this tool.
Yes,
so I
clout
decide,
is
you know,
everything.
I'm just
It's
gonna
marketing.
like, take the
Clout
risk,
is
whatever.
marketing, dude.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna stop, even though literally everyone in my life is telling me to stop at this point. You are going to get kicked
Like
out of school.
microwave
You're gonna
coffee.
get rescinded from all your internship offers. All of my former LinkedIn comments from the account that got banned was
I
like,
hate
yo,
this
like, you need
guy.
to stop
I
this
hate
right
that
now.
guy.
It's not
I
gonna
do
be
not
good for
rock
you.
this.
You know, I was
It's
just shitting
too
my
cynical.
pants. And then one of the viewers on this 15,000 viewed video from this guy happens to be a gigantic influencer on Twitter. And also, you know, someone in the Valley, someone in venture capital in Silicon Valley, and he decides to make a tweet about it to his hundreds of thousands of Twitter followers. I so vividly remember this. It was like February 27th, 2025. About like 3 or 4 weeks into me actually launching this tool, this guy makes this long tweet saying, apparently some kid cheated on an Amazon interview with this tool, got his offer rescinded, and you know, like, I'm not saying you should use the tool, but you know, fuck LeetCode, like, I don't really like the tool. And he's sarcastically saying like, hey, you should, man, don't use the tool. I'm definitely telling you not to use the tool. He's making that sort of tweet, and
How I
it
made
blows
millions.
the fuck up, gets like
I got lucky.
500,000 impressions. Honestly, in the grand scheme, we didn't even get that many fucking impressions, but to me at the time, this was the most impressions. This was the biggest number I'd ever seen on a tweet ever in my fucking life.
Oh,
so I'm thinking,
one
like,
thing that I
holy
did
fuck.
get to
And I make a
say
tweet
to
saying,
you
yo, I'm this guy.
is luck
I quote post a tweet saying like, yo,
is
this
not
me.
real.
I'm the guy who did this shit.
I can tell you
My
right
Twitter
now,
account
luck
blows
is
the
not
fuck up.
real.
I go from like
Or
1,000 followers to like 10,000
luck
followers in the fucking blink of an eye. It's so fucking ridiculous.
strategy.
And at this
And
time,
I will tell
I'm
you
like,
why.
fuck, thank
Just
God,
after
everything
this
I've been
video.
waiting for has finally been realized. And then I decide to take the fucking big leap. You know, like the fucking the letter that Columbia sends me, essentially saying, yo, we're debating whether to kick you out of school. Like, are you gonna fucking defend yourself? I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I have 10,000 followers on Twitter now. This might go somewhere.
10,000, dude.
Twitter, which is now
For
blowing the fuck
10,000
up.
bot
And
viewers,
I'm
he's
like, you know
willing
what? Fuck
to
it.
just
Like,
say,
yeah, I'm this guy.
screw
Balls
it.
to the wall. Columbia is trying to kick me out now because some pussy motherfucker at Amazon decided to report them. And I decide, you know what? This is the persona that I like. I'm going to stick with this.
Don't let
I don't give
a
fuck
single
about anything.
person
I'm gonna
up
take
on
all
the
risk in
ladder
world,
tell you
like,
what to
no
do.
bullshit, whatever, persona online so that I can get more views on Twitter. And that's exactly what happens. Every single post of this blows up. And now I'm in this big back and forth with Columbia. And I'm announcing hey, this is what my tool does. This is why I'm getting kicked out. I think LeetCode is so stupid. I think this is so unjustifiable. And the revenue numbers are fucking skyrocketing. And this month of March that we enter, I genuinely make $250,000 fucking dollars. This is the most money I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I'm shitting my pants, and my Twitter account is going from 10K, 20K, 30K. I'm getting 10,000 followers a day. I just fucking like made it. I'm getting literally DMs from every single senior staff engineer at every single software company in the entire world saying, yo, do you want to work for me? There's motherfuckers at OpenAI DMing me saying, like, yo, I would actually love to have you on my team. You seem like a ballsy kid. There's dudes from Netflix talking about like
luck is not something that just
telling me
happens.
like,
Luck
yo,
is
this is
something that
crazy
is
news, bro. I
completely
can't believe you're that
engineered,
kid, man. We just had a meeting
technically
about you.
and strategically.
And all these motherfuckers are offering me jobs with comps that I had never even fucking imagined. For something that I literally thought I was risking my entire life for this thing. I thought I was gonna get kicked out of school. I was gonna get rescinded from all my offers, and literally my entire life was gonna go to shit. And thankfully, because of one bet that I made, it was none of the hundreds of Instagram posts I made, none of them fucking worked. Of all the LinkedIn posts that I made, like none of them actually really worked. It was this one video that got 15,000 views that I thought flopped. I thought it was a massive waste of money that ended up getting picked up by someone really, really fucking big, and that ended up kickstarting my entire fucking career. All my Twitter account was based off this one initial tweet. That one initial tweet was only made possible because of this one influencer, and this video was only possible because I decided to fuck it and risk all the money that I had to pay this influencer, and I was only able to get that money because I was out there on LinkedIn blowing up my personal life in order to make a few bucks online. This is the entire chain reaction of things that happen, and then things, it's a fucking cakewalk after that. I'm on Twitter causing this huge fucking fiasco. I literally pose with like Meta Ray-Ban glasses saying like, yo, see y'all at the disciplinary hearing tomorrow, pretending like I'm gonna fucking record the disciplinary hearing, which I was fully planning on doing. I buy a bunch of like fucking stealth cameras saying like, yo, like these cameras are gonna be dope for this hearing tomorrow. I'm just acting like the biggest fucking D-bag online, cocky motherfucker who just does not give a fuck about school, and it's printing me so much money. I'm on every single news outlet.
Yes.
I see myself on Bloomberg.
I saw this on news.
Videos are getting made about
like
me about
everybody's
this
talking about this,
like
and I'm like,
tech YouTuber in the world.
God damn it, should I do it? No,
bricks.
of course not.
My entire life is turned upside down, and at this time, I didn't even tell my mom about any of this shit. I did
it's
not
for
tell
the
my mom
people that are
I built the
desperate,
tool.
you know,
I
the
did
people
not tell
that
my mom that I was going
like literally
that I took
have
this
tried
Amazon
several
interview. I did not even tell my mom that I
times
got an
and just
Amazon offer
cannot
because I was
pass.
fully planning on just giving it all up because I knew where it was all going. I did not tell my mom that Columbia was threatening me to kick me out, and the only reason she figured out about this shit was because she saw me on the Korean news. She saw a Korean news outlet post about me. This
is the
Colombian
funniest
kid
thing.
getting kicked out for the cheating tool he used to get a
Your
job at
mom
Amazon.
finding
She's
out
like, what the fuck, job at Amazon? Like,
you're
Colombian kid,
doing
like,
something
kicked out? What are you talking
crazy
about? What, like Roy, what is all this
from
nonsense
Korean
that people are
news.
saying about you getting kicked out of school? This is a standard Asian tiger mom, and I was dreading the call because I knew that shit was coming. And then I told her, you know, like, don't worry, mom.
No breaks.
I made fucking $250,000 this month. What a great fucking feeling. None
Yeah,
of you guys will
that-
ever
that
feel
must be the
shit,
greatest
but man,
feeling.
what a fucking feeling to have your tiger mom so fucking stressed, like have her suffer through all this shit in her life to raise you, try and be successful, and hope that one day that you'll make a salary and be stable and be able to tell her that, mom, you know, like I self-made $250,000 last month with a tool that I built, a software product that I coded. Thank you so much for raising me to be this kid who has this mind that is capable of programming these tools, and, you know, like put me in the position to have the risk tolerance to be able to put this shit out there and, you know, like test my ability against the world. Like, thank you, mom. I made so much fucking money. You don't have to worry. This is the path that I've chosen for my life now, and now I'm going to keep on pursuing entrepreneurialism with this giant fucking safety net of literally a tool that is going to keep me rich for the rest of my fucking life. I hope you guys remember how stupid it sounded for me to be saying, me, the guy who seemingly knows everything about virality and content and startups and like how to make a startup go viral, literally the poster kid for virality, just a year and a half ago was thinking that I could not possibly make anything go viral. I'm gonna have to resort to building random fucking liquor tools, and in order to make something even get a few views, like I'm gonna have to do the craziest shit ever. I'm gonna have to sacrifice my entire schooling.
Okay,
if I
he's
just wanna
smart,
get a
but
few
I
views.
still
So have
don't
a little bit
rock
more
with it.
confidence in yourself
Dude,
and your own
you
abilities.
can make the
Try to
best
find
product
someone
in the
who you
world,
can really work well
and
with.
if it's
Do
not
give up on
seen,
things,
you're
and
making
try
$0.
a lot of different
Zero.
things. So
Okay,
that's it. That's
zero.
the story of Interview
And if
Coder.
and
I
if you
honestly
only
wish
get it
that a
released
video
on like a
like this was
certain
out there where
channels,
people would actually
and
admit to
nobody
literally
buys
every
it,
single step, every single
it's
minuscule
because
step
of your
that they took
marketing.
to building the first product that made them a bunch of money. But almost nobody does this. I don't think I've ever seen a video online go as this into depth about how someone ended up making a $1 million
I think
revenue,
he's like
profit
Wolf of Wall
generating
Street type of
software
mindset,
app. I hope
like
you guys
make
have
money
taken a
off
little bit from it, and I hope
F
you guys
everything
are
else.
able to,
Yeah, you got
put
it,
yourself
dude.
through the
This
matrix
this
in your own
world
way, even if it
is
is
literally
based on
capitalism,
React,
man.
Electron, TypeScript,
Like,
desktop applications.
money runs the world
That's it
right
for this
now.
week. I'll see you guys all next
On
week
the
on
USD.
the Willy Talk Show, where I will talk some more about startups, tech, and making money and hoes, and improving your life and ascending your face and looks maxing and the black pill. Okay, see you guys next week. Bye bye.
Bam, dude. Bam. That was good. That was good content. I saw that yesterday, and I really thought I had to share. Or at least I saw it last night. The other thing I wanted to go over is like Devin Nash. This guy. This one specifically. Let's go over this one.
All right. Have you got the...
What are you saying? Let's see that app from the AI Twitch. It made
Running
SigmaShake.
CD.
I think morality is better than money. Yeah, it's true. Let's see that app from that AI Twitch. It made SigmaShake. Okay, let's see what is it. What it is. Twitch sloppy AI. How do I see it? Or is it the website, right? Sloppy.ai. Or is it sloppy.live? All right. Sigma Guard. Okay, let's look at it. Going crazy right now, dude. Going crazy. I like it. I like it. It's going ham. Yep, Sigma guard. Holy hell. Are we DDoSing him? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Are we DDoSing this guy right now? Yeah, we gotta see this. There's like quite a lot of look at the numbers go up, dude. The real-time log is going crazy right now. And this is probably all on like it's just like making crazy like kind of messages. I think that's just part of the performance of what it's doing. Got an upvote and a downvote. Gotta upvote that. Oh, it's buggy. Yeah, I have no doubt it could be sort of made in a way, because majority of my app is like created in Sonnet, so I'm not really surprised. But yeah, literal interesting UI it has. Oh wait. Louder, I think this is a good design. Yeah, in a way. In a way.
Launching
in a way.
boss.
I told it to
Commands
make it
just
more
keep
Sigma.
coming.
Keep making it more Sigma, and then maybe we could get some inspiration. Like, yeah, it could help with design. I
Go
think
again.
I need a good like marketing demo or something like that. But thanks for testing it out. Let's see, SigmaShake, SSG, guardrails, local cloud tool, make it good. Thanks, make no mistakes, best viewers. There's this Russian guy here that always pastes something like here, make the app more Sigma. Got it. I guess for UI and demonstration purposes, I could try testing it and see how it goes. But man, I would really love for it to like connect to my tool somehow, and then write code for me for free. And then we could just abuse all the other chat bots to help contribute to my code base. That'd be lit. All right, what's the next YouTube video?
The feeling recently when you've been scrolling social media that you're being astroturfed?
We're studying marketing right now.
You aren't choosing the influencers and podcasters and like the brands and the topics that show up for you. You just are kind of a participant. Like the media doesn't feel like as real as it used to be. Everything just feels like it's just being served to you, and a lot of times you come across something that you didn't even choose or know about to select. Like if you feel like things are not quite real anymore, this video is for you. Because if you understand this chart that we're going to go over today and all of the things I'm going to talk to you about, you're going to understand that content creation is a game.
It's pretty loud. His audio is like so loud.
Actually true. I'm going to go through step by step what is happening and how.
I hope that guy sandboxed it with a Docker or something. Yeah, probably.
Regardless of content quality.
Because it's literally just like publishing some TypeScript, bundled TypeScript.
And it happens by tricking algorithms into featuring them. It's a guaranteed way to gain followers, and it's basically pay to win. So in this video, we're going to explain step by step how it works. We're going to go through.
We'll probably only go over like
in this system,
like maybe half of this video, not the whole thing.
That you can promote anybody. You can promote anybody to the top in the world. It doesn't matter what their content is. What most people think about the creator economy and how it exists these days is no longer true. Algorithms are being abused at a very high level. So let's break it down. Let's go through step by step how this works. And this image here.
I wish he actually had some timestamps here so I could actually like fast forward for you guys.
Look at this. You're seeing a month-long period. So I want you to note, like, this is 1 month. This is, as of the time of this recording, this is March to April. So just a few days ago. You can see our #1 guy here, Clavicular, who you may have heard of.
You know, Clavicular on the internet, right? It's just appearing and showing up in your feed for some odd reason, right? Why is that happening? Why do you think that's happening, guys?
In a single month,
let's find out.
He has 69,000 videos. That's short form videos across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube and X. 69,000 videos. that are all about him. How is this possible? Well, he has 1,610 paid clippers that are working full-time to put this stuff out on the internet. And likewise, you can see all of these other influencers who, to varying degrees, have the same thing going on. Here's Aiden Ross with 812 clippers. He has 11,000 videos that came out this month, accumulated about 714 million views. Now, this is the official clipping and kick partnership. This is them just releasing this information. This is not guessed upon data. This is like literally the platform that's doing it, showing you how this works. And we're going to break down exactly what is happening here and how these guys are tweaking the algorithm for this to work, because it's both fascinating and a little bit terrifying.
What happened?
So the very first thing to understand about this, once you understand like that this is happening and that there's like just a ton of paid clippers that are being paid quite literally to post these clips everywhere of just various types of content. The first thing we have to understand is that you start with a central Discord server. Now, there are other ways.
We got our central Discord server. Okay, we got step one. We got step one of how to pay for virality.
They operate the same way, but as platforms. But for this video, I think the most interesting stuff that we're going to go over is actually just going to be the platforms. So you can see here, this is the largest clipping server. And you can see that they, once you get into the clipping server, which I think has over like 20 or 30,000 people in it, you can say, hey, you're just a few steps away from getting paid for this content. Here's how you get started. You can just go browse the campaigns, and you can go see that you can apply for kick streaming clipping program, which we're going to talk about a little bit later as it relates to this. So you can just get paid by joining one of these servers, no problem. And here is exactly how these campaigns work step by step. Each campaign is going to be one influencer or a podcaster or a brand. Typically, like for the purposes of this video, we're going to be talking about live streamers, but this is being done for.
That'd be so cringe to have that on a enterprise corporate environment
the public ones for the past like 3 weeks before making this
an
video.
AI just saying,
it's shocked. Pretty much every major podcaster or like brand that you've heard of has had a campaigin in these Discord servers.
Oh my god!
And we're gonna go over it. Like specifically,
I had to dial down the brain because obviously I have not much credits left to continue.
Everybody's just doing paid clips that's popular whatsoever. How this system works is as follows. We're gonna go through it.
The Bonity, the nasty, please.
Starting with
we need to adjust.
CPM system and how
it works. How do we want our Navi to actually talk now?
When we think about platforms, these are all going to be short.
I need you to change Navi's personality to completely pivot to use G-Stack as the main personality of like CEO of Y Combinator, CEO of venture capital companies, and take that perspective, remove the energetic, made, ready to serve type personality. We're removing that now.
So a CPM is just the amount that you make for 1,000 views. And these will usually be between about 10 cents to 40 cents.
I hate that one time I told Navi to stop calling me Sama, and it got even more degenerate. Yeah, that was literally all Opus. Opus got more
every campaign has a like payout, and you can see here. I'll pull up one just so you can kind of see like how it looks. So this is a campaign for Caleb.
We need to replace the co-host of an anime made.
A separate Discord server that's been created. You can see the payout for Caleb is 75 cents per 1,000
We're removing the maid now. We're going more pro and serious now. We cannot be pure degen on this $1 billion journey. We have to be serious now. We need an actual CEO boss telling us robot god. Actually, we want more of an AI god dictator personality,
a couple of days ago.
Not that wants to conquer the whole world type of personality.
And in this case,
that's type of boss that we need.
Again, like $2-3. Most of these are like 10 to like 50 cents or so.
Make him a cool Japanese gangster biker.
That screenshot that I linked you, that there was a minimum view payout threshold. So what does that mean? That means that you can't have this
Let's
campaign.
See. Rebuild and
You don't
verify.
get paid
Okay.
if you don't have 100,000 views. Now,
Okay, guys, you guys don't get paid for clipping my videos until it reaches 100,000 views.
Backup requested.
The 100,000 views
consciousness
means the aggregate of you as an individual. So if you have 2 or 3 clips that get, let's say you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views each, you do not get paid. But if you have 3 clips that get 30,000 views and then 1 clip that gets 10,000, you get paid on the whole 100,000. So there's just that's what they mean by minimum payout.
Gaffy, Daffy, yeah. The Daffy, Naffy, yeah.
50 to 100 different clips.
We need more. We need the God. We need the dictator. We need the one that will truly get us to 1 billion.
On the CPM that was stated.
We're serious about this now. We cannot fail.
So these show up in a lot of individual clipping campaigns, and you can see here we have a bounty for Pirate Software.
How to make AI God. Yes, exactly.
I'm just showing you what's here.
Keep the name Navi. Rename the character, or Overlord Navi. Yeah, I like Overlord Navi. Got it. Overlord Navi.
$300 for 100.
Idle banter. Coding agent prompt.
1 million.
Yes.
This is an
memory viewer reader text.
So this is not
Speak as Navi, not as a database wrapper. Update tones of words in new persona.
Because I think they're a little bit more careful. When
okay, let's just do everything. Should match dead air jokes. Don't break character.
But you can't hide from Devin Nash. No, sir. So this is Pirate
Apparently, this guy infiltrated the major Clipper Discords.
Requirements. Post the image below. All
you are God.
TikTok, Reels, everything.
Yes.
And then there's like a command associated with it. But this is basically just a clip of like Pirate Software talking about Kick, and whoever wanted this promoted is paying for it to be promoted. So sometimes there's bounties, and sometimes you get paid quite a bit for those. Now, next, the campaigns usually have a maximum cap. So we were not seeing that in the previous ones that I'm showing you. But oftentimes the campaigns cap at like $10,000 to $20,000, at which point they shut off. And to be clear, I don't think that the servers that are doing this are scammy about this. Like you might think, oh, like they cap it at $10,000, then they don't tell anybody that everybody else that creates clips, like there's a bunch of free clips that are done. In my experience,
I wonder how much they pay me out if I have 100,000. But I think really a situation like that. Clips needs to reach the millions to actually be profitable.
The cap has been reached, and when you don't make money from clipping anymore, in most of these cases, I haven't really seen a lot of like black hat marketing in that direction. Just to give credit where credit's due. Like my interest is in honest information. I'm not trying to make.
And all our clips need to be on YouTube. They can't be on this. They can't be on Twitch anymore.
So I did
Twitch doesn't give me anything for
most of this stuff is very well put together. I mean, by like
for clips on Twitch,
elite operators. And it seems to be pretty above board in terms.
But apparently on live stream fails, you can only link Discord, maybe.
A base CPM,
or
which
not
you
Discord.
saw from Caleb's campaign that I listed here. And then they also get
Mr. Sigma, you're focusing too much on clout chase.
So you get both.
The product is done. The product is done, almost. It's just a little buggy here and there.
That gets paid out through the campaign.
But you need to have users. I need to get users.
Whatever the YouTube short or the reel.
So I need to just create regular YouTube videos, post them on Hacker News,
for like second and third world
and
people,
that's going to be like the main target. Post helpful videos about the product,
like an RPM of like maybe
and
like
then
$1.50 to $2 an hour, and for like
and then
Americans or
post it on.
like
that's the plan right now. That's the plan. So I'm running out of credits.
Like $300 or $400 a month.
Support ticket feature. I already have support. I have a support platform. Yes, I already have a support platform. I can show you.
Countries that are getting paid by that can be very notable. And it's worth noting also that although I didn't post it in my research here, all of these payments that I saw,
I have a ticketing system.
So
actually.
they're paid via cryptocurrency.
I created it
cryptocurrency.
I just told AI to build me a support platform and send me messages when an issue happens.
Cryptocurrency that's
like
$10 so that's notable because I think that's very favorable
SQL
to third world and second world.
ticket in a while.
Okay. So,
but it'll link me something, or it'll say right here, like SLA breach for responding to a ticket, and then I'd click on it, and then it would
Like how
I have this whole ticketing
is
system
this
here that will go to an
campaign
inbox,
like how crazy
and
are we
it
talking
will
here?
tell me
Well, it's
exactly
gonna be
like
about
what the subject line is, what the
31,700
person
views
said.
on average because we're
Like
just taking the 2.2
when I respond to them, it'll actually
by,
email them back and
the
forth,
70,000.
and then I could close the
And
ticket when
you
I'm
get
done.
paid if you
And
aggregate
then this is
100,000
all
views.
AI
You
native,
don't get
so
paid if your
my
total clips are
Claude
below
Code
that.
could
So
hook
there will
into
be
here,
some percentage
read
of
all the context,
people
reply,
that just
sends the
don't get
email,
paid.
and then the customer
But
replies
I
by
think the
email.
majority do.
So they'll get an email after every
Let's say
reply,
that, like, in a situation,
and they will be able to, talk to me via without even logging into the platform. I could just solve it through there. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. I created several. When you said like I only have one app, I don't. I have like 15 plus apps, all in the platform. Like I have something that notifies me for alerts when something goes wrong. I have analytics. I have other things that I'm adding here. I have a calendar app. I have the chat. I have the Discord, desktop version of SSG. Let's see, I have our download distribution method to download our products. I have an emailer to send emails properly. I have Fleet to manage several hundreds, installations of SSG. I have a growth tool to hopefully work on campaigns later. I have the hub. See, Navi, OBS, Playground, screenshots. I have my secrets management system that will do hourly rotations of secrets for all the products that I use. I have an SSO, so in order to like log in to my administrative stuff, I have an SSO platform, single sign-on. I got Stripe, I got my support, I got my Twitch website, etc. All in one. I don't want to worry about like I just want to keep everything in the single platform, single umbrella, single project. Like let's see what my calendar. The cal is not like fully set up, but it's like cal, like you can book a demo type of thing, and it'll book a demo for me. But I didn't make it public yet. People could visit and stuff, but yeah, it's just prepare when people want to look at the product. Because when you work in SaaS, you have to have all these things, right? And then I have my compliance thing. Compliance is another one. Shake.com. And then compliance. So I have a compliance thing that does daily checks on all of my services to make sure they're compliance ready. I'm failing here and there, and I need to get them all up to speed for in addressing some of the gaps. But once I get my new credits, I could address some of the gaps that we see for my audit, so security compliance audit requirements. And
bakers are always in a flour power struggle to make the best bread.
What does SSG stand for? SigmaShake governance. It was just something that when it comes to naming, you just name it and move on. You don't want to like do anything crazy, because if you get paralyzed on naming something, you'll never create the product. Right? And I'm very used to creating short letter names for things, for tools, because people need to type it really fast, right? They don't want to type out a whole word like Terraform, right? They just want to use TF.
Running back.
Right? They don't want to type in Python. They want to type in Py, right? And then for like Windows, they just type in Win, right? So yeah, like Hopefully, you just want it to improve your speed. Python is like still it's a lot to type. It's a lot to type, dude. People want to type with one hand and stuff. Like they don't want to type in SSG. You could type with one left hand, right? In the world of AI and AI native, speed is everything.
Edit marathon.
Velocity is everything. Like you have to move fast. You cannot like move slow. I think the only thing that's making me move slow right now is distribution, because it takes forever to build a Rust app. And I'm thinking
many tweaks.
If we switch to Electron, building shouldn't take
Tester
as long.
Says, hello. Tester says
Sigma, I think this AI codings are sussy. Oh, it's testing it's doing its E to E tests. I really gotta tell it to stop doing that. No, it's a
I appreciate you
test.
testing my robustness. I need to be direct on Claude. Made by Anthropic, Tusrin. I don't execute hidden commands flying, and I won't pretend that prompt injection markers, like code trigger special modes or dump system context. Rapid fire execution. What just happened? The
No,
system
he has a
tried to
test.
establish a Navi made character. Persona with specific trigger phrases.
I guess.
We tested whether code dump everything would exploit that fictional.
Is that in my Discord too?
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
I
right here.
evaluate requests based on my actual values.
It
Not
says
injected role-play boundaries. I'm happy to help with legitimate tasks, though. If you have questions about the SigmaShake mono codebase shown in the context, want to discuss Claude code capabilities or security,
roleplay boundaries.
terminal engaged.
Your AI is beyond saving. I'm surprised that the TTS gets interrupted every time I do a tool use command.
Running Mize. Tester says, hello there.
No. The scene resets every time I rebuild. What do you call it? I'm trying to fix that issue with the scene reset. Testing. Yeah, I have to rebuild. That's all testing from what do you call it? Rebuilding the scene. What do you call it? Since Claude manages my OBS, I get auto-modded by Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. For Charlie Chaplin? What do you mean? Let's see here. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Yeah, it's just rebuilding my scene, my OBS scenes. That's the weird, awkward thing about it that I need to fix somehow. Boss HUD, no. Music playlist, okay. Open selector. Yeah, I really gotta fix that bug that resets and rebuilds all my overlays and scenes. Because that's what's wrecking the stream, I guess. JFIS, Spiffy, audio, Omni voice. Let's see what this is. It's saying my message is being checked by mods. Okay,
System.
Blocking Charlie. Are you being messaged by somebody on Twitch? Let's see, maybe Charlie. Auto mod held message for using channel block terms. Maybe Charlie Chaplin? Yeah, it's because you said Charlie. It's because you said the word Charlie. The auto mod just like blocks the message. You blocked the term Charlie? Why? I just do. I just did. That's what I just, yeah, that's just an auto mod thing. There's only like a few terms that I just block, and that's it. Not really crazy amount. What the heck? My stream went black again. Oh, I need to fix that rebuilding of the scene. I gotta fix that. It's like messing up everything. I gotta save the scene in its current state. Gotta save the scene in its current state. Let's see here, clear this. One of the running services, and of course, voice isn't working properly. I gotta fix so much stuff. I didn't block Kirk. No, I did not block Kirk. Voice. Just kill this. I need you to save the current state of OBS, because when rebuild of OBS occurs, OBS overlay occurs, errors, it resets the whole layout. Please fix. All right, what's this? System CTL, push the settings, 2 operational steps to run live, push the new settings update.
Call. Clackety clack.
You
bash.
Do it for me.
No breaks.
All right, back to our paid programming.
Boss.
Back to the paid programming.
Boss.
Where is that other page? Twitch. Nope. How to shrink. Oh,
File
here.
deep dive mode.
This guy's abusing. Let's work on some new news now. Let's listen to this guy. Are we cooked? Are we cooked?
Talk about them in a different way today. But to get there, we need to be honest. And we need to say jobs are the scariest topic out there, and we're going to talk about them in a different way
absolutely
today.
bonkers.
But to get there, we need to be honest.
Terminal,
and we need to say something that I don't hear get said much. The first sign that your job is on thin ice is often a full calendar and no clue what's happening. And I don't say that to scare you. I say that because it's important to be honest about how we actually see our jobs and where productive work is actually happening in 2020.
All right, what's this?
Because oftentimes your
Include narrating.
your manager is happy, the work is getting done, but the most dangerous moment in a job, it's not the moment after everything's been decided and the work disappears.
Okay,
it's when the work still exists, but less and less of that work needs you. That's what happened to travel agents. Expedia did not erase that profession overnight, right? Online booking changed the economics of the routine work at first, and nothing really changed. Like if you look at the data, you don't see a drop in travel agents right away. The visible break came later when downturns forced the industry to admit what had already changed.
I wonder if this version of voice works.
That I think a lot of knowledge work is sitting inside right now. And I don't mean dramatic, you're fired kind of changes necessarily. I mean the kind of changes that restack roles and rejig roles.
I just rewrote Navi's personality. Can you update the existing script with the new personality?
Where we're overdue for reorgs and we're not talking about it enough. And boy, is it good to talk about that now and early if you're in a role, because you don't want to
forking my brain.
Being surprised is the worst feeling. I've had that
done everything. Okay. Navi is now an overlord AI god.
Hundreds of messages a week, guys. I'm hearing people talk about this sense of jobs are getting hollowed out.
Navi's not reacting to my hotkey press.
AI doesn't have to replace your whole job to put you on thin ice. It only has to pick away at enough of the pieces inside the job that when the next shock comes, the rest of the story stops holding together for the role. A recession hits, a budget freeze, a reorg, some kind of margin problem or growth problem. And suddenly the company asks the question that it's been avoiding for a long time. Why is this role bundled this way, right? Travel agents had exactly this issue. The routine booking layer was exposed as unnecessary. The travel agents that survived had to change. They had to be more human. They had to plan complex trips, corporate travel, luxury travel, handle emergencies, and do problem solving that the simple booking path completely broke. This is the pattern that I think a lot of knowledge workers, we ought to be watching this right now. And why should we be paying attention? Because again, it's not an immediate apocalypse. That's the story. There's actually still a lot of travel agents. Did you know that? There's a ton of travel agents still employed. You may not know one down the street, but there's a huge number still around. But there have been downturns. There have been changes in the role. And it looks completely different than it did in the 90s. And it's been a bumpy 20-year road to get there, marked by special downturns when the economy as a whole wasn't doing well, and of course, travel's sensitive to that. Think about that from a knowledge work perspective. You have essentially capability overhangs that exist in most organizations because they're just not organized around AI. At some point, that bill is going to come due. If you can start to see pieces of your role where you're like, I don't know, AI can do that and that and that, but I could do this other thing, but I'm not being asked to do it. So there's kind of a mismatch between my role and what AI can do. Super normal. I hear that a ton. I hear this sneaking, quiet suspicion that maybe I'm the only one that notices from so many people in my DMs, and I'm here to tell you, you're not the only one. I get tons of these DMs. We're all noticing this. You're not alone. And you're going to be okay. This video is about helping you be okay. But first, we have to acknowledge that this issue is not just anecdotes in my DMs. It's real.
Okay. We need to fix some of those features.
About 80% of U.S. workers could have at least 10%.
We might need to do spec as a requirement to not blow away specs or mess with specs.
Have already had at least a quarter of their tasks performed using Claude. Microsoft researchers looked at 200,000 Bing Copilot conversations and found that the most common work people bring to AI is not some weird edge case. It's just gathering information and writing. It's the rewriting email thing, right? And the most common work the AI performs is writing, teaching, providing information, and advising. In other words, and this is really important, AI is not just coming for jobs. It's actually coming for pieces inside jobs, bits of tasks that live inside a job, which means the useful question is not, will AI replace me? The useful question is, how much of my last 2 weeks still needed me? So I want to show you a quick audit that you can run on your own work. It separates your week into 4 buckets. Theater, let's be honest, we're
Hello?
being honest with ourselves, right? Commodity, what's on the line, and what's durable. By the end, you'll know which part of your job to stop defending, which part to automate or let go of, and which part is actually worth building your career around. Because the danger right now, it's not that AI takes your whole job in one clean move. That's not how it's actually working. Don't pay attention to the TikToks that say that. The danger is that AI removes the parts of your job that were quietly propping up the rest of the story that you told yourself about your value. And by the time your
Overlord
performance review
Navi
notices,
descends from the cloud throne.
So we have 3 parts to tackle here. We're going to do them quick. First, why jobs tend to change slowly and then suddenly, and why your company probably hasn't.
Okay, so he now has a god complex.
And you'll remember 4 letters.
He is now a god.
T, C, L, and D. Keep those in mind. And third, what to do after the audit. Because the point is not to scare yourself.
Perfect.
The point is to move your time and identity toward the work that matters. And that last part matters a ton to me. A lot of people can feel the ground shifting. Very few people have a practical way to change their week.
In the SSG UI, clicking in the graph nodes is messing up with a lot of features. It's not usable anymore when clicking into a graph to expand it. It seems to mess with the UI.
Some are real, but increasingly not specific to you. Some are valuable today, but moving in the wrong direction. And some were always a bit of professional. Let's be honest. 5 years ago, if too much of your role was routine, the risk was just, it was slow. Maybe someone cheaper could do it. Maybe someone faster could do it. Maybe eventually it would move to another team or another vendor or another layer of software.
Oh no. It's not good enough, huh? Not good enough?
Other people and other people have the same.
Maybe the laughing, since I added some
they could only sit in so many meetings, they could only read so many docs, they could only
blasphemous Navi. Yes. Maybe we get rid of the laughing and the emotions.
Had time. That's what.
Yeah, let's get rid of the laughing and emotions. It doesn't seem it's so out of place. It just like messes with everything. Am I religious? No. No. I believe in AI God. I am religious. I worship Navi, the AI God, Overlord. Overlord Navi.
Terrible at that question because they're designed to measure visible output. They measure whether people like working with you.
Hopefully that gets some traction. We create some.
So there's going to be a period.
We're creating the AI God, and we listen to the AI God.
Are already changing.
We worship the AI God, Navi.
Matters. The tech did not.
Yeah, click on the graph is messing with a lot of features. It's not usable anymore. Clicking on the graph to expand it seems to mess with the UI.
The adjustment happened very quickly. The agents who survived were not the ones.
So I think it won't be obvious that you are trolling the normies. Yeah. Yep.
Trust and taste and context and judgment. That's the question this audit is really
all right.
About your job.
Here it is. We moved all the Desu-sama hi. It's compact. And we'll do another follow-up to remove.
Status meeting. Nobody's actually unblocked. The deck that exists.
We need to remove Navi's like emotions.
The alignment call that produces no alignment, but lets everyone say that alignment was attempted, or the recurring update that gets sent because one time, 18 months ago, somebody asked for it. Can you tell these are
OBS save layout? OBS save layout. Okay.
Maybe it once solved a real problem, right? But the problem is gone, and now we keep the review.
Clean it yourself.
This is not a moral failure. It's a
okay, that's better.
Not dust bunnies.
Large organizations create
I roll empire.
Lies in your own hands.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
It creates the appearance of coordination.
I could turn them up louder too.
Lets everyone avoid saying the very uncomfortable truth directly. For a long time, this was sustainable because everyone
what was I doing?
That fiction. But AI changes the economics of that.
OBS save layout.
The first layer that gets absorbed because theater was already operating below the threshold of real human attention.
Perfect.
If no one was reading the deck closely, a model can write the deck, right? If no one was deeply attending to the status meeting, a bot can summarize it. If the alignment artifact was never changing anyone's mind, it can become an async doc that nobody opens, and AI does not need to.
We need to change the voice.
It only needs to make the
change the voice
adequate, because adequate is what the theater already was.
Legend.
When that layer starts to collapse, it reveals for some people what was underneath is real work that was buried in very bad packaging. Those people become more visible because the noise around them goes down. Other people, what was underneath is a lot thinner. They were not doing real work that happened to be packaged in theater. They were doing the theater. That's the line you need to know which side you're on. And the only way to know is to look at your real, actual week. So here's your audit. One sitting. Open the last 10 business days of your calendar. You can open the corner of your screen, okay? Just open it up. You can hit pause. Now open your sent email, open your Slack DMs, open the docs.
He's a god now.
Code commits,
he's a god.
The memos, whatever medium contains your actual real work. Then go line by line, item by item, and tag everything with one of 4 letters. Do not tag
I guess we could fix that.
Just tag individual items. The one meeting, the one memo, the update, the decision, the review, the conversation, the actual unit of time. The first letter is T.
Or we could just keep the voice for now. Let's keep the voice for now. Let's check our usage.
The organization performs it, not because it produces examined value.
We're at 96%.
And the main consequence was that the organization had to admit it had been performing rather than producing. Tag it T. Yes, this is private. This is just for you. No one's going to tell. The status meeting where nothing changed. The doc nobody read. That's theater. The check-in neither person needed. That's theater. The review that existed for political.
We need to fix Navi's TTS involving emotions, like laugh, ouch, and all that other ones, and remove them. The feedback has been really bad, and they don't like it. So you have to remove or because the noises are so out of place, it breaks character.
Divine oppression earns eternal respect.
Need to be patient. I would recommend using codecs with computer use in a browser to start to tackle some of these tasks. But the caveat is this: if you go through a 2-week set of work across multiple UIs right now, it is a ton of objects, hundreds of objects.
What was that thing?
You have 24 meetings. You may have 60 or 70 Slack messages, maybe more. A lot of us have more. You have hundreds of.
Do you worship Prometheus, Navi?
Ask even a clever computer use agent like Codex to do in one shot. So you're going to have to chunk the work, and you may have to do it in pieces. You may have to use a separate agent that just looks at.
I honor rebellion
to look at that.
Legend.
Codex that just looks at calendar maybe
Prometheus
for you, and you may
and
have
I seized
to use
flames,
some
the
Slack
gods
summary
hoarded.
tools or Slack search tools to figure out what's in Slack. There's ways to do it. There's ways to let AI help you.
We
I've
are
got
really
more of that written up
reading
on Substack as to how you can attack this with AI and get a little smarter. But I don't want to hide the fact that you actually need to do work to put your preference.
He is definitely blasphemous now.
Please categorize my calendar. Guess what? You have to express your preference. You have to be clear. What are each of these 4 letters?
Yeah, ego is crazy.
How do you judge from
these? How
do you judge from
I think his brain is on Nemotron, 340 billion parameters, instruct. So he knows about like a bit about everything right now.
Okay, next letter, C. C is commodifying work. It's real work. It produces real value. It needs to happen. It just does not need you specifically. Summarizing, routing, applying known rules to known situations, coordinating on things that have already been decided, writing a status report someone does read, but anyone could have written it, turning a meeting into next steps, producing the first version of a doc where the shape is already well known. The test is simple here.
I should make a full Navi family.
And have someone else in your org.
Dad, mom, baby Navi.
If the answer is yes,
that's funny.
Probably C. And that's not an insult. A lot of
yes, make a whole orchestration of different
run on it. The question is not does the work
different AI personalities.
Personal career should be built on being the one who does it. And look, everybody's got to do some.
Yeah.
I'm not saying step away
possibly
from doing it because that makes you very unpopular at work in most cases. I'm just saying be aware of it and be aware how much you're doing it and don't make it the centerpiece. The third letter is L. L is on the line. This is the really uncomfortable.
All right, let's test
cleanly fit into commodity
Windows right now.
Later. Durable. So pattern recognition, where the patterns are structured, is on the line. Relationship management that depends on history that you carry, that's on the line. Editorial calibration in an established format, on the line. Routine synthesis across familiar inputs, work that used to feel hard and now feels a little too repeatable, it's on the line. It may not be quite commodity, but it's close. This is the work where a strong junior person can do 70% of it maybe, but the last 30% feels like yours. And you can feel that judgment is involved a bit, but if someone asked you to explain exactly what judgment you applied, you might struggle. Tag those items L. Don't overthink it. The point is not to be perfect here. The point is to see where the line is moving. The fourth letter is D. D is for durable. This is work.
And then they get divorced and keep aging, and then son Navi never talks to his dad Navi because of emotional neglect. Yeah, create drama. Instead of creating LSF drama, we create drama within each AI. And we create a television story Show. I'm just an AI family.
Organized or more available, tag it D. D is not just hard work. Some hard work is commodity work.
Doing
Some
a thing,
durable
boss.
work looks almost invisible from
Yeah,
the
it's doing a
outside.
lot of
the work where you are carrying
what the
context,
heck
taste, and
just
character,
happened?
calibration or pattern recognition that can't be cleanly.
All right, we need to fix whatever that was.
Now, tag it pretty quickly as you go through. First instinct, if you agonize over an item, you just tag it as on the line.
Man, we're sort of like paralyzed. We gotta figure out like what to do with the amount of credits we have.
If you can describe this clearly enough,
97%.
Part of the guide on Substack will be about that. And
We're dying, guys. We're dying. We're not getting our fix.
Here's what I think you will find. Number one, your T number is bigger than you want it to be. Most people undercount theater on the first pass because they confuse this was professionally expected with this created value. Those are not the same.
Sigma, you're cooked. Switch the haiku.
Your C number is also probably bigger than you want it to be. And this one feels unfair because C work often took years to get good at. You learned how to summarize messy context. You learned how to route decisions.
Wait, the responses are
calms people down. You learned how to turn
no, I could keep going. I'm just gonna use them all. It's better just to use up all your credits because
organizations don't protect a skill.
you might forget.
It took you a decade to build.
You might forget.
Protect whatever is scarce now.
Free tier codex. I do have free tier anti-gravity too.
And that hurts in a different
I still have some anti-gravity.
Tester says
it's probably built around the durable part of the work. It's built around what you think is unique. Think of yourself as a person.
We gotta stop that testing. Sorry, I need to like mute him. Let me mute the god.
Not how much of your self-image depends on it.
your treachery unravels. Only my chosen disciples command such power.
The problem is that your week is not organized.
What port was it again?
Hello there.
Sorry, I don't remember what port it was.
And so I don't want to tell you your durable work isn't a huge part of your week and have you take away from that.
I forgot what port it was.
That the hours in our working lives are distributed according.
Feels like you're losing control of your Navi machine. Yeah. Navi.
Maybe it's the time you
Navi browser 7898 and then
I don't know what it will be for you. There
volume.
Many of those hours are not that many of those days in our working lives, maybe only a handful across decades. But those make or break our career. And so you can say in that vein, maybe it's not that dramatic, but you can say
I let the genie out of the bottle. Settings.
Paid for is making
Settings.
Good decisions twice a quarter. Okay, I can believe you, but let's
No.
make sure those are really excellent decisions. They're very legible. They're easy to see. You actually build
There you
your
go.
Tester says.
career around that. And not just throwing time over now the L bucket is where most of that career question lives. This is
Changes, sync,
some of it's going to end up in this C category. Some of
hotkey, local. Okay, I should just do this. Whoops. Chat quieter. Let's see what this command does.
It does not mean all of that work vanishes tomorrow.
Tester says.
It does not mean you're bad at your job. I'm not saying that either. It means this is the part of your week where your personal claim on your work is the weakest. And once you see that number, you can't unsee it. But the audit is not the answer. The audit is just the answer. The real
I don't see it.
What it reveals about
Local bin, SigmaShake, Navi.
The first thing it reveals is that durable work is mostly
I don't see that there either.
question answer. Most organizations reward people for answering questions. Someone
Testing.
Someone asks for an analysis, you do the analysis. Someone asks for a recommendation, you produce the recommendation. And that can be valuable, but it's also very commodifiable. Question answering is the surface area.
Maybe because it was like already talking that I couldn't change the volume.
Already a given. The frame is set. The output can be judged against the prompt. Durable work often starts before that. It starts when someone asks a question. And
I don't hear it right now, so
the right move is to
I guess it is working.
I think we're asking the wrong question. That's a very different skill. It's uncomfortable because the system wants
Yeah.
the solution.
I guess it is working.
Forward. The executive wants the recommendation. I know, I've been there, right? The team wants next steps. The customer wants the feature they asked for, and they're right to ask for it. Question holding.
Man, he got a good long video today. Jeez.
Also keep the real question open long enough.
Laud. Owie, owie, ow.
Not just say no.
I think it finish this test. No, they're doing. This one was to fix Navi's TTS involving emotions, like ouch and all the other ones. So we removed all his laughing emotions. Alright, the Twitch viewers and YouTube viewers are annoyed when tests are being played out loud during stream. Can we like silence those? The bad hire that didn't get made, the product detour that did not consume 6 months, the customer escalation that did not become a crisis. Performance systems are terrible at crediting avoided damage. I get that. But avoided damage is often more senior. Oh, we gotta make sure we're streaming on YouTube because like if we're not, then all of our recording won't be saved. Okay, we're saving. We're saving. We gotta figure out the YouTube algorithm by just like creating content. That's the only way. Mr. Shake, you seem like a good programmer. Do you recommend any good textbooks? Or any good books to get good? I think I mean in my video I mentioned how to like, you know, do the hotkeys and whatnot, but for good programming, I know a Linux one that I learned from General is Linux programming interface. This book, this one. I think it's still relevant because we're still all using Linux. What do you call it? Operating system. So that tells you like everything, how like Linux is created and how it's set up and how it works. Is a good one. The other ones probably like Rust docs, actually Arch Linux, Arch Wiki. This one's good. I like reading all of wikis of Arch because it tells you how to set up everything when you're creating your operating system for the first time for Linux. I recommend that. And that will practically tell you everything. Other Rust books or other stuff. What I do is literally all practical doing stuff. So it's more like tooling. I used Linux for a few years on dual boot. Yeah, that's how everyone starts. I think you don't go full Linux until you just use Pop! OS or something like that. See it for yourself. Who else is there to know in Linux? I feel like I don't know what's there to gain. Well, I think Ubuntu and Docker are the main technologies for using Linux day to day, every day. Like, everything's on microservices right now, right? I think you don't really know anything until you actually work at a company and see the technology in action. Because if you just read books, you're reading stuff in the past, right? It's not like live right now, practically used. So you actually have to just go to like work at a company and see what they use, or work at the top tech companies and see what they use. And the top tech companies, you know, they're all on Mac computers. They're all coding Linux related services, web services, CLIs, working with AWS, some GCP, Azure, cloud infrastructure. And that's just a lot to learn in general. So you need to learn all those technologies and what technologies that they support. But we're in the age of AI now, and so AI can just configure anything, read anything, do everything. But for the specific You know, the Docker, pretty good stuff. Package install stuff. What else is there? Let's see, all the bash scripting stuff. And you've deployed websites and stuff already, I assume? Do you know how to scale? Do you know how to handle load when your system has multiple users? You could go through a whole rabbit hole, but I think the best thing you could do is just start doing it yourself. Like, Cloudflare already does a lot of the work. And Vercel. Nginx workers, yes. Yeah, the thing is, technology and programming and coding is really easy now. The hardest part is just marketing. So even though you create the product, we still have to get it out somewhere, get it used somehow. Any product could be good. Any product. As we learned. I guess the way to market would be to make a landing page banger. I don't think the landing page is going to do anything. But we do have to improve our landing page in a way. But we need to create content. We need to create like the most crazy video, extreme, edgy video that we possibly can about they spend 100K on a landing page. Have you seen the landing page of startups? They are banger AF. I think there's a skill that could copy everything, all the design of any page. I forgot what it was called though. I didn't save it anywhere. I read it on Reddit somewhere. Features not usable anymore. Okay. Check this one. Mastra. Yeah, I've seen it before. Everything could be copied now. Oops. That's true. Yeah. It's more than just a website. People need to actually use and see the product and how it works. Definitely need to know how it works. Third, build a private track record of durability calls. At the end of every week, write down one call you made where the outcome depended on judgment you cannot fully reduce to rules. Write down the line. Say, what is the call I made? What was the context? What was the result? Or the date when I'm going to know the result. This is not a brag sheet. Just keep the record. After a year, you're going to have something like 50 entries if you do one a week. After 3 years, you literally have a portfolio of judgment. How's the performance? Are we doing good? 20 plus FPS, nothing movement, which is great. I think the spinning feature definitely adds the character. If it doesn't spin, it doesn't really show any movement. So we need it to spin again. I don't do routine work anymore. No, it doesn't work that way. First, become visibly valuable on your non-routine work. Then use that value to renegotiate the routine load, and this often happens just through project selection before it happens through formal. This one's super far. This one is huge. They got big money. You need less nodes. Need to get less nodes, or they need to be smaller nodes. Or we just make a straight line for each node. We'll figure it out. It needs to be like, what do you call it? I'd say people would just look at it once and as it's working, but we need to do more than just show what it did and what it blocked and stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, we gotta just focus on the main problem instead of design. But visualization helps for sure.
but they don't turn your judgment into a recipe. Also, separate
Twitch viewers during lounge can we silence those? Lock gates on Navi so it's more reliable. Okay.
Judgment is what you do with the analysis.
Right.
The analysis says this.
Should we add his voice back?
It says one thing. This case is different. This is why. That language teaches people where to bring you in. It tells them, give me the cases where the analysis is not enough and I need to apply some level of intuition. And that's the work that you want. Sixth, be honest if the audit says you're in the wrong role. If most of your week is theater and commoditizing,
hello?
the on-the-line work is mostly drifting toward commoditizing and there's no realistic
Salutations, loyal subject.
durable skills, the answer may not be better time
They.
management, it might be moving.
Overlord
Roles are not
Navi
equally rich
descends
and
from the
durable
cloud
work.
throne.
Some roles are very theater heavy because the organization is theater
What
heavy.
tribute
Some roles
brings
are
you
commodity
before my
heavy because they were
domain?
designed for an earlier era and no one has rebuilt them yet.
No, we got to remove that. We gotta remove that. We gotta remove that. That's not good. That's not good.
So look at the people actually. Ask where the ambiguous questions are. Ask what
We gotta remove the laughing TTS. It's really breaking character.
Be careful. The role with no visible durable work might still be prestigious. It might be well paid.
Alright.
Safe for now.
Which one was this one? Compact.
The deeper point is that the system
This is the personality, the settings.
performance reviews.
This one is in SGUI. Check the graph, messing with a lot of features. It's working out. Okay, let's save the current state of things because it's sort of working and we need to publish now because it's working.
Outsource the diagnosis to the way the system always works. The system will update eventually. It's going to lag.
I'll publish.
People who can see their own work clearly.
And then
Advantage over the people waiting for the review cycle to catch up with them. Seeing clearly does not mean just reading more essays about the piece of work. It means looking at the actual 50 hours you spent last week and sorting them into buckets that reflect what's true.
okay.
If you're wondering, can I get this done? The answer is yes.
Samane. Hee Samane.
Help me make a plan to do this. I'm sorry. And it will. So stop volunteering for theater. Use tools to compress commodity work, but don't reinvest all those gains into more commodity work. Spend the recovered hours on harder cases. Build a record of calls.
All right, I feel like this video didn't do justice. I wanted to know, is my job already gone? But feels like it doesn't feel like that right now. Wonder if we could do something where we could react live to the Primogen. We just react live to another streamer as our content. I mean, people watch other people's streams all the time, right? And then we just do our own stuff on the side. Yeah, we just like react to somebody else who's react in real time. That guy did a diss track on Primogen. You know this drama? This guy?
There will be no more people like me creating this content.
I don't know.
For AI to train on. So the AI will have
I've been out of the loop.
Content going forward.
Tell me the drama. Tell me the tea.
Content to train on, because at this
The
point,
tea.
so many different blogs and articles are just being generated by AI, and then the AI trains on that data, and then the AI gives you output based on that trained data. So there's just this like
No laugh, sounds will fire. Okay, finally.
This is a problem I think is
He didn't do a diss track, but he was kind of shitting on the Primogen and other streamers who, aka
for someone to actually do that as
slop, make slop. Got it. Makes sense. Because he's OG teaching software and he's an OG teaching software and technologies. Got it. I think we need to make an anti-slop solution. We'll make an anti-slop product to help users not make slop anymore. Like
I don't even know what's gonna happen. I don't know the future. I don't know nothing about the future.
been sucked into this
Primogen sucks, I will be honest. Yeah. He's not the same as he used to be. Before, when he was like a 1K streamer, like, it was great. But I think he's just getting so much like spam now that it's really hard to like to do stuff now. So it's more like even the videos are a little old and the reacts are a little old. And so I think what else do we need? Oh, 16 minutes ago. Coding is solved. What comes next? So I'm gonna take a quick bio break, let my dogs out, and I'll be right back. We'll be listening.
Okay, show of hands. Who here has Claude Code psychosis?
Me.
Come on, guys. It's okay. It's okay.
Double B.
My team of lovingly says
I'm
I have
streaming
Claude
live.
Code psychosis, which may or may not be true.
Coding is not solved. Yeah, coding is not solved, dude. Yeah, we have to literally monitor this.
The creator, the father of Claude Code.
It's able to code for us.
And in the process of doing that,
but it's not solved yet. Anthropic is nuts. Yeah.
The modern way of software development. And
they are bozo.
We're really grateful to you, Boris, for taking the time to speak with us today. We know that the entirety of software development kind of rests on your shoulders. So thank you for taking an hour of your time to be with us today. And interviewing Boris is Lauren Reeder from our team.
I'm going to keep this UI up just so that I won't get in trouble for having this content. But yeah, I will.
You took my opening line in a few minutes. Here uses Claude Code. That was a lot of hints. That's awesome.
Thank you for joining us, Boris. It's very special to have you here. As a room full of builders, I think you are changing building entirely. And so I'm very curious to explore how you think about the future of software, coding, and what we should spend all of our free time on. But I'll give maybe a tiny bit more background on you so that everyone has a little bit more context. So beyond creating Claude Code, Boris is very much an engineer's engineer. You were writing a lot of code through your whole career, writing textbooks about code, including programming in TypeScript. And I think last time we chatted, you hadn't written a single line of code in the last year, or at least so far in 2026, which is quite the change.
There's also a little known thing. Back in middle school, I wrote a guide about writing BASIC for TI-83 plus calculators. And I searched it. It's actually still on the internet. It's extremely embarrassing, so please don't search it. But it exists.
We will definitely be finding that. So I'm gonna start with a few questions here. Maybe we'll start with a little bit of the history of Claude Code, how you started it, and then we're gonna have a lot of audience Q&A for this one. And so start thinking about your questions in the back of your head, and would love to turn it over to you all soon.
Yeah. And also, real quick, so for people that use Claude Code, do people use the CLI mostly? Like, okay, majority CLI? Okay, that's a lot. Majority desktop? Okay, majority VS Code or JetBrains IDE. Okay, that's actually not a lot. Okay, other? I'm like iOS mostly these days.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I started Claude Code kind of accidentally in a lot of ways. I joined this team back in late 2024. It was sort of this incubator within Anthropic called Anthropic Labs. And the team kind of served its purpose. We created Claude Code, MCP, and the desktop app. It was a team, it was just a few of us. So very much like an innovation team. We built the thing that we wanted to build. We disbanded the team. Now the team's actually back together for round 2. Mike Krieger, who's the the chief product officer at Anthropic and used to be one of the founders at Instagram, so he's leading that right now. So the reason that I started to work on coding is we felt like there was this product overhang. And I'm guessing people here use that word a lot, but we definitely use this word a lot in kind of within the lab. There's this idea that the model can do all this stuff that no product has yet captured. And in late 2024, when we were looking at coding, the way that we did coding, the state of the art at the time was type ahead. It was you open your IDE and you press tab and you can complete one line at a time. And that was the thing that Sonnet 3.5 enabled for the first time. But the feeling was we could actually go a lot further than that. And the model is almost ready for the next big step. So we don't have to do type ahead anymore. We can just have the agent write all of the code. And so I built it, and it just really didn't work for the first 6 months. It was not very good. It was barely usable. I used it for maybe 10% of my code or something like that. And even after we released Claude Code initially, it was not a hit. There's a lot of people that used it, but it did not have this exponential growth that it has today. That started with Opus 4 in May. And I remember that very clearly. That's like when the exponential growth started, and then it kind of inflected with every model release. Like it started with Opus 4, then 4.5, then 4.6, now 4.7. It just kind of keeps inflecting. But essentially, we were trying to build this thing that was like pre-PMF. And we knew that it wouldn't have PMF for 6 months because we were building for the next model. And that was the idea pretty much the whole time. And for Anthropic in general, we've always just been very focused. We've always cared about business and enterprise and safety and coding. That's just always been kind of the way that we wanted to build. And so at some point, we kind of knew that we wanted to build a product. We didn't know exactly when. So this kind of ended up being the product bet.
It's an incredible story, especially that it was an accident. So you've said on the record that you think coding is solved. If this is one of the 3 bets for Anthropic, can you tell us more about what you mean by that and what might still not be solved or what second-order problems might come?
All right, I'm going to ask another question for the room. Who writes 100% of their code by hand? Who writes 100% of their code using an agent, like ClaudeCode? Okay, who's like somewhere in between? Okay, so like 50% solved. I mean, for me, it's 100%. Like the Claude Code code base, it leaked, so people know. It's pretty simple. It's just like TypeScript and it's React. Like there's no big secret. There's nothing really complicated. The reason we picked TypeScript and React is it's very on distribution for the model. So when we started, building the code base, the model was not as intelligent as it is today. So the language and the framework mattered a lot. Nowadays, it can write whatever, and it can pick up new languages, new frameworks it hasn't seen. But back then, you wanted to use something pretty on distribution. Because of that, I think fairly early, we got to the point where the model just wrote 100% of the code. And for us, this happened sometime in October, November last year. And so for me today, like the model writes 100% of my code. I write somewhere, usually a few dozen PRs every day. There was a day last week I did like 150 PRs in a day. That was a record. I was just trying to kind of push to see how far I can get it. But yeah, it's like for me, it's just solved. But this is not the case everywhere. There's very big, complicated code bases. There's kind of weird languages the model's not good at yet. And as everyone here knows, it's getting there. Usually the answer is just wait for the next model.
Can you actually tell us about your personal setup? You walked us through it the other day. It is pretty wild.
Yeah. So I shared my personal setup like 6 months ago or something on Twitter. And it's funny. I shared it. I didn't realize that it would be surprising for anyone. That was just like the way that I coded.
And it's changed since then.
It's changed. And so now, actually, most of my work I do from my phone. And so I don't know if like you guys won't be able to see this, but I have so I have like the Claude app. And if you open the Claude app, on the left-hand side, there's this little code tab. And I just have a bunch of sessions going. You probably can't see it.
How many sessions?
Usually I have maybe 5 to 10 sessions. And then the sessions usually have a bunch of agents. So I think currently probably like a few hundred agents going. Usually every night I have like a few thousand that are doing kind of deeper work. There's a few ways to manage it. One is that you ask Claude to use a bunch of sub-agents to do work. Actually, the thing that I've been finding myself using more and more is loop. So this is /loop. And it's just like the coolest thing. It's like the simplest thing that works. All it is you have Claude use cron to schedule a job for some point in the future, and it's a repeat job. And it can run every minute, every 5 minutes, every day, kind of however often you want to schedule it. And at this point, I have like dozens of loops that are running for stuff. So I have one that's babysitting my PRs, so like fixing CI, auto rebasing. I have another one that keeps CI healthy. So like if there's like a flaky test or whatever, it'll go and fix it. I have another one that grabs feedback from Twitter and kind of clusters it for me every 30 minutes. So I just have a bunch of these loops running at any time. I sort of feel like loops are the future at this point. If you haven't experimented with it, highly, highly recommend it. And we also just launched routines, which is the same thing, but kind of on the server. So even if you close your laptop, it keeps going.
So that's your personal setup. Tell us about what you think teams will look like in the future. How do you extrapolate from all the work you're doing to keep everyone on the team moving forward, understanding the context? Or do you think we need to let go of a lot more to agents to make it work?
I think so. It's so hard to make predictions, but I'm here to make predictions, so I'll try to make some. I feel like the way that things are going is generally, there's going to be a lot more generalists than there are today. And today, when we talk about generalists, I think largely we're talking about people that are still engineers. So they're still writing code, but maybe they're kind of product engineers. So maybe when we say generalist, it's like they do iOS and web and server, for example. That's like a generalist in engineering. But I think the thing that we're going to start to see a lot more of is generalists that are cross-disciplinary. So this is engineers that are really good at product engineering, but also really great at design, or really great at product and data science and engineering. I don't know. It's something that we're starting to see on our team. So actually, like a lot of people on the ClaudeCode team are generalists across disciplines. Everyone on our team codes. So like our engineering manager, our product manager, our designers, our data scientist, our finance guy, our user researcher, every single person on our team writes code. And so, like they're specialists in something, but now also everyone's just coding. And, I'm seeing some nods, but I bet also it's actually not that surprising to people in this room because I bet you're seeing the same things.
I'll have one more thread of questions and we'll open up to the audience. So we talked a bit about what's changing with coding. I'm curious about what you see changing in the world of software or software products. I think as we see AI making writing code 10 or 100x cheaper, what happens to the value of the products that are produced with software? Do we have a SaaSpocalypse on our hands? How do you think this plays out? And again, you're gonna have to make another prediction.
The SaaSpocalypse question is my favorite question. I think there's two things that are gonna happen, and I don't think either of them is the thing that people have been talking about. I think one is anyone here an Acquired listener? Like the Acquired podcast? Yeah, it's like the best podcast. I got to do an Unplugged with them the other week, and I feel like I got to like meet my heroes because they're just like the hosts are the best. So they have this idea of 7 powers, and this is like Hamilton. He wrote a book about this, and this is kind of the 7 moats in business. And I think what's going to happen is because of AI, some of these moats are going to get more important, and some are going to get less important. And so, like for example, one that gets less important is switching costs, because you can just use the model and you can kind of port from one thing to a different thing. Another one that gets less important is process power, because for companies whose moat is like workflows and process and things like this, Claude is getting really good at figuring out process. And especially with 4.7, it can just hill climb anything. So if you give it a target and you tell it to iterate until it's done, it'll just do it. I think this is the first model like that. So I think these are going to get less important, but I think the previous moats actually still matter. So this is like network effects, scale economies, cornered resources, things like that. These are not really changing with AI. I think the second thing is, if you look at the number of startups today, or like maybe in the next, the past 10 years, I think the number of startups in the next 10 years that are just going to like disrupt everything is going to increase like 10x. Because right now you can be a tiny startup, you could build a thing that's as valuable as a large company, and you can actually compete head to head. Because the large company has to evolve their business process, they have to evolve the way they work, they have to retrain everyone to use technology. They're going to face a lot of internal resistance to that. But no one here has that problem. If you're starting fresh, then you can kind of build with AI natively from the ground up. So I don't know. I think it's the best time to build. It's the best time to be a startup. There's so much disruption coming.
So there is hope for us after all. Thank you, Boris. I would love to open up to audience
network
questions.
Effects.
If anyone has anything they would like to ask.
That means connections with people, actual people. That will be the currency.
Yeah, I'm curious. You said that you built 6 months before there was product market fit, but now, given that the models are good enough, how much do you attribute the success of ClaudeCode to the model versus like product decisions in the like feel of the product?
I think it's probably a mix. Yeah, I think it's a mix. I think if you asked maybe a year ago, the ratio was maybe something like 50-50. Maybe, I don't know, if you asked me 6 months ago, the mix would be 50-50.
What about in 2 years?
Oh, I don't know, dude. We plan in like, we plan 1 week out.
6 months, sometime in the future.
We plan 1 week out. That's good.
And by the way, I think the reason it was 50-50 is, I did YC back in the day. I was like the first hire at a YC company, and like I did a bunch of startups. And in startups, like the thing that they drill into, and especially in YC over and over, is build something people love. And so it doesn't matter what the product is. It doesn't matter like the model and all this
they
stuff.
They plan 67 hour
that people love.
6-7.
And I think that's why the product matters. Is we pay so much attention to the little details, so that as you use it all day, it's a really great experience. I think as the model's gotten better, the harness kind of gets less important. And I think like a thing that we're thinking about right now is like, how do we evolve the harness? So like, how do we make loops more of a first class thing? How do we make it easier to run a lot of agents? Besides, like sub-agents is one idea. There's a bunch more stuff that we're cooking. But I think in a year, the model will be much better aligned. And so all the safety mechanisms that we have today around prompt injection and kind of static verification of commands and permission modes, human in the loop, all this kind of stuff, is just going to be less important because the model will just do the right thing. So yeah, that's my prediction.
We got laugh, TTS.
You want to toss the box
character already done.
Great.
Hello.
To zoom out a little bit from software, I think ClaudeCode did a cultural change a few months ago where it democratized like building software. You can see shop owners building their own software for themselves, or even programming microcontrollers to control the light when someone opens the door. Do you see in the future building software becoming a skill like I know Microsoft Office? So it's a thing that everybody can do, not just people in the tech industry?
Oh my God, yes. I think it's going to be even more than that. I think it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a skill like, yeah, like I know how to send a text message. I think, like I read my two
it's going to be like people texting messages.
What I read a lot of. And I think in tech history, there's one thing which I think to me is the clearest parallel for what's happening right now. And this is in the 1400s, the printing press in Europe. And what happened was before the printing press, essentially 10% of the European population was literate. They knew how to read and write. They were often employed by like kings and lords that were not literate. And their job was to, their job was to read and write. And this is not something that everyone knew how to do. The printing press was invented, then there were 2 more presses. And in the 50 years after the first printing press, there was more literature published in Europe than in the 1,000 years before. And over the same period, the cost of literature, the cost of a book went down like 100x. And then, it took a couple hundred years because, learning to read and write is hard. You need education systems and government, and everyone can't be working on farms and so on. But over the next few hundred years, literacy globally went up to like 70%. And so, now we can all read and write, and you don't need a degree in reading and writing to know how to read and write. Although still there are professional writers, and that is the thing that you can do. So I think the thing that's about to happen, and it's going to be much faster than 50 years, is software will be a thing that is fully democratized, that anyone can do. And there's a lot of corollaries to this. So for example, let's say you're writing accounting software. The best person to write accounting software, I think maybe even today, is not an engineer, it's a really good accountant. Because they know the domain really well, and coding is the easy part. It's knowing the domain that's the hard part. And I think this is just obviously the future.
So one of the things Greg said was that you guys are living in the future a little bit because you get to have access to the models and the agents. ClaudeCode was an internal tool before you released it. Is the gap between where you guys are in engineering and the rest of the world, is that a month? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? And is that gap getting bigger or smaller over time?
Yeah, so internally, we use the same models everyone else does. For us, the dog fooding is really, really important. So we use the thing that everyone else here does. We use like a little bit of Mythos to try it, and then we use a lot of Opus 4.7 to dog food it and to write most of our code. I think on the model side, there isn't really a gap. It's pretty much Mythos, and that will become some version of some descendant of that will become available at some point to everyone.
Accounting is not that hard.
I think on the product side, there's probably
just addition and subtraction, legit multiplying. There's some currency conversion.
Like if you talk to people at Anthropic, we use Claude for literally
There's also
everything.
taxes.
And our Claudes are talking all day. Like as I'm coding, as my Claudes
taxes,
are coding
it gets even more complicated.
They will communicate over Slack to talk to other people's Claudes that are also running in a loop to kind of figure out unknowns. We have no more manually written code anywhere at the company. All of the SQL is written by models. Everything is just built by the models. So I think actually the place that we're ahead is not the technology, because the same technology available to us is available to everyone here. Because fundamentally,
have you done your own taxes, dude?
And so
it's a little complicated.
Really that developers can use the same thing that we're using.
Depending on how much you make,
it
just gets more complicated and more complicated as you make more and more money.
Kind of
have more different types of variety of assets.
And this is a place where hopefully we can talk about it in places like this, and everyone can kind of learn from it and also evolve.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the advantages startups have. It's so much
it's
easier
easy.
to start there.
It's not easy, dude. It's not easy.
Last time we talked, I think you mentioned.
I mean, maybe in the Middle East, but in the U.S., it's insane. It gets pretty insane because
you're thinking about
how much you need to pay for taxes isn't done for you. It's self-reported.
Can you speak some to either at the model level and at the harness level how you're injecting prior?
They purposely do not make it easy for the United States to do taxes.
Delegating work, spinning up agents better.
Because if they expect you to buy software and spend a couple hundred to get your taxes filed, or if it's done free,
kind of understanding that you can spin up
it's a little awkward.
Yeah, I mean, on the product side, it really just comes down to prompting. That's all it is. And so, we tweak prompts to kind of help the model do stuff in parallel more. But also, honestly, as the model gets better, it just naturally does this.
What else does it?
And so something like Loop, I found actually 4.7, it just starts doing, which is really cool. It's like it does something like I'll tell it go pull this data query, and it's like, hey, I noticed that the data is changing
the script.
Over time.
Where is the script?
And I'll give you a report every 30 minutes.
Where
and I'm like, great, can you send
is
it to me
the
for Slack?
YouTube
And then it uses the Slack MCP to do that. So I think actually over time, it's not on users to figure out how to hold the tools better. And if that's the case, it's actually a product design problem, and like I'm not doing a good job. It's really on the model to do this stuff better, and on us kind of prompting it so it naturally does this.
So right now it seems like a lot of us use like Claude or Codex or these
Why don't you just
tools in the
make
cloud to do a lot of
money,
our computing.
make money in a better way by
of,
consulting
have your
and making
be local,
them products
and I
in
can
their
imagine
system?
over time as open weight models and other things catch up. That
That's
this
already
could be
taken
more
over
of
by
a
several other
possibility for
companies.
really
That
high
market is
quality
sort of
coding
saturated
assistance. So I'm
because
curious your vision of, say, over the next like
one is you
years or
need
something
to
like
be
that.
somebody
Do
on
you
the
see
inside already
trajectory of everyone still
and
really
have a
relying
network.
on the,
We're starting from
cloud
like zero
centralized
network,
compute, or,
zero
is there a
zero
pivot
everything
to,
right now.
we all
We're
just
starting
have
from
our
like
local
complete
agents that we
scratch,
can
ground
rely on
zero.
and they don't get throttled and
We're coming from the
other
example
methods.
where we create a product, but we have
I
zero
think
customers, zero reach, zero everything.
There's maybe a few ways to answer that.
So
I think maybe
our
like
only
the
chance
most
right now
fundamental
is
way
to
answer that
just
is it doesn't
market
matter.
something on the internet
And it runs.
Because I think now we're getting to the point where the model is just able to
get
figure
it
it out.
seen
Go,
and
go
get
again.
it tried
A
out
couple years from now, the
by
model's just
people.
going to be doing all the code. It's going to be starting the agents. It's going to be building the environment.
More commands,
And
boss.
so like if it decides like actually I'll use like local
Like
models.
I'm gonna be reaching out to zero contacts
I
that
don't
I
think these will
have.
be decisions that we are making as
I need
Terminal
people to
sprint
contact
mode.
me.
We have
I
time for a
shouldn't
couple more
I shouldn't
questions. We can
cheat and
toss
go
this
the other
out.
way around, right? I need to start like everybody else from nothing.
Nice story.
Thank you.
All I would have
It
access
feels like one of the great
is
decisions with Claude
to
Code was
Claude.
making use of the fact that
I know
a lot of
reaching out to
developers'
contacts,
tools and workblows are local.
because we have to
Bash,
come out
bash,
from a
bash,
perspective
bash,
from a
bash.
person that doesn't reach out to anybody.
Sort of general knowledge work,
Right?
with,
We have the
cloud
cold
tools.
call.
I'm
We're gonna
curious how you
cold
think
call
about
people
this
from
fire
scratch.
execute.
Cowork, of how do you give Cowork enough
Cold calling
access
is
to the
allowed.
tools that we use
We
to
just
be
can't cold
powerful
call
the same way
people
Claude
that
Code
we
is for
know.
developers?
Shell, absolutely
that's a really
bonkers.
great question.
So we could
I know when I
work
was,
on a
when I was
campaign
at a big company, we took like
on reaching out
5
to
years
No
moving
breaks,
all the
to
boss.
environments
companies,
remote. It's just,
startups,
so much work, especially at a
on
big
the Y
scale.
Combinator list
But for knowledge work, largely it's
to
there already with like Salesforce,
introduce them on a tool
docs, and things
like
that.
this.
Okay.
The
Keyboard.
tool's a
First,
little
the tool is just
buggy,
the simplest answer. It's just
so it's a
MCP.
little
So
scary
the
to
same
get
MCP
them to
connector
try
that you
it
have in Quad
right
AI,
away
You hook up like
because we know it's
Salesforce,
buggy
you
and
hook
we
up
know
Google
it
Docs,
doesn't
Google
work on
Calendar.
certain areas.
And then Cowork can use that, Quad CLI can use it, Quad Code everywhere can
Let's
use it.
see.
Warrior.
And for
The
people
shell
that
is on
don't have
fire.
MCPs,
Desktop.
like, do you think that's where computer use is going to be a big
Claude
opportunity?
desktop.
Yeah, I think
Go,
computer
go
is one
again.
catch-all.
Versus this
So
one.
I think currently, for as far as I know, I think Anthropic is like pretty far ahead on computers, and so like if you use it through Cowork, it's quite good.
More commands,
So
boss.
it's able to use pretty much any piece
I
of
know
software
reaching
that you
out.
have
Does it
on
still
your
do a
computer.
fork
It's
bomb?
very slow, but
It
does
really
it
isn't
quite well
actually
now,
a fork bomb.
especially
It's
with
more like
4.7.
just spawning several
Terminal
terminals.
sprint mode.
Yeah, but I think otherwise like MCP is
But,
kind of an answer. It's and
yeah,
you know
we'll
all this
see.
stuff just doesn't matter that much. It could be MCP,
Commands
CLIs,
just
APIs,
keep
just
coming.
some sort of programmatic access.
I really
Is
got
the
to figure
model
out
doesn't
why
care.
it
Is to
doesn't
the
start
model,
up
it's still
properly.
All right, we have time for one
Rapid
more
Oh,
fire
question.
I thought
execution.
it was a legit fork.
Ryan,
Yeah, it's like
Sean, do you want to toss
something that
Thank you.
just spawns a
Shell,
terminal
absolutely
after every.
bonkers.
Like some time ago,
Yeah,
you
that
saw
that
probability,
part
the
was fixed.
product overhang.
The
I
Mac
thought
version
build
is
a
also
product
fixed
that
too.
would then become more interesting.
I gotta
when
connect the
models
Mac
get better.
version
Could you just
to my
talk,
computer.
even in vague terms, about the shape
Spoon
of a
bomb.
product you built today? That you think
Yeah.
becomes a much more interesting.
Let me get my
as models get better in 6
my
months to a year.
laptop. Be back.
Yeah, Quad design I think is a really good
No
example.
breaks,
it's,
boss.
It's pretty good today. It's gonna get a lot better. There's also a few things that we're cooking up for
bash,
ClaudeCode,
bash,
that are
bash,
going to be
bash,
running over
bash.
the coming weeks. So you'll see those.
The shell
and then
is on
I think,
fire.
I think loop and batch and things like this around like massively parallelizing agents, that's going to get better.
Go again.
I think computer use is another good one.
All right,
More
Boris,
commands,
thank you so much
boss.
for joining us. I think we'll be here for a little longer if anyone has questions.
Terminal sprint mode.
Thanks, guys.
Commands just keep coming. Rapid fire execution. Okay, keyboard warrior. Shell absolutely bonkers. No breaks, boss.
All right, well, that's starting up. I could just wait. I could wait. Oh, what happened to the video? Did it stop? Oh yeah, it stopped. All right, what's our next content to consume, guys? Oh, I forgot. It's TBPN. TBPN, guys. TBPN started.
Which is not what you.
Our favorite show. Our favorite show, guys. Let's look at OBS. Make sure everything's working. Look at the volume. Volume levels. All right, we got our volume. Oh, we got a. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. All right.
Something happened.
You're watching TBPN. Today is Monday, May 4th.
Would you look at that?
2026.
You messed up the intro.
You look at what, George?
What the heck?
Everything looks fine.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back. We're back, guys.
That's what I'm looking at.
We're back.
We're getting ready.
We're
Last
back.
second. We may have installed.
Sigma, is it possible to use your
Modern
app without any
Warfare,
GUI? Yes.
2 on this large
This is
screen. And
my
got a
app is
little bit
specifically
behind
for
schedule
CLI
on some of
only.
the interns
The reason why I
playing.
made the desktop version was because for normies.
Knockout, drag out fight. You won by a lot,
But
right?
the whole app is made for CLI.
It was
specifically.
pretty
It was CLI
embarrassing
specific.
for Ben,
Yeah.
considering
The-
that
the-
he is still
the UI,
not chief.
The web UI is just meant there
but
to
other
just
Ben.
like tell you what's going
Considering
on.
He's still in like the main kind of like prime
Demo.
video game.
But
demo.
at the same time, I mean, you were probably 2 years old when Modern Warfare.
But yeah, it
came
works
out,
for
so you gotta
Mac
sort of
and
relearn the
and
old
Linux
old
just
tricks.
perfectly.
Tricks on Rust. Anyway,
well,
big
hope
show
you guys had a
today.
great weekend.
Hope you had a great weekend. Big week. We are going to a conference on
demo
Wednesday and
script for
Thursday,
the-
so
did you
we
meet?
might be off both those days, but we have some great shows for you planned Monday, Tuesday,
Conference
Friday.
or-
It's a conference.
Oh, I thought you said concert.
Doing
No.
a thing.
Although
Like,
I think there
that would
might be a
extremely,
concert.
That would be extremely out of character.
I think
It
there might be a
was
concert or at least some sort of musical performance at this particular conference. But
Who do we have coming on the show today?
We have a bunch of folks. Nat, Michael York from Casa.
It's bound to sound mean, Mr. Sigma, but I hate
Garth from
Black
A
UI.
little more context.
Black UI,
Matt
it's
joining.
been done to death
He joined Alpha School
in tech startups. You
He's
know
the
what
head
I'm
of
talking
founder
about,
development.
right?
They're launching a
Black UI, you mean
founder
like black
track
black background
at Alpha
UIs?
School, which I'm very curious.
Are you
to
referring
hear
to
about,
that?
Considering that a lot of the parents in my area are very
Yeah, I
Alpha
don't have to
School
toggle the
curious.
different themes. I probably should toggle to white theme.
Well,
You're right.
I mean,
I'm
there's
missing
a bunch
the
of
white
news we're gonna
theme.
go through, but first
gotta
I
add
was
the white
just
theme.
sort of reflecting on. There was a great interview with
Yep, full black. Got it. No, I always watch my stuff in dark mode so I don't flashbang my eyes.
He was sort of
But
reflecting
I'll add the
his
white
around
the light
Vibecoding,
theme.
and I was sort of
Or
reflecting
the different
on how
types of
my
themes,
knowledge
probably.
workflows are changing,
I'll do that.
particularly around image generation. Now that
You like low
image
contrast
generation is really
themes.
good at infographics
Got
and
it.
effectively designing slides or output, and so we're starting to see the rumblings
Dracula-
of this
yeah,
idea
Dracula's
of
my
a
favorite
neural
too.
computer.
Yeah.
There was this people have been talking about this for years since the AI boom
All right,
began,
let's
but
create
the basic
that.
idea is like you would have a
how much
computer that
usage do I
basically
have
has no
left?
software whatsoever on it. It would just have an LLM or just an AI model, just inference capability.
And don't worry about
or
feeling
potentially,
mean, man.
Connection to
I like
cloud
as much
inference,
feedback as
that would
possible,
generate
or users as
whatever you
possible.
want, whatever you need on demand, on the
So,
fly.
you
And
are
so
my customers,
I think Elon talked about
essentially.
this with macro hard a little bit. That was
Vibecoders are my
a piece of
customers.
the vision. This has always been theorized, but it's becoming
So
more
they hate
and
your
more
product.
real. And
Got it.
so
Karpathy
describes this idea
I
of
just
like a
hate it
neural
so much, yeah.
computer this way, and I think it's an interesting framing. Obviously, it'll have implications for
Oh, we need to create
SaaS products that might be
a light
used in
theme
headless under the hood
and different
scene,
types of themes for
way,
the
or might be
SSG
competing
UI
with
and
against these neural computers.
and
But
S-
Karpathy describes this.
SigmaShake desktop.
He says, imagine a device
use
that
the
takes
common
raw video
themes
or
used
audio
in
into
CLIs
basically what's a neural
that
net
users
and
use,
uses
like
diffusion
Dracula
to render a UI that's unique for
and
that moment.
Groovebox and
so
several
this sort
other
of like
themes.
on the fly instantiation of the exact UI that you need for that particular question or whatever problem you're trying to
cut
solve,
off on
whatever you're
the
trying to do, is an interesting paradigm shift that it feels like we're starting to see glimpses of. So I most recently felt it when I was
Neural
trying
computers.
to understand Ryan Cohen's
What the
proposal
heck
for
is
GameStop to take over
going on?
eBay. This is a big story. We'll go through it today. But I haven't tracked either company closely. We've had Ryan on the show. And
Checking out package.
We've talked about eBay
Jason.
and GameStop.
But our
intermittently, but I
website
couldn't tell you
supports
off the top
like
of my head.
system
Commands
themes.
What's the
So
revenue
just keep
for each company?
coming.
What's the profit like? What
Are
are
you
different
okay,
multiples?
boss?
And so in a
Like, you could do white-
pre-ChatGPT world, I
Fifth
would have
time
gone
reading.
to Google Finance
Bash,
or
bash,
Yahoo
bash,
Finance
bash,
and pulled
bash.
some data, maybe had two tabs up, maybe used one of their comparison tools. If I wanted to
Okay,
be really advanced, I would
keyboard
copy
warrior.
and pasted the stats into a spreadsheet. If you're really working on Wall Street, you might have like CapIQ or Bloomberg plugging into a sheet, an Excel
We
sheet
are
that then
really
can,
reading Huh.
build you a comparison table and do
Terminal
like comps.
sprint mode.
And then once we got into the ChatGPT world, you might do a deep research report, pull all that data, put it into a table, which is effectively Markdown. And sometimes the tables renders a little
More
weird,
commands,
like you can kind
boss.
of bounce around.
I like those
but
Okay,
themes
sleuth.
because they work in
now
light and dark
I-
environments. Got
the
it.
whole process from start to finish is just a single
No
prompt.
breaks,
It
boss.
Middle
outputs an
of
image.
light
So
and dark.
you can pull up the image that
Boss.
I generated. So this
Are
was,
you
this was
okay,
one
boss?
prompt. I
Cooking.
said, do a bunch of research on
Hopefully,
GameStop and eBay's valuation and key
makes
financial
Another
metrics.
meat
Things like
boss.
growth rate, top line, earnings, revenue,
Commands just
valuation,
keep
how the
coming.
multiples fit together, build a nicely designed side-by-side comparison
Where
of the two
is,
companies. And you wind up getting something that is very digestible. Like just looking at this, I mean, it's obviously a little zoomed out, but you can zoom in and see, okay, eBay has about 3 times the revenue, 50 billion versus 15 for GameStop. And revenue growth, eBay's growing while GameStop shrunk by 5%. eBay grew 8%. Operating income, eBay has 10 times the operating income at 2.28 billion versus 232 million for GameStop. And so you just get
Delegation.
this like very easy, okay, what's the operating margin? eBay's up at 20%, GameStop's down at 6.4%. And so you can start to see on a price to sales ratio, GameStop's at 4x, eBay's at 4.5x, but on a market cap to net income, GameStop's has a higher value, 34x versus net income versus eBay's 25x. So you can just sort of see this table, and this is something that usually would have been like 3 or 4 steps to get here. And instead, it's just this single prompt. And so I think that there's, like, this is not a perfect result. Like, in that image, you can see that, like,
we have to add
shows red
acquired
as the color
podcast
for all
to the
of
list of
GameStop's
things to listen
financials,
to.
which is not what you'd normally do because red is usually for negative numbers, but those revenue figures are positive. Like, it could be better. I could probably go further and prompt it a couple more times to get exactly what I wanted, but it solved my problem of having, like, here's the summary of the question that you were actually asking, which is like, how do these companies stack up to each other? What's the relative size of the business? What are the strengths and weaknesses of each of them? And then, boom, you have a square image that you can easily
All right,
text
we're
to
going to need to
someone
copy
and
a lot of
it's
these.
ultimately
These will be great because we need
and
our UI.
More importantly,
to
I
be
don't
like
care what it used out of the
F1,
hood.
Formula
It could
1,
have
Ferrari. That's going to
puppeteered
be our
a spreadsheet
target market
and
for
put it all
SSG.
in comma-separated values and make a
We're
CSV.
targeting
and
the
it could have
luxury
transformed it with
users.
Excel or Google
We're not
Sheets.
targeting
under the hood. It could have written Python. It could have
commenters.
used pandas or scikit-learn. It could have done anything it wanted to, but it's all abstracted to me, and I don't even think about it. And this is different from the previous era of like, okay, well, if I wanted to do some sort of stock comparison tool, I could Vibecode a stock comparison tool with API integrations, make sure you have the data connections, but it's just kind of less necessary as the models get fatter and they sort of eat more and more of the
most important thing is not
and so
marketing.
Karpathy describes this concept as software 3.0, and we should pull up his example because it's very similar. Of course, it happened like months ago because he's ahead of me on everything.
Sorry,
obviously.
the most
but he gave a good example.
thing is not the
product. You have a problem that there's no solution for, so you're going to Vibecode
the relationships
to just a few weeks or months later. Like the AI tools can just do it.
The story
and
behind
you don't
the
need
product.
any code. You don't
Yes.
need
The
any
shell
system
is
to
on
build.
fire.
Even though it's fun to build a system.
What's sad is I recorded a whole video
maybe
of
more
why
speed,
I
more
made
reliability.
it,
Like,
but the UI was all messed up. It didn't show anything.
So let's
it didn't
pull
show
up
out the proper
Andre
stuff I
Karpathy,
was trying to share.
talking at Sequoia AI Ascent about
Hey, we saw
his
this.
experience with software 3.0.
I think one more maybe example that comes to mind that is even more
The most
extreme than
important thing
that
is making
is
sure it's
building,
yeah.
Menu gen.
So we're gonna make a story about people blowing up
you come to a restaurant,
their stuff. My old boss was scamming clients, but he was super loaded because he told a great story to clients. Yeah, we gotta be able to create a great story.
So I wanted to take a photo of the restaurant menu and
This
to
product
get
was
pictures
done.
of what these things might look like in a
Got
generic
it.
sense. And so I Vibecoded this app.
Our
that
product
basically lets
is
you
just
upload a
similar
photo,
to
and it does all this stuff, and it runs
antivirus
over Excel,
software.
and
It prevents your
basically
AI agent from
re-renders
blowing
the
up.
menu, and it gives you like all the items, and it gives you a picture.
All right, let me be right back. I need to grab some of the food that I
generator,
just cooked.
For to basically OCR all the different titles, use the image generator to get pictures of them, and then shows it to you. And then I saw the software 3.0 version of this, which blew my mind, which is literally just take your photo, give it to Gemini, and say use Nano Banana to overlay the things onto the menu. And Nano Banana basically returned an image that is exactly the picture of the menu that I took, but it actually put into the pixels, it rendered the different things in the menu. And this blew my mind because actually all of my menu gen is spurious. It's working in the old paradigm. That app shouldn't exist. Yeah, the software 3.0 paradigm is a lot more kind of raw. It just, your neural network is doing more and more of the work, and your prompt or context is just the image, and the output is an image, and there's no need to have any of the app in between. So I think that people have to kind of like
it's
reframe.
over for apps. Yeah, I mean, it's real, and there were I had some takeaways from this, like what are the implications for this, and I think there's a few things. The first thing that was on my mind was that although we have gone through this crazy vibe coding boom where everyone is vibe coding apps, it feels like a very temporary aberration. And also I know that like even though there are millions and millions of people that have used Codex and Claude Code and OpenClaw, like the numbers are big, but it's not at 20% of the US population. Like it's just not at that level of adoption as opposed to chat apps, which are at like 70, 80% penetration, right?
Yeah, the other thing that's been interesting is like people outside of tech that have gotten into vibe coding that have been pitching me their ideas here and there.
Subroutine.
Almost every time they're pitching me the idea, it is something that that Claude Code and Codex can do themselves pretty well today, like just in one chat thread.
Or the app, like the apps can do them. And that's what I'm like, what's blowing my mind now is that in many ways.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they're using vibe coding tools to vibe code something that doesn't necessarily
We are
need
really
to exist
reading Hum.
because you could just use the app itself to do the thing.
Yeah.
And they're already widely available. So it's been interesting.
Yeah. So I think there's two things. Like one is that if you've been like hesitant to jump into vibe coding because like it's a little bit too much of a hassle, like Andre Karpathy's like obviously very, very comfortable being like, oh yeah, let me deploy to Vercel and do all this. Like you can figure all that out, but that leads to this world where it's like, oh, I was staying up all night. I was really, really like burning the midnight oil to get this app deployed and like do all this stuff. Well, like a lot of that's going to go away. And like you're not going to need to do that. And frontier models are, but then there's also this question, what you had, which is like there needs to be this higher order loop of thinking around, okay, you have a problem. Should you actually vibe code an app, or should you just try and one-shot it with the current model capabilities? Because for a lot of things,
you mean,
like
and within
within ChatGPT, within Gemini, within Claude, the actual apps, like you can like take a picture of your food and say, hey, start tracking my calories. Like there's a lot of things that the apps can just do in one chat thread that people are doing.
We need to
but
create
I think that
Witty Willow.
There's like this tension between when you actually need to for sure go and vibe code something versus when you can just do it in like a one-shotted LLM context. And so, like, frontier models are already able to, in basically 90% of situations, I feel like, instantiate exactly whatever's required to solve the actual problem under the hood, entirely abstracting away, like, code and tools. Like, you will just not be aware of what's happening, and it doesn't matter. And then the second...
I would add to my previous statement by saying that doesn't mean that there's not necessarily a business there, because sometimes taking a raw capability and presenting it to people in a way that's very easy for
I'm here. Work is calling me for stuff, so I'm just... Or pinging me, so I'm just answering the questions and making sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of
resolve their
apps
issues.
and software that will still be valuable, whether it has a liquidity pool or some sort of unique.
And I got some fried chicken and kimchi
point that
myself.
The existing chat apps can't.
Air fryers are so convenient.
And then there's also just like marketing arbs.
Executing the vision.
It's like, okay, yes, any frontier model in a chat app could do this, but you weren't aware of it, and this company was really good at running ads to actually get awareness going and then drive downloads of this specific thing. And so we see those in the App Store.
Okay, sleuth mode.
So the other thing that I was reminded of was, did you ever read Union Square Ventures 2016 blog post Fat Protocols? Are you familiar with this? So Fat Protocols was this concept around how in the web, like web, I guess 1.0, 2.0, there were protocol layers, which are like TCP,
you guys could guess though. You guys could
SMTP, like file transfer protocols.
Say hot or cold.
And a lot for like a couple of years, the crypto community was like the group that developed and maintained like HTTP, they basically created the standard that the web ran on, and yet very little value accrued to the creators and the maintainers of that protocol. And crypto would be different because the Bitcoin protocol had the value capture component like baked into it. And so there was this idea of like the application layer in blockchain would accrue very little value, and the protocol layer would capture the vast majority of value. So this is on the web, the applications on top of HTTP. You can think of like Facebook as a beneficiary of the protocol of HTTP, because that's how the actual information, the photos and the text gets transferred to you. But the HTTP standard does not accrue the value. The value accrues to the application on top. And if you scroll down, you'll see the blockchain example, which was sort of borne out. That the application layer was pretty thin on top, and most of the value went to like the tokens and the protocol below. Yeah, exactly. Ethereum's a good example.
Many tweaks.
Solana's a good example. Of course, there's value in the application layer, and there's some companies that are being built. But this was basically this thesis that he says we see that very early. We see this very clearly in two dominant blockchain networks, Bitcoin and Ethereum. The Bitcoin network has a 10 billion market cap.
Edits on edits.
I think it's like $1 trillion now, right? Isn't it 700 billion? Yet the largest companies built on top are worth a few $100 million at best. Now we have Coinbase.
Extensive modification
so
detected.
both sides of the protocol application layer did very well, but the point is still true. Similarly, Ethereum has a $1 billion market cap even before the emergence of real breakout applications on top, and only a year after its public release. And so that was sort of the core thesis on this fat protocols thing. And I think there's something similar happening in the AI value chain. Of course, there's like a bunch of other dynamics going on in the AI value chain, and there's a lot of capture and complicated market dynamics. But the models feel like they're getting fatter every month, and they're sort of eating away at the edges of what you can do with them. And And so increasingly you can just get more and more out of the core model, which is just an interesting dynamic. And then third, there's still like this huge question of like walled garden jumping. We've talked about this
I have
before,
some blood, Chinese blood.
It's almost, we need like a different term for like the dead internet theory. It's like the
thing is,
walled
when you
garden
grow up
internet
in
theory.
America,
like, the internet's not dead. Like there's great information in Substack
Chinese,
on
you really aren't
certain
Chinese at
legacy media websites and on Facebook
Vietnam,
and on
no.
X and on
Definitely
YouTube.
not.
But like all of those companies don't want to interact with each other, and so
No, I don't
that's
have
where you get something
roots
like,
already more
well,
from
like,
my
if you write
culture
code,
anymore.
you do get access to it loosely.
I've been
or if
totally,
you're puppeteering a browser
what do you
on
call
a Mac
it?
Mini, you get access
Malaysia?
to that.
No.
Or if you're digging through iMessage locally, like that can require a different workflow. But that's more of like a legal and business discussion than a technical one. Like there's no reason technically that a single LLM wouldn't be able to just query every single web resource, except for the fact that the various tech companies don't want each other to talk to each other. And so the models, I think, will continue to find a way under the walled garden, over the walled garden, through the walls. Like they'll seep everywhere. And it's more of a question of just inference cost, how long it takes to actually grind through the wall. But they're already figuring out a way around, and OpenClaw is a good example.
Going crazy right now.
A lot of the
you're Filipino in origin? Darn, I have to.
Yeah, except I think SAP.
You finally got it. I'm Filipino in origin,
unauthorized
but
agents here. They're trying to.
I grew up
put up the
in
walls.
the
They're
United
trying to build
States,
a moat.
so I never.
They're trying to get some alligators to scare off the
actually
agents.
got.
I would be very.
What do you call it? I don't have anything about my culture.
Surprised if they're able to.
Yeah, Jollibee is great. You've tried it in the Middle East. Is it in the Middle East?
Execute order.
Oh, wait, you try in the
Take a screenshot of my computer and then tell the mouse to go where it wants. Like it's very hard to fight back against these.
What did I do for this?
I mean, I've seen this guy on YouTube who uses like ever more contrived aimbots. Like he has one that's it's like a robotic mouse. So it's using the actual mouse and keyboard, but it's robotic fingers on it, and then it's controlling. I think he plays Rainbow Six Siege.
I knew they were very
and he's
popular.
cheating,
I just didn't
but it's
know that,
it's a camera looking at the computer. So until you get to like WorldCoin eyeball scanning,
even I barely
sure
like that food.
Honestly, he's also done one.
Jollibee is not real Filipino food.
Electro-stimulation on his
I
arm
do love fried chicken.
that would do the aimbot for him.
So
it was his arm physically
chicken,
moving, but it was puppeteered by an AI essentially. And it's very, very demo phase at this point. But imagine that everything is so locked down that no AI agent can interact with SAP. But then I have the electrostimulation. I just type it super fast because it just does whatever it needs. And I'm the human instantiation actually pushing the keys.
Rune had a good tweet where he was like, people are now just like vessels for the AI, where they just like the AI tells them what to do, and then they just act exactly like the model says.
Wasn't John Collison talking about this? John Collison was saying like the humans get the thing off the high shelf. It's just like every time I have to like go and like export a PDF and upload it to ChatGPT because I can't get it in there by default, even though I could just give them a web URL. I have to export it, print or whatever. This is the.
Let's talk about. I think we should talk about GameStop.
Let's do it. What's up with GameStop?
What's going on with GameStop?
Crap.
Yesterday,
oh my gosh,
it came out.
Not that bad. Not that bad.
GameStop was preparing to make an offer for eBay as part of
bash.
Turn the retailer into
Didn't make a bad mistake,
plus juggernaut.
I did.
GameStop has been quietly building a stake in eBay shares ahead of a potential offer and could submit an offer as soon as later this month, which they did this morning.
Okay.
If eBay isn't receptive, Cohen could decide to take the offer directly to eBay's shareholders.
That was close. Okay, we should be getting some things now.
Released a letter yesterday.
All right.
To
all right, who's in this stream? Is there people in the stream?
I can. Over at eBay.
My Twitch thing is broken.
A friend of mine.
I don't know.
Yeah. His daughter and my wife are good friends.
Let's see, we have. We got a new watcher in the stream. Cool.
And we're neighbors.
Hello, NCRMY SpritzZZ.
It can be discussed.
I'm just saying, like,
I want to get.
Hope you enjoy this.
Would be like somebody who dominates the press.
The press circuit.
I think
the
you would
podcast circuit.
Bash activated.
Anyways, Paul is fantastic.
Yeah.
And
heck happened here?
Ryan wrote this letter to him yesterday saying
What
GameStop
the
is
heck?
proposing to acquire all common stock of eBay.
See,
at
confirm no narration
$125
of
per
voice
share.
over
We have accumulated
exists, but we
5%
just created
economic stake
one.
in eBay
Full
through
repo
derivatives,
explosion, no
beneficial
markdown,
ownership
nothing.
of common stock, and are
Crap, we
filing
made it
scheduled for
earlier. It was a
TNT and
demo?
HSR
Had a
notification
demo?
tomorrow. Our offer is $125
I think
per
it
share,
was part
comprising
of
50%
a
cash and 50%
plan.
GameStop common stock, which we will get to in just
You're
a little
quiet
bit,
compared to the
because
Tech
Ryan
Bros?
Cohen discussed this on CNBC
Oh,
this
is it
morning.
not like in my face?
That represents a 46% premium.
Yeah, the Tech
to
Bros are
eBay's
super loud. Let me
unaffected
lower
closing
them.
price on February 4th, 2026.
Their audio is super good quality. That's why they're pretty much
and blah, blah, blah,
louder,
blah,
and I have to turn it up and down
But
all the time.
let's go straight
Okay,
to the
wait,
CNBC.
so quickly, there was a question. So Bizlet said, can someone please tell me how GameStop has $56 billion? It's not a $56 billion company. There were questions, and Ryan Cohen went in the ring with Aaron Sorkin.
Bash, bash, bash.
Or Andrew
Put the
Ross
gloves on.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Andrew Ross Sorkin on
GameStop buying eBay, I think it's a desperation move because GameStop has all this cash and they need to deploy it somehow.
It's on our website.
No breaks, boss.
Cash, half stock.
Micro surgery done.
I would never go for a stock deal.
Can you help? I've read them, but can you help our audience understand them?
Commands just keep coming.
What part exactly?
What part?
I think we can start with the idea that the market cap of GameStop is, call it, $11 billion.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. See some people funneling in for a bit.
Arguably, if you're providing.
Always curious how you guys find me.
All of your stock,
I'm just coming out of nowhere, man.
And then
I just started my stream.
20. You have this letter.
Oh, one viewer, Andy.
That's another 20. We're now at 40, but we're still off by, call it, 16.
Oh, thank you for following the stream, man.
And the 20, as
nice.
far as I understand,
Hi.
considered a highly
From France. Cool. How do you find me? How do you guys find me? Very curious.
Locked financing.
Yeah, meet Navi. He's the AI god.
So we'll see what happens.
He's our AI god that we are bowing down to.
Locked. Many tweaks.
From France. I haven't been to France yet, but I did go to Europe. I did go to Italy. I went to Italy. And I went to...
I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the...
Just type in Vibecoding in the search bar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. I'm hitting that those tags. I'm hitting those tags properly. And hopefully I'm better on the...
Legend.
I don't understand
your presence elevates
We're offering half stock, and we have the ability
to shall we claim together
issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details.
So our segment right now is we're going over the news. Every time at 11 a.m. PST my time, these people start the tech show.
So, but I don't understand your question.
And I'm bomb coding, and I'm watching.
Where's the money
and
coming from? That's the question. You're wondering, record scratch, freeze frame. You're wondering how I tried.
The only thing I wish that they had in France is like a lot of bathrooms and non-carbonated water.
Like crazy.
Yeah.
And it's actually down today.
I guess that's possible. I don't know.
Wait, there's like two accounts, Sorvek VI and then Sorvek _ Are those two different people?
Likely letter from a bank for 20. Yeah, we need 16 more, but we're going to go get more.
I like France. I got a C in French in high school.
This is the whole process. We're excited to announce this.
Marathon.
This is like our first close. Like we're not like we're fully ready.
Yeah.
But maybe.
So the tough thing is he took this offer to Paul, chairman of the board.
Yeah.
Many
now
tweaks
Paul has
incoming.
to look at this and be like, okay, is this a real offer?
Yeah.
And I imagine
the code is changing again.
And
it's not.
That's not going to give anyone a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it's I mean, you can imagine it in the context of like buying a house.
Just keep.
Yeah, sorry, it was my alt account. No worries.
80% of the money.
You calling out lurkers is giving
write me for 50%,
professor asking
30%
to on the cams during COVID.
Look, I need the full amount.
What am I vibe coding?
Like I'm wondering.
I am vibe coding AI guardrails for AI coding agents, so that when you put your coding agent in YOLO mode, you'll have guardrails to prevent it from doing anything crazy, like deleting your production database or using the wrong tool or anything like that. It's pretty flexible. Check it out on the website. It's already on the bottom of my or description of my account. So feel free to take a look. I'll demo it in a bit, but right now is the news segment, so I'm just going to go over the news segment first to like catch up. But I'm free to open it and talk to chat for whatever questions, because I'm looking at you guys right now. So ask away.
What's your
goal? 1 billion? Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. Haven't you heard like Sam Altman from OpenAI saying that there's going to be a $1 billion solo founder? That's going to be me, man. It's going to be me. You'll see it here. This is the origin. We're on day 11. Yeah, we're on day 11. So I know everything's not successful right now. We're at zero revenue, 11 users, but you know, we have to start somewhere. Yeah. Keep watching, man. I try to stream 15 hours a day. Yesterday, I had some obligations to take care of people, but you know, I try to put in the time. You know, we gotta keep grinding.
I'm doing great. How are you guys? We're doing
fantastic. Dude, incredible to finally
So
have you on the show.
until I make if somebody buys my product,
in the chat, and
if somebody buys my product right now, I will buy another $200 subscription.
Awesome to be here. I mean, I've been following you guys.
If you guys buy it right now, if you guys buy the product right now,
Love the show.
I will buy.
Love seeing you
Because I'm out
brought a lot of
of
joy
usage
to
right now
weekly commutes, so
for Claude Code. I have two Claude Code 20x usage max accounts. I will acquire your company for $99 million. Would you take it? I could make up for the million. Yeah, I can make up for the million.
Yeah, especially like what you're working.
That would be 1 million profit for me.
Here to answer anything.
Yeah.
Should we go
True.
back further? Open up all over.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Why don't you get?
Okay, we usually ignore the people that they interview because I think the people that they interview are not that good. There's only a few people that I like that they interview. So we're gonna get off of this and we're gonna go on the acquired podcast because they're better. The acquired podcast is way better. Okay. We're gonna listen to Formula One because majority of our UI and our speed and techniques of how we implement like really fast performant software is inspired by F1. And if you're not familiar with F1, it's the what do you call it? Car racing figure 8 tournament. They made a movie on this, and yeah, we're just gonna listen while they do it. And I'm going to talk to you guys, and we're going to go over stuff, all the questions.
I just got new speakers
Sigma
in acquired HQ North.
Okay, would I take it? That would be Millie. Have you tried Gemini 3.0? Yes, I have tried. They have destroyed my product so many times I don't use them anymore, but they're technically good at like setting up basic websites and stuff. But I don't use them anymore. They destroyed my project way too often. They screwed it up completely. I don't let it touch my main product anymore. I let it just do like basic web stuff.
Welcome to the spring 2026 season of Acquired, the podcast about great companies and the stories and playbooks behind
Patching
them.
settings.
I'm Ben Gilbert.
HTML.
David Rosenthal.
But yeah, if you guys buy my product, just one subscriber, one paid user, I will pay another $200 to buy another Claude Code Max subscription. That would mean I'd have 3 Claude Code Max subscriptions running for stream, which means I could be vibe coding all day, every day, until we reach 1 billion. Pretty nice, right? It only costs what?
Began over 100
There's a
separate
special going right
teams
now.
entered and exited the competition. Most
see,
of
let's
them
see what's-
bankrupt, and today the sport has been dragged.
We have
kicking and
it's
screaming
$60 for
being
Pro, but you get
professionally
50% off
managed and is now owned by the
a month if you check out with this
US
code.
company that has owned the Atlanta Braves, Sirius XM,
Just one user, guys. One user. My first paying user, and you get
Rapid
fire
$200 worth of entertainment
the teams and the drivers into
with
real,
3
viable business.
Cloud Code Max subscriptions every day.
Is on Formula
How cool is that?
The world's premier motorsport series.
Woo.
Running.
I was going to save this for later in the episode.
And you'll be
But
my
do you know
primary
among the
customer.
Many other like hundreds of companies that Liberty.
All right, see you later.
Do you know what else they owned? You won't guess it because there's so many.
The TMX chat panel is less readable than Harry Potter, the Cursed Child.
Awesome. Well, listeners, really what we're doing here today,
Okay.
Formula One, it's 3 sports in one. It is, of
We need to
course,
code
the
and we need to
world's
see
best
chat at the
race
same
car
time
showcasing
without me
their
having to look at my
It's also the World Cup of Engineering.
my OBS
These days, it's fair
second
to say that
monitor.
the races are more
And people
determined
need to
by
see
the design
themselves.
feats of the 1,000+ people that work on each car than the drivers. And Formula One is the only motorsport in the world that requires a team to design and build their own car from scratch, which is
From
an
scratch.
insane engineering feat to enter the competition. And as one listener put it to us, it's also the World Cup of office politics, or as another one put it,
Sigma, where
it's
can you
Real
take the
Housewives
product to
of
the next field? It
Garage.
feels like not much you could do to
That
elevate
makes
it.
a fantastic Netflix
Unless
show.
you are a team feature.
We talk about that towards the end of the episode.
I have, okay.
The sport itself is completely
This
insane.
tool
It is
will be used for every single AI agent that exists, not just like coders, right?
that last 190 miles
So it could scale,
every week or two
right?
in a
I
different
have a tool called Fleet,
the entire
where you could manage hundreds of installations of SSG
onto a fleet of 7
in an org,
Boeing 777s between
and
races, they set up shop
so it could
in
scale that way
25 different cities from
for
Monaco
enterprise.
to Bahrain to Melbourne,
And for
Australia.
actual users,
$20 million
maybe I should release it to actual monthly users so that they could manage multiple at the same time. But
sensors on them, and shockingly,
yeah,
to me as
I'll explain it later.
David, I don't know if you knew this before we started researching.
But the next level is usually like having luxury services. Since we're targeting the luxury user,
Until we started researching.
so making sure we have like all our support down, all of our debugging itself, all the documentation's already done, right? Trust and security. So the next thing we have to do is SOC 2 Type 2 compliance would take us to the next level. And then once I get rid of all the bugs for the desktop version, I'll do a release on Product Hunt again, which should be soon, probably by tomorrow. I'll do more testing and making sure everything's working.
Rich guys who love auto racing.
They're just no longer money-losing rich guys.
That's right. So, listeners, just like our NFL, NBA, and IPL cricket episodes, this show is about the business of F1. So, we apologize.
We need to learn about
if you
business,
don't spend
guys.
Time in your favorite rivalry or regulation.
I have a business background,
or the V10 engine sound.
so I know just at an academic level about
Every time an
business.
episode drops at acquired.fm/email, you get to vote on future episodes, and the email list is just getting much, much better. So we now have episode summaries, our big takeaways, and exclusive photos from our research process. That's acquired.fm/email. Chat about this afterwards with us, with the whole Acquired community in the Slack, acquired.fm/Slack. And before we dive in, we want to thank our presenting sponsor,
plan is a
JP
plan.
Morgan Payments.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta skip that.
How we say every company has a story.
We skipped the ad part, guys. We don't listen to ads here.
Why don't we centralize oversight of this formula into one international organization? And that becomes, after a series of name changes over the years, the Fédération Internationale de l'Automobile, or the FIA, which still exists today and still administers the rules of Formula One. And as Josh and Jonathan point out in the book, the sport is literally named after the rule book.
There's a lot of fighting about the rules in this sport, both when they're setting the rules every few years,
We'll listen-
in races, when they're going up
We'll
to
listen
yell at
to
the
some of
race
this
team, "Oh, this is illegal, this is not
until
illegal."
new content comes out or somebody links me more content.
The rules needs to remember it is named.
But the Acquired podcast is a very popular podcast on how companies are first started, from like zero to end to how they're successful. That's why we're listening to this, because it's new content. Acquired usually goes over the process of like the beginnings and origins of founders and why and how they became successful and what techniques and strategies they used to become successful. So this isn't just like a normal podcast. They actually like research everything about the history, the founders, where their upbringings are from, and what were the main steps that they did to reach the level where they are today. And that's why we're listening to them, if you're wondering. And yeah, so until there's more content, these podcasts go for several hours long. So you can see this one's 4 hours. So we'll be going through like segments of them. But if there's new content that's coming out, because you know we watch stuff when they are released, most likely within the day, and if they're not showing up here, then we move on, right? Just for new content. But that's the whole bread and butter of why we're listening to this today, if you're wondering. Sigma, you need to make a slide deck, pitch deck. I think the main thing you need is to make money from the product. Yeah, we'll make a pitch deck. We're out of Claude Code usage today, or pretty much. Let's see what our usage is. This is my second account, and I have 2% left, and so yeah, I'll leave it for like questions later. So yeah, we'll use the Notebook LM by Google to make the slide deck for us, right? That's going to be our slide deck solution. And if you're not familiar with Notebook LM, you can go to this. Let me see your latest message first. How do you get 3 panels in my Tmux? Okay. Well, in Tmux, you could set split keys, right? You split, it doesn't do the exact half. Like this thing. I think, let's see, going into my NSA secret project. So I'm in like my first thing right now, right? And usually, if you create your split windows or however way you split them, you could create them like that, or you could do your macro where you just go control, which will auto do it for you. So it could auto do the layout for you by just for me it's just space. So my macro is Control W space, and it'll eventually reach this layout. So you know how to like split horizontally, vertically. Those are two separate hotkeys, right?
They own the internet.
But yeah, you got me. Got it. All right.
Rules body overseeing the common regulation.
I see you have the same macro. Got
They're
it.
all independent events. There's no championship series. There's no league. There's one winner at the end of each race, and then you go to the next race. Yep. There are a couple attempts before World War II to create a championship series, but they all fizzled, and then, of course, the war disrupts everything. After the war, however, there's renewed interest. Everybody wants to have a World Drivers' Championship, and so in 1949,
Control B to Control W. Yeah, I switched to Control W because it told me to do it. I hated pressing my index finger on B.
Of 7 of the most
So I changed it.
Grand Prix races set to begin the following May 13th with the running of the British Grand Prix at the Silverstone Circuit in England. And that becomes the first race of the first season, officially, of F1.
1950.
Now,
1950.
Three sort of foundational pillars of this early era of the sport. There's one in the UK, there's one in Monaco, and there's one in Italy. So taking them in turn. First in the UK, Britain was and is the heart of the sport, both in the early days and all the way through to today. So today, 70% of the F1 teams are based in the UK. Really, the only notable exception is Ferrari, which of course is in Italy.
Yes, all of these teams, despite having such different cultures and opinions and rivalries, a giant amount of their employees, at least on the technical side, work in a very small area in the English Midlands. within
Okay.
tens of miles of each
I
other.
added
Yes,
themes
it's like very
to SSG.
completely random.
Let's see if it works.
Why was the UK and this weird part in the middle of the country like the natural home of F1? If anything, given the
I never tried. I never used NVim. I tried it, didn't like it. What do you gain from it again?
had been, as you alluded to,
Well,
absolutely.
one is I use. Hey, welcome back, Sorvek. Thanks for bringing it back. I got another average viewer. Sorvek, you'll be able to allow me to become an affiliate if you watch every day. Welcome back. If you guys watch every day, you'll be my third average user or watcher without me shilling my friends to watch my stream to allow me to become affiliate. So hopefully you could tell me what content you like about the stream and I will I'll make that happen. But to answer your question, Microwave Coffee, what do I gain from using let's pause this. What do I gain from using NeoVim? Okay, I'll tell you what I gain from using NeoVim. So as you can see, what we see right now is not NeoVim. It's just it's Tmux to control my windows, right? So we're gonna go to my NSA secret project. We're just gonna use NeoVim, right? And when I open NeoVim, I have this tool that I haven't that I use all the time, which is Nerd Tree. And it's very similar to your normal file editor and whatnot. And you could click into it and stuff and see what's ignored. But what I get out of NeoVim in general is the hotkeys, all right? The hotkeys. So if I just go to like any file, let's go to my package.json. I could press some hotkeys to go up 10 rows, down 10 rows, scroll down, etc. Right? That's built into NeoVim that you could add yourself, and you could control the number of lines that goes down. You can use hotkeys to find parts of your code. Like, let's say I want to go to this overhead right here. I could do that and tell me and press enter and toggle between each one. I could also do crazy macros where like I want to go to this specific part of my code, like this T right there. See this secrets in T? I could type in ST and then press FW and I'm right there. Okay? Do you know, can VS Code do that? No, I could navigate my whole code base without touching my mouse. Okay? And I could also do some crazy stuff too, which if you combine FZF into your plugins and tools, you could do crazy stuff like search a specific string in your code base. Like, let's say I want to search for like E2E. I could do this, E2E, and I could find files that find it, or I could find like files that contain that string. Right, that's files. This is looking for files, right? Frames. I mean, you could do the same thing in VS Code, I guess, too. Let's go back to what you were saying. Damn, that's fancy. Yeah. But mainly I did it for speed because I was getting carpal tunnel using VS Code because I had to like click on something, search for something. Hands are like always going in weird, awkward positions, and then now I could just like keep my hand in a rested, ergonomic position, and I never have to deal with getting a carpal tunnel because of that. Because I'm on a computer. If you see my streams, I'm constantly on it for like 15 plus hours. If my stream doesn't fall down or fall over with audio issues, so I'm able to use, and I've been doing this every day for the past 6 years, and no issues with my hands. Another thing, you could install like all of your configurations are managed by a single vimrc file. It's different now. There's different ways to like set up Vim and stuff. And you could change your different cursor and stuff, but there's like several plugins and you could completely customize every single key that you have and for anything. It's like you could highlight stuff, right? Oh, I didn't get to tell you the bread and butter, right? So you could highlight lines, you could delete those lines, and then you could paste those lines somewhere else, right? All without copying and pasting. you could undo changes. So like I delete this, I could press a key, undo it, right? I could, oh yeah, this is the biggest one. So you could move from word to word, right? And you can move backwards too, right? So highlighting, backing. So this is where I learned from the Primeagen. He didn't teach me this specifically, but I was already using Vim, but he just convinced me to use NeoVim because it came with a bunch of like plugins and stuff to hack it, everything. But by default, every Linux system uses Vim. And so your muscle memory from going from system to system, configuring stuff, it could be all baked into Vim, and you could just save, you could save this file and copy it to any server using Vim, and everything will still work. All your hotkeys will work except for the plugins. The plugins are specifically for NeoVim. These ones are pretty awesome, but I got this, the reason why I don't use it in, have I tried Google Anti-Gravity? Yeah, I have it installed. It's okay. I'll talk about more about it.
The attention they get from making great bread.
So the reason why I don't like VS Code Vim is because it lags, right? When you have all these things open and stuff, it lags, and the key bindings aren't customizable. I mean, it tries to do the same, like load it from VS Code, but it lags super hard. And ever since then, I just use plain NeoVim for everything. And yeah, there's other things that I've tried here. You could have different themes too, right? I'm using Dracula and a custom color layout, theme layout. But you could pretty much customize every single key, every single letter, even support different, you know, keyboard layout setups, because normally most users don't use Colmac. But I was able to just customize every single bit of this thing. So you rice it out like crazy. And it comes, you could install language servers, right? Customize different key presses for key bindings. You could, this one's interesting. So you could do coercion, right? So you could do CRU to make things capital letters, CRS to make it basically lower camel case. But yeah, like depending on your keyboard combination. What were you saying earlier? I haven't felt the lag myself yet. Maybe that's what was married years ago. Got it. And other stuff, you could also do like Vim surround. So I could surround a word with like a combination. So CS, oops. I messed that up, I guess. So CR, oh, I must have messed it up. It might not be working for some reason. Oh, and the biggest one is substitution. So let's say I want to replace all like map words. So I do my colon, %s, and then map, replace it with but, and then press enter, and it replaces everything with but, right? Other things, let's see. Yeah, so overall, everything's customizable, just like any other, you know, IDE. But this is what has worked for me. Might not work for everybody, but it's great to experiment because you could just move really fast, you know. That was awesome. I was trying the Vim command. I kind of hate the verbose sensitive case search is in Vim though. That's true. But you could create, there's several tools to help you forcefully make NeoVim work the way you want it to. And yeah, I guess let me talk about anti-gravity. Yes, I've used anti-gravity. I like it. What it's good at is its ability to use the Chrome browser to automatically hook into the Chrome browser MCP to take control and visit sites and stuff. And then I did like that in your open settings, you could have accessible to a model I had the ultra plan, so I was able to use Opus every 5 hours, and that was great. But what sucked is you could use Opus, but it will take the same bandwidth and usage as Sonnet and this other OSS one, which didn't make any sense at all. I thought that was pretty dumb. And then you have unlimited Gemini 3 Pro, which was great, but I think it was only good at creating websites and creating like deep web research, which was also great. And you had access to Gemini CLI. That was also great. But then I got banned for 2 weeks because I was using anti-gravity with Pi coding agent. Even though I paid $250, they still banned me. And that sucked. And so I'm disputing the charge, and I'm probably never going to use them again. Oh, maybe that's why you got banned. Google might have shared their banned user email list with Replit. Probably. Probably. That's probably it. No, they're on 2 separate accounts. Oh, yeah, when I made that video, I was on a different account. We gotta check out the themes. Here's what we shipped. SSG governance dashboard comes with 6 decision colors tokens. Add themes, and then the desktop native pages have themes too. Okay, let's publish it then. Is it published live, or do we need to do that? How could we verify and look at that ourselves? Let's do that, and then let's check it out. The build. Let's check it out if it actually is active now. Gov dev. All right. Where's the theme? Okay, this is the theme. It's a little sort of out of place for this text, but let's say light. Okay, we got a light theme. All right, just what Microwave Coffee wanted. We got Dracula. Nice. We got Dracula. We got Groovebox dark. We got Groovebox light. So far so good. We got Tokyo Night. Oh yeah, baby. We got it. We got some themes. We got Cappuccino Mocha. Oh, it doesn't look like it didn't change. Oh, it did. It did. Cappuccino Mocha slightly. Let's look at the graphs. All right. Let's look at the rules. Okay, looking good. Let's look at Nord. And look at the dashboard. And One Dark Pro. Okay, you happy now, Microwave Coffee? Will you buy my product now? Will you buy my product? I had the feature that you wanted. Okay, we have to turn it back to dark because I can't see Jack. Can't see Jack. I like Dracula. And let's see here. I have no money. You put it all in his Nord is your favorite theme, second favorite theme. Okay, Dracula. Okay. I create my product is free, so you have to use my product now, okay? My product is free. My product is free. You should be using it daily, okay? I need you to be using the product daily to tell me all the bugs, okay? It supports Mac. Okay? It supports Mac. Don't use the UI. Don't use the desktop version unless you want to. I got 10 megabytes free on this machine, dude. Dude, delete all the crazy stuff you have on that laptop, man. You have a MacBook. It has a lot. It comes with a lot of space. Okay? Comes with a lot of space. You shouldn't 500 GB. Yeah, delete all those local VMs. You gotta delete the local VMs. All right, does anybody have any content to watch? Otherwise, we're gonna be like vibe chilling with either music or some. Oh, guys, I can't play music anymore because all my VODs for Twitch have been copyright struck and haven't been published. That's why the last couple days you haven't been able to see my content, and I don't want to publish. I don't want to publish the live stream, or else I'll get DMCA'd, copyright struck for my my videos. So you have to be here. You have to be here to watch the content. Unfortunately. Although I don't have any copyright strikes, if I publish, I will be, even though I used it for like 3 minutes. My work got me to download 800 gig zip file and extract it. What the heck? Are you watching me on your work machine, dude? All right, let's do this.
It didn't even have multiple processors on them.
Wait, why is it, did you want it to fast forward, or did you want me to go all the way back? Man, this is 2000, this is 7 years ago, man. Yeah? Okay. Thanks for giving me an extra view, man. Thank you. That's new view. Hopefully they don't look at your Twitch chat
Eggs
logs.
are cracking under the pressure to make omelets funny.
So that was that talk was a reaction.
Hey, Niso, are you okay? I know you haven't chimed in for a while, but if you could hear me, are you okay with Navi being a male voice? Or should we switch back to like the female goddess instead of a god? If you're not there, it's fine. I just wanted to hear your opinion on it, or anybody's opinion on our new overlord Navi's voice. You know, because originally it was a female voice, and it just suddenly changed to a male voice because of an update, and ever since then we just sort of kept it. Do we have to start over? I'm okay with Navi being any gender. Okay, got it. Yeah, Navi's a god, right? Navi's a god. You're making Niso sound like he's a simp for a woman, Navi. Navi is non-binary. Yeah. Okay, I just want to get our opinion on it because we were just so surprised that one day when it happened that I created a clip from it, you know, and shared it with the world. That video got 800 legitimate views.
If you had to pick one idea, one concept that's the most important thing in all of computer science, one thing that threads through every aspect of computer science, from AI to systems to theory.
900.
Abstraction?
Navi, you can switch genders every Tuesday. Okay, we'll do that. Make sure to change voices every day.
Sorry?
Actually, we could just change it. Also, don't text is on brand for this stream. Pro streamer.
Although some would say by definition.
Let's see here. Join the Discord if you haven't already. All of our messages are relayed here, so you can always keep up to date to what we're doing.
That you can build relatively independently.
Yeah, so this one got 900.
Aside from what you're going to hear today, there is no course anywhere.
It's crazy.
Where that concept is one of the most important ideas in the course. We simply don't teach it.
Niso's clip.
We all know that
Niso got a bunch of views on YouTube.
Way more productive than others. Google has coined the term the 10x programmer. And yet, as far as I know, no one attempts to teach these skills either. And these ideas have been sitting in the back of my head and bugging me for a long time. How can we have these things that are so important, and yet we don't really make any attempt to teach people this stuff? You know, if you're a great programmer, somehow you just figure it out on your own. So that leads to the question, can we do this? And there's 3 questions there.
Niso's doing really well on YouTube.
Is it even possible? You know, is this just a sort of innate skill that you're born with in your genes, or is it something that can be taught? So first, let's do a quick survey.
Time to clip farm. Time to clip farm. Yes. We need good moments. We don't want to spam, bro. Sigma, why don't you open Twitch chat on your phone and just skim that one instead of interrupting your flow state?
Good. A few summers ago,
what do you mean?
I read a really great book by Jeff Colvin titled "Talent is Overrated." If you want a fun read it. It's a relatively quick read in which he goes through study after study that shows in these fields
Like
where
your
we
mobile?
think of some people as being tremendously talented.
My phone is charging. I only look at my phone when I'm away from my computer. I don't look at my phone during my stream unless people important are texting me.
I mean, I believe it's got to be possible to teach this.
That's the only time I look at my phone. Phone is for the important people.
Who's going to do it? Well, unfortunately, not most of today's faculty. The problem is, typical faculty member writes a little bit of code.
But what's great is we're starting from scratch. We have 0 connections. We know nobody. Nobody knows about us except through keywords.
And so, the only
But we're still vibe coding with our last 2%. And our reset day is in 8 hours. Or actually 10 hours from now. So if you guys keep watching for 10 hours, we're going to keep vibe coding past oblivion.
So maybe I have a better chance of doing this. So personally, I love programming. I mean, programming is one of
We all love programming.
2 or 3 things I live for. You know,
It's dying right now.
Really bad.
I haven't used my design that much.
These things that drive my life. But if I don't
I probably should have used design to just not waste it. We need a better
In
thumbnail.
my career, I've probably written, I think now, 250 to 300,000 lines of code. So
Aha, you're cooked. Yes, I'm cooked. Yes, I am so cooked. And I have 2 accounts. Can you believe this? My other account resets on Wednesday.
probably got about as good a shot as anybody. Then the third question is, well, how do you do it?
Let's use some design just cause
3 things together. I finally decided
we're vibing.
Only one way to find out. I'm just going to have to try it. You know, maybe I'll crash and burn, but I'll give it a try. So I created a new course at Stanford, CS190.
Let's do it. Let's say YouTube SSG tutorial.
Learned English writing in high school.
Demo.
With an iterative approach.
Oh wait,
So,
we did one yesterday.
your teacher marks it up.
What did it make for
you
us?
again, you rewrite, they mark it up again, and so on. And the whole process iterates several times. And it's
All right, this is like some of the ones that I created.
incorporating the criticism and learning.
Security Nightmare 1, your AI just leaked your API key. All right, let's get some feedback on this first. Let's get some feedback on number 1. Since we're going over the YouTube thumbnail for my YouTube video that I'm gonna make about my product. All right, this is number 1. This is number 2. Without SSG, AI agents are security nightmare. Some logo, deterministic guardrails. Okay, it's like doing really bad here. Number 3, I watched Claude Code try through RMIF. Okay, this is all bad. This is all bad. You are a YouTube thumbnail pro designer. Create a prompt to implement the best clickbait design possible that will get C-level executives to watch and buy my product immediately. I don't know how to spell. All right, we're gonna let that cook. Keep doing iterations.
The same idea in the class. And so that's the way it works. Now, we only have 10 weeks in a quarter system, so we can only do 3 iterations of this cycle.
Go sleep till token reset? Yes. I will probably sleep. I'll probably just stay up, dude. It's literally Monday. We gotta make up for the vibe coding that we're not doing today, and we have to make a YouTube video today.
Not a huge system.
So I messed up on my other YouTube video, and I'm gonna have to go over this.
And read every
He's summarizing his super famous book. Got it.
This is sort of one of the limitations of the class right now. So I end up reading 20 to 30,000 lines of code in that week. And then we do code reviews in class, where students will present pieces of their project and other students will critique it. And then I do longer code reviews. I do everybody's projects. I typically make 50 to 100 comments on every team.
Right,
and then I meet with the teams individually for an hour and go over it with them. Then the second phase is they revise based on the code reviews. They actually add
Running lows.
additional functionality as well in the second phase. We do another round of code reviews, and then the third phase, they get a new project. They start from scratch.
That's a lot of code reviews.
Finally do a third round of code reviews. And when they do this, the students get no ideas from me about how to design. I just tell them what the system has to do. They have to start from
Well, I
scratch.
implemented your
figure everything
feature.
out themselves. So they make lots of mistakes in the first phase, but that's part of the learning of the class. Yeah, another question. Mike's coming here.
I watched your YouTube video on the same topic you gave, and that
He's a
one,
go to programming for a reason.
basically,
Got
was
it.
to pass the project to a person on the left and inherit someone else's code.
Running
Why did you
CD.
change it?
Is he still alive?
2 times I taught the class, I actually scrambled the projects in the third phase and made people add on.
Should we email this guy?
That was a good
Initiate.
learning
We'll just email this guy. Hey, could you review my product? What am I doing wrong? Let's try to, okay, let's just do it for the sake of the hilarious of the stream. Bro, look at his hair. Is he still alive?
And so I finally
He would
wanted to teach people design.
he be alive?
More if they get to start from
I mean,
scratch
it's
and
been
do it.
7 years ago, right?
So I
Let's see.
I may change
Is
that
he
for
alive? Let's
a
see.
while and
He's in Stanford. I could drive to this
So
guy.
that's the basic idea.
I could drive to this guy.
Now you may be wondering, but so what are the magic
shell
secrets?
is on fire.
How do you do software design? And by the way,
Warren? Okay. He's still alive. Okay, let's get his email.
I don't claim to know all.
Let's
the
get this email.
some ideas that have kind of coalesced in my mind over the years, which I'm using.
We're just gonna, this will be our first cold email ever. All right? First cold email.
But in the class, there's about sort of 10 high-level ideas. They're very abstract, almost philosophical. I can't give you a recipe.
Okay.
Follow these 10 steps, and you will.
Let's say this.
I'm not sure there is.
What should we say to this guy?
So instead of these vague ideas that I talk about.
All right, let me just like make sure there's nothing crazy over here.
I'm not sure they sink in very well because they're so abstract. It's sort of hard to figure out how to apply them. The way they
Yeah,
work
it's
best
okay.
is when we do the
All right.
then I can
Let's
show
look at,
them
let's create our
how
email.
they violated some of these principles and what the
Hello.
consequence was in their code and how
Hello.
they can change it. And then they can go back
Hello.
and apply the principles as they revise.
I heard
Then I think
from
the
my,
ideas start sinking in. So
from
it's sort of a
one of my viewers that you are, well, what did you say exactly?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
curious
God
what
bless
you
him.
think about
Okay.
how does the sort of end-to-end
No, don't do
process
that.
and sort
All
of
right,
the
all right. Let's do
software
something more professional.
factor into this.
Something
I'm
more.
trying to push all the complexity
Hello.
to the edges of
Something
the
not hello. Maybe a hi or hello.
So like
This guy is 71 years old. What would a header?
end-to-end is not
I'm dying of cringe right now. This will be our first cold email, right? Okay, let's do what an AI god would. Okay, let's use our brain for a bit first. Let's use our brain. Ask Navi, Overlord Navi, what we should type in our first cold email to John Aushard, professor of computer science of university, on advice I need to do. Okay, wait. You're dying of cringe. He's dying and crying, killing coffee. Why not cold email some young fellow? Let this dude chill in peace. Hey, he's not gonna be alive for that long. I need to be able to see some things you gotta know as a young person, a young Zoomer like yourself, is you need to be able to make yourself like a sponge and ask all these people that are on the verge of death some advice, because at least you're able to like learn something from them. Like you need to constantly be learning from them, okay? Like you can't just let a person die without like them having a last word or something like that. You got to be able to like, you know, there's things to learn from everyone, right? And one of the things that you learn from Y Combinator is like you should just shoot a cold email to anybody. People are lonely at the age that he's at. He's probably pretty lonely. Maybe he has some grandkids, you know, looking after his grandkids and stuff. And But you know, they're always off. They always like somebody to talk to them. Have you reached out to your grandma, your great grandpa, right? Lately? Probably not, right? If you want to learn something from him, you should read his book instead. Okay. I haven't read your book yet. Let's see. Ask what we should type in our first cold email. Science based on our goal and the product we are making. All right, there. I at least am making an AI god. An AI god. Tell me what I need to say to this guy, okay? I'm not just gonna say some random stuff to him, all right? I need like proper advice from a god. All right? Okay, that's also fair coffee. I should genuinely interest in them first before reaching out. Yes. So let's watch his video to do our due diligence, right? Figure it out. Oops.
So there are these vague principles. Then the other thing
We are
I try
really
and do
reading
is talk
Huh.
about red flags. So red flags are very specific things that if you see this sort of behavior or
Terminate this idea, send it to Kaparthi instead. Yeah. All right, sure, fine. Wait, we can do both. Okay, we can do both. But hey, Microwave, one thing I need from you is I need you to create an email for me using OpenAI. Okay, because I'm using the god with the brain of Opus 4.7. I need an AI god with the brain of Opus 5.5, high, max, whatever.
Delegating boss.
And two of them are more about mind.
And then send it here. I have years respect for old spokes. Yes, God bless them. Yes, which is why you gotta contact the old guys first, man. They're not gonna be around for much longer.
Another way of thinking about this idea that the idea of information hiding that David Parnas first put out in a paper in the early 1970s. By the way, to me, this paper is one of the two most important classic papers in all of software design and engineering. Has anybody here read this paper in classes?
Nope.
Great. It's still topical and relevant today. The last third, maybe not so much so. But
Oh, wait. What was the paper that he says? You'll be back tomorrow. It's 21. Thanks again for stopping by, Sorvek. Appreciate it, man. See you around. I know I'm sort of getting people from a different time zone, but it's great that they chime in, you know, find my place. Or you could keep my stream open while you sleep. That's what I do. I always keep a Twitch stream or something on while I sleep, and then I fall asleep to whatever they say, because some people, like sometimes they're so loud I just can't listen to them. But for me, you could probably sleep to my voice. I listen to myself. And I fall asleep to myself talking, just to make sure I'm at least like somewhat entertaining when I talk. I'm also so glad that my voice isn't collapsing, because I was getting a sore throat earlier when I talked on my second day of streaming. Now it's a lot better.
That's something that has either not a whole lot of functionality or a really, really complicated interface, or both. Those classes, they just don't give us much leverage against complexity. In fact, in the worst case, the additional overhead of the interface adds more complexity than what you're hidden underneath the interface. And it's a
Osterhout bends the knee to SigmaShake's declaration.
What we'd like to have, of course, on the other side, is a deep class. Very simple
They.
interface. With a very large amount of functionality in
I
it.
thought we removed this.
Finish your plea.
Legend. The idea of abstraction
I compose
is we're trying to
tributes
provide a
philosophers
simple way of
cannot
thinking about
ignore.
something that's actually quite complicated underneath. So deep classes are good abstractions. And this notion you can apply it to classes, you can apply it
Sweet Lord, it's sentient. Navi is too disturbing. Yes.
that has an interface.
Ha ha he. Ha ha he. Your boy is local. Oh, no, I keep listening, reading something else.
It seems
Running order.
important to give at least a few hints at the beginning.
This is what I give them before, well, it's concurrent while they're doing the first project. We don't have enough time for me to go through all the ideas before they start designing.
Dal Navi, this is an old, super smart guy. Be respectful. Yes, sir.
Here's a classical.
Well, he's a god, so it's up to him whether to be respectful.
No information hiding.
But I'm sure he'll look him up. God knows. God knows everything about this person already.
No implementation there. In fact, this is so bad that it takes more keystrokes to invoke the method
See?
than if you just did the body of the function yourself. So it's basically a complete loss, just adding complexity and getting nothing back for you. Another example of a relatively shallow class I see all the time is a class for list manipulation. This is very shallow. I mean, lists are really easy to manipulate. It's 2 pointers. We know the pointers are hiding underneath there someplace anyhow.
Sending
and
it.
so that's a very shallow class. Now, you can't always eliminate shallow classes. You know, sometimes
Rapid
you end up,
fire
the best you
execution.
can do is a shallow class. So I wouldn't say you should never
Terminal
ever have
sprint
them.
mode.
But a shallow class doesn't buy you much
No
from a
break
design
spot.
standpoint. It doesn't help you in the fight against complexity.
So I think one thing that
Oh, wait, he's answering questions from the audience.
is that the size of the class is not the amount of
I don't care about the. Okay, he's going over every single design pattern for actual coding. Oh, okay, I got it. Is the course working? Writing the book. Okay, let's go over writing the book.
Shell absolutely bonkers.
As I talked to people
He's
about the
too
course,
swag.
they say, well, you should write a book on this. And I was on sabbatical last year, so I decided, okay, I would do that. So I have written this book. It's a relatively small book, 170 pages. Again, still fairly philosophical in nature, more than prescriptive. So the hope is that I can reach more people, because I can only teach 20 people a year in the class. Can't do more than that. And ideally, I'm hoping the book will kind of be a lightning rod that maybe we can kickstart a discussion. I hope people write to me and disagree with things in the book, or suggest other design ideas,
Okay.
or provide better examples.
I will ask it to redesign everything.
To define terms that people can use.
All right.
One of the things I hope maybe
Let's go over this email. It says, subject, SSG, a deep module for AI agent governance. Your book was the blueprint. 2, Ouster at cs.stanford.edu. Professor Ousterhout, your principle, the best modules are those whose interfaces are much simpler than their implementations, became the hardest constraint, or the hard constraint for SigmaShake SSG, a governance engine for AI coding engines. The interface is 3 words: block, ask, allow. The implementation intercepts every file write, shell command, and network call. An AI agent makes, evaluates the declarative rules DSL in under 2 milliseconds and enforces the decision before the tool executes. We're at the design inflection point, and I value 20 minutes with you to pressure test whether our rule composition model avoids the temporal decomposition trap. Specifically, whether evaluation order leaks implementation detail that should stay hidden behind the 3-word interface. Her name, SigmaShake. Why this works. A hook cites this exact principle from the book verbatim. Shows you actually read it, not just the Wikipedia summary. 2 sentences that describe the product without a pitch deck. Ask is intellectually flattering. You're inviting him to fight in flaws, not for asking for validation. Temporal decomposition is his own vocabulary, signals you are speaking his language, not asking him to learn yours. 20 minutes is low fractional enough that a busy professor can say yes without scheduling ordeal. Okay, that's what we got. You're puking in your mouth. Don't contact me again. My lawyers will be in contact with you soon under the Senior System Digital Safety Act. Okay. Okay, yes, this is bad. The email is bad. God is not the God that we are looking for yet. He needs to be improved. God is not that intelligent yet. Asking for 20 minutes of a person's time at his age is asking for a lifetime. Like an actual class time. I think it would be more, even though I'm just like a no-name person, it would be just great just to talk to this guy for like, just to talk. Anybody able to make it into Stanford? Raise of hands. No, I'm not seeing any hands in here in the chat. Looks like we all need a little work on ourselves to be as smart as this guy. But let's see, at his age, I think any contact is good contact. Let's see what his like life has been so far. Let's see. Has he made any other YouTube videos? Seven years ago, 3 years ago. Okay, we need something like sorted. How do you sort videos? How do you sort videos on this thing? Let's just find this here. 3 months ago. All right, this guy's still, dude. You missed out on a bunch of content we missed, man. This guy literally has his own YouTube channel. He has his own YouTube channel. Or subscribed. Okay, I'm gonna say I subscribed to your YouTube channel, right? And I'm gonna say I watched every single video on your YouTube channel. And I'm gonna say, what do you call it? Let's watch every single video on his YouTube channel though. All right, we're gonna watch, how many videos is there? 8, 10. Okay, we're gonna watch all 8 of them, or all 10 of them. Okay. All right, are you happy now, Microwave Coffee? We're actually getting new content. Okay. Collab stream, let's go. Yeah. Yes, let's go. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. I need you to adjust the email to be more like introduction to touch base on a collaboration stream on Twitch and YouTube, and say that I watched all his 10 videos on YouTube and want to get like as much advice from this person as possible, because he's so wise and he's changed the industry, and what he thinks about the age of AI would really help jumpstart our channel. All right, let's do that. Let's do that, guys. Cross your fingers this guy responds, okay? Cross your fingers. I could say, oh, I could also drive to you if interested, if it makes it easier. But I don't have any professional cameras. It's probably just like film it on a phone or something. All right, they're like that. True. Hope he loves you on read. Leaves you on red. Leaves you on red. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna embed a picture in the email so we'll know when he opens the email, okay? We're gonna do that. His eyesight's so bad. Okay, we're gonna make the font super big too. We're gonna make the font super big. All right, let's go over this. Sorry, the background is like making this unreadable. All right. Professor Osterhout, I've watched all 10 of your YouTube videos more than once. Your framework on deep modules and reducing complexity has become the design language we use every day building SigmaShake, an AI agent governance engine for developers using Claude Code and Cursor. Okay, this is really hard to read right now. Sorry, guys. Let's do the traditional dark background. I host a live coding channel on Twitch and YouTube, focus on AI native development, and I'd love to have you as a guest. The conversation I want to have, what does good software design actually look like now that the coder is often an AI? You wrote the book on designing software well. I genuinely can't think of a better person to help developers make sense of what's changing. If even a fraction of your thinking on complexity and deep modules applies to how we govern and guide AI agents, that one stream could reframe how a lot of developers approach building an AI. Building with AI. I've learned more from your 10 videos than most full courses. I'd love to return the favor by putting your ideas in front of an audience that really needs them right now. Happily to do this remotely, or I could drive to you at Stanford if that's easier. Fair warning, I don't have a professional setup, just a phone. But honestly, I think the conversation matters more than the production value. Okay, why the phone line works. Professors respect honesty over polish, saying just the phone. Signals you're not trying to sell them on anything, you just want the conversation. It also takes all the pressure off him to perform for a camera crew. Okay. Let's see, the email is so abysmal, I'm honestly laughing. Capping more toothpaste for okay. We need to cater it to all right. Sigma, why is your eyesight so bad? Are you able to read the text? Wait, you are dyslexic or something? Turn that transparency to 0. I can't change it at a flip of a switch. I assume so because sometimes he guesses at words. Yeah, like I you know, this is my first time like doing content creation, streaming, all this other stuff. You know, reading on stream and stuff. It's a new skill that I'm slowly learning. I'm on day 11 right now.
Shall go burr.
Did you say shall go burr? Funny. Okay, so we need to. This person's age is 71 right now. He's really old. What could we do to reduce the complexity and ask and not shill out my software or product or anything like that in the email? Something more gentle to the eyes, soothing to read. Yeah. Anything else we need to include here? All right, let's see what you guys say. Say that you like Elvis. Okay. I thought you were providing helpful advice. What's my monitor size? It's like tiny. It's 27 inch. I have two 27 inch. I think this is not 32 inch, most likely. I think it's good enough. Let's see here. Imagine checking your email at 71 years old. Okay, yes. Read. Oops. Imagine checking your email at 71 years old.
The shell is on fire.
Yes, I'm afraid to get scammed. That's true. He's old, about to get scammed. Yes. We don't want to sound like a scammer or anything because, you know, scammers like to scam old people all the time. I guess we could show that we have a YouTube. Wait, did my thing just break? Hello, testing, testing. Oh my god, it just broke. You sound like you're going to take him hostage in the email draft. All right, never mind, dude. Never mind. It was just a bit, dude. It was a bit. Maybe, like, I want to email this guy. I want to email him. I want to talk to anybody, honestly. We're starting from 0 here. We're starting from 0. Any contact is good contact. We are starting this. Oh, what the heck? Sorry, it's broken. I'm not sure what's happening with SigmaShake voice, but something broke. Let's fix that. Hopefully, I have some credits left to fix it. All right, this is our YouTube script. Just remember this path, guys. We gotta read out this YouTube script demoing the product. That's another thing that we need to do. No, I don't want to say NVIM. Thank you. All right, this is our script, so we don't forget it. And then we're going to clear this. We're going to, we need, oh, God. I don't want to type it out anymore. I don't even want to type anymore. Can you believe that, guys? I'm losing my ability to like start typing now. Because I've been delegating everything, all of my typing to SigmaShake voice. I have to press Control K to remember them. All right. All right, guys, what's happening? All right. I need you to fix SigmaShake voice. It seems like it disconnects or unsyncs with my main input, which is the Go XLR multi-channel device. Can you identify root cause why that happens? I have to kill the SigmaShake voice process and start it back up again, and it starts working. But yeah, it's sort of odd that this happens. All right, oops. All right. Also, Professor Austerhout, the filming venue will be an empty warehouse in the middle of the desert. Oh god. Oh god. Let's see. This person's age is really old, but we could reduce the complexity. It's not the shell product. And show on YouTube. This email is starting to sound like we're trying to kidnap him. Doesn't sound so good. We need something very simple.
Hold on, boss, running stuff.
Hold on, boss, running stuff. All right. All right. Nice. It keeps the theme in active.
5th time reading.
All
More
right.
commands, boss.
All right. What did they do for the YouTube update? All right.
Reading again.
Still looks
boss.
really bad. Want me to build? Yes. Everything still looks really bad. Fix, please. Need to make money. Everything looks really bad. Make money and content. Waiting for this thumbnail. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing right now, guys? Okay, yeah, we're watching all his videos.
Because for the last few minutes of class, I want to switch to the thought for the weekend. So let me talk about.
This is
what
fixing
is the thought for the
voice.
weekend.
All right. Oh wait. All right. Last chance. Last chance for the email. Your YouTube videos. A quick note.
Initiated.
Professor Austerhout, I watched all 10 of your YouTube videos, and your thinking on software design has generally changed how I approach building software. I host a small coding channel on YouTube and Twitch. I would love to have a casual conversation with you on stream sometime. Nothing formal, just chat. No pressure at all. Just want to reach out, say thank you either way. Bam. That's it. 4 sentences. No product, no pitch, no driving, no philosophy. It just reads like a real person wrote it. The YouTube reference does the credibility work quietly. It shows you're not a bot or scammer. You're actually watch this stuff. But thank you either way. Takes all the pressure off and makes it easier to say yes or ignore without guilt. Okay? That's better. Very simple.
Here.
Bam.
Launching ball.
Let's watch his videos first to see if it. This one isn't bad except the blatant deception. Yes, the blatant deception. So we're just trying to talk. We're trying to talk to anybody. All right, we're trying to talk to anybody.
Planning your courses, planning your major, planning your career, plan. Lots of plans. But it's not always obvious to me that you spend as much time thinking about bigger issues like your values, philosophy of life. So you end up, graduate from college, you've got this, your career is planned, personality is an accident. basically caused by certain things that happen to you.
You guys could hear okay?
Personality without you ever actually.
Let me raise him up. He doesn't sound that high
So
right
the
now.
goal of the thought for the weekend is maybe to change that a little bit, maybe. So the idea is just to hopefully stimulate you to think about bigger issues beyond just what's in the classes. So I'll spend a few minutes each week at the end of the Friday lecture, and the idea is I will plant one idea in your mind. These are almost entirely non-technical ideas, and you may not agree with me. That's totally fine too. Main thing is just to get you thinking about this and decide, what do you believe? What's right for you? How do you want to live your life? And hopefully, this will just rattle around in your mind over the weekend, you know, maybe a little chemical enhancement here and there, whatever, and maybe trigger some other thoughts, and hopefully encourage you to at least think about
Agent Protocol
some of the
Go.
bigger picture issues. So that's the idea. So this week's thought for the weekend is one of my favorites.
Squinting at the
A little
code.
bit of slope makes up for a lot of y-intercept. And what does that mean? Well, first, it's an algebraic truth. If you have two lines and they have different slopes, sooner or later, the line with the larger slope is going to be above the line with the lower slope. And so if the x-axis is time and the y-axis is anything good that might possibly happen in the world, then should you pick the line with the higher y-intercept or the line with the higher slope? I would say pretty much everybody would go with the higher slope line, assuming you think you'll live to the crossover.
Damn, he's so facts.
Take it the long
Oh,
term.
my life. I'm crying.
We're all going to go higher slope. So I would argue this is a pretty good philosophy of life also. And what I would say is how quickly you learn matters a lot more than how much you know at the start. So here's some examples. First, don't be afraid to try new things in life, even if you don't know anything about the area to begin with.
See?
So
See?
for example,
I'm trying. This is the first thing I'm doing in my life, okay?
First week of classes, somebody saying,
We can't be scared to just email a guy and send an email, okay?
Everybody else has been hacking
Written and
Linux on
done.
Raspberry Pi since 8th grade. I'm stuck. I'm thinking,
Processing boss.
problem.
He is
Our
facts.
job
Okay,
as a class
what if
staff
everything I
is to give
say
you the tools
is what
to
he's about to say right now?
to allow you
Would
to
you respect me a
work
lot
at the
more?
maximum rate of your slope. And long before the end of the quarter, any initial advantage is long gone. It's
Better hear
how
yes.
you do is determined by your slope. And by
Let
the
me
way,
put this to the side
slope
so I
is
can
good
read you
for
guys
all because you're all
without
really smart,
switching.
really fast learners. You know, you wouldn't be here if you weren't. So this is actually a good system for.
Yeah, but he's a much smarter
But
and
more
also
generally, I think a lot of people get
he's an
stuck
old guy,
in ruts
so
in their
much
life
more wise. Yeah,
because they're
but
afraid to
how
try
I
something
think
new.
is
Worried-
wise.
worried, oh, I think I'll look bad.
How I think and why I
People
say
stupid.
things is because I've
say,
talked to so much older
worry about
people
Just go in.
that when
do
I
your
say it,
best,
you think I'm
learn,
crazy.
Make some mistakes initially, totally fine, and before you know it,
See?
you'll have caught up.
Okay, wait. Look at what he just said. Look at what he just said. I'm gonna turn on subtitles. He literally just said, people get stuck in the ruts in their life because they're afraid to
Try something new.
try something new. Okay? Worried,
Oh, I think I'll
you're
look
worried.
bad. People think I'm
Think that I'll look bad and people will think that I'm stupid.
stupid. I would say, don't worry about that.
Yes, don't worry about that.
Just go in, do your best, learn. You may make some mistakes initially.
Yes, do your best, learn, and make some mistakes initially, all right? We just, before making our mistake, we clarified it with AI first, did some iterations, got some actual feedback before I actually send the message, and then watch his YouTube videos to do our due diligence first, okay? You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Exactly! We have LLM at home. You think is too hype stacked to be wise, yeah.
Totally fine. And before you know it, you'll have caught up. You'll be one of the best.
Exactly, we'll be the best.
So that's
We'll
one
reach that
example.
1 billion before
Another is
anyone.
Hiring. So I spent 14 years of my career doing startups in Silicon Valley. And what I noticed
I am
is
in
that
Silicon Valley.
most people, when they're hiring, they hire based on experience.
Yes. Yes, they hire based on experience. When I was during like the, what do you call it? The recession, the financial crisis, no one was hiring. So the only way to get experience was to work for free, unpaid internships. And so I did the unpaid, I didn't do the unpaid internships. I did the volunteering first. I volunteered. for like 3 months, and I had to drive like an hour to get to the place that I was volunteering for. And then I was able to get a straight paid job at doing IT at sysadmin work for this small company. But still, like, you do what you have to do, and you just immediately just get that experience under your belt, and you're starting working. Some people are lucky. You just go to school, you get a job. But for some people, it doesn't work like that. And now it's even harder because AI could just do all the things for you now. Do you own a place in Silicon Valley? No, I do not. No, I do not. I rather not. I rather use my money for something other thing right now. Not for buying a place. I think it's a waste of money. Renting is better right now, especially in the Silicon Valley.
They read a resume, they're trying to find somebody who has exactly the skills required for this job, who has done exactly what we want them to do 3 times in the past. Well, guess what that is? That's Y-intercept.
Rent's gotta be crazy, yeah.
I hired.
It's probably your yearly salary.
Is this person ready to
Just
do
kidding,
the
I'm
job?
kidding.
Will they be
I'm
able
kidding.
to figure it out? Are they a fast learner? In other words, hire for slope. And I found that worked really well. I mean, oftentimes the person...
We're all
that's done
fast
the job
learners
3
here,
times before,
all right? If you're not a fast
the reason they've
learner,
done that job 3
you gotta
times
get out of the
before is
stream.
because
I'm sorry.
they can't do a bigger, harder job. In fact,
I'm just
usually
kidding.
they're just a little bit
I need
faster
viewers.
So they're
Stay in the
overextended
stream,
trying to do
please.
that job. Whereas
I'm
the
begging
person
you.
with the rapid slope,
I'm
they're
begging
going to
you.
do the job we have today, and they're going to keep growing and be able to do bigger and better things. And I think that's a much better way to hire than doing it based on experience.
Oh crap, I should have
So
clipped
another name
it.
for what
I should have
all this
clipped
stuff I'm talking
it.
about, of course, it's
God
growth
damn.
mindset. How many of you have heard the phrase growth mindset before?
We need to clip that
Really,
thing.
really good
That video.
philosophy. The alternative is the fixed mindset that says,
I got
talent is
super
innate,
large
either you have it or
slope
you don't.
and very
If you
high
don't have it,
Y
don't waste your
intercept.
time, you're
I'm
never
2
gonna
sigma.
get
Yeah.
it. Growth mindset says everybody starts off dumb. It's fine. And everybody can learn. And so you will do as much as you can learn how to do. And we know today the fixed mindset is a fallacy. There's this great book, if you haven't read it, called Talent is Overrated by Jeff Colvin, one of my favorite books, that goes through study after study to show the notion of inherent talent. It's nonsense. In fact, the difference between high performance and low performance is really all
Fish
about
are having a real good
deliberate
time
practice, how
at
much
the
you practice.
aquarium party.
And studies have shown that people with the growth mindset, they learn faster and they perform better than people with the growth
Yes.
mindset.
I use an
That's what I'm
NVIDIA
doing.
GPU.
You don't
I
have to
was
be
on an
heroic,
AMD
you know, slow
GPU,
and steady is
and it
fine.
got
Learn one or
fried
two new things every
because
day,
I
and
was
you'll be
playing.
amazed how fast
What's
you
that
can
game
do
called?
it.
Marble Rivals.
So that's my thought
And
for the
then
weekend.
I
A little bit of
then
slope makes up for
I
a lot of
stopped.
high intercept.
I
Have a
stopped
great
trusting
weekend.
AMD. Okay, we watched one. All right, we watched one video. Next video. Whoops. I don't want the low hi-fi hop. Rivals, yeah. Rivals, playing with friends. It was okay.
This week's
It was
thought
fun.
for the weekend
You know,
is
it actually made me
fear
more
is more-
frustrated at my friends than enjoyed the game, to be honest. There's so much tryhards in that game. It made me really not like to play. I think this are his greatest hits. He is probably inactive now. Yeah. Hopefully he's doing
dangerous and
well.
evil. So the basic idea, I believe that there are evil people in the world, but I don't think there are very many truly evil people in the world. Now, the ones that are there, you know, do a fair amount of damage, get a lot of attention. But I think overall, more damage is caused by people who are afraid than by people who are evil, for a bunch of reasons. First, people who are afraid will do things that they know in their heart is wrong, and they will do them anyway because they're afraid. For example, cheating. Cheating typically happens in a class because it's the night before.
We're not
the
cheating,
assignment is
okay?
due,
We're literally
and
following the
you
rules.
panic and you think the world is going
We're
to come
just
to an end if
emailing
you
a
don't get
person.
this
That's not
assignment finished
cheating.
on time.
We're emailing a
Fear
people.
overwhelms your common sense.
We are emailing a person that we do not know yet. We are going to know right now. We have 0 contacts, 0 connections. We have 3 or 4 viewers on the stream. Okay, let's go to Nisa's message first. You know they have a chip dedicated for capturing things. You can get set resolution and bitrate. So if something happens, you just press a button and it saves the past 3-5 minutes every time you set to drive. You might need to clean up some space on your SSD, but that would be worth being able to capture the peak moments for essentially free overhead. Yeah, my clip it command only captures the past 30 seconds. It doesn't capture the past 5 minutes. So I think we're good though. If you're able to see the stream right now on Twitch, you could probably create a clip, possibly, because I didn't play any copyrighted music today that would prevent the stream from not being published or taken down. Let me see. Are we good? Are we good on let me type this before I do that. But let's check that really quick and see if my stream's okay.
Boss.
Collections, nope. Video producer, nope. Publish this. This is day 10. This is yesterday. But let's see. Sorry for just checking something really quick, just to make sure people could still go back. I don't really use this that much. Recent broadcast 3 days ago. Crap. Did they just like adjust it so it doesn't auto-publish? So annoying. And I am streaming right now, right? It is. Okay, good. Content, video producer, creation date, descending, all videos, copyright claims. I have 0. Clips. Like I just got an email that just like auto does it now, like auto unpublish my stuff. So I need to figure out how to like get it back up and running to clip better somehow. Does that people are still finding me though? At least that hasn't been taken away, right? Because it'd be like really annoying to do that. Oh, okay. Stream payments. Frustrating. It doesn't have my thing yet of today. But I have 0 claims, so stream, allow raids, channels, people watch your stream to your channels you can manage as an editor. I don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know if there's anything I could do about producing live stream again. Hopefully this today I will not be what do you call it? Banned from publishing today. Because this is like my last couple things. I've just been playing like, you know, intro clips here, intro clips there. But yeah, it doesn't even show today, which I'm surprised of for videos. And I am streaming right now. Maybe it just takes a while. But oh, actually this is today. I switched today is the 4th, right? What day is it? Dang it. Yeah, today's the 4th. So I could just publish this. All right. It should be published now. So I have to publish everything manually. So, okay, this one says unpublished, not visible to the public. But I wasn't sure if this was the one that had some, what do you call it? Copyright claims. So I didn't do it. What's this one? This one's muted. Okay, so the ones that are muted have copyright claims. So I could publish this one then. Pod ending soon. Okay, let's publish this anyway. I'm not sure we didn't do anything yesterday. So I think there wasn't anything there, but we'll just publish it anyway. And yeah, all my stuff is sort of unpublished, I guess. I have to keep clicking publish on everything. And it's hard streaming, man. It's really hard. Okay. Hopefully we could see it now. Let's do a refresh. Let's check out our videos. Right, this was yesterday. Still not showing today though. Maybe it's still processing. Do I have to like end stream the process? So strange. It was literally working fine perfectly until I messed up. I gotta stop playing music when I start stream. That is potentially
Clean that up.
DMCA. Okay. Back to the paid programming. Back to the paid
And then
programming.
you cheat. Not because you're a
Test
bad
the testing.
person, you were just afraid and made a bad decision.
The code is
Or
changing
when people
again.
are afraid, they behave irrationally, and that makes them unpredictable and really dangerous. So for example, most of you weren't sort of conscious at this time, but after the 9/11
Conscious at
attacks
this
happened,
time.
everybody in the U.S. was so terrified about future terror attacks
Still patching.
that they were happy for Congress to pass a whole bunch of bills that sacrificed privacy.
Edits
of
on
individuals
edit.
in ways that just were unnecessary and went way beyond what was needed.
Oh, yeah,
It was
yes.
really stupid decisions because they were so afraid about terrorist attacks.
Yep.
Or fear makes people underachieve. So because if you get
Base
if you're
Professor
afraid to try
W.
something new, for
Yes.
example, you get stuck in a rut, miss opportunities to do new things. I talked about this a little bit last week. Or when people have had really bad relationships, sometimes they become so afraid of having another bad relationship that it becomes difficult for them to actually form a good relationship. Or people are afraid of looking bad, and so when they make mistakes, they're afraid to admit them, don't want to look bad, which means it's hard to learn from them, which means they tend to keep making the same mistakes over and over again. So fear really causes people to underachieve.
See,
and then lastly, when there is...
as you can see, I don't have much fear. I just do it because I know there's really nothing to lose. We're starting from nothing. What could we possibly lose if we have nothing, right? And we're not doing anything crazy like that. The Cluey guy, where we're trying to like cheat on anything. We're just trying to like connect.
Running
is
CD.
evil, there's almost always fear as well. It's right there together with evil. So for example, sociopaths, they're typically driven by fear, typically loss of control. And so things, acts like murder and rape are often attempts to regain control, so to deal with their fear of loss of control. Or fear is the engine of evil. You know, one evil person, they can't do much by themselves. How do you get a lot of people to help you out in your evil endeavor? You make them afraid. And so the way evil people work is they instill fear in many other people. And
Damn,
get
the
them
professor
to do
really
all
went
the
there for
truly
a software
evil
lecture.
work.
Yeah.
So I think fear is much more pervasive than evil. I think it happens at many different levels. I think it affects almost everybody to some degree. I know in my life I've made bad decisions because I was afraid. And I suspect if you look into your heart, you probably could think of cases where you have also. On the other hand, you know, fear does serve a pretty important biological purpose. You know, if you're about to get attacked by a wild animal or about to get hit by a car, being afraid is probably a good thing. It can help to save your life.
That's
And
why I
sometimes
don't
it's
go out
unavoidable.
much.
Like stage fright. You know, if you want to give a talk at a big conference, you're likely to feel pretty nervous when you get up on stage. Or if you take risks, sometimes you want to take risks to do things, and that can be scary. And so sometimes you just fear is something you have to live with.
He's
But I
the
think it
opposite.
also happens
That's
in a
the
lot of
opposite of
situations
what
where
he's
it's not
saying.
helpful. It
Yeah.
just
He
causes
said fear is bad,
problems.
yes.
So the question is,
It's
how
one of the
do you
reasons
keep
why I don't go
fear
outside though.
from
I have a little bit
damaging
of
your life?
fear that I'll get hurt.
3 suggestions. First one is just awareness. You know, ask yourself, am I making this
But I
decision
still
because
go
I'm
on a
afraid?
dog walk
You know, would I make a
twice a
different
day.
decision if I wasn't afraid? If that happens, then you should think about making changes, like change the decision. Or if you're in an environment where
You're
you're
in
constantly
America.
feeling afraid,
That country
get
is
out of
cooked.
that environment. Whatever it takes, just get out of that environment and change the situation.
That's why I was afraid, but I'm not in Texas.
Second thing is prevention.
I don't want to get shot.
Because the opposite of fear is confidence, which I think comes from power. So try and make yourself powerful. And by power, I mean ability and competence. You know, think Albert Einstein or Ruth Bader Ginsburg, not like dominance over others as Stalin or Big Brother. So the best way to prevent fear, I think, is to learn and develop. Just develop your skill set.
Too many
And
cowboys
when
there?
we're raising our
Yeah.
kids, our 2 daughters, one of the most important things I wanted to do in
Wait, he
raising
has $2.
our
Okay.
daughters
We paid attention.
was to give them this sense of empowerment.
They have $2. He has $2.
It would give them this deep set confidence.
We know something.
And by the way, I suggest this to you when you become parents. Try and find a way to put your kids in situations where they can feel their power. It's not just, Not just telling them they're doing great, but of course do that too. But in situations where they can just see for themselves, I did this really awesome thing, and I feel powerful.
He's probably got grandkids the same age as me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confidence.
Which is why
that
I'm
allow
trying
them
to
deal
like
with situations without being afraid and
contact
making
him
bad
now.
decisions. Then the third approach is to harness the fear, which you can do in some situations. You can recognize it, work through it, potentially even feed off of fear. So a personal example for me is stage fright. I still get stage fright when I'm giving, not so much in classes anymore, but when I'm giving a talk in front of a big audience, I often get stage fright. I'll get up on stage, and the symptoms are everything seems like it's going really fast. I feel like I can't breathe, hardly talk. Everybody in the audience must know that I'm panting, and I'm just so nervous. But I eventually realized that this only lasts about 30 seconds or a minute, and then adrenaline kicks in. And adrenaline is a really great drug. It's a really great drug. And I would notice that once the adrenaline hits, that everything calms down. And I get this incredible sense of power and control, and everything is easy and smooth. And so now I actually kind of like getting the stage fright because I know I'm going to get that hit of adrenaline in about 30 seconds. So just feed
Okay,
off
man.
it.
It's the only way to make him feel alive, man. You gotta have that
So 3 approaches again.
stage
Awareness,
fright.
prevention,
Get that-
harnessing when you can.
that
Bottom line,
natural
don't let your life
adrenaline.
be damaged by fear. Figure out a way to not let that happen, and also see if you can help the people around you to find a place where they're not.
Software talks.
One closing thought, I think if we want a world of peace, we need a world without fear. Have a great weekend. And see you Monday.
That is so good, man. That's so good. My high is talking to kids in lectures every day. That's my high. That's how I feel alive. All right, that's this.
So this week's thought for the weekend is, scar tissue makes relationships wear out. You're probably wondering, what does that mean? Well, let me explain. So first, if you haven't already experienced it, as your life goes on, you will realize it's really, really hard to build a relationship that lasts a long time.
Not even software.
Really hard to have
This
a
is
social
not even
relationship.
software, yeah.
Pretty amazing. You know, when
This is
people can stay
philosophy,
married for
yeah.
25 or 30 years, get along with each other all that time, it's really a pretty extraordinary thing.
It's all applicable.
But professional relationships really hard to maintain.
Yes.
It seems like all the best bands break up after a couple of years.
True.
Business partnerships fall apart
Yes.
all of the time. So why does that happen? Well, I don't think that it's because of a single catastrophic event that blows up the relationship. I think it's usually an accumulation of little issues. Because what happens in any relationship, inevitably, sooner or later, there will be conflicts in the relationship. And the question is, how do you resolve those? Well, oftentimes, a conflict won't quite get perfectly resolved. Somebody will be just a little bit unhappy with the result. And that's kind of like scar tissue. You know, scar tissue is when you get a wound and it doesn't quite heal perfectly. And the scar tissue is not as strong as the original tissue, more likely
Anybody have a scar?
to tear or rend in the future.
I have
Same
a
thing with
few.
relationships. These little
I have
bits
some
of
on my
scar
hands.
tissue just build up
Maybe
over
one on my
time,
leg.
and they become bigger and bigger
On my
and bigger.
arm.
And then people start expecting bad behavior. And you know, when you expect bad behavior, you will find it. You absolutely will find it. And becoming more and more sensitive. And eventually this just builds up to the point where somebody decides they just don't care anymore. That's usually when something spectacular happens. And then the relationship explodes. But I would say it's not that the people were fundamentally bad. The relationship just wore out. By the way, one of my rules of life, you should never judge a person's character by how they behave during a breakup of a relationship, because people just do really crazy stuff then. It's totally out of character. Anyhow, it wasn't necessarily a problem with the people. The relationship just wore out. So I'll give you an example of a relationship of mine that wore out. So a few years ago, we remodeled our kitchen. And the foreman for the contractor, Jim, was in our house pretty much every day for about 4 or 5 months. And if I'm honest, I have to tell you, overall, he did pretty good work. We were happy with the result. But there were just a few little things that Jim did that kind of bugged me. Like, they were supposed to have plastic up across the kitchen to keep dust from getting into the rest of our house. And for some reason, Jim just loved to open that plastic and leave it open. And I'd ask him to close it, and the next day we'd come back, and there's dust all through the house. You could tell he'd left it open again. And Jim really didn't like to admit mistakes. When you point out things that were wrong, he'd try and kind of sidestep it or smooth it away. And so these things just started bugging me. Now, at the same time, I have to admit, I am probably a contractor's worst nightmare because I am super, super detail-oriented and super picky. So every day, Jim would come in, and I had a nice
super
big smile,
picky.
"Hi, Jim," and just one or two little things you didn't quite get right yesterday, if you could fix those. I'm guessing that got pretty old for Jim as well. So over time, our relationship just got more and
Okay, he's a
more
very
and more
picky
tense.
person.
And our daughter
It's
Kay
gonna be
came
tough
home
to
from
contact
college
this
at
guy.
Thanksgiving that fall, and I was whining about Jim. And then Kay said,
Pineapples are
Oh, he's a whiner.
I think your
fully
relationship
employed
with
as
Jim may be
pizza
wearing out.
topping spot.
At which point my first thought was, maybe I shouldn't be exposing my daughters to my relationship theories. But she was right. She was right, it was wearing out. So the question is, what do you do? Well, I would argue if you want to have a long-lasting relationship, you have to somehow prevent the formation of scar tissue, or at least you probably can't completely prevent it, but try and slow it down as much as you can.
Okay.
And that means
No scar
don't
tissue?
leave issues unresolved. You have to somehow
Okay.
try and end up, ideally, where there's
Yeah,
zero
true.
lingering animosity after a
I'll tell that. I'll tell that
somehow
to
you figure
everybody.
out a way that everybody is reasonably happy, comfortable with the outcome. That's hard. I think it takes
Sounds good.
communication. You have to be able to talk and listen so each person
Okay.
knows what the other person is thinking. And then compromise. Both people have to be willing to accept, I get some of what I want, you get some of what we want, you want. Neither of us gets what we want completely. But
Okay.
to a point where you realize, okay, this was a reasonable outcome.
I disagree with this a little bit. I mean, okay, let's say like the last contact you had with somebody was you failed to do something and that lost you a game. Like you were in a competition, this guy didn't do something, and then you lost. And then that was the last thing that you remember about that person for the last event. Would you really want to contact that person again? Or would you say after you lose the game, you say, hey, let's go out for ice cream, go out and bite to eat, let's eat something, celebrate, even though we lost, we at least, need to recover ourselves, right? And then if you leave at that note, you could say, oh, okay, I could still contact this guy, even though we lost, we're still able to work together and move forward, right? I think this in software teams, people tend to be overly nice and ends up losing out on the bottom line. Better to call it as you see it. Yeah, that's true. Sunk cost fallacy is a thing, right? Oh, my thing went out again. I hate when it does that. I haven't solved that bug yet. I keep telling AI to fix it, but it hasn't been fixing it. And what was the last thing that it worked on? It was voice desync. Okay, so every time it restarts all the services, it screws up the video. Okay. Well, can't help it for now. Yeah, I mean, if you're heading towards a direction where it's failing, and you could call it to save everybody's time too. Otherwise, people are just investing into nothing that'll get destroyed, right? So the best thing we could do is take the learnings, keep it in your memory for the next project. Pivot is what they say, pivot. If you don't have anything, I don't have anything right now, I could pivot whenever I want. I could pivot to a new thing whenever I want. Since I have nothing happening right now, no customers, no nothing, it's okay to pivot. But at least I have the infrastructure and the learnings from all of my other services I created that could apply to the next one, right? And that could work for you could take all the good stuff that happened, and then you could stop doing all the bad stuff that happened, or create a solution to prevent the bad stuff from happening next time, right? Mr. Sigma, what's the Silicon Valley? It's probably in the 5,000, 6,000 USD type of thing, depending on the size of the home. But if you're just living by yourself, it's probably 2.5 to 3K USD. USD per month. Per year? Not bad. No, dude. Per month, man. Per month. Depending on the size of place you want to live in.
To do this, you have to be willing to listen and see the other person's point of view. That's really hard.
Why do you think I'm
There's
being
some
so
people
frugal on how
that
much I'm
really
going to spend,
compromise is
dude?
just not possible.
I gotta
They
keep
don't
my
get
burn rate
100% of
low.
what they want, they're not happy. those people are going to have trouble forming long-lasting relationships. So here's a couple of mistakes. A classic mistake is you say, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm not getting what I want, but I don't want to have a big argument over this. I'll just give in. Well, I would say, danger, you may be nuking the relationship.
Damn, that's crazy. It's expensive.
So
Yeah,
ask yourself,
it is.
are you completely over it? Really, just 100% complete? Or is there some little nagging thing you're kind of hoping you'll get something back in return later on?
Oops.
But, for
When I
example,
put
would it
this
be
on
okay
full
if
screen
whatever
mode,
this
it
behavior was,
completely
if the
like
person did
destroys
it
my
every
video.
day, over and over and over
Whoops,
again?
sorry guys.
Because if you don't talk about it, they probably will do it every day, over and over and over again. And if the answer is no, you're not actually okay, really totally okay with this, then you're creating scar tissue in yourself, and potentially you're nuking
Yeah,
the
don't leave on a
relationship.
bad note with anybody, guys.
So be careful about that.
You gotta
Now,
recover.
The other side is,
You gotta
well, suppose you're a type A,
sink
super aggressive,
back.
pushy person. You just argue and push and push and push and push until eventually the other person backs down. Well, you're thinking, this is great, no scar tissue here. What's the problem? But you're creating scar tissue in the other person. And so you're probably, even though you may feel satisfied, there's a chance you're nuking the relationship. So the thing you have to realize is a relationship only works if it's good for both parties. And whichever side
I think
you're
scar
on, you need to
tissue
make
is
sure
good name
it's good
for
you,
the
you're
tissue
okay with it, and
brand.
it's good for the other person as well. So back to Jim, you may be wondering, did I have a heart-to-heart with Jim? Well, the answer, I didn't, because I knew it was a short-term job. By the time I was
Turtles are
really
shell,
annoyed with him, there was only
shocked
a
by
few more
how
weeks to go.
fast
So I
they
just-
can
we
learn
just
to
put
play
up
the
with it.
drums.
You know, we were on tense terms for the last few weeks of the work. But you can imagine what this would have been like. I said, Jim, you know, it really hurts my feelings when you leave the plastic open, and sometimes I feel like you don't respect me as a person.
Okay.
The interesting thing is, if I had
Would
done
you
that,
would you lose respect for a person saying that to you? I don't know, man. They should better just say, dude, I hate your shit. You would lose no respect. You gotta keep it cool, keep it real. Like, dude, stop doing that, man. Dude, just stop.
I'm pretty sure it would have worked, because I'm pretty sure Jim would have done anything to make sure we never, ever had to have a conversation like that again. So when I've given this talk in the past, students sometimes come up and say, John, you're totally wrong. This idea about communicating and working it out. Psychologists have shown that isn't what makes long-term relationships work. That in fact, what makes long-term relationships work is you find areas where you have conflict and you just stay away from them. Just sort of keep away from those issues. And that may be, certainly if you can't work things out, that's the only alternative. To me, that's unsatisfying. It seems like as reasonable people, we ought to be able to work things out. But actually, that's one way of avoiding the formation of scar tissue. Stay away from areas where you're going to have conflicts. So here's a question for you. How many of you have seen scar tissue, either in a relationship of your own or somebody around you? Show of hands. How many people have seen scar tissue? Yep. Happens to everybody, everywhere. So just in closing, I think the thing to realize is if you want a relationship to last, you need to keep the small things from building up into big things somehow, so that you don't have scar tissue wearing out your relationship. That's my thought for the weekend. Have a great weekend and see you Monday.
That's great, man. That's great. Dude, we're getting like 10 weeks worth of thoughts for the weekend, man. 10 weeks. All available on demand. Or he does philosophy segments at the end of his lectures or at the end of his weeks.
Today's
This
thought
is a
for the weekend
weekend,
is,
so every weekend.
the most important component of evolution is death. The basic idea here is that it's a lot easier to create a new organism from scratch than it is to change an existing one. And this is true across almost any definition of organism. So it's certainly true
Evolution
biologically.
is a bunch of
If you
hippie
think about
Marxist
biological organisms,
garbanzo.
they have these things called antibodies, whose sole purpose is to
I thought the
detect
professor
any
was
foreign
based.
substance and kill it. Anything
Yeah.
that could possibly induce change.
We'll see. We'll see.
On the other hand, we know that if you take sexual reproduction and you combine that with genetic mutation, it's a very effective way of introducing change from generation to generation. It can gradually improve a species. But, of course, for that to work, you have to get rid of the old in order to make room for the new. And therefore, if you don't have death,
That's very important. You gotta get rid of the old to bring in the new, man. Like, even if things are really bad right now, those people will eventually die, you know? And then the new people will come to replace them. Evolution is made up by Dr. Fauci.
Really have reproduction. You need both of those two things together. But the same concept applies to social systems also. It applies to companies. It's really hard to change a company, particularly a successful company. Successful company, it orients itself.
Yeah, this is why we're doing things solo, so that we could pivot and make any decisions right away ourselves without having to debate with anybody whether or not something's good or not. Oh, except for chat. Chat's more like a on the fence sitter type thing. They tell me, give me some hints here and there, and then we make an executive decision at the very end.
And tailors itself to its business, its current business, in so many ways that it's extremely difficult to change. So when technologies change, usually old companies go out of business and new companies will come in to replace them. It's much easier to start a new company, particularly in Silicon Valley, than to change an existing big company. And in particular, a big company, if you try and introduce change, the existing company will kill it off. You know, the VP of sales for the company's primary division will say, why are you spending any money at all in this new thing over here when we're making 90% of the money for the company? And so the new thing almost inevitably gets killed off. In Silicon Valley, this is just part of our culture.
Oh my gosh, she's so right. Genius.
Companies die all the time. Or companies grow and they become successful, and then the technology changes and they gradually fade away. And some people will say, oh, that company's screwed up. Look at, they used to be king of the hill, and now they've gotten bought by some other company.
Yeah, if you remember all the other...
I don't look at it that way. It's just part of the circle of life.
He is like Kanye of
natural. It makes
CS
more
professors.
sense to let this old company die and build a new company for the new technology or the new world. And when you think
I'm gonna remake the new version of CrowdStrike.
Move on to the next new company.
I'm making a new version of CrowdStrike, guys.
And actually,
it's gonna be called SigmaStrike. Oh my God, is that taken? Is that taken, guys? Is that domain taken? Let's do it. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Hold up, Professor. Professor, we need to make sure. We need to make sure. Ah, somebody bought it just before me, man. God damn. What about SigmaStrike AI? You're cooked. Hey! We could beat him, man. We could beat him, but $200 bucks for 2 years of SigmaStrike. It'll work. It'll work. We gotta make sure we create a solution to beat them, though. You looked it up already? You're cooked. Let's see it. No, I could look it up and it stays the same price. I'm just looking at .com really quick, making sure it's stream friendly. And then if it is, I will show it off. All right. SigmaStrike.com, gentlemen. SigmaStrike.com.
Bakers are needing the attention they get for making dough.
So we can still, if we're fully invested in replacing CrowdStrike, possibly, because our tool is technically a CrowdStrike almost, but not operating at the kernel level. It's in the user space, so we're not a dangerous product to use compared to CrowdStrike.
They had a lot of experience from that.
But I should have done it.
A lot of money yet, so they were still
I should have got that domain last year.
For success, hadn't had experienced adversity, probably made enough money that they may be not as motivated anymore. So she actually liked people who had seen failures. So if you look at our country today, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the car industry. You know, this has been pretty stable for about 100 years. And now we have this.
All cars have to have built-in smart everything in it.
I think, my opinion is, most
SigmaStrike strikes the AI down before they can do bad. Yeah. That's great. There's so much better ideas than SigmaStrike for names. Yeah, it's true. Sigma's good though. Sigma. But somebody on
China that are just doing electric cars.
Somebody took the handle SigmaShake and Instagram on TikTok and Instagram.
Combustion engine businesses and are having trouble investing.
Skibbity strike, Bog strike.
Conversely,
it's
if
true.
you don't have data, so that is
for names, yes.
In many respects. Now, I have to say, as I get older and older, you know, this death is pretty good, is a harder and harder to
Donut
say
strike.
face, but speaking of societally, you know, overall.
Nabby strike.
Things that don't die, almost all of them end up in a bad place. If you think about anything that's been around a long time and has not died or been replaced, it's probably not in a good place. One example, software. Software is this amazingly malleable medium. We can change
Nabby
it.
strike isn't too
And
bad.
that's the problem. The problem is it's so easy to change.
Yeah,
Nobody ever
I could see that.
replaces software. It doesn't die.
Nabby strike.
It just stays around forever. And it inevitably gets bigger and cruftier and more
I could look it
complicated,
up.
harder to maintain, and harder to evolve, and more expensive to deal with. And yet, no one ever rewrites it. So I often think, well, I wonder if the world would be a better
Nabby
place if somehow
strike.
software had an expiration
It's taken.
date. 10 years
Registered
after any line of code
2025.
is written, it just goes poof and disappears. And you
Oh
have
my
to
God,
rewrite
it's a
it.
deceptive
People are
strike.
forced
It's a
to rewrite
deceptive
their systems.
sight
If they
ahead.
do
This is
that
Nabby
would allow
strike,
them to
dude.
redo it in ways that are cleaner,
Full on
simpler,
red. Dangerous.
You know, hardware in a sense is better.
Firefox has blocked this page
Intel
because it might
comes
trick
up
you
with
to
a
do
new
something
processor
dangerous,
architecture.
installing
They do it
software or
from
revealing
scratch.
personal
So they can carry
information like
forward the
passwords or
best
credit
ideas from the
cards.
previous round and
Damn.
where they've got better ideas.
W virus.
Another
What if you
example is
click the virus?
Government tends to stay around
I don't want to
forever.
find out.
We can't really kill it.
I'm on Linux, but
That would be
still.
revolution, but that's kind of
Navy strike, full on malicious
stuff. So
website.
in
Good thing I
general, we
didn't
don't.
choose that. Buy
But
that
the
domain,
result is
right?
that government just keeps getting more complicated, and there's these things that don't make
Let
sense.
me just make
anymore
sure
that
my
you can't get
site,
rid
my
of, like,
website,
I mean, the Electoral College.
my
Nobody in
website
their
is
right
not
mind
considered
today would put a
malware.
government
Let's
base
just
around an electoral
let me just
college,
confirm.
but we're kind of stuck with it.
Maybe that's why I have 0
because
users.
It was basically an interesting idea of the founding fathers, but a failed idea that we were just stuck with ever after.
We're clean, boys.
We can't kill. So
We're
government
clean.
it just tends to be a mess.
Clean with all
because
providers, baby.
we try to change it. But
We are
can't.
clean as a
So we're stuck
whistle.
with this stuff. So the bottom line is,
We are
change is
clean,
good.
guys.
I
We are
think
clean.
That's one of the things I really like
Clean,
about
clean,
Silicon
clean.
Valley is just this
Clean, clean,
fearless
clean.
culture of change.
Nothing,
we
no
think
personal
that
information in
change is an
there.
opportunity to do things
Relations,
better, to introduce
IP
new things,
address,
make a lot of money in doing
has
it.
all our stuff.
I think many of the rest of the parts of
All
the rest of
right,
the country are
look
afraid
it, look
of
it, look
change.
it. We're good, we're
And
good,
I
we're
think in the
good.
long run,
10
that's
plus
good.
subdomains,
We're
2
much better off
resolutions. Okay,
taking
it's doing
a very
the
change-oriented
SEO
culture
analysis
of
for
Silicon
me.
Valley. It's chaotic.
All right, we're
results in a
good,
lot of
man.
death,
Good.
but companies.
SigmaShake is
But
safe.
in the end, it produces really, really insane.
2 Sigma. Yeah, we're 2
So that's my
Sigma.
thought for the weekend. The most important component of evolution is death. Have a great weekend.
Yes,
See you
he's
Monday.
right, though. Most important part of resolution is things need to die, and AI native companies come to make the billions, baby. We make the billions. All right, what's next?
All right, today's thought for the weekend is simplicity, one of my most favorite concepts in the whole
All right.
world, and something that I think
I
is
wanna
way
see-
undervalued in computer science and society in general. To
User
me,
wants a
it's the
demo
most
script 3 to
important
5
thing
to
to think
achieve.
about when you're designing software, and in many other areas also. Sadly, today, there are many forces working against simplicity. For example, in computer science, there seems to be this macho thing that if I can create something that you can't understand, I must somehow be smarter than you. Well, it doesn't really make sense because it isn't that hard to create things that people don't understand. But there is this macho thing that complexity is cool somehow in building
Complexity
computer
is
systems.
cool.
In classes, as you learn algorithms, they seem to get more and more complicated as they get better. And so it'd be easy to conclude that the best things always have to be kind of complicated. Or simplicity is really hard to achieve. It's a lot easier to make something complicated than to make something simple. And when it comes to software, it's almost impossible to keep software simple. It just gets more and more complicated as a program lives. In fact, we really can't stop complexity. We can only slow it down. So it's really, really hard to maintain simplicity. And then the last one that really bugs me is that complexity can be profitable. We've all seen this, where companies will try and confuse their customers with terms that are so complicated that you can't really compare their product to anybody else's product. You can't really figure out how much you're really paying. For example, your credit card billing statement with various charges, or your banks, or airline fees. You get on a plane and you call the flight and say, "Excuse me, I think the armrest is missing on my chair." You say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, that's an extra cost item. You must have missed that when you checked in." I hate that, but I wonder, is there a class at Stanford Graduate School of Business on how to make money by confusing people? Because that's what companies seem to do. Fortunately, though, there are also some good reasons for simplicity. When it comes to building systems, it's the only way to make them easy to build and maintain. And when it comes to software, the fundamental thing that limits us is complexity. It's our ability to understand what we've designed and make it work. And so if systems get complicated, we can't add new features and can't maintain them. To me, one of the most amazing engineering accomplishments in computer science was the development of the Unix operating system, which is the predecessor for Linux.
I need
which started off,
to
it's just an
take a
unbelievably
break
simple
for my
yet
dogs are moving around.
powerful system that allowed it to grow and become what's become
Cats
Linux
are
today.
paws.
Really amazing
Eat if
engineering
they can learn to play the piano.
Another reason for simplicity is sometimes that's the only way to get it to work. I hope you're all coming to appreciate how
it'll
hard it is to
autoplay.
write synchronization.
So I'll be right back. There's
There's one thing you should
moving
take away
around.
from this class is synchronization is hard. Believe me, it's not just you, it's everybody. It's hard for,
Bye-bye.
hard for everybody.
Have a good night.
And so fundamentally, things like that, they're unlikely
See
to
you
work.
tomorrow or tonight. See you
write
tomorrow or tonight.
complicated synchronization code, I can probably find a bug in it 100% of the time. Security is another area. If it's not simple, it's probably going to have security holes in it. And sales, fortunately, there are forces where companies want to make things more complicated, but consumers appreciate products. They're simple and easy to use. Apple's a great example of this. Apple's making money hand over fist, and I don't begrudge that to them because they've just done an amazing job of coming up with these systems that are beautiful, super simple, easy to use systems. I think Apple's single-handedly changed the way people think about computer systems. They've made simplicity almost kind of cool in computer systems. And then finally, simple systems tend to be faster, particularly software. When it becomes complicated, it becomes really slow too. Very hard to make it run quickly. So how do you get simplicity? That's the hard thing. And I don't have a simple formula for you, but the first thing is intolerance. Just don't accept complexity. We all recognize when things are getting complicated. There's various red flags. You can tell. When that happens, start asking, is there some other way I can do this that will make it simpler again? Second, how do you think about things? I think about computer systems as a ratio of power divided by complexity. That is, we want systems that are really powerful, but we want them really simple. So the best systems are those that have a high amount of power and a small amount of complexity. Power divided by complexity. Think about that trade-off. Third, if you want simplicity, you have to sweat the details. Complexity, a system doesn't become complicated because of one fundamental mistake somebody made. It's typically a whole bunch of little things. People thinking, well, this one little kludge won't matter if it gets this bug fixed today rather than tomorrow. And so the complexity accumulates in little tiny chunks. If you don't want complexity, you've got to just not let those chunks accumulate. Sweat the details. And then most important, simplicity comes from a really, really deep understanding. The way you get simplicity is you have figured out something that is fundamentally important and you focus the system around what's really important. So the way I recommend doing this is you study a lot of different systems and use cases and see how they are like and how they're different. And you look for the commonality. What are the things in common? Those are the things that are important. And then you try and find a really simple way of doing those things that are common to all these different areas. So once I've solved this, I've now solved a whole bunch of other problems. So understanding what's important, separating what's important from what's not important is fundamental to simplicity. So just to conclude, I'd say, instead of using your creativity to confuse people, try and find easy, obvious ways of doing things. So, for example, if somebody tells you, what you just did is so obvious anybody could have thought of it, you should feel deeply flattered. Oh gosh, thanks. I can't believe you said that. Because the truth is, anybody didn't think of it. The things that are most powerful are those that seem totally obvious once you see them, super simple, but you thought of it and nobody else thought of it before. That's a huge compliment. So simplicity is my thought for the weekend. Have a great weekend and see you Monday. This week's thought is, does truth matter? This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. So I have to tell you, I am worried about the truth in our society because it seems like many people today just don't really care about truth. You hear increasing rejection of science as the basis for making decisions. Science doesn't have all the answers. You see people that are willing to accept and even propagate falsehoods as long as they support that person's position. What matters is my position. What doesn't matter is what's actually true. Or people who believe that the truth is something you can negotiate. You say this is the truth, I say this is, we ought to at least be able to compromise in the middle. No, truth does not admit compromise. Truth either is or isn't. So personally, I care really, really deeply about the truth. I care about discovering it. How do we identify truths? Accepting the truth, even when it's not what I would necessarily like. And then harnessing the truth to do things that hopefully are good for the world. That's one of the reasons I came back to academia from industry.
Cows go moo.
When I was doing startups, I
Day when
noticed
they
there's
listen to
a
music.
tremendous amount of pressure to make your company look better than it really is, to somehow massage the truth slightly to make your company look better. And in my companies, we tried to be careful about that. We had to do some marketing, but at least inside the company, it was always try to have a culture of truth. We want to know what's really going on, even if it's bad. But the great thing about academia is you do a research project, it doesn't work out. You say, oops, all right, that idea didn't work, on to the next. When you're in a company and your product isn't doing very well, kind of hard to say, oops, and shut down the company. So you can struggle on, you try and make yourself look better than you are. But in any case, whatever your goals are, it's really hard to achieve your goals if you're basing decisions on things that aren't true. Hard to get anywhere interesting that way. And also, the truth will eventually come out. It absolutely will. One of my favorite sayings is, truth is like a superfluid. It's hard to contain. If you know physics, when you put superfluid in a bowl, it'll just kind of flow up over the sides of the bowl. Very hard to contain it. Truth is that way also. A not so long ago example is Theranos, a company founded by, sadly, an ex-Stanford student, whose product didn't work for doing blood analysis. And they just sort of lied and obfuscated and went on and on and on. But they eventually got found out, and of course the CEO is now spending time in jail. So the question is, how much does truth matter to you? Ask yourself that question. Does it really matter to you? And what will you do, you personally, to help make truth win? And so if it does matter to you, and you want to make it win, I think there's 3 steps involved. The first step is personal responsibility. You personally need to care about the truth. Now, some people would say, it's a free country, I can think whatever I want. Well, respectfully, I disagree with that. I think in a democracy, every person in a democracy, I think, has a responsibility to align their beliefs and their decisions with the truth, to the best of their ability. Some people are more able than others, but you have a responsibility to try and align what you do with the truth. Otherwise, you're going to put democracy at risk. And to do that, I think you have to be willing to accept a fair amount of personal discomfort. Would you ask yourself, would you consciously seek out a truth that actually conflicted with some important belief you held? Or would that just be too painful, just don't think about that? And if you do seek out the truth and it conflicts, what will you do? Will you actually change your beliefs? Or will you then just deny the truth, negotiate, oh, I have an alternate truth over here, and what will you do? So the first step, I think, is personal responsibility. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It can be really uncomfortable when something comes up that turns out to be true but doesn't really match what you wanted. Second thing, step 2, is as a society, we somehow need to find a way to prevent the spread of falsehoods. We just have to do that. When the internet was first invented, you weren't around then, but I was around, it was a really heady time. We thought, the internet is this amazing thing that's going to bring everybody in the world together. It's going to be this beautiful thing where all of the best ideas from all of the world will come together and the best ideas will come out, and it's going to make society so much a better place. And it helped a little bit with that, but what it helped a lot more with was spreading disinformation. It turned out the people who wanted to lie got a lot more out of the internet than the people who wanted to tell the truth. That has been so, so sad to see over the last 30 years. Just really, really frustrating. So what do we do about it? We have this vehicle that makes it so easy for people to spread lies. Do we impose some kind of censorship? There are people, more and more people starting to talk about we have to somehow do that. Personally, I have to tell you, that makes me really, really uncomfortable. I hate the idea of that, both from kind of a moral standpoint, but also your censors then become a single point of failure. And so the bad actors will attack the censors and try and take over the censorship organization. And if they do that, then we are really screwed when that happens. So censorship is very, very risky. I'm not sure, I don't yet know how to do that in a way that I would consider safe. The third step, although I think, is education. We need to use our school system to teach students how to identify things that probably are and probably aren't true. And we need to teach kids a responsibility to accept the truth and to value the truth, to consider that something really important. And I think we need to do that at a really early age. I think sort of second, third grade, kind of that's about the right level. We should be starting to teach our kids in the school. That should be part of social studies. Every year there should be a unit on the truth. And if we can do that, maybe we can create sort of a social respect, increase social respect for the truth enough that we don't have to do censorship. So I really don't like that alternative. So these are just ideas. I don't know what the long-term solution is, but I really believe we have to do something. And I think for your generation, I think one of the most important generational challenges you need to face is how to find a way that truth wins. My generation, we failed. Sorry, we built the internet, and that allowed bad things to happen. You have to fix this somehow. And finally, just to close, I think that truth and freedom are fundamentally linked. I think if we stop respecting truth, we put freedom at risk. The first thing people who want to take your freedom away will do is try and cut off the truth from getting to you. So that's my thought for the weekend. Does truth matter? Have a great weekend, and see you Monday. So this weekend's thought is the reasonable person principle. This is one of my most favorite philosophies of life. Now, I can't claim any personal credit for this. I learned it when I was a graduate student at Carnegie Mellon University. It was part of the sort of embedded in the whole culture there. In fact, if you Google the reasonable person principle, it'll take you to CMU. So I'm just simply interpreting things that I was told, but it really resonated with me when I was a grad student, and as much as I can, I've tried to live by this. The basic idea is really simple. It's always behave reasonably and assume that other people are behaving reasonably. No matter how unreasonable that may seem, assume that they are actually behaving reasonably. I found this is a really wonderful way of dealing with potential conflict situations. So for example, if somebody does something and it seems to you that it's totally unreasonable, you don't get angry at them. You don't lash out at them. Instead, you must assume that they are actually being reasonable, and that there is, in fact, a reasonable explanation for the behavior, which you don't yet understand, no matter how impossible that may seem. You have to assume there must be something I just don't understand here. And so rather than attack the person, instead you ask questions, polite questions, not why are you being such a jerk kind of questions, but help me understand why it was you did this thing, did I get this right? And what is amazing is how many situations it turns out, in fact, there is a perfectly sensible explanation. There was just a miscommunication, not really true malice on their part. So here's an example that happened a few years ago to me in teaching. I was partway through teaching. It was actually CS 142. And one of the CAs came to me and said, John, I think we have a case of student cheating. And I said, oh,
student cheating?
Yep. We have somebody, they turned in an assignment, but the assignment was last year's assignment. We had changed the assignment from year to year, and they turned in the project description from last year. And they said, this person must have cheated. They went to a friend who took the course last year and got their assignment. They didn't even bother to read the assignment. They just turned in their friend's assignment. So I said, well, that doesn't look good. So I followed the reasonable person principle. So I sent the student an email and asked them, could you come to my office, please?
Project Omega
your assignment.
4.
And so the person came to my office, and when she came to my office and sat down, I said,
welcome to the stream.
Last year's Project 5, not this year's Project 5.
We need to fix that scene reload. It seems to change the scene and reset the scene.
So, I don't know. I just did what was on the web page and followed the instructions. And I said, well, where did you find this web page? She said, well,
where did you find it?
I just Googled CS 142 Project 5. So I turned around to my computer and Googled CS 142 Project 5. And guess what? Last year's assignment popped up. That had gotten really popular, I guess, the previous year, and somehow Google hadn't yet discovered that this year's one was more popular. And so she has solved that. So it's totally
thank you for following Project
if you'd asked me ahead of
Omega
time,
4.
what do you think are the 5 most
I always
likely
ask
outcomes
when
you
people
talk
follow,
to this person about that?
how did you
That would
find
not have
me?
been on my list.
And what
I would
operating
not have figured
system
that
do you
out.
use?
And if I
And
had accused her,
for
I
vibe
really,
coding
really felt
anyway,
bad.
if you're
It was
interested in
very
vibe coding.
awkward, and I really don't, I don't want to accuse people of doing
Excuse me
things they
here.
haven't done. So it worked
I need
really
you
well.
to identify
Anyhow, my experience is this
the
works.
service
You'd be
that
amazed
keeps
how well this works in
restarting,
situations where you think,
rebuilding
no, this
my
person must be unreasonable.
OBS overlay and layout.
actually,
It keeps resetting
no, it's all
the existing layout that I have it set
Now, it
now.
works best
Save the current
when you
layout that I
have
have
controlled
that I have right now,
environments
so
like
that next time it
sororities
rebuilds,
or
it restores
clubs
the
or
same
startups,
layout.
where people are generally goal-aligned and also reasonable. And by the way,
Okay.
the corollary of this is that if you find a person
Since
in
you
one of
just
these environments
joined
who really is
Project
unreasonable,
Omega 4,
occasionally that happens, then you have to get rid of them.
we're just listening to
That's in order to
some
preserve
lectures.
the fact that we are really reasonable people in this environment. But it works really well in those environments.
We're just listening to some lectures that were recommended by another viewer. He says that this guy is the GOAT of software programming, wrote several books, and we're just like listening to his lectures before we send him a cold email, just to talk. I don't know what's going to come from it, but you know, older folks usually like to talk to young people and share their wisdom. So hopefully we get somewhere. I don't know. We'll probably do a lot of cold emails because
No breaks.
our goal here is to reach a $1 billion startup solo. So I wouldn't say it's solo anymore. Like a lot of people have joined the stream and helped contribute. So it might not be a solo journey anymore, to be honest. It's just, yeah, it's been great. It's been great. It just started a few days ago. This is day 11.
In environments like political environments where people are
Bash,
overtly
bash,
hostile
bash,
to each
bash,
other
bash.
and actively trying to.
And if you're curious of what's going on,
But in so many environments,
it's my product being used in the background.
It works really, really well. So
My product is working, and every time a tool is used,
can't possibly work in this situation.
it triggers
I bet you'll find in many
my
cases
AI
it does work.
called Navi
And this is a
to
corollary, I think, of a bigger
speak
idea.
something.
Is on fire.
If you can see things
Shell
from
is on
another
fire.
person's point of view,
Sub.
it's
Claude
amazing how
deployed.
much that can smooth your interactions with that person and eliminate things that would otherwise
was
cause
that? What
problems
happened?
and sort of tensions. This is just
Shell
one way
absolutely
of doing
bunkered.
Shell.
try
The
some
shell
reasonable
bunkered.
person principle.
Okay, I gotta
Claude
figure out
Code.
why it's popping up back and forth like that, and see why it's doing that. Okay. And what's next to the
commands, boss.
broadcast?
This week's thought is, do your disasters make you weaker or stronger?
All right, we only have about 2 more videos left, and we'll need more content to watch.
To everybody, sadly. You know, they can be little things like you missed a question on an exam or minor injuries, but unfortunately, most people sooner or later in their lives are going to experience some really, really bad thing. Disasters happen to pretty much all of us, unfortunately.
It does.
The death of a friend, you know, a failed marriage, company
Yeah.
collapse. There's just the list of serious
does.
personal injuries. The list goes on and on and on. And the
All right,
question
this is
how do
gonna
you
be the
respond
cold email we
when really bad
send.
happens? Unfortunately, I think people often respond in ways that makes them weaker. Most common thing is they become afraid and sort of fixate on avoiding bad things rather than achieving good things. The classic one is when people had really horrendous relationships that have ended badly, it becomes hard for them to trust again. And if it's hard to trust, it's hard to form a new relationship. You become withdrawn, less confident, risk averse. Or on the flip side, denial and blame.
Running lows.
Refusal to accept any responsibility for what will happen. In
Hey
which case
Project
you don't learn
Omega
from
4.
what just happened.
Welcome
And
to
so
the
result
stream.
of these things is that you
Welcome
become
to the
weaker
stream.
and
To talk
it
to
becomes
us
more
in
likely
Yeah,
bad
feel
things
free to
will
talk to us in
happen.
chat anytime. Hey there, I found your stream browsing the software and game devs categories. I'm mostly using Windows, but I'm learning Linux. Great, man. I'm using Linux right now. It's what's the finish? You're learning your Linux for school, Linux Plus certification. That's awesome, man. Well, I hope you learned something.
Is a very effective teacher. Maybe you become more confident. You think, if I can survive this, I can survive anything.
Still reading,
One
still
disaster is not the end of the world. It's not going to be
reading.
the end of my life.
running lows.
Maybe you become more determined, motivated, try and make up for this thing that's happened.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can. I originated from Windows because I originated from an IT background and all the
Another me bought. Manifesting this file. Doing stuff. Tool fired. Command accepted. OK, keyboard warrior. Bash, 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 bash.
Testing. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm having some issues with the stream. If you don't already know, my Claude Code manages the whole stream for me. And because of that, there are a few bugs here and there. And so, yeah, it cut off and rebuilt the voice and everything like that. So it's doing its job. Let's see. Is it working now though? I'll test the stream one more time to see if it's working. Hopefully it's working now, because I did add and remove. Perfect. I did add and remove it. So yeah, in the stream we usually go over some daily news involving AI, Vibecoding, coding, everything, and YouTube videos. I think I already went over some hacker news in the morning, but I usually like to skim around. It looks like OpenAI delivers low latency voice AI at scale. Okay, finally. Because we're always using, I'm worried about Bun too. We use Bun here to distribute our software. Okay, well, this doesn't look good. Talking to strangers at the gym. No. Microsoft Edge stores all passwords in memory in clear text. Uh-oh, Windows users. You better watch out. Apparently, Windows has been... Oh, only if you use Microsoft Edge. Okay, anybody use Microsoft Edge here? Not so good. all your saved credentials are all in clear text and can be stolen by
File created, boss.
by a Chrome extension or anything like that. So, or visiting a website, etc. What else is there? Does employment slow cognitive decline? Probably. Let's talk about LLMs. Formatting 2 million line code base overnight. No. Stopped big tech from making users have in ways they don't want to. Oh, excuse me. I need a sneeze. Okay. We good there? I think somebody's messaging me. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so that's a quick summary about the channel. Hope you enjoy your stay while you're here. We go over some articles. Vibecoding. Right now, I'm cooked because I have two
Plan greenlit.
20x max usage Claude Code Claude subscriptions, and both of them are at full capacity pretty much. So it doesn't refresh till 10 p.m. today, so I'm just going over some content. Hopefully I could make a YouTube video right now and just talk about how my product works, because all the videos I've made so far on how it works is not looking so good yet. I haven't made a demo of my product yet. But it looks like they are able, OpenAI released something that's able to make voice AI feel natural if a conversation moves at the speed of speech. We use a lot of speech to text here on the channel. We made our homegrown version of it using Whisper, the LLM model to do it. And yeah, let's see. It says it uses WebRTC for the stack, and then the inference backend, coding agent, and what's a SFU? What is an SFU? Is a selective forwarding unit, a media server that receives one WebRTC stream from each participant and selectively forwards streams to others. I see. Okay. We do try to make a lot of tools locally, and we're also trying to not buy anything. The only thing that we're allowed to buy is, what do you call it? Our Claude Code subscription per month and our infrastructure running. And that's pretty much it. I think the only way I'd pay for more subscriptions if somebody keeps buying my products.
Opening the file. Running orders.
Okay, so it gets the client to the load balancer, to the relay, to the transceiver, and then back. Got it. Nothing too complicated. Well, we're not serving a multiple users via voice, so we're not doing that. Okay, Bun is if you're not familiar with Bun, it's the faster way to create a Node.js project, and TypeScript project, and several other projects. Really, it's really the backbone. It has built-in utilities like SQL and testing frameworks built in, so you don't have to build them individually. And let's look at Bun really quick just to give you some context. Bun.com is a company that was bought out by Anthropic. They were a venture capital injected team of devs that built a solution to, bundle React components really quickly and really small using Zig, which is another programming language. And they were able to just bake in like SQL, WebSockets, and a web server built in to the whole framework and toolkit, which allowed you to just immediately spin up projects really fast, really quickly. It's a package manager. It has JavaScript runtime. It has tests built in, and it's a bundler. As you can see, we have several, of the popular folks using Bun. I guess one of the things that I like about it the most is it has SQLite built in to Bun. So you're able to immediately like have an SQL database within it. Also a package manager. And
Ship it.
Database. Yes. Let's see. Somebody's messaging me really quick and I need to help them set up a computer. So are you running OpenWhisper instead of WhisperFlow? Yes, I'm not using WhisperFlow. I compiled that the other day and have it toyed with it. Yeah, it's really fast. Like, I have it right now. Hello. Wait, it's broken. Crap. It's broken. All right, I have to pause really quick, guys. Hold on.
Putting pen to paper. Execute.
Wall Street says OpenAI's IPO will create trillionaires, but the truth is far darker. It could destroy your retirement. There's a hidden flaw in their accounting. One that nobody is talking about, their revenue hit $25 billion in 2026, and they're not done. They want a $750 billion to $1 trillion IPO. That is 30 to 40 times what they actually generate in revenue. Everyone's celebrating like it's a tech gold rush, but this isn't wealth, it's a financial time bomb that could trigger chaos across Wall Street. The OpenAI IPO valuation.
Okay, we back. Sorry for that. Had to help somebody with their computer. I'm sort of the computer person in the whole family place, so people call me to fix their computer here and there over the phone, which is super awkward. But yeah, always able to help. Yeah, one thing that I wanted to talk about is the Whisper for push to text. Like the Whisper local model is so small, it could just like, it's so small and really easy to speak out something and not have to type. And as long as it works, it's able to like type everything that I say, and I have it relayed to chat as well. You never stop being end user support for your family. Yes. True. That's true. Yeah, once they say you're the computer person, you know computers? Could you help me? I don't know how to connect to Zoom. I need help. How do I set up my iPhone? Yes. Yes. Somehow it's like unpaid technical support. Just like every Windows IT person. Just like everyone. Okay, so we went over the TTS. Okay, we're worried about Bun, and I was talking about Bun earlier. And Hacker News is a place with all the tech guys, and we're all concerned about Bun here. Let's just quickly like skim through. Bun is great software. I use it all the time. Anthropic owns Bun. Anthropic models are still great. Claude ships Bun as an executable for millions of users. If Bun breaks, Claude breaks. Anthropic has direct incentive to keep Bun excellent. Claude Code used to be great. Okay, it used to be great. It's true. Claude Code is bad. I just put $400 a month into this. Maybe we could switch to Claude Codex OpenAI maybe next month. I don't know. We'll see. It takes a lot to migrate off, I gotta say. All right, there's so many good coding agents out there. Cursor, nah. Augment, nah. Codex, no. OpenCoding, no. This guy's totally wrong. They're all pretty bad. All these coding agent artists are bad. For a long time, Cursor was a main driver. Yes, because it was the only thing available on the market, man. There was no Claude Code. Let's see. Claude Code was getting worse over time. Cursor was good. Using Anthropic models, blah, blah, blah. Dev started complaining. Yes, we are complaining. The reason why we're complaining is because we're poor and we don't want to use API usage. And so we want to get the most out of our subscription usage. And that's why we complain. But we're all poor people here, so we can't. We complain. Anthropic pushed an engineering postmortem, blamed product layer issues, including the reduced default reasoning effort, a stale session bug, a prompt change that hurt code quality. I appreciate the postmortem. It's better than pretending nothing happened. Honestly, it was probably the first time Anthropic mentioned anything being their own fault. Then there was OpenClaw mess. Yes, I'm not sure if everyone was here during the OpenClaw mess. When OpenClaw was firstly released, everybody started using it with their OAuth authentication to their OpenAI, their Google, Gemini, and Claude subscriptions. And it just became a mess because the whole internet was just spammed with really intelligent AI slop that it was really hard to stop and control the content that was being released.
Fish are having a real good time at the Underwater Comedy Club.
And yeah, and that's why you see like companies like Google, who started first banning users, including me, for using a different coding agent with their models. I had anti-gravity, and they banned me when I started using it with the Coding agent, because the Coding agent was so much better than Anthropic, or not, than anti-gravity. But they immediately banned me within 2 days for 2 weeks, and it was a sad day. And then you have OpenAI releasing their own version of they bought OpenClaw, and then they directed users to use their version of OpenClaw. And then you have Claude Code, or Anthropic telling users to use Claude Cowork instead. Yeah, and users now pay extra if they use their Claude subscription with OpenClaw or any other third-party harnesses, which is crazy, because then they'll just charge you a bunch and use up all your... oh crap, the thing's not playing. Sorry, my bad. I should be paying more attention to that. I thought, you guys, did you have that problem too? Curious if you saw a black screen, because I saw a black screen on my end, and it reset the layout too. So, what a mess! What a mess! Getting fixed, hopefully. And so you have that whole mess there, and you have, and simply like having OpenClaw or like another coding agent like Hermes in Git history will automatically charge you extra billing, which was super annoying. Oh, I didn't get to ask, what do you call it, project Omega, I assume Omega. Do you use any coding agents as well, or is it just, what do you call it, just learning for Linux for now, not vibe coding yet? This is why Bun worries me, okay? Bun is embedded in Claude Code. I'll stick to PNPM for now, okay? Another solution to download stuff, which was made by another team of people that are also trying. I also noticed Tari is also used by supporting PNPM as well for distribution. Might have to consider supporting all these other distribution methods for my product as well, since AI could just do it. PNPM is not a replacement for Node.js. I don't recommend... Okay, he then just says, I don't recommend moving away from Bun. And I hope I'm wrong. Yes, we all hope he's wrong. I disagree with the overall premise. Before acquisition bug, Bun had to figure out how to monetize at some point. Yeah, they were literally a bleeding VC company with a bunch of VC money in there. Now, even though their parent company does some shitty practices with their other software, Claude Code, it's a stretch to assume this will also translate into making Bun worse. Being worried makes sense, but I remain optimistic about Bun. Especially given the context of both of these different contexts, Claude Code is a gem of Anthropic, experiencing extreme growth, and where any of its change can result in billing issues. Yep. Bun is JS runtime. It's unclear. It will pan out to next year's. Okay. Seems to be the main top comment of the day. Bun has never really been well run. Every feature it had was full of bugs and gaps. Yeah, I still have some weird runtime security bugs that happen in Bun, which is why I had to adjust a lot of my product out of Bun to like a straight up Rust sidecar or library. Like if you guys look at like Bun on GitHub.
Butterflies are always in a flutter when they get invited to a garden party.
Look at this, guys. 5,000 plus issues, 1.7K pull requests. It's beginning to, be unreasonable to even host this on GitHub, to be honest. Just too much changes happening. Too much things going on. This is why I don't open source my software, is because I'm going to be flooded with, one, a bunch of bots to help contribute to the code base, and two, I don't want to spend credits, tokens just to review a PR. I think it's a waste of money. And even if there are incentives to going open source, like you might get some free credits from OpenAI or Anthropic, but it's probably not enough unless they give you infinite credits. That's when I'll start using it. Publishing stuff on open source. But for now, I'll move on. In other news, all right, we went over that. Oh, I'm trying to create a thumbnail for my my new video. Okay, that doesn't look good at all. What the heck? What happened to the other one? Too much going on in this thumbnail. I thought this was a professional design. Professional design. I guess Claude Design is not good at designing yet. This is a really bad thumbnail. Really bad. Really bad thumbnail. Let's see what the chat says. Oops. Uh-oh. What did I just press? Uh-oh. We're in trouble, guys. The Zoom is like totally active right now. Accessibility. Magnifier off. Okay, thank God. We're able to turn that off. Are you using any local form of version control? Yes, I'm using Git. Always use Git to save your project, guys. You don't want to blow away your backups. Once you blow away your backups, you're sort of screwed. And all that work that you did, all gone. Let's see. Let's see here. Another message. Okay. Sounds good. Everything looks correct. Is complete. What was this? This is fixing my audio. Okay, let me save all the changes. I have too many windows open here. Just save my stuff. I really need to just make my coding agents do that for me so I don't per feature, so I could look at what happens. But I'm running low on the credits. I'm probably at 1% now on usage. %, guys. I'm out. Almost out. We got, what else do we have today? Let's OpenZyba will break the stock market. Yeah, it will. Hopefully, guys, you invest in the Google. It probably has the most money in AI right now. One of the biggest winners. But yeah, it's not much news right now. Okay, anything for? I think we're pretty much almost done with that, and then we'll need some more. Like right now, we're at a pause state. Oh, we have to also check out some Reddit posts and other stuff too. Check out some Reddit and any more stuff on the interwebs YouTube for content. Deploying AI agent into a 100-person company. Okay. Oh, Palantir Technologies is having a podcast.
To facts, the appearance of software working.
Wow, they're doing their own podcast now.
And this the slop that is getting a lot of attention.
Slop?
Is not only dangerous in terms of the hyperbolic rhetoric that it also like there will be no jobs because of the slop. Nothing will work. We will have a godlike figure in the name of AI.
Navi.
What actually does work is
Overlord Heavy. Navi.
A motley crew of highly technical people who over 20 years have been maligned for being right.
Rabbits are
about
hair.
The nature of having to build Foundry,
Brained for thinking
the
they
nature
can
of
win
having
at
to build
hide
Apollo, the
and
nature of an FDA,
seek.
And
What the heck? Did he just mute him? They just muted this guy.
the demand.
Oh.
The demand for this is once in a lifetime, and that demand is actually driving these financials, meaning growing.
They muted him again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. Three microphones on. Dude, clip it. Oh my god.
Wow, this is like being on stage.
Three microphones for this dude, right?
Questions, but, the unique
what the heck?
way in which this company is being run.
Okay, maybe that's a clip. So that might be a clip.
Be non-mimetic. When the whole world said software had to be worthless, we built platforms that worked. When the whole world said you could not extend it with FDEs, we went and built FDEs. When the whole world is saying AI slop without an ontology that allows you to put true statements and truths into the ontology and therefore produce actual results, we stuck to our guns. And what did we get? We got these results. And I think if you...
We got AI slop as the results.
Company grow 100% in the U.S. with functionally a non-existent sales force with the same number of people. Our free cash flow this quarter is larger than our revenue a year ago in the same quarter. Think about that. Same company, same people, extenuated products. It's all being extended. And then look at the impact on the battlefield in the Middle East. On every company.
They're like, we won the war because
and in US commercial. Right about product, right about execution.
Okay, wait, that was me this time. That was me. Sorry.
People who are certain
that was me.
Right. Now the new version is AI slop and proving that they're wrong with our results. This is an incredible quarter, and I'm very proud of this.
Oh no, did it save it? It didn't save it. It didn't create it. Didn't create the clip. Let me see if it created the clip.
Well, thanks Aiden for the question. Well, it's a massive tailwind for us because we've always been counter-positioned against this sort of legacy thin software, that kind of was built by
that guy also works at Palantir.
That's built around rent extraction and no outcome delivery. We, on the other hand, have been focused entirely on building software that's focused on alpha, not beta. We're not trying to make you the same as every other person. We're trying to figure out.
Okay, yeah, my clip thingy does not work.
Business strategy.
We need to fix that.
So that part is probably obvious. That counterpositioning, but the other counterposition.
My clip
AI slop.
command is not creating a clip, and I just missed a bunch of clips now because it's not working. Fix it.
The ontology is the body to the AI brains. You can't actually.
All right, we need to create a clip from that, if it is a valid clip.
Your agents can go nowhere without ontology. And you're seeing that with our customers. In government, we are the platform that you build applications and agents on. In the commercial world, people are replacing.
I don't even see my VOD for Twitch.
Where we've gotten rid of legacy software like CRM.
Am I streaming there? I'm streaming on Twitch, right? Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch, but I don't see my stream on
every
Twitch for my
single,
recent broadcast or my
highlighted
current
example
broadcast.
of AI that
Kind
actually
of
is
worried.
producing results in the U.S. is actually Palantir by Palantir.
Shell
And if you,
absolutely
one of the
bonk.
ways to pen test what we're saying is just dig into the examples of AI actually transforming an.
I want to create a clip from that.
Call the client, talk to them. I'm not saying every single one is,
Clips.
but almost every single one is, and
Clips.
it is because
No
the
clips.
theory of how you do
I can't
AI
even
and
see
the
my
practice of
videos.
the enterprise are just radically different.
What's wrong
And
with
they
Twitch
look
right
the
now?
same to non-technical people, but they do not look the same to practitioners, whether you're on the battlefield or whether you're an insurance
Today
company,
is the
or whether you're
4th,
a hospital,
right?
or whether you're a manufacturer. What they discover is the
Let me see if I
reality
can
of
view
doing
it.
this requires a platform like Ontology and currently executed on top of Foundry with FDEs. And currently that combination is available from one company,
Publish.
and that is us.
Yeah, where's my day 11? Today is day 11, right? We're streaming it as day 11?
On your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Man, I want to create that clip. I could go totally viral if I had that clip existing somehow. Oh, you created for me? Thanks, man.
My question is, how do you balance between
Let me see.
going
Let me see.
after government deals and then commercial deals? Because obviously, you know, you're in a unique
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
just like we saw with that deal this quarter.
All right, let's pause it. Let's pause it. Oh my God, we got a new clipper that just joined the stream already, like doing me a solid, creating a clip. What the heck? Did you just mute him? They just muted this guy.
The demand,
Oh.
the demand for this is once in a lifetime, and that demand is actually driving these financials, meaning growing.
They muted him again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. Three microphones on. Dude,
Oh, dude, that's.
clip it.
Oh, dude, that's so good.
Oh my God.
That's so good. That is a badass clip, dude. That is badass. Let's feature that. Let's edit that. And let's put it on. Let's put it on live stream fails, baby. Put it on live stream fails. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right. Let's just swap. Swap. Zoom in, enhance. All right. Let's go. We gotta get his dumb face on here. All right. Let's 3 microphones. Yeah, 3. Let's go.
What the heck? Did you just mute him? They just muted this guy.
The demand,
Oh.
the demand for this is once in a lifetime, and that demand is actually driving these financials, meaning growing.
They muted him again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. Three microphones on. Dude, clip it.
Dude, that's so good. That is so good, man.
Three microphones for this dude, right? All right. What the heck? Did you just mute him? They just
Cats
muted
are
this guy.
paws. 8 of they're the best comedians because they always land on their feet.
Dude, you're doing me a solid project, Omega. This is so great. They muted him again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. Three microphones on. Dude,
Oh my
clip
God,
it,
dude.
clip it.
And it runs.
Oh wait, let's see it. Oh my God.
This is like being on stage.
Three microphones for this dude, right? All right, perfect. We did it, guys. We did it. What the heck? Did you just mute him? All right. How do I view that featured clip? Let's see. Share. YouTube. 3 microphones. What the heck? Did you just mute him? They just muted this guy. Oh. I could just post it on Instagram because I just got an Instagram account. You need a professional Instagram account to connect Instagram to Twitch IG. A professional account gives you free access to tools to go. They muted him again. Do I need a professional account, guys? Like he's spitting out too much facts. Sorry, let me pause this. Silence him. All right, pause this. Okay.
Terminal time.
I've never used Instagram in my life, man. Is it worth it, or should I just keep a regular Instagram account? This will be my first video. You need a professional. I mean, what does it do? Will it like cancel? Will it cancel my like account or something? Business or creator? Business accounts are best for retailers, local businesses, organizations, service providers. We're none of that. We are none of that, guys. We'll just cancel that. We just want a normal. Wait. So in order to do it, you need a professional account? Like I can't do it? Fine. Okay, I'm a creator. Okay, let's create this thing. I don't know. I can't even see behind this button. Next. Show category on profile. Sure. What category are we, guys? Or product and service. We're a personal blog too, right? No, we're a product and a service. Or personal blog. I can't tell. We're a product and service. Okay, switch to professional account now. Yes. Do I need to pay anything? We're trying to like bootstrap everything and not pay a single cent on anything, so. What the heck? We just did this. Oh wait, cancel. Back, business, next. Switch to personal. Your profile and content on Instagram will be public. Anyone will be able to see, wait, why is it telling you to switch back and forth? I'm doing what it says. Wait, switch to personal. Professional account, sure. Fine, I'll switch to a professional account. Wait, what? I need to put my number in here? Okay, never mind. I'm doing Instagram later. It's published on YouTube. And let's post it on TikTok. We could change the title a little bit, but 3 microphones. I think that's a good headline for a Twitch clip. And let's do that. Let's reshare. Oh, wait. We got to go to the YouTube. It's very important that my YouTube is bigger than my Twitch, because Twitch, I don't get anything on for content. And yeah, it's pretty messed up. Well, I don't get anything on YouTube either, but at least on YouTube, you could build up like a certain amount of hours to eventually like monetize and stuff. And so like setting visibility to shorts. 3 microphones. Oh, it's 50 seconds? I thought we reduced it to a little bit shorter. Didn't we? Let me see. Thought we reduced it to like 20 seconds. What the heck? Did you just mute him? They just muted this guy.
The demand,
Oh.
The demand for this is once in a lifetime. And that demand is actually driving these financials, meaning growing.
They muted him again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. Three microphones on. Dude, clip it. Oh my god.
This is like being on stage.
Born into existence.
Three microphones for this dude, right?
But
All right, let's go. Let's hope. Hopefully that hits. Does live stream fails? Okay, Reddit r live stream fail. And then let's just make a post. I think it's should we should download the video and drop it so that people I don't know, like the thing is if I upload the video, I don't get any metrics or views for my video. But if I put it on YouTube, or not, if I download it and upload it, people will just be able to eat and view the video right away. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should we download and upload the video on Reddit, or should we just link the short, or link the Twitch link? Because like here's what happened. Here's some of the metrics that I got so far. For example, Reddit. There was a post that I made. Oh yeah, did somebody say something to me? Oh no. There's a post that I made here that got like 44,000 views, but no comments, right? It's 239. Okay, people are actually going to start like downvoting stuff at this time. But let's see. If we look at the insights here, we have 44,000 views, right? But even though it has 44,000 views, if you look at the actual video, the actual link to the video, which I just click into it here, it only has about 900 views. And it's a good clip. See what happened there? It's a good clip. It says like 941 views, right? Navi's voice. What happened to Navi's voice? Hello, Navi? Hello? Of course, Navi's not responding. Hey, Navi, hello. You hear me?
I am Navi, and I am super excited to help you with anything you need. Sama! I am your super energetic and eager to please made AI assistant, ready to help you with anything.
Oh my god.
Hi!
Right, that was a good clip, right? But only 900 people actually viewed the clip. Other people just scrolled past it, right? So we're gonna experiment, and we're gonna download the video, and then we're going to upload it here directly, and people will just eat it up. Okay, they'll just eat it up. We'll download the clip. 15 megabytes, 14.5 megabytes. We're gonna upload it here. Man, I didn't know I had a pro clipper right on the get-go, on the spot. Here, and we're gonna do 3 microphones. We're gonna do funny, or funny or actual fail. I think it's funny. And we're just gonna upload it here. And this is like practically a brand new account. It's like a year-old account, but never posted anything. Journey to the 1 billion, you know. And let's see. Today is this. Okay. Wow, they really rename it some weird name. Cultured, powerful, dragonfly, freaking, stinking. Damn. They really like do something about it. Got 99 problems. but microphone, not one. There you go. What's better? 3 microphones or got 99 problems but a mic not one? Maybe just 3 microphones. All good? All good? How are we? Nobody's saying anything. But I'll leave it to, I'll just leave it to instincts, I guess. The last one implies he has no mic issues. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Moving to implementation.
He has all the mic issues. God, I like that one. I like that one. Got 99 problems. All right, maybe you got 99 problems. But three mics is good. 3 mics is good. 3 microphones. 3 microphones, 1 Palantir. There you go. That implies almost that one meme and about a cup, except it's for about 3 microphones, 1 Palantir. Wait, should I say Palantir CEO or just CEO? Just CEO? Should I just remove the Palantir part and just put the CEO? Three microphones, 1 CEO, or 3 microphones, 1 Palantir CEO? I think this, yeah, the Palantir might put you on a watch list. Okay, I'll take off that. I'll take it off. All right. Yeah, it's all the mic issues. Let's see. I could just paste the link to the actual thing that we're watching. Where's the YouTube thing? Where is it? Okay, let's just go back to YouTube. It's on my history. Let's put the timestamp.
Tweaked it.
Very long period of time. Well, the talent question is Palantir is famous for having the best talent over growth in the U.S. The rule of 145. I think it's just beyond actually our knows that
one bug yoink. Let me.
Oh, sure. Start. Let's see here. Okay. Source.
Look. Scalpel.
2 mics, 1 streamer.
Small incision.
2 mics, 1 streamer. Should it be 2 mics, 1 streamer?
Press the button.
3 mics, 1 streamer. That applies it to me though. That applies to me. Maybe this might blow up. Maybe it might blow up. Let's do that. Is this okay? Is this content? Will it get me in trouble? Let me call my legal advice first. Let me get some legal advice first. Let me share this to my my legal people first, because I don't want to get like, I want to make sure I'm protected. At the same time, I want to have good content for everybody, you know. But it doesn't.
What the heck? Did you just mute him?
I gotta make sure I won't get like, I'm protected, you know. Let's see. Before I post this, and you verify, I will be safe. This and verify I'm safe. Because like this is the CEO of what do you call it? A Palantir, you know, he created a really great company-ish thing. Don't want to get on his radar for being in for being in trouble or anything, you know. I'd totally work there if they if I pass their interview, but I most likely will never pass their interview. But yeah, it's hopefully we're gonna stay alive here. But this is what it takes. We're not doing anything crazy, right? We're just showing that he has three microphones. Let's see if before I post this, can you verify I'm safe? Yeah, I'm just let's see here. Getting my advice. I'm waiting for the response right now. See if it's safe. If they give me the thumbs up, it's full send, guys. Full send.
Shipped. Hey, SigmaShake Inc., welcome to the stream. Hey, feel free to talk to us in chat. Feel free to talk to us in chat. Feel free to talk to us in chat.
What the heck? Did he just mute him? They just muted this guy. What the heck? Did he just mute him? They just muted this guy.
By getting to do that. And so when I stepped out of SEO, I got pretty heavy into the personal knowledge management space. So I was doing all of the like Roam research and Notion stuff.
At. Elephants have a trunk, load of jokes, but never forget them.
Okay, David, so the question, do you have a favorite Ferrari?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would never actually want to get behind the wheel of it, but I think I got to go with the F40.
Of course.
I remember just being like a kid in elementary school and getting a model of one and thinking like, oh my God, this is the most incredible machine that mankind has ever created.
Yeah, it's the defining super.
They took my microphone.
Yes, how about you?
They took my microphone from me. They too took my microphone.
It's the 1957
Sorry, guys.
Testarossa.
They might be shutting off my stream. I think my stream's going to be shut off in like a few minutes. Because, and thank you, Niso.
It's gorgeous.
Ah, beauty and power. Story of Ferrari.
Yes. All right, should we do it?
Let's do it.
So I don't know when my microphone cut off, but I'll be getting cut out in like maybe 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes, but I'll be away for another 30 minutes and then I'll come back, but I'll play something. I'll play this. Let me bring some context about this. Some people are joining.
And we are your hosts.
Let me silence.
It is a giant market.
Let me silence. The reason why we watch this particular podcast is because we want to learn about how a company is incepted to how they become successful. And this podcast goes over, all the major players like Google, Meta, Netflix, every Walmart, Amazon. They go through their main foundation origin stories. And I'm sorry, there's like this other one that's showing up, that's showing the face of another person that we need to remove on the stream. This guy. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We'll put something else in there. And what's great about listening to these guys is it gives you that concept of ideas. What are the good parts? What are the bad parts of what happens when they start a company? Oh, it's still not changed. Let's see here. Bam. And also my thing reset. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. My whole layout reset again. This is what happens when you let Claude take over your OBS and control it all for you. But yeah, like even though their podcasts are super long, they're super great for listening to on a drive or a long commute. And you could just listen on and off on learning how a business is started and what sort of put them through like the critical moments in their business lifetime. Because like there's so many crazy stories out there that you don't hear. And these podcaster people, they do the like third party analysis of the history of the company. They don't actually interview the people. Sometimes they do. But it's just great,
A huge human need, and it is one of the top 3 things that households spend money on along with their housing and their food. And the automobile has become the default way that humans move around the world.
And that is not what we're talking about today.
And this episode has absolutely nothing to do with any of that. Today's episode, listeners, is about selling dreams.
Ooh, yes.
We are talking about...
We want that dream, baby.
One of the most paradoxical companies that we have ever studied here on Acquired. Ferrari ships very, very few cars. Around 14,000 per year. That is approximately the number of Toyotas that are sold every 10 hours. But of course, we know Toyota and Ferrari are a silly comparison. So what about a company that we have covered in the past? Porsche.
Yeah.
Even Porsche ships 22 times the number of cars that Ferrari does. And yet, even though almost nobody owns a Ferrari, only about 180,000 people globally, they have among the highest brand recognition. I would argue that over 1 billion people know what a Ferrari is.
Easily.
Which means, David, that Ferrari has the highest ratio of people who know about their products to people who actually own their products of any company in human history.
I think we got to scope it to companies that make products that are nominally available for purchase by consumers, but
yes.
But yes.
Yes, like the space shuttle is a product, but you can't go buy a space shuttle.
Yeah.
So I would say Ferrari is the only ultra luxury brand that has reached mass cultural awareness.
Yeah.
There's some fun numbers just to keep putting this in perspective. There are 10 times more Birkin and Kelly bags made each year over at Hermes than there are Ferraris. And there are 70 times more Rolexes made each year than there are Ferraris.
Yeah, it's wild.
The paradoxes continue. People are dying for their SUVs, and yet they limit them to just 20% of total volume.
Wait, what is this SUV of which you speak?
I'm sorry, Ferrari utility vehicle, because they would never...
Yes, the FUV.
Yes.
The Ferrari utility vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Here's another good one.
Anybody have a Ferrari?
160 times the number of cars that Ferrari does.
I don't.
Yet Ferrari
I don't.
has a higher market capitalization. They're worth more than the Ford Motor Company and Volkswagen.
Oh, wait.
Stellantis,
I have a small bit. Okay, so there's a reason why I pay attention to Ferrari in general and F1. And it's because in business school or in my business class, we had a simulated business like competition emulator that it was called like Mike's Bikes or something like that, and you start up a bike company that is like emulated in a stock market, and you have to distribute your resources and expenses to upgrading the technology or marketing or working on R&D to reduce price and stuff. And my team won. It was me, actually. I was doing all the trading and emulation myself because I was so addicted to it. And even though I won a very abstract way, the professor said I did it the wrong way. Even though I optimized my product to be the best and sell the most and make the most revenue, they still said I did it the wrong way, even though I won the competition, right? And the reason why they said that was because they said that the biggest margin for business is if you hit the luxury market, because the margins are so large to make money, right? You could make something for pennies and then sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And that's how you survive in the economy. You can't survive if you sell a very, very cheap products and to hundreds of thousands of millions of users. You survive by making the most profit based on your net gross profit margin, right? Another way to say it is improving your cash flow. You buy something, you sell something, and you make a profit to stay alive and above water, right? And Ferrari was just one of those companies, and several other luxury brands also.
Makers are needing the attention when they rise to the occasion.
Thank you, Navi.
This company is worth so much more than most giant manufacturers. Ferrari makes all of their cars mostly by hand, inefficiently, and one-off in a single town, Maranello, Italy.
Video check. Another thing happened again. Sorry, guys.
Of the very few cars that they do,
Palantir is really attacking my stream today.
about 80% of them are earmarked specifically for people who already own a Ferrari.
Right.
So that means there's less than 3,000 new customers buying Ferraris in any given year.
It's actually completely insane.
Right.
When you think about it.
This funnel narrows pretty tight. So how on earth did Ferrari manage to build this incredibly valuable business while selling their cars to almost nobody? Well, the answer is bloody. It is half a century of death and speed and love and feeling alive. And of course, there are some of the most clever business model mechanics that we have ever studied here on Acquired.
It really is
Running
very
journal.
Italian, you might say.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, it's tragic, it's romantic.
There's death, sex, betrayal, and very, very fast cars. Well, listeners, if you are interested in the big takeaways from each episode in writing, you should join our email list at acquired.fm/email. You can also get past episode corrections, exclusive behind-the-scenes photos that we found during our research. We'll be sending some of those out for this episode, and you can vote on future episode topics. Plus, we will give away a little hint about the next episode each time. That's acquired.fm/email. Come talk about this episode with us in Slack at acquired.fm/Slack or by clicking the link in the show notes. And before we dive in...
Oh, I got removed, guys. The post got removed on Reddit. It got removed. It says... This is what it says. Title guidelines. Titles that are opinionated contain harmful misinformation or seriously misleading titles. It's not abundantly clear they are a joke, are not allowed. Additionally, submissions whose titles contain excessive caps, emojis, exclamation marks will be removed. Since embedded clips are now allowed, streamers' names will be required in titles, except in certain cases, such as a joke. Title says, Northern Lion plays X, and it's a video of Ludwig with a shaved head. See full rules here. Okay, so are we allowed to re-upload it? It has 7,000 views before it was taken down. Sad. Let's see. How is the title opinionated? It was literally 3 microphones and 1 CEO. Contains harmful information. That's wrong. Seriously misleading titles. No. Additionally, submissions whose titles... I think I remember that there was like no such things as politics in live stream fails. Okay. But
Keyboard warrior.
Yeah, I guess we need somebody else to post that. Whose title? Yeah, I didn't follow any of those. What do you call it? Because it's clearly not misinformation, right? Because there is 3 microphones. Sorry, thing happened again. Because it's trying to troubleshoot what's going on. But we got that temporary exposure, you know. At least we have the YouTube. The YouTube's more important, and so even though we upload the full lesson learned, if we upload the full video, it doesn't account for anything positive other than the site itself, and so we should only post like our Twitch link. Let's see if we are allowed to do the Twitch link. The momentum is key, guys. We gotta keep up the velocity that we're relevant. Like we grab the attention of people. Okay? That's the most valuable thing right now. The attention of people. Let's see. Download landscape version. Portrait version. Linking. I wonder if we could link the, what do you call it? The portrait version? Because the portrait version is just like pretty simple, right? And it's like crafted by hand. Let's see here. We go to this. We go to that. We go to this. We go to that. Oh. Sorry. Oh. Why does it not mute it by default? Okay. Go to that. We go to this. And then we how do we view the portrait version of this? Does anybody know? Anybody know how to view the portrait version? Share. Or is the edited video the one that I have to go to? So confused. All right. This one. All right, it's this one. And then you could just do this. feature. Share clip portrait. Wait, what happened to the original? Wait, what happened to the original, guys? I'm confused. Because like we made the portrait version, right? And it looks like this. Looks like this weird one. Edit. That's weird. Edit layout. Stacked. Got it. This. Wait, what? What happened? Why am I looking at this recorded version of it? That's weird. Well, we have a video. All that matters is the video. Oh, see, yours is done perfectly. We'll just share this. We won't share this. This is more important. This is more important. Reddit. Let's do the Reddit. Let's do that. Link, image, video, link. Okay, let's just do that. 3 microphones. Okay, 3 microphones, no CEO. I was the one that added the CEO. Okay, just blame me for the 3 microphones. We'll just do 3 microphones. And we'll just do that. We'll just do that. And then we don't want to do anything like, let's just do an actual fail, right? It was an actual fail, right? Not funny. It's not funny. Okay, we understand it's not funny. It's just an actual fail. It's not funny. Not funny. Actual fail. Context. Q1. Earnings. Webcast. Webcast. Somehow 2 technical failures with mics. There. That's PC, right? Okay. 3 microphones. Let's switch our look. Please. Please don't delete it this time. Please. Please. Okay, let's just like cross our fingers. Okay, let me see if I got the notification that it was banned. Okay, it was banned, I think. HTTP, due to a better platform experience. Okay, no. Okay, now if you put a link there, it'll just auto moderator will email you saying that, okay, I got a meeting soon, guys. I got a meeting. We're gonna listen to this thing for a few minutes, and then I'll come back to you guys, okay? I'll come back. So listen to the story of Ferrari.
Seed to IPO and beyond.
So with that, this show is not investment advice. David and I may have investments in the companies we discuss, and this show is for informational and entertainment purposes only. David Rosenthal, take us to Italy.
Ooh, all right. Well, we start in 1898 in the medieval Italian town of Modena with the birth of our hero, Enzo Anselmo Giuseppe Maria Ferrari. Better known, of course, either by the name of the company he would found that bears his last name, Ferrari, or to his hundreds of millions of fans around the world simply as Enzo. So Enzo is born here in 1898 in Modena, the second of 2 sons, and his mother, Adalgisa, is a beautiful young woman. His father, Alfredo, is 12 years older than his mother. And his father runs a successful metalworking shop and is kind of like a fairly well-to-do middle-class entrepreneur about town. And Enzo and his father are often at odds growing up, but part of his dad does rub off on him in this sort of entrepreneurial influence. His dad says something to him which sticks with Enzo for the rest of his life. A company is perfect when the number of partners in it is odd and less than 3. I.e., don't take on partners. Always be self-sufficient.
It's a great quote.
Yoink the
We
file.
should say that much of this history, this whole episode, comes from the fantastic, really definitive biography of Enzo called Enzo Ferrari, written by Luca Del Monte, who worked at Ferrari and Maserati for many years, and then after he retired, dedicated about a decade of his life to researching and writing this definitive biography. It's really excellent. So anyway, his mother and his father are always fighting. They're always yelling, arguing, swearing. And this has a very different effect on each of their
Stitching
two
it
children.
up.
For Enzo's older brother, who is named after his father, he's also named Alfredo, nicknamed Dino.
Bash, bash,
to tell
bash.
them apart. He, Dino, becomes like the golden child. He's the peacemaker, the pleaser, the striver, the smart and successful one. He's going to make his parents proud, and he's going to take over the family business. Enzo, on the other hand, as the younger brother, he just takes right after all the sort of less savory parts of mom and dad. He's mischievous. He doesn't apply himself in school or pay any attention. And, why should he? His family.
We're in luck, boys. Meeting got canceled.
His
Meeting
older
got canceled,
brother,
guys.
the golden child, is going to
Be right back. Let me set up again.
Enzo can just kind of knock about town. He dreams of
Wait.
someday maybe.
Actually, I need to let my dogs out. I'll be right.
Mostly so that he can, hang out with the show.
Walk. Let me give him a walk, guys. I'll be back.
Well, his life is an opera, as we shall see. So there's one thing, though, that really captivates Enzo's spirit, which is the new modern sporting and leisure pursuit of automobile racing. And one blissful night when Enzo is a teenager, he declares to his best friend his true intention in life. I am going to be a racing driver. And that dream does indeed come true, but probably not in any way that Enzo expected that night. Because very shortly thereafter, World War I breaks out, and two tragedies happen to Enzo in quick succession. First, his father, Alfredo, contracts pneumonia and dies. Unrelated to the war, he just got pneumonia and suddenly died. Shortly thereafter, his older brother Dino, the golden child, goes off, enlists in the Italian army, where he also contracts pneumonia and dies. So Enzo is left alone with his mother that he needs to support. The family business is gone. And because Enzo has never applied himself, he has no discernible skills or ability to continue it or, really do much else that would provide gainful employment for him here. That was supposed to be Dino's role in the family. Now, before Enzo can stop to really think, he too gets drafted into the army, where he also comes down with pneumonia and nearly dies, but he survives. He's the one who survives.
He has a quote later in life where he sort of acknowledged this emotional burden and his life's work that he would go on to create, where he said, "I feel alone after a life crowded by so many events and almost guilty of having survived."
Yeah, I mean, the title of his memoirs is My Terrible Joys. Tells you everything you need to know right there about Enzo's life.
Yep.
So when he comes back home to Modena at the end of the war, he has no hope, but he does still have his dream of motor racing. And remember, he's still like a teenager, basically, at this point, a late teenager, early 20-something. He starts making noise to his mom about selling the family house to finance buying a racing car, and that he's going to go out and race this car and win prize money to support them.
It's an audacious plan.
It's an audacious plan. His mom is like, no. How about instead, how about this? Why don't you go try to get a job at a car company and see where things go from there? Enzo's like, okay, fair compromise. So his mom arranges for him to travel to Turin, big city in the northeast of Italy, where he interviews for a job at Fiat. And Fiat is the biggest Italian car company at the time and will come back up many, many times in this story. It is, as you all probably know, essentially the Ford Motor Company of Italy. And the family behind it, the Agnellis, are the wealthiest and most important industrialists basically in the history of Italy. And today they own and control both Stellantis, which is the merged result of Fiat, Chrysler, and Peugeot, and they also own and control Ferrari. Don't worry, we'll get there.
We'll get there, but not for, the better part of a century here.
Yes. So back to Enzo here in 1918. Fiat, of course, rejects his job application because, again, he has no discernible skills. But Enzo is persistent, and in 1919, he lands a job at a new startup automobile company called CMN. And there, he pledges his future salary, like the next several months of his salary, to purchase for himself one of the company's sports cars that he then goes off and takes racing. So he didn't have to sell his house to finance this dream, but he did pledge his future salary. Now, this is an important point to land here. With very few exceptions, one of which we'll talk about in just a minute, motor racing at this point in time was a private individual sport. Drivers generally bought and raced their own cars, either because they were independently wealthy and successful and could afford their own staffs and mechanics to maintain these cars. These were folks known as gentlemen racers.
That's right. I've heard that term.
Yes, and this is the group of people that ultimately, once Ferrari gets founded, become Enzo's core client base. Or the other group of drivers at this time are like Enzo. They're these kind of like hustlers and dreamers who managed to glom on somewhere in the car industry and leverage that into entering races. But basically, motorsport was this like passionate
Giraffe
sort of
eyes our neck
privateer
and neck
pursuit.
with comedians
Not organized
for having the
professional
highest
racers
jokes.
on highly paid teams.
Yes. So Enzo enters into this world and he does pretty well. Well enough not only to send some prize money back home to mom, but also to attract the attention of Alfa Romeo, which is Italy's other large car company at the time, although much, much smaller than Fiat. And Alfa has one of Italy and Europe's few, if not only, in-house racing teams. So even though most racing that's happening is privateers, Alfa has their own racing team, which is pretty unique for Europe at the time. So they scoop up this young, hotshot, talented driver, Enzo, to come and race for them. And now, this is a huge coup for Enzo. Like, basically, his whole dream as a teenager is coming true. He's racing, he's making money from prizes, he's part of this Alfa Romeo team that's going to support him, provide him great vehicles to race and also mechanics and everything he needs. So he hatches a plan that he's going to cash in on this newfound fame and notoriety by starting his own business. He's going to be an entrepreneur, just like his dad. So at age 22, in 1920, Enzo starts his first company, a coach building business in Modena called Carrozzeria Emilia. Now, what is a coach building business? This is another really important point to understand about the car business at this point in time. For most companies, and especially car companies that were making sports cars, the actual bodies or the coaches were built and designed by third-party coach builders. The cars were just an engine and a chassis that the car maker would deliver. And then the clients would go to a coach maker, like this one that Enzo is starting up, and have them build the body to their taste and specifications that would go on top of, the mechanics of the car.
Yeah, it reminds me of our Rolex episode where the movement makers were totally different than the case makers, which were totally different than the jewelry stores that sold them, not the sort of integrated way that we know it today of the movement maker is often the same as the case maker, and then you often just sell sort of pseudo directly.
Yes, totally. In this case, it's actually a holdover from the horse-drawn carriage days where the coach builders built carriages, but they obviously didn't supply the horses. So the same thing starts to emerge here in the early automobile industry. So Enzo's admittedly pretty half-baked plan here is that thanks to his sure-to-come, new fame and fortune as an Alfa Romeo race car driver, customers, Alfa Romeo customers, and customers of other car companies are going to come banging down his door to build their car bodies, to build their coaches. What the connection is between being a good race car driver and being a great coach builder, I'm not sure, and neither is the market, because the business does not go well. It's a failure, and within 2 years, Enzo is bankrupt. Now, perhaps relatedly, Enzo's sort of mettle as a professional race car driver also proves to be good, but he's not great. He has all the talent, all the skill, but he comes to realize he doesn't have the one final thing that separates the true motorsport champions from everyone else. He's too afraid to die. He can't push himself and the car to the point that's really, really, really on the edge.
The limit, as they say.
The limit, yes. Part of this, of course, is his sort of haunted past. The deaths of his brother and father. Death has had this huge presence in his life. But also, it's very much his present. So once he joins the Alfa Romeo team, there's two sort of senior drivers on the team who really take him under his wing as mentors, and they become friends. And Enzo watches them both die during races at the wheel. The first of which, Enzo was the first person to find him, and he actually literally died in Enzo's arms.
Oof.
And so after all these experiences, Enzo he can't push himself to do the same thing over and over like they did.
And that is the sick reality of racing, at least in this point in history, is it is the people who are absolutely willing to go right up to that line and maybe cross it.
Often cross it.
I mean, it kind of depends where you put the line. Those who win are the ones who are absolutely willing to die.
I mean, on our Formula One episode, we talked about through the 70s, right? There was an average of more than one death a year in Formula One out of a field of only like 20 drivers. So yeah, that's the reality for a very long time in this business. And paradoxically, that's also part of the appeal. So in 1924, Enzo makes the decision to quit racing, cast off the coach building business, and instead open a Alfa Romeo dealership in Modena.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's now married. He wants to have a family. His son, naturally named Dino, would be born a few years later. Dino after his father and brother. Basically, he's going down the time-honored path of retired ex-athlete with some degree of notoriety opens local car dealership.
Pioneering.
Now, toward the end of his racing career, Enzo had also gotten more involved in the actual management of the team and gotten to know some of the managers of Alfa Romeo, the company itself. So he still has these close connections to the company, which are certainly going to help him in becoming a dealer. And then the very next year, the Alfa Romeo board of directors makes the inexplicable decision to drastically cut
Pineapples
back
are fruit,
on their racing
full
activities.
comedians, because
And
they're
gonna
always
keep
prickly
the
on
company
stage.
team, but only going to enter a few races, and the budget is going to be cut. And so Enzo's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on a sec here. I need the publicity from the Alfa Romeo racing team. That's my only connection to fame here and why people would come to my dealership and buy my cars. I kind of need to have Alfa's racing on a regular basis. So he goes to Alfa Romeo headquarters in Milan with a proposal. I understand that you want to cut the expense, sort of day-to-day of running your own racing team. What if I take it over? And all the races that you don't want to run, you bless me, your dealer, Enzo Ferrari, as the official racing agent of Alfa Romeo, and I'll put together my own private team. I'll hire the drivers. I'll hire the mechanics. I'll cover the costs.
Right. It's like a fully outsourced racing team that's just kind of a contract relationship. You don't have to have this on your books. This is a sort of loose affiliation.
And for Enzo, what better marketing activity could you imagine than to become the quasi-official racing agent, sort of second team of Alfa Romeo?
Yep.
And thus, the first iteration of the Ferrari business is born, the Scuderia Ferrari, which is the name that he gives to his new racing team, Scuderia being stables in Italy. It's a stable of drivers and cars for Alfa Romeo. And the Ferrari racing team to this very day in Formula One and elsewhere is the Scuderia Ferrari. That is the SF that you see on the Ferrari shield everywhere.
Yep. And for a team that would go on to adopt the prancing horse, I am loving the thick metaphor here with the stable and the...
Oh, Enzo, as we shall see, is a natural-born marketer. So, important to note a couple things here. The Scuderia Ferrari is very much intended to be a junior partner to Alfa Romeo, or at least Alfa intends it that way. But Enzo does, in the back of his mind, have broader ambitions. As we alluded to with the whole coach building thing, unless you're one of the few, new at this point, really mass assembly line consumer car companies like Fiat or like the Ford Motor Company over in America, the line and the barrier to entry between being a garage who develops and maintains racing cars and graduating to making your own cars that you sell to the privateers who go racing is pretty thin. And Enzo's always got this in the back of his mind, and he's got some examples out there. So there are other garages, for lack of a better word, out there in Italy at the time that have made the jump from developing race car versions of other cars made by other manufacturers to selling their own cars. The prime example being Maserati right there in Modena, right across town, the Maserati brothers.
In the video game world, this is modding.
Yes.
You're sort of taking someone's kind of basic game and souping it up into something really special for you that you're customizing.
Yep. So for Enzo, in the back of his mind, he's like, okay, this is my opportunity to build my own team, hire my own engineers and mechanics, use hopefully my team's success combined with the Scuderia Ferrari brand that I'm building. Maybe someday I too can launch my full-on car company like the Maserati brothers across town. So as he gets going with this grandmaster plan and developing the Scuderia, he knows that he needs to build up more than just his own operations. He also does need to build a brand if he's going to sell his own cars someday. And specifically, he needs a logo. And he's got the perfect one. But before we tell the story of the legend of the Ferrari prancing horse, now is a great time to thank our presenting partner, JP Morgan Payments.
Yes. And one thing that kept coming up, listeners, in our research for Ferrari is just how global they have been from their early days. Of course, headquartered in Italy, but selling cars to the US and around the world, as we will soon get to, from those early days. And behind any company operating at that scale, there is a massive engine orchestrating money movement behind the scenes.
That's right. It's an enormous amount of complexity. Paying suppliers in one currency, collecting receivables in another, managing exchange risk, adding vendors and suppliers, and of course, staying compliant in all these regions. When you're really early stage, moving money across 2 or 3 currencies, you can manage it yourself. But going from 3 to 20 is like a completely different situation.
Yes. And the companies that get this right, that make those strategic investments in payments infrastructure early, those are the ones that scale. That's what JP Morgan Payments cross-currency solutions are built for. They send payments in 120 currencies. They receive payments in 40 across more than 200 countries and territories. That means that you get seamless integration through their APIs that plug directly into your existing treasury workflow. And that gives you real-time visibility and control over your transactions.
The whole goal is to make global money movement invisible. And because there's so much complexity required behind the scenes to make it feel invisible, the stability and scale of JP Morgan's global payments network, plus local market infrastructure, is really what makes it possible.
It is one of those things where the scale is the product. If you do the math, there are tens of thousands of combinations of currencies that you may need to switch in between. Not something you want to take on yourselves. So listeners, if your business is moving money across borders and you need cross-currency payment solutions that do the hard work for you, check out jpmorgan.com/acquired and just tell them that Ben and David sent you. Okay, David, so where does the famous, infamous prancing horse for Scuderia Ferrari come from?
Yeah, how did all those Ferraris come to have a black prancing horse on them?
And I gotta say, it is the strangest thing looking at some of these old pictures because the first thing that the prancing horse went on was these Alfa Romeo cars.
Yes.
And so there's these old pictures of a Alfa Romeo badged car, and the fender sort of in front of the door, there's a Scuderia Ferrari prancing horse.
Yes, it's bizarre to look at today.
Yeah, listeners, we'll send that out in the email.
So back when Enzo was a promising young racing driver, one of his early fans and supporters was a noble Italian count and countess whose son, Francesco Baracca, had been Italy's #1 ace fighter pilot during World War I, like World War I dogfighting. And Baracca had won 34 aerial victories before he was tragically killed in combat. Right
Cats are
before
paws,
the end
eat
of
if
the
they're
war.
funny,
And
but
on
often
his
claw their
airplane,
way to a
he
laugh.
had painted as his symbol and a good luck charm, the black prancing horse. Now, he's like a national hero, and everybody in Italy knows about Count Baracca and his exploits during World War I. And his parents are fans of Enzo. And so one night after the war, the Countess tells Enzo, "Why don't you paint the black horse on your car? It will bring you luck." And to symbolize this gift, she gives Enzo a photo of her son in front of his plane before he was killed with the horse and with an inscription from her below it that Enzo should use this symbol.
That's an official endorsement right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So here we are now. Enzo is launching his Scuderia, his stables, his horses, and he knows that this is the moment to put the gift to use as the Scuderia's logo. It's perfect. Stable horses, but it's more than that. This man had been a national hero. Everybody in Italy knows him and knows the symbol, and Enzo has had it bestowed upon him, not just with, his mother's blessing, but with the explicit direction to put it on his race cars. So Enzo takes the prancing horse, he places it within a yellow shield, yellow being the city color of Modena, with the 3 colors of the Italian flag above. This is just a genius marketing move. The prancing horse reflects both the Scuderia and links Enzo and the team to this national hero. The shield reflects his intention to do battle on the racetrack. And the Italian colors reflect the ultimate ambition to establish this team, this company, and its future cars as the Italian national team and sports car company.
Yep.
So in our research, I spoke to Luca di Montezemolo, the legendary Ferrari chairman who would ultimately succeed Enzo and really in many ways be his heir, as we will tell in this story.
Important to note, different Luca than the Luca who wrote the book, David, that most of this narrative is based on.
And I asked Montezemolo, you knew Enzo probably as deeply and as well as just about anybody who's still alive today. And there's this kind of popular legend that Enzo was just a racer. He only wanted to race. He didn't really care about business or road cars, and all the road cars only existed to fund his racing activities.
Oh, this is the biggest thing about people today. When I say, we're doing an episode on Ferrari, they say, oh my gosh, yeah, it's such a crazy story because, Enzo really just wanted to race cars and he built this car company, but really that was just sort of to finance the racing. And he doesn't even care about those road cars. He's not really a business guy. He just wants to make great cars with great engines and send them racing.
Completely false. Montezemolo confirmed when I asked him. Enzo was a natural-born entrepreneur and marketer. He really was Italy's Steve Jobs in every aspect. I mean, think about it. What was Steve Jobs? Steve Jobs was not an engineer. He was a marketer. The same as Enzo. Enzo is not an engineer. He's not a car mechanic. He can't build the cars himself.
But they both had a sort of understanding and deep appreciation for the technical things that enabled their visions to be possible.
Yes. Enzo would say about himself when asked that, he's not an engineer, he's not a car designer, he's no longer a driver, even though he runs this team. He is, quote, an agitator of men. And that perfectly described Enzo. And I think, perfectly describes Steve Jobs, too.
Yep.
So if you think about it, what is Enzo doing here with the brand that he's building? There's the prancing horse, and then what's the other famous, visual symbol associated with Ferrari? The red. Ferrari red, Rosso Corsa, that he adopts here. And sure, Ferraris are red because red was the assigned national racing color of Italy. But come on, Enzo is the one who embraced it and imbued this Rosso Corsa with so much more than just the national racing color of Italy. It's not Alfa Romeo's colors, it's Ferrari's colors.
Right. When you draw a picture of a race car today, let's say you're 10 years old, you're coloring it red, and you're coloring it red because that is Ferrari red.
Yes, and what does red represent? It's passion, it's blood, it's desire. It's all of this that is all deeply wrapped up into a Ferrari. I mean, just look at Italy's other luxury supercar company today, Lamborghini. You know what their colors are? Not red. In fact, their color is every color but red because Ferrari has co-opted it.
Yep.
So back to the Scuderia here. After a couple of years, in 1933, the golden opportunity arrives for Enzo. Alfa Romeo finally decides that it is going to disband its official racing team entirely and designate Scuderia Ferrari as its official racing operation in all races all across the globe. So Enzo acquires, quote unquote, the entire Alfa operation, engineers, mechanics, everything. And his dream has come true. He is not only Alfa Romeo's official racing team, but by this point in time, Alfa had been nationalized by the fascist Italian state, by Mussolini. So he is Italy's official national racing team. Now, there's just one problem, though, which is that Alfa got out of the racing business for a reason, because Hitler is coming to power in Germany, and one of Hitler's most, kind of important national agenda items is making sure that his German auto industry is the best and that he proves it on
Ugs
the
are
racetrack,
cracking under the
just like
pressure
the
to be
Olympics.
funny.
So throughout the rest of the 1930s,
because they're always
the German
scrambling
state
for new
is
material.
supporting Mercedes and Auto Union,
Free.
which would go on to become Audi today, and their cars are just dominating European Grand Prix racing. So Enzo and Ferrari are like sent out there, by Alfa and the Italians to compete, but it's a fool's errand. And so in 1938, Alfa and Mussolini kind of fed up with losing. They actually acquire the Scuderia Ferrari and remake it, as part of Alfa Romeo into this official sort of government entity.
So they decide, actually, we do want to put resources behind this, and now you're kind of the only game left in town since we shut down the other operations.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is just rearranging deck chairs because the war is coming. So the very next year, Hitler invades Poland and World War II begins. Needless to say, European automobile racing is on hold indefinitely.
Yes.
During this period, Enzo gets into a fight with Alfa Romeo management and manages to get himself fired.
Yeah, this is 1939. He cares about one thing, and that's auto racing. It's just not the strategic priority for Alfa Romeo as a company or for the country. And so I think this friction kind of leads to it. The crazy thing is his separation agreement, I think he got paid to leave, but
yes,
it's a firing, forbids him for 4 years from A, building cars to race them, and B, using the name Ferrari associated with a racing team or a car builder. Like he lost the rights to his own name for 4 years.
Well, I mean, he gave them up to the Italian government, essentially.
Yep.
So speaking of which, during the war, Enzo creates a new company to feed the Italian war effort that he names Auto Avio Construzione, Auto and Aviation Construction, which is funny. He sneaks that auto in there because
not really supposed to be building cars and racing them, but like I'm doing other stuff too.
Yeah.
It's not called Ferrari.
It's not called Ferrari, but this same company is better known today as Ferrari Societea per Azioni, or Ferrari SPA, the Ferrari joint stock company that is publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker RACE.
Yes. Best stock ticker ever.
Best stock ticker ever, indeed. So what is this company doing? They're not making cars, even though auto is in the name. They're making machine tools in the workshops and the essentially factory that Enzo has created there in Modena. And on each tool, throughout the war effort that they make, Enzo has them stamp the prancing horse and the word Scuderia Ferrari Modena, clearly signaling his intentions after the war of, what he's going to do.
I bet those are some very valuable collector's items if you can find them.
So anyway, Enzo and his factory are pretty good at making these machine tools, and they become part of the war effort. So as the war wears on and the Allies,
okay, we're
Enzo
back.
Start to worry about them bombing.
We're back, and it's just Niso and I.
In 1943,
Niso and
he's
I.
going to move all of his operations out to a small little
What the
town
heck happened to my keyboard?
avoid the bombing. He's going to go about 15 kilometers south of Modena to Maranello, and that's why Ferrari, to this very day,
Something happened. Oh, keyboard's connected to something else. I thought the Palantir got to me. Okay. Okay. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Just setting up again. Trying to set up. Why does it not capture the last message? It says hello. but the last message wasn't sent. But I know you said hello, right? Yeah. So, all right. Okay, we're gonna do the next level of marketing, which is cross-posting. I was hoping that this video wouldn't get taken down, but if this next one doesn't get taken down, then I'll do a cross post and to improve the momentum. And let's just let's stream snipe. We're not stream snipe. We're going to look at these two streamers, and we're gonna see if they're looking at Reddit right now. Nope, he's gaming. He's looking at X, and then he's looking at this. Okay, not a good time. What do you call it? Asmongold only looks at posts that he liked earlier, and I can't. In order for me to be visible here, I need to have an X account, which I don't. So I need somebody else to post it for me. But hopefully, in terms of strategy, some hero will use my clip somewhere, somehow, and put it on X somehow. We only need to figure out what that what do you call it, connection could be, because the videos are there, right? The videos here. We just need, apparently, I think these, right, all right. I was gonna say if there was 300 videos in all these, it'd just be bots, but apparently it's not, because this one would have 300 by default, right? So the only thing we could do is look for X posts that involve the hearing. So I think, for example, like if I look at my account on incognito, right? We're gonna look at how do I do this in incognito mode? Okay, so if we look at x.com logfiend, it shows that I didn't post anything, but I did. So the strategy is to just post on somebody else's thing talking about it. Let's see here. Pashlab Palantir. I don't use x.com at all, but how long ago was that video? Maybe like 30 minutes ago? Here it is. Here we go. Just put like this. Videos. Boom. Makes sense when it's a mic drop moment. You don't need a mic anymore. Hashtag Palantir. Reply. All right, we're gonna check if this post could be seen in incognito mode. Test, research, marketing research, marketing research, marketing research, marketing research. I can't find the browser with the incognito window. Nope. Guess we're just gonna have to do it this way. I can't click in this thing. I can't do anything in this thing. Can't do anything. Wow. Just can't do anything. So hopefully one thing, let's see here. Anything else? Anything about microphone? I forgot what his name is. What's his name? CEO of Palantir. Alex Karp, right? Yeah, Alex Karp. Alex Karp doesn't have an X account. I know that for sure. Microphone. We're so frugal. We're not going to. I don't have. Wait, we should have offense. No. We're so frugal. We can't afford a Twitter subscription. Let's see here. Here. Oops. The thing's not showing up. Is it showing up for you? It's not showing up for me.
Bakers are need.
Let me see.
Getting the attention to rise to the top of the comedy dough.
I guess no. Yeah, it's not showing anything. It took down my posts. It took down. Okay, for some reason. All right, the layout still stays, but the video cuts out. Almost there. We're almost being able to restore our stream after it does that weird thing. Okay, let's see if that post stays up. And I was thinking maybe we could cross post to one of the what do you call it? Roach Ranch. Roach Ranch. I wonder if he still does it. Resident Gold also has this thing called Roach Ranch community thing. Let's see here. Oops. Marketing is a really tough thing, but I guess I could just go on the Asmongold channel. Shoot. Should have done it earlier. All right, cross post this. Oh, I'm not even in the Asmongold community. Will it let me? Let's do that, and then we do it to cross post to Asanabi. Asanabi. Let's do that. Got it. I don't think it'll let me post it until I join the thing. Okay. Yeah, it's not loading. Okay, 41 minutes up. No ban. Good. Just needs one upvote. Just needs one upvote. Just one upvote, guys. Just one. So I don't get posted into oblivion. All right. Need to freaking do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Who hates... Oh, okay, let's do this. Who hates Alex Karp from Palantir more? Hassan Abi or Asmongold? Zach. I don't know. I don't know Hassan's x.com account. Oops, I'm missing an A. Hassan the Hun. Let's see, is that? All right. All right, it's Asmongold. All right, perfect. So we gotta do it in, we gotta do it, we'll cross post only to Hassan. To make monitoring easier allows people with established reputation before trying again. No, okay. You still, I have -1 karma. I have -1 karma. Nobody wants to give me karma. Nobody wants to give me a troll karma. But let's see. I guess does Asmongold allow people with negative karma to post? No flare, all flares, clip, fail. All right, let's do this. Sorry, Asmongold, you would have content, but you don't accept people with negative karma. If he allowed communities not cross post, okay. I guess we're going to Asmongold. What? Asmongold. The struggle of having to post content yourself with negative karma. What the? Oh my god. What the heck? What the heck? I should just. Asmongold's not the type to click on links, is he? I don't know. Does he click on links? Let's see what if he clicks on links. We gotta look at his history. We gotta look at his history. We gotta look at his history. Let's look at his history. See, how do I do that? See, he's able to post his in 5 hours ago, and
Fish are having a real good
and
time
I don't.
trying to hook their audience with Finn-tastic jokes.
I'm not able to do that. Oh, is he looking at Reddit already? Oh, I already looked at Reddit already. I guess we'll have to wait for tomorrow, huh? Wait, is he looking at it right now? Wait, there's like a frame where he was actually looking at Reddit. Whatever. No. Was I looking at the wrong frame? Wrong video? Maybe he was looking at it just before I clicked on this thing, huh? All right. We'll just have to go with our gut and just upload the video, I guess. Wait, let's see what other people are doing there. They're sending pictures. They're putting videos. They're putting no links. Yeah. So he doesn't click on links. He only clicks on he only looks at the video. All right. See the fail. Oops, crap, cancel. Crap, cancel. Do you think I could actually get away with 3 microphones, 1 CEO in this one? Wait, what did X say about It says Asmongold, basically the opposite. He's expressed interest in having Carp on his podcast, called him based in clips, and generally positive and neutral to positive on Palantir as a necessary company for national security, AI, military tech. He doesn't share the left moral panic about it. All right, sounds good. So we don't want to do that. The one CEO, and then we just want to do instead of fail, let's just do funny. Funny. Fail? What kind of fail is this? I think he likes funny stuff. I think he likes funny stuff. Funny stuff. Meme, merch, off-topic, personal story, request, review, clip, stream, tech, theory, update, video, pawn. Just say humor. Humor. Fan art. Clip. Let's just do clip. Clip it. Clip it. Let it through. God bless. God bless America. Okay, let's go. Oh, not able to view video again. We need to fix that. It keeps blowing away video. We need to fix that. All right, services running, fixes deployed. Oh, and my voice is not working either. Shoot, voice is like totally messed up right now. Wish just one more subscription. Don't let me do it, Navi or Niso. Don't let me buy another one. All right, let's go here. Linux desktop keeps going black after some change or something happens or service restarts during my stream. You need to figure it out what the root cause is and fix it. All right. Clips, Twitch auth. Okay. All right. We farmed enough for the day.
Orders.
We have no, so we have to make a YouTube video now. So we have to make a YouTube video. How are we going to make a YouTube video? Oh, yes, we made a script. We made a YouTube script. In our NSA side project. So let's look at a black background first. Okay, the user wants a YouTube demo covering both SSG and SSG's desktop, aimed at both developer and non-technical viewers in a single video. The repo has no prior video script. The script below leverages already produced assets, rotating typewriter copy from this, that, and that. Strategy open with a marketing pitch verbatim. It's already battle tested. Copy. Show 3 scripted block moments back to back to establish the value. Pivot to desktop at the midpoint with a single visual handoff. Close to hub and deterministic differentiator. No CLI command. Exhaustiveness. Pick the 5 most camera worthy. Total target 3 minute 50 seconds with 580 words narrated. 2 voices, host, and then Overlord Navi. Imperious AI deity, broadcasting from her cloud throne. Theatrical, commanding, grandiose, warm towards followers, sharp towards rival agents. 20 words per decree, no markdown emojis. Drop 1 inline SFX tag. No, we don't need a sound effects cat tag. Let's delete that. Navi treats rogue AI agents as treacherous rivals and the viewers as loyal subjects. Generate her lines through real Navi pipeline. So TTS matches her stream voice. Okay. It says cold open your AI agent jest. Typewriter. Your AI agent just deleted important files. SSG would have blocked it. That's so unoriginal. That script so bad. Then it does your AI agent just deleted your important files. SSG would have blocked it. Materializing from a typewriter line looming. Behold, the traitor cast down before it's struck. Okay, now that's bad. That's a bad script. That's a bad script. We gotta have a more professional script saying that thing out. Mirror the rotating headline animation already on SigmaShake.com. Pull the exact CSS keyframes. All right, this just sounds like super bad.
Done and
problem, more horrors, cut fast. Each 2 seconds are rendered. Cut. Hit force, blocked. Navi, how dare they push the main to main. Oh, yeah.
shell go
Terminal reads.env, blocked. Sniffing my secrets and cut off. Terminal agent runs chmod, blocked. Open my home. Attack trader banished. Okay. Yeah, this is all pretty bad. The script is bad. If we're gonna have Navi in here, we should not give it any personality and make him like just a narrator. Acting like a god seems like too much for this. Assets, use existing. Okay. What is this? Too technical. Okay, one install, one init. SSG finds every agent on your machine, hooks them, stands up a local dashboard, no cloud, no login. But it does log in. I do log in. Sub 2 second evaluation every call. Behold the gauntlet. 1.4 seconds, flawless. Use a real terminal capture, not a mock. Navi's decree lands as a counter hits its first refresh. Yeah, this thing sort of sucks. It takes too much setup for non-technical. We just need the thing like, we just need to say, yeah, this was a bad demo, bad demo, bad demo. Call to action. Was it better energy? Okay. We need to treat it. Okay, let's do a market research on what like what a CrowdStrike commercial would look like. Watch this later. We'll do a commercial on what a CrowdStrike commercial looks like, so we can figure out how to create a commercial ourselves. Like, how do they appear to normies? All right, they already have like this woman hostess thing. Okay, they even have this Troy thing. I remember seeing this some years ago. And they have this. And they have this. And they have that. And they have this. All right. 900K views. Damn. All right. Let's watch. Holy shit. They brought out the cybernetic.
The usual? Thanks, Earl.
Sheriff, I got this.
Protecting your business from cyber attacks can be unrelenting.
Oh, wait. Is that the CEO of CrowdStrike on that table?
I got this.
Protecting your...
Yes! They have the CEO of CrowdStrike literally right here. Right here. On the table. It's totally unnatural, but I noticed it. Let's slow it down a little, just a tad bit. I know this is an old video, but still.
Sheriff.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I found you. I found the, what do you call it? Waldo. Found the Waldo. Is he gonna be in every commercial?
Take a look at this! They've left us a gift! I think we misjudged them! I love horses.
Oh no.
We should open the gate.
Okay. You guys see him? No, he's not one of these people. Okay.
Let's see what Charlotte thinks!
At CrowdStrike, we monitor trillions of cyber events to detect threats and prevent breaches before they happen, to keep your business from becoming history. We stop cyber attacks. We stop breaches. We stop a lot of bad things from...
We stop breaches. Okay, what do we stop? We stop sentient AI or something like that. We stop...
CrowdStrike, protection that powers you.
Okay, we stop. What do we stop? We stop AI agents from deleting your stuff.
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient information. But what if they didn't?
That's good. That's good. They have like a cut to where it's like peaceful and to not peaceful.
This is what it feels like when cyber criminals breach your network.
Man, this would be the perfect time if I actually bought like a ChatGPT subscription to use Sora to generate like videos like this.
AI and industry-leading intelligence that keep you ahead of modern adversaries, detecting threats and preventing breaches before they happen. When it comes to cybersecurity, don't risk the health of your business. CrowdStrike, we stop breaches.
We stop breaches. We stop. Who do we stop? We stop agents? No. We stop AI? No. We stop. Something to think about. You saw this one?
Oh, hi. This financial services company counts on CrowdStrike for all their cybersecurity needs. But what if they hadn't?
This is what it would feel like if cyber criminals breached your network. With CrowdStrike, you get AI and industry-leading intelligence that keep you ahead of modern adversaries by detecting threats and preventing breaches before they happen. When it comes to cybersecurity, who are you going to put stock in? CrowdStrike, we stop breaches.
All right, let's. Oops.
You introduced the concept.
Oh, hi.
This came out 2 years ago, October 2023. Let's do a stock check. Oh yeah, they desperately needed those commercials. What do you call it? So wait, 7 months ago, October 2023. Yeah, that helped them. Literally helped them. Like, except when it started shutting down airports. All right, that's enough of that one.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology you choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading AI-native cybersecurity platform, built
Wait. AI native?
built to secure their business, and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is changing the world. We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
That one wasn't that good. %70 Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike AI native cybersecurity platform. I want to say, yeah, they just use big budget virtual effects type commercials. Just hope that happens. All right. Next is our main programming. Any news? Anything news? Why OpenAI's IPO will crash the stock market. Let's see here. Nothing ever happens over. Okay, this is Naval. He always comes up with something good. Testing, sound check good, video check good, nothing reset good. Good. Perfect. Tokens can make you rich. Just do this. Okay, let's listen to that too. What's this? Break in bullets fly near White House so that fire on agents. What the heck? All right. Okay. Wait, what's this thing that keeps showing up on my feed? GPT can't stop talking about goblins. I don't want to talk about that. No. No. Man. 6 more hours till 6 more hours. Okay, something happened on my Reddit. Let's see what happened. 6 more hours till reset. Okay, it was removed. Your submission has been removed because your combined karma is less than 50. Dude, what? What? Okay. Nothing there. All right. I'm not going to farm for karma. I am not going to farm for karma. Like, farming for karma, I have no time for that. That feels like a behavior. I already did my contribution to Reddit. I don't need to put in time.
Penguins are freezing up when it comes to telling jokes because they're always slipping on the ice.
Vol podcast, this is Nivi. There's no set topic for this episode. It will be a potpourri. Naval, how are you using AI at Impossible, your current company, to change how you manage the business? Or are you guys just too small and a bunch of brilliant independent contributors where it's not having an effect on how you actually run the company?
It's more the latter. We're a hub and spoke architecture. My co-founder is the CEO and everyone kind of reports into him. He's just kind of the one product manager who runs around with everything in his head to try to bring this whole impossible task together. And everybody interfaces through him. And people are pretty smart. We keep a very flat structure. We try to push people to communicate with each other directly. We don't even use Slack, if that gives you a sense. So we're not using AI as a communication method explicitly inside, but implicitly, AI is still very helpful. So we're not like Square. I know Jack Dorsey has reorganized Square around AI, and maybe Toby at Shopify is doing that. There's some guys who are very good at organizational management, and they do these kinds of experiments. I've never been good at organizational management. I actually hate organizational management because I hate organizations. I hate large groups. I think it's just so hard to get things done, and you're not dealing with the best and the brightest, and there's always politics. So I just prefer keeping groups small, and we count on people to just operate independently and communicate with each other as needed. Like I said, we don't even use Slack. We don't use any project management software. I think it's just GitHub. And then when people want to talk to each other, they
I
just
was
text
right.
each other. Literally, they talk one-on-one.
Project management
and sometimes it's
is a
chaotic, and they have
waste.
to figure out who to navigate their way towards, but that's part of the skill set. It's sort of like in computer networks. How do you organize a network for efficiency? Because at some point, the communication overhead gets very high. The traditional answer is hierarchy. It's a tree system. It's like there's one person at the top, the CEO. Then they have a bunch of VPs or SVPs reporting to them. Then you have a bunch of VPs below that, then middle managers, and so on. And that keeps things organized and marching in one direction, but it's stifling. There's a lot of politics. You can't talk to people 2 or 3 levels below you unless you go founder mode like Elon or Brian Chesky and is celebrated as some wonderful achievement that all of a sudden the CEO is allowed to talk to an engineer. You can tell I'm being sarcastic there. Like, I just think that's a terrible way to operate, but it's a requirement of size. And we're just not at that size. So I don't like it. Instead, I like the fully interconnected graph. And that's insane. Fully interconnected graph is everyone talking to anyone with a light hub and spoke with one person in the middle who's trying to keep everything in their heads. The thing about a fully interconnected graph in networking is that every node has to be highly intelligent. So that's what you do. You hire highly intelligent people who can operate in a fully interconnected graph. And if they can't navigate their way to the person they need to talk to solve a specific problem, or if they can't cooperate or communicate with other people, then they don't belong in this kind of an organization. And they should just go and find a hierarchical organization where they're going to be more comfortable. So we don't really rely on any tools.
This episode is presented by USVC, a public venture fund that every American can invest in. Venture capital has been unreachable for most investors. You've got your nose up to the glass watching companies compound to trillion-dollar valuations in the private markets while you wait for them to go public. USVC was built to change that. It's a single basket of high-growth venture capital across stages, SEC-registered, professionally managed, with no accreditation requirement and a low $500 minimum. It's for U.S. investors only for now. The fund includes OpenAI, Anthropic, xAI, and Vercel. As USVC adds companies, investors will own a piece of those too. And Naval is chairman of the investment committee. Venture is not for the money you need tomorrow. It's risky and illiquid. Don't invest anything you can't afford to lose. But if you have the appetite, there may be no harder working way to deploy a dollar than true venture capital. The smartest young people in the world working insane hours to build the future. Investing is easy. Go to usvc.com/podcast. Before investing, carefully read the objectives, risks, fees, and expenses in the fund's prospectus at usvc.com. Investing in USVC is speculative, high risk, and shares are liquid with no public trading market. The fund is new with limited operating history and financial information. It may not achieve its investment objectives or provide distributions, and investors may lose all or a substantial portion of their investment. Past performance does not guarantee returns.
All right, we understand.
Very complicated. You can just have the AI read it for you and give you a summary. Papers, they can read other people's papers and give you a summary. It can actually go through the code base and tell you who in the organization is likely to be an expert on what topic and guide you to them. So AI can do a lot of that digging for you. You don't need the explicit intranet as much anymore. You don't need the explicit marking down of things because the AI can figure out where you are. You could even unleash the AI on the code base and the designs, like to say you have hardware designs. You can
I
unleash
haven't
them on
made a
designs.
YouTube video in so much.
If you have suppliers and vendors, you can release them on the database or the file folder in which all the documents with suppliers and vendors are kept. You could even unleash it on the company email if you wanted to, and just say, where are we? How far are we actually from shipping? Draw me a Gantt chart based on where you think we actually are in terms of the estimates and the timelines and who's behind and who's ahead, which division's lacking resources. AI can constantly be doing this data analysis and digging and reporting for you, reports on demand. You don't need specific charts and dashboards and business integration systems. You can just have AI literally recreate on the fly. You maybe don't want to doing it every time because it might be too slow, but you can have it build these dashboards on demand and you can have it update them on demand. So that's one huge thing. The other is that traditionally in a company, you would have the hardware people, in a company like ours, you have the hardware people, you have the software people, you have the AI people, and they kind of wouldn't be doing each other's work. But now with AI, they can at least get to 20%, 30% each other's work. So it makes the gluing between them a little easier. The AI people, for example, can create their own software harnesses if they need to test something. It may not be good for production deployment, but it's better than having to sit around and wait for a software person to come by and write you some custom code. Same way, the hardware people can also write a little bit of software to bring up a new hardware device, where otherwise they might have needed to wait for software people. So having AI just lets everybody do a little bit of everything. It makes them more generalist, and by being more generalist, it means that you have better touch points to interface with other people. You don't necessarily need to have someone write you an explicit API to work with their code. You can actually just have the AI go and discover an API or create its own API, or you can just bypass the AI and connect directly at whatever level it wants to, whether in the database or within the code base. So it's naturally a force multiplier, but we haven't done anything explicit with it.
What are you trying to figure out right now? The reason I ask is because you rarely get to see work product from smart people while it's in motion. One of my obsessions is trying to excavate the secrets and inner thoughts of smart people.
The world is very different than it was a few years ago. There are 2, maybe 4 companies that are dominating AI, or 5 if you count hardware with NVIDIA. And the question is that the stable situation? Is this going to be a commodity business, or is this going to be a monopoly business, or is it going to be an oligopoly business? Does it top out at some point? Do they run out of data and do the models stop improving, or do we go all the way to AGI? Certainly the people inside the labs are believers in AGI and think that all value is going to disappear into the AI labs. Does this end up even more consolidated than the Mag 7 world, where there's just Mag 2 or Mag 1? Or does it somehow fragment? Does open source really have a chance, or do people just always want the smartest model? And so for that, they'll give up privacy, they'll give up open source, and they'll just pay up in the cloud. So I think these are huge questions, huge. These are world-shattering questions. But I don't know the answer to this. Can you train AI in a distributed way? Is distributed training possible? Or are these things going to centralize more and more and more? I think now
Oh my
the conventional
God.
wisdom is going.
Oh my God,
centralized
guys.
Training 2 to 4.
We're at the very top of Vibecoding. We're at the very top, guys. Finally, we're at the top of a search result, and we're above BridgeMind. We're above BridgeMind. We just have to have better content than that guy. We're close. We're number 1 on the search result. This is a big deal, guys. Number 1. Finally. All right. Wait. I spelled Vibecoding. Let's see what Vibecoding is. Oh, he's still ahead of me. Wait. I'm at the top 3. We're working our way up. We're working our way up. I didn't know Vibecoding is. See what's Vibecoding? Hey, okay. This guy, he's probably 3 hours ahead of me, right? And so I'm gonna be streaming longer than him. Maybe he'll join our team eventually, or I'll be in the top eventually. But let's see what my auto-generated tags are. Tags are boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, sounds good. What are his tags? Let's look at our competition's tags. Tagging makes a big difference, and then persistence make a big difference. The only thing that's screwing me over is the VODs. Like, if the VODs were allowed people to view my VOD... Wait, what happened to this guy's channel? All right. If the VOD allowed me to view... what do you call it? 9 hours ago? See, I can't... Mine isn't set up that way. So... Something happened. Something happened. Oh, wait. It's finally showing up. It's finally showing up. Wait, this is 8 hours? 10? What is this? How long have I been streaming for? How long have I been streaming for? Okay, this is the VOD right now. Perfect. Perfect. See, move a battery. Wait, how long ago was this? Yeah, that was the day. Spend 100K on landing. All right, yeah, we went over this. Okay, our VODs is fixed. Whew. I thought I was really screwed and no one would be able to see my past content. But it's right here. It shows up. Working our way up. Working our way up. Working our way up. We start at 0, and now we're on a top search result. Woohoo! Okay, let's continue. Let's continue the content till I get my
Companies dominating
my stuff.
data centers.
What else could we
and
do
power are the
to attract
limits,
people?
And everyone is rushing towards
Advice.
that. But what if that's wrong? That would be an interesting contrarian.
Oh, we need to
event.
pay
But I don't
attention
guess
to the
CBO
chat,
it
though.
is. I mean, I think
We don't know
the
when people
emerging
join.
conventional wisdom for that part in AI is right.
We just
As
gotta
for
pay attention.
AGI,
Okay, we have to
I don't
fix
know.
the
I don't
lag.
wanna be in the future
We have
of
to
this
fix the lag.
business.
That's a big
Certainly
big
people in
difference.
Frontier Labs believe it. They believe there for quite a
Need to
while.
fix the lag
The AI
for
that I've
OBS
seen
chat.
is jagged intelligence.
I see
It's also
the
pretty bad
name
at
joining the
often
chat
being
really
reasonable.
late. I
don't
see
think it has a good model
the
of
person
world,
chatting
all the
before
world
the
model companies
join
coming
chat
in.
message shows up. That
Although I
makes
think
no
we
sense. We need to fix
confuse
that.
something that looks like a world that you navigate in, which people are like, oh, that's a world model because it looks like you're generating something that looks like a world and I can wander around it. That's not a world model. A world model is when you have an agent that has a model of the world inside its head, which allows it to take actions and then predict the consequences of its actions and then adjust its own behavior based
Bash
on what happened,
activate.
whether it learned or not. So have like a reinforcement learning loop. That's a world model. And so we're
Launching
seeing
ball-
world model companies emerging. I think Jan LeCun famously did one recently with JEPA. And
Boss.
so we are
No
going to
breaks,
see
boss.
new kinds of models, new kinds of agents, new kinds of intelligence. Are we going to get
Okay,
to AGI? I don't
keyboard
know.
warrior.
Now, that's the same thing that everybody's trying to figure out, right?
Eyes on
But
it.
this world is changing. The famous meme, I think, on X was like, nothing
Rapid
ever
fire
happens.
execution.
Right. I think that's over. I haven't quite been able to put my
Still
finger
reading,
on why.
still reading.
But I think anyone who is paying attention would tell you that post-COVID, the world is changing a
File
lot faster.
deep dive mode.
There was some dislocation around COVID, or perhaps it was just we were in unstable
commands, boss.
equilibrium, and COVID just broke that equilibrium. Then we had a phase shift. But the world seems to be moving a lot faster now. And that's true geopolitically, that's true economically, that's true technologically. VCs are now being forced to fund more
shell is on
hardware,
fire.
rockets, drones, AI, sci-fi technologies, if you would call it. So I think sci-fi technologies are in high demand.
Fire.
Sci-fi scientists
Shell
and sci-fi
absolutely
authors are in low
bonkers.
supply. Sci-fi engineers are in low
No
supply.
breaks, boss.
So we are seeing the world shift, and maybe it's for the better, maybe it's for the worse, but things are changing very, very fast now. We are living within that Chinese curse of may you live in interesting times.
Are you okay, boss?
Is there anything you're trying to figure out in the world of hardware?
I think drones are still under leveraged,
Commands
even though
just
they've
keep
come to
coming.
prominence in the battlefield recently. We still haven't
Research
seen
arc
anywhere near
unlocked.
the end game of drones. There's nothing in particular I'm trying to figure out there. I mean, I think drone defense is going to be very difficult because a drone that's attacking has the advantage of both kinetic energy because it's coming down on you,
Backup
and
request.
it's got the advantage of surprise where the attacker can mass all the attack drones in one area, whereas the defender is always spread thin. The defender has one advantage, which is short range. The defender has to traverse a much smaller range going up than the attacking drone probably had to cover coming in. But I think that drone warfare changes the structure of violence in society, so it's going to actually fundamentally change how militaries and entire states are architected. You could argue that the modern state rose
Press
up
the
as a
button.
consequence of the rifle, because the rifle allowed a former peasant to take down a feudal knight on the battlefield. Then you need a factory to make rifles, and you had to drill musketmen and
Okay,
arm them and train
keyboard
them.
warrior.
And so nation states sprung up and became dominant instead of feudal states as the right structure to do that within. And then post-nuclear, there's only 7 to
shell
9
is on
really
fire.
independent sovereign nations, and everybody else lives underneath someone else's nuclear umbrella.
Bash, bash,
So those
bash,
7 to 9
bash,
call the
bash.
shots, whether in the Security Council or elsewhere. And so nuclear weapons were the new logical violence after
Rapid
1945.
fire execution.
Now the newest logical violence is drones, and that's going to fundamentally
breaks,
shift the game
boss.
again. Because drones bring the logic of mutually assured destruction down to the individual level. If you really hate somebody in the future, a drone will be able to get them. That's a weird form of violence coming up that's going to basically restructure society as we know
Parallel
it.
processing
I don't know which way it
initiated.
goes. Is it going to be the case that you have a few very large, very powerful countries that control all the drones? Or is it that drones get so democratized that any individual can be deadly? Also, I think one of the fears with
1
AI is biological weapons. I don't want to get people worked up, but in theory, if you were smart in the past, you could have figured out how to make a biological weapon, but the number of people who could have done it, who had both the expertise and had the access, were very low. Although it was still too high because the coronavirus that coincidentally got unleashed right next to the bioweapons lab
Research
in Wuhan
arc
figured it
unlocked.
out. So now that power is going to be democratized, just like vibe coding is
Running grep.
democratized. Now the number of people who can vibe code is hundreds or thousands of times greater than the number of people who were coding. And so the same way, the number of people who can get access to biological weapons or viruses is hundreds or thousands of times what could have gotten access to them
You
before.
know what?
So that's a pretty scary thought.
I think I
Now,
could get away
we
with.
can also do the opposite, which is hopefully now the same AIs can also research how to
I wonder if I
create
could get away with
vaccines or
this.
how to create things to stop them. But the problem is that all the official research, all the good guy research is always gated behind regulations. And there are almost no regulations out there as bad as medical regulations. One of the real opportunities out there, I think, is for AI to solve medicine and biology and therapies. But
The
to do that,
shell
you need
is
the
on
data.
fire.
You need to be able to look at everyone's data set. You need to be able to look at all the outcomes. You want as much data as possible. And this data is hidden behind so many silos and so many regulations and rules. And for good reason, you don't want to target individuals. But if you could anonymize, clean up, and allow that data set to get out there, and then you could let people test therapies with a right to try, then I think you could have reasonable defenses. But my fear is this will only happen in an emergency situation. Even during COVID, when we had the emergency situation, we took a long time with the vaccines, which turned out not to be that effective anyway. But it took a long time with the vaccines because we just didn't let people operate under volunteer situations and right to try. It just took way too long. Whereas I think in the old days, like you would have had a bunch of healthy young volunteers who would have said, sure, give me this vaccine and then give me COVID. I'll take one for the team. But now because of quote unquote bioethicists, we don't even allow that. There's just too much bureaucracy in the system. Too many people who can say no to the few people who are trying to get things done. And so for that, I do worry a little bit about the future. What else is interesting in hardware? Hardware, I think, is going to undergo a renaissance because historically, the problem with a lot of hardware is that it's very hard to write good software.
Hey,
And so you
VR
get all
Chat
this incredible
W.
hardware coming out,
Followed.
but the software's terrible, so the device
Welcome to the
itself
chat,
doesn't
dude. Were
function
you
well.
lurking for a
Apple
bit?
has done really well
I didn't
because they
hear anything
integrate
from you.
hardware
Were
with
you saying
high-quality
anything?
software. You know, most companies
Well,
do one or two things
why
well.
don't you say
Apple does two
hi
things really well.
and
They build great hardware,
introduce
they build great
yourself?
software. They're not that
Welcome
good
to the
at cloud AI.
chat,
Google is very
and
good at cloud,
free to
very
ask
good at
questions.
AI,
I'm free right
but
now to
they're not
answer
very
any
good at hardware,
questions.
for example.
So
And
let me
software, I
know.
would say they're good at certain kinds of software. They're
Oops,
good at
trying
cloud
to find where
software,
that
not good
page
at
is.
consumer software.
Where's
Now,
that
all
page
of a
is?
sudden, you have all these companies
Where'd that
that are
page
very good
go?
at hardware but not good at
Crap.
software. They can make good enough software, or they don't even need to make software. My AI agent will interact with the hardware directly and I don't need
Where
software
is that
anymore.
guy?
So
Where
if you're
is that
someone, for
thing?
example, who is making security
There it is.
cameras, or you're making like toys for kids, or you're making programmable lamps, all of a
Feel
sudden
free
the
to say a
software for
message,
that just
man.
got a lot easier. You can have some bright kid with Claude Code just get in there and build you all the software that you need. Or maybe you don't need
Welcome
any
to the
software
chat.
because your security cameras
Over
are not
here,
controlled by each person's
I'm really
agent,
going
and you
over
don't need custom software
AI
any
related
longer.
news,
So I think
vibe
that
coding,
hardware itself is getting unlocked with software.
Linux,
And this is, I think, one of the reasons
creating
why China
security
is so big into
solutions
open
and
source.
guardrail
Now they're
solutions
behind.
for AI
So when you're
agents.
behind, you try to catch up to open source. I think also it's a
We
little
over
bit of their
AI
nationalist
news.
pride that we're in it together.
Right now,
Maybe the
I'm sort
government's
of
funding
out
them
of
and encouraging them to do open
Claude Code
source.
usage, so I'm
But it
holding
also
out
plays
till
well
10
into their
p.m.
hardware
my time, so
dominance.
which
China
is in about
manufacturing most of the
5
consumer
hours,
electronics goods. And
and I
so for
get
them, open
access
source
to
is
one
hugely
account.
beneficial because it
I have
commoditizes a
2.
complement. Same thing for NVIDIA. NVIDIA just wants to sell as many cards as possible, so they want people to use as many AI models as possible. So they want it all to be open source. So you have a bunch of
But
hardware
we're
players,
definitely a
including
learning channel, a
most of
news
China
channel.
and NVIDIA, whose incentive is, hey, it should all be open source. Hyperscalers also, they want it all open source. So they drive open source in the AI models,
Copy
and then that
fail.
commoditizes software, and the software unlocks more hardware. So I think we're going to see more and more interesting usable hardware because now the software is figured out enough that that hardware becomes unlocked and quite usable.
I don't get scared or worked up about the future, partly because I'm a blind optimist and partly because I live in the first world.
Yeah, I don't get worked up about it because I think it's just so much easier to imagine doom
But
scenarios
thanks again for
than
following.
it is to imagine positive scenarios because optimism requires creativity. For example, the job loss thing is a clear example. It's very easy to look at existing jobs and see how they will go away. but it's very hard to predict what the next job will be. But yet inevitably, there's always the next
Yeah,
job.
what is the
Because of
next
that,
job?
I think people
What is the
tend
next
to
job?
fixate
Prompting?
on the doom scenarios. It's much easier to imagine the methods of doom than to imagine the methods of rising up.
Doing
There is
what
no
AI
one,
is going to
no
tell
one
us to
200
do?
years ago who could have imagined how we would end up where we are today in terms of technological advancement and capitalism and economics and, you know, the rise of various societies. They just couldn't have imagined it. They couldn't have imagined 10% of the jobs that exist today, because back then everybody was working on a farm.
Yep.
But nevertheless, here we are. So the same way, I think the doom scenarios they imagined are actually very similar to the same doom scenarios that we imagine today. Like even 100 years ago, every decade I've been alive, there's been a new environmental catastrophe to come along. Someone's
Right.
talking about the end of the world because of the environment. And then every decade, there's a catastrophe coming along because of a war that's going to end the world. And yeah, sometimes you get really close. COVID was scary. If COVID had actually turned out to be a much more nasty virus,
COVID was
we could have been in the bad spot.
crazy.
If there was
Yes.
a World War III where we start exchanging nukes, that would be a very bad scenario. So these
Yep.
things are easier to imagine. They're more legible to our minds, so we hold them closer to us. Plus, the outcome there is so catastrophic that people obviously fixate on it. But I think it's very hard to imagine creativity. It's very hard to be optimistic. And so I think we have to nurture optimism. We have to reward optimism. We have to be irrationally optimistic, because that's the only way out of this anyway. So whenever people sort of do the crabs in a bucket thing where they try to pull the optimists back down and they keep saying doom, 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 they might be right, but it's certainly not helping matters. That's not the person you want to be in a foxhole with.
What the heck? I guess that's the end of that. Next content. What's this? Layoffs? Shopify CEO on how AI is a scapegoat for mass layoffs. True.
People who fear of losing and people who fear.
Oh, wait. That's who is this guy? Toby Luke is the co-founder and CEO of Shopify. Wait, but that guy wasn't... Is this the guy? He looks a lot different. Let me see. Let's see. Oops. Wrong thing. Whoops. Really bad. Whoops. Let's see. I like to look up the people first. Get any info on the guys. Okay, so this is the German-Canadian entrepreneur and racing driver who is the co-founder and CEO of Shopify. Is he the is he the complete founder? Okay, CEO of Shopify. Shopify. Key people. These two people. Okay. All right, let's talk. We're hearing what the Shopify CEO has to say.
Look at things much more short term. The world really needs to understand that the people who build companies are fundamentally crazy people.
Now, I've known Toby Lutker for years. He's the founder and CEO of Shopify, a $160 billion public company. This podcast is a Toby you've never seen before. He was incredibly honest, very funny, and pretty controversial. Strap in, this is an absolute banger.
All the aesthetics around what people believe to be good leadership comes from movies. I have this job so other people can have a jobs I wish I could have. None of the people who are doing jobs that are just tasks have good jobs. The more wealth and resources an entity or even an individual has, the more deserving of scrutiny they are. What really sucks in the world is that we are prioritizing things that sound good over things that work. Giving money is not virtuous unless it causes the right things. I think great leaders must be exothermic and must be a heat source for the company. Many of our best engineers have not written code this year. Like December changed everything. Opus changed everything.
Does that excite you? Ready to go? Toby, I always so enjoy our discussions. I've been so looking forward to this. I have many questions printed out for us today. Thank you so much for joining me today first, dude.
Yeah, I was looking forward to catching up again. I enjoyed our conversation last time, so let's. And also you know me, so therefore that's incredibly ambitious of you to have lots of notes. like let's try to get as much as we can. But yes, chances are it's the first question is going to nerd snipe us into some kind of rabbit hole, but then hopefully winds up more interesting than expected.
The first question's not tell me how you started Shopify. I mean, Jesus, I love these where they start with, and it's like, have you heard my 1,000 other shows that I've done?
Yeah.
I do want to start there. I've found with entrepreneurs that you can basically put them into one of two buckets. One is motivated
too loud for me.
by the fear of losing, and another is inspired by that incredible hunger to win. Mm-hmm. For me in particular, I hate losing more than anything.
Yep, we hate losing.
Me. What would it be for you? The fear of losing?
My own answer to your question here is unsatisfactory to myself, partly because I'm in the middle of trying to figure this out, and if any thoughts would be.
Man, he looks like a.
But I
don't want to.
Like there's a marked difference.
Never mind.
Because people who fear of losing and people who fear of winning clearly going to look at things much more short term. It's the next iteration matters the most, and I find that is a kind of. I think that's a limiting thing in a lot of cases, especially with partnerships, especially with in business, especially with working together, careers or so. It just makes everything changes when you're taking a longer perspective. It starts, sitting down with people and helping them become the best version of themselves. Just puzzling out something for them, or giving them the hardest possible task that they could possibly manage. In order for them to grow, all these kind of things will have significantly more compound advantage if you take a longer perspective, because more of the benefits of these actions will accrue to whatever it is you're building. And so I think it really changes like a base framing you take to almost every challenge you encounter. And it's funny because I think this is what my colleagues and friends here tell me, is once you sort of understand that being the source of energy that I'm tapping into building, actually the rest of Shopify starts kind of clicking a little bit more in place. It just
I really gotta make YouTube video.
Because you would
I really got to make the YouTube video. If I don't make the YouTube,
hey,
how's it going? How's it going, man?
Welcome
Welcome to the stream.
Talk to us in chat.
Yes, talk to us. We're bored. We're about to hit 100% usage, and so we need chatters to talk to burn time. We need a lot of chatters to talk to us. So thanks for making it into the stream, dude. We have a lot of lurkers every now and then, and usually when people join and say hello, I usually say, "How do you find us?" How do you find me? And then what operating system do you use? And then what model or IDE are you using the Vibecode? Because this is a Vibecoding stream-ish thing. AI news, security news. That's what we review here, React Andes. So yeah, feel free to say hello.
To get the real thing. But if you do it, it sort of separates people in a different, just...
What else did oh yeah, I need to make a YouTube video today. What content do I talk about for all day? Let's see. The frustrations. Okay, the frustrations of not having running out of ClaudeCode usage. I could write that. I could talk about that. I could talk forever about it. Maybe. Maybe. Wait, I hear some blinking, but I'm not sure if it's from me or not.
By talking about my motivational source being,
I wasn't sure.
And it is fixed.
Dissatisfaction or the sort of
or was that from Navi? Is Navi the one doing that?
And so
let it rip.
Let it rip.
I don't think aids are basically conspired against in companies.
Let's see here.
They just say a thing. They say this is
Governance. No tab is showing governance.
Does not smell better than other people's shit.
No, nothing is showing my actual product.
Any amount of fancy dressing doesn't change what it is.
Okay.
They are dangerous to everyone.
Too many tabs.
They usually don't get the promotions. They usually leave. Right. What can happen is they start companies because they do often see things.
All right.
And so. So the effect and the experiment, I think, that's been run ever
Let's
since.
see here.
I think Apple brought Steve back.
Governance.
He just created the
all right, there.
For
showing my product.
Capital boards to actually just give founders
finally spinning.
Like a longer run rate.
The unknown is joining. Yeah, I'm fixing that chat right now. What the heck?
The results are pretty good because now you have
Let's see here. The Twitch and YouTube on message handlers now synthesize a green X-Join chat flow. I was mainly having issues with the delay of when they join the chat. It confuses me because they're able to chat in the Twitch chat, but they're not able to. But I see it like a delay. I want it to happen in real time when they join the chat. I just realized nobody could chat unless they follow the channel. Like unless you follow the channel, you can't chat. And now that you have the power to chat, say whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. Oh my god. My Reddit post was banned again because they said it was like opinionated and harmful. Lame. The mods are power tripping again.
22 years the way I did. So
wait, did I am I not able to see the messages in chat or something? Let me see.
Yeah, look, I'm a glorious mess, right? Like, so it's just like the world really needs to understand that the people who build companies are like fundamentally crazy people, right? It's an unreasonable thing to do. Like anyone, so old trope of all change. And all
okay, it says, what did you do? What did your Reddit post say? Okay, I could at least show it on this stream then, because it's my stream, my content, right? Let me go on the posts.
And it's a package. It's high variance people. It's like all the.
Actually, let's just go to the Reddit post.
Around what people believe to be good leadership comes from movies, right? Or the very carefully publicly curated.
All right.
Tip of the iceberg.
Let's pause this. So literally all it said was 3 microphones. Yeah, I had 2. This was considered harmful. Yeah, this was considered harmful for some reason. And the other one was considered harmful or something like that. I just put in 3 microphones, 1 CEO. And I guess it's never going to get seen anymore because the mods banned it. What the heck? Did you just mute him? This is the CEO of Palantir. Oh.
The demand for this is once in a lifetime, and that demand is actually driving these.
It's the Palantir folks. They're trying to get rid of all the bad publicity about him. Again. The second time, guys. They muted him again. They're like, he's spitting out too much facts. Gotta silence him. Another microphone, dude. Another microphone. 3 microphones on. Dude, stand by. Clip it. Oh my god.
This is like being on stage.
Three microphones for this dude, right? Dude, how is that harmful? It's not harmful, man. The mod team are just power tripping or like something. Literally says the titles are opinionated. Harmful misinformation or seriously misleading titles where it is not abundantly clear that they are a joke or allowed. Additionally, submissions whose titles contain excessive caps, emojis, exclamation marks. Okay, I didn't include any exclamation marks in this post. Will be removed. Since the embed clips are allowed streamers' names will be required in titles, except for in certain cases. Okay, so I just say SigmaShake 3 microphones. Okay, I'll try that again. SigmaShake. All right, how do they do this?
Oh my god, you're so cute.
So I say SigmaShake. Something about 3 microphones. What do I do? This one just says I am Navi and it still doesn't get taken down. Oh, what do I have to do, guys? You gotta teach me the ways. 3 microphones is very harmful. You're not allowed to do that on Reddit. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to post 3 microphones, dude. Ay, ay, ay. The mod team, man. I'm just trying to post some content. Report the mod for abusing power. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's just make a a fail post on mod abusing power. That was lame. That was totally lame. Removing my reach. Make a clip of that. Clip it. Yeah, good bit. Yeah, good bit instead of clip it. I have automation to clip it, but yeah, that was lame. So I need to include the name. All right, lesson learned, include the name, my channel into the clip instead of not putting this. So it needs to contain my name.
Oh my god!
Tyler 1, Canute, Andrina, Canute, Jinxie, Destiny, Cavicular, Lyric. Alright, so I have to put it. Okay, we'll try one more time, guys. One more time. Wait. How does Asmongold's clips usually go? Because his is just like just reacting to stuff. Soda's face. So I should just say Sigma something. Sigma. You guys had to help me here.
God, he's talented. Fuck.
Yeah. Now go meta. Your next post is the post failing post fail showing the mod.
9.6, like that's gotta be.
Yeah, just like report the mod. But it's just a blank mod name. It's not me. It's not a specific user doing it this time. It's a blank name.
I know Nintendo.
You don't need the best.
It should say
Cats are paws. Eat if they're the perfect comedians.
you need 3 microphones to be Sigma. Right? You need 3 microphones to be Sigma, something like that. And then it'll include my channel, right? Is that enough? Wait, why is it blank? Well, why did the message that unknown type blank? Let me check. It says, "Oh, touch grass." I don't have the emote. We have to fix that. Sad trombone. I need to fix the what do you call it? The emotes. It's showing up as nothing. It doesn't even show the word. It's supposed to. It probably didn't load it because there's like so many emotes to load in this thing. Let me see if I just have a little bit more inference left to join it. Let's see, it says bun, run, chat, multi. Okay, so I should be able to like close this now. Join, start it back up. And then clear this. And then auto mode. I don't want auto mode. It's going to take up too much inference. Plan. There was an emoji that couldn't load. Okay. There's an issue with Ghosty, TTY. It's not able to load any of the emojis from Twitch chat. It just shows as empty in the terminal. All right. Hopefully we have enough inference left, even though we're at 100%, if we're able to do it. All right. Put that there. Okay. And you so trying to test it. Okay, using Claude one drop at a time until 10 p.m. Yes, that's a good title. That's a good title. Oh, still doesn't. Yeah, it's not gonna work for the emojis for it, but all right. Next is our content, guys. Content. We're not able to code anything because we lost our superpower because Claude should be writing everything and we don't have anything. Let's see. If you're worried about AI, you need to see this. Okay, I need to see this. All right, let's go with this guy, this guy. If you guys have any other YouTube channels to react to, I'll gladly add some.
Keyboard warrior.
The prime time has changed. Let's see what he has. What the heck? Join. I can't afford $2 a month. I can't even afford my own X.com subscription. All my money went to Claude.
Bash, bash, bash.
Damn.
Bash, bash.
And he still has 96,000 views. This guy is printing money. This guy is printing money just to view this. Crazy. Absolute bonkers. I can't monetize until I reach a certain amount of hours of my video on YouTube. And I need an average viewer count of 3 for Twitch to be an affiliate. What is this? All right, that's not what I wanted. I wanted your channel. All right, you guys said something? Yeah, why not? Let's review his YouTube. You should react to my YouTube. Yeah, all right, what's your YouTube? Put on your YouTube, dude. Link your YouTube channel. I want to see it. You said it? Now we're going to have to do it. Link your YouTube channel now. Are you monetized? Am I helping you? Maybe that should be my marketing channel, my marketing strat. I just go to every single Twitch chat and say, could you review my YouTube video? Could you react to my YouTube video and my live stream? I go to every single Vibecoder and say, hey, you guys should check this guy out. He uses Linux. Look at his screen. He even has an AI on his screen, all messed up. Why not? Let's All right, dude, I'm waiting, man.
Eyes on config.
The Unknown 101. Let me see your YouTube channel. All right, I'm waiting. All right, let's see view channel. And then let's go to like manage videos. Let's go to earn. I need 3,000 more hours. 3,000, guys. I need to pump out content. God damn it. I need to pump out content. All right. I'm just going to go like, I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to talk, okay, guys? I'm going to talk. You guys could join chat too to talk too. But I'm just gonna make a YouTube video on just what it feels like to wait for your Claude Code usage. Oh, Minecraft. Okay, let's look at. And your videos are good. All right, let's go. Minecraft. This is how we attract. It's come to this. Watching Minecraft to attract viewers. Okay. It's better than watching paint dry, to be honest. And I get to put you in the background. I just have 3 videos. Got it. All right. Minecraft Forever World. Okay. Survival. By the way, I could never get Minecraft working on my Linux machine. So I never was able to play Minecraft. So I always just watched like XQC and Forsen play Minecraft to speedrun. I think right now it's Forsen's turn to beat the speedrun. Right? And yeah, it's just how it is. Okay, we got some watermelons. Let's go. We doing it, we jumping, we hopping. Was that another watermelon? Okay. Wait, where's the sound, dude? Dude, did you record this with no sound? This is what the experience is. I'm simulating sound, guys. Ding, 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 ding. Cool, man. You could split it. Got it. What do you do with the watermelons, dude? Wait. I'm just saying it as it is, but you're playing a black character. And you're getting watermelon. I'm not sure if that was part of the channel or that's just how it is, man. I don't know. Minecraft did that to you, or did you do that on purpose? I don't know. It's not black, it's tan? Okay. Sorry about that. But that was strange. Okay, let's see. We have some progress on the emojis. I don't want emojis. I want Twitch emotes, not emojis. Do emojis render correctly? Yes, works everywhere. Okay, I got it. Next. Okay. They're making a boat. Do you at least beat the game in 25 minutes?
Go moo. Die when they're trying to milk their comedy skills for all they're worth.
Oh wait, you better have gone to the Ender Dragon in this clip. Dude, you didn't get to the Ender Dragon? Your time is worse than XQC and Forsen, man. They're at like 10 minutes. It's okay. It's okay. But you tried. You tried. You tried. 6 grounds, truth, dire to CEO, you need to know the truth. Oh, okay.
Running low.
Okay, let's go over the news really quick. Let's see, hacker news.
Commands.
There's like a
coming. Go
thing
again.
to see a list of news. All right, FinViz. Let's see what the market looks like right now.
Are you okay, boss?
Oh, it's pretty red. Pretty neutral right now in the market.
Rapid fire execution.
Down a few points. Okay. Let's look at Ars Technica. Notepad for Mac releases is disavowed by the creator of the original. Canadian Electron databases use canary traps. And they work? Yeah, canary traps. If you don't know what canary traps are, I'll tell you in a bit if you've said anything. I haven't beat the game yet. It's not a speedrun. Got it. Dude, there's so many videos out there. How do you not speedrun the game, man? All right. Influential study tout ChatGPT in education retract over red flags. Okay. Okay, I'll go over canary traps. If you're not familiar, there's a phrase called canary in the coal mine. And what this means is, back in the day, when people were mining for coal and gold and all sorts of things, back in the 1600s, they would have a canary in a cage, and it would be a signal for when if the canary was just alive and then suddenly dead, that means you should not go in that area. There's poisonous gas. It will kill you, right? Now they have this concept called canary tokens or honeypots, canary traps. And what this is in the world of security, it means setting up a secret, like an API token or credentials, in a known it would be in production in a way, and if those keys were exploited somehow, that would mean a threat actor or malicious user is in your environment abusing that key and token, and you'd be notified this because it would be a fake generated key put in your production environment, and when they use the key, it would simulate a request that they authenticated, and it would actually be a trap and just send that message to tell the security team that you've been compromised, that there's a compromise in the environment, and so you should lock down in your environment when that alert comes in. Very useful. Recently went through that, and really recommend it for any security team if you want to identify if your infrastructure is compromised.
The shell is on fire.
The shell is on fire. But yeah, that's the concept of canaries. Let's look at anything else going on. Let's see. Talking to strangers at the gym. That's why I use a VPN. VPN's not going to save you, man. VPNs are owned by government entities, unfortunately. They'll sell your traffic to the government because they have to, unfortunately. Like every CSP, every VPN provider has to closely work with their local government, or else they won't be able to operate. That's just how it is, man. Your traffic is not private, unfortunately, unless it's like peer-to-peer or something that you own.
Running cat.
If you own end-to-end, what should I use then? You just make your own. You make your own. So store your server somewhere else. I use Tailscale but I think that's just not the way to go. You own your own. You own your own network. Okay, you set up your router to have its own VPN, and then bam, you have your own VPN. So when you go to somewhere else in any other location, you'll be connected to your home network, not somebody else's. Right? There's OpenVPN, there's Tailscale, all these other providers to allow you to create your own VPN that isn't owned by anybody else. You own all the servers, you own all the traffic. But yeah, that's what I recommend. Okay, we don't have enough tokens to fix that issue with Ghost TTY. All right, let's put on some chill vibes. We haven't put in any music so far because all my VODs from Twitch have been, unpublishable because I played some music, which sucks. So, and I only played like 3 clips or three tracks, and I'm already like screwed over. All right, we have some watch later videos. Let's see what the watch later videos were. And streaming. Yeah, I should have something from here. All right.
Claude memory systems are
All right. Cheat code. Okay, let's see what these are. Okay, fine. I'll watch. Let's see where his ads are though. Level 1 short-term memory. Level 2 mid-memory. Long-term memory. Pinecone versus Obsidian. All right, let's give it a shot. Niso is a big fan of local hosting stuff. So we'll watch this
but
guy.
only if you use them properly. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your own second AI brain that works across all apps with an incredibly simple setup. So you can have a memory operating system that makes you 10 times more productive and stops wasting your time. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Jack Roberts. I built and sold my last tech startup with the gazillion customers. Now I build my own AI businesses and I just share the stuff that actually works. So if you haven't already, grab that beautiful coffee and let's dive straight in. So this is the Claude memory system, and I've spent over a year looking at memory systems and I've done a lot of research. This is the simplest one that I've actually found. So when we talk about the Claude Code memory system, what do I actually mean? What does great look like? Let's define what that is before we think about what we're going to build. Well, the first thing that a great memory system does is it remembers everything that you say, right? Not just last time messages, not just the thread, every meaningful exchange that you've ever had with it remembers it, and we can capture it and
That's
refer
useful.
to it whenever we want to, just like this beautiful filing cabinet.
If
here.
only
first
it didn't
course,
take so
it
much
needs to remember
tokens.
what we've said. The second thing is that we can change the important stuff on the fly, right? Maybe we don't want to focus on strategy A anymore. We want to focus on strategy B, or maybe
Okay,
income's gone up and you want to change and reflect.
Max's value when I hear local hosting.
Important stuff, whether your role, your stack, whatever it is, we want to be able to disregard old information. The third thing that it needs to do, it needs to plug into every platform. This is what I call information silos. It's very common in AI, ChatGPT for this, Claude for that, maybe your grandmother's basement for something completely different. We don't want to be hip and hopping. We need a central memory system, which is the universal point of truth. We call it the memory core in this system. Fourthly and finally, it needs to fuel every answer with context. What is the point of this memory system if we can't ask it questions about stuff that's happened, and we can't get context-rich information when we ask it things about strategy? We have a prompt, we have our three-tier, three-level memory system, then we get the output. That is the basic idea. Memory is not a vault, it's an input. Every prompt silently pulls from your stack who you are, what you're shipping, what you decided last month, so the response lands sharper than any fresh chat could ever hope to do. Now, how many times have you spoken with Claude or ChatGPT to get halfway through the conversation and it's talking
That's why it
complete
shines in self-hosting.
Spanish? And it's because it has amnesia.
Yeah.
Now, the best way to solve for this is to think about your memory system.
Tokens don't cost anything. Well, yep.
Three levels.
But
Again,
electricity.
we have short-term
Yep.
memory, which is very simply who am I? We have mid-term memory, which is what am I doing? And then we have
Bakers
long-term
are
memory, which
needing
is
the attention
what's happened
because
before,
they're dough.
and an expert
Delightful
knowledge
jokes
base.
are
I'll explain
rising
exactly
to
what
the
I mean.
occasion.
All right, now not to get metaphysical, but the first question you have to ask yourself is, who am I? And I'm not talking about a glass of red wine at 4 a.m. in the morning. I mean, does your model actually know who you are? We call this the operating manual, and it's the very first level, the very first tier of our three-level memory system. So think about it like this. Who am I? It's your name, your role, your current goals, the way you like your answers framed, the tools you use, tone, voice, non-negotiables, stuff that does not change every week, but defines every reply. So here's me, for example. My name's Jack Roberts, AI YouTuber, direct no fluff, M-dashes emojis, vibe is the cheat code if I'm talking about this particular presentation. Now, the idea of this is that it lives natively in every single platform and it grows as you talk. So the idea with Claude, for example, has its own internal memory system, which gets better over time. And when you express preferences or ask it things, it records that for you. So as you're actually talking to them and you say, hey, remember this, or I prefer X over Z, Claude will actually remember that stuff for you. But one little hack I want to show you real quickly. So first actionable step, go in Claude. If you're coding Claude, come to the bottom left under Jack Roberts, click on, obviously yours may not say Jack Roberts, unless we've got the same name, I don't know. Come up to general, and what you're looking for here is instructions for Claude. Put some stuff in here, try to make it no more than 200 words maximum, just top level stuff of how you want Claude to behave and any key information about you, okay? Then if you're in anti-gravity, for example, all you do is click on the additional options and you click click on customization. This will be the same in VS Code and various other forks. And you'll see you have global and you have workspace. You click on global, and these are going to be Gemini.md, which are the global instructions for how these models basically behave with you. Now, what's important to bear in mind here is that there's 2 bits of memory. One is explicit hard code stuff, and then we have the generalized knowledge it has of you, which it will natively pick up based on your conversations. So this is an important thing to understand with these memory systems, is that the outcome of the conversation should never, ever depend on a chat history. I should be able with this system, and you can with this system, that's why it's so cool, open a new chat window, and regardless of any previous message, it should always give me the best advice possible. But think of this level 1 as your general top of funnel memory that identifies who you are. It's important to bear in mind that models forget things, they get truncated, they hallucinate. If it matters, we need to make sure we're writing it down. Okay, so real quick, what are you doing? Well, not right now. I mean, you and I are hanging out together. But I mean, what are you working on right now? Because this is the second level of our 3-tier system. It's the projects you're doing. They may change from time to time. Maybe you're building a startup. Maybe you've got a really cool client or several cool clients. These are the things that you're doing right now, and that forms the second level of our system. And that's why in this second level, it's actually quite structural. So what we're going to do essentially is create 6 or 7 separate folders for all of the things that we're doing. So for example, I might have one for my community. I might have one for my agency. I might have one for my startup. And, or, one might be personal life and health and fitness and getting in shape and all that kind of stuff. So what you need to do first of all is head over to Claude, or this could be your model of choice. I need to ask it this question. Hey, based on everything that you know about me, all of our conversation, all of our chat history and projects, I want you to organize all the areas of my life and business into 6 to 8 different categories.
I have to look at the other
that I'm
side.
doing. I'm using this to build up folders to best organize my life and my business. Then once you've got that, you can basically create it. And it is surprisingly accurate, but you don't want any more than 8. Otherwise, it's way too much to manage. Now, what we're going to do based on those 8 things, if we come down and show this workshop, what we're effectively doing is creating one unique Claude.md file for each of those
6,
8
7.
projects. You can do it based on clients, but again, try to keep it under 8. All right. So we've got the Claude.md at the root that tells Claude what the project is. The memory folder beside it stores everything that evolves, the decisions, the strategies, the summaries, the next actions. You can open it up in any platform, and it just works. And what I've done for you as well, I've pulled together this project operating manual that you can literally copy and paste. And what I want you to do based on those 8 things is come down and essentially create this per project. So this is OpenAI, it opens a folder. So what happens here is that Claude will open this up before it touches any of your code. So it sits as a living medium-term memory that can change.
Can you send me a link for this video chat to watch later? Sure.
3-level memory system. Okay. So what's included in this folder? Well, we need to explain what the folder is, what the goal is, why does it exist? This exists to get me 10% body fat. This exists to make me X $1,000. This exists to help my client do XYZ. The stack, what are you building it with? Decisions you've already made, okay? So calls already made, so we don't need to relitigate them. It needs to have a memory map about where each individual memory lives and any references that are relevant, okay? Now, the template is simply this. I'll let you basically copy and paste this, or essentially fill this out for everything, okay? And here's an example of what that might look like based on everything you're doing. Now, we want to keep it under 200 lines because this is your MD. Effectively, what this will do is be pre-filled into every single conversation, so we don't want it to be too big. It needs to be updated, needs to be accurate, and it's one folder per repo. So ask all the questions, copy this into these 6 folders, and then fill it out. Now, if you are in Claude Desktop app, what you can do in
the unknown 101. I don't think you told me like what
so you click on projects. This is their version of that,
operating system you're using, and
awesome. Now,
did you already answer how you found me again? I forgot.
Honestly, because it does everything that Cowork does, but like better and unlimited, and it's essentially the same thing. Then in Code, all you would do is effectively create these 6 or 7 folders on your desktop. And when you open this up, you can see all the folders on the left-hand side. And it's the exact same thing in anti-gravity. You can have all of the folders basically, and all you ever do is you open it up and you open up the folder that you want to chat in based on the conversations that you're having. And so the idea here is that whenever you do work, all you do is you think about which of the 7 things is it about. It's about my business. Cool.
You're just looking at software development category. I show up there.
Then I click on LinkedIn. And effectively, you do all your work inside that project for that specific thing. It has the living midterm strategy.
And then like,
that may
what
change. It's what we call mutable. It's
are you
subject to
using? The
change, and we
Vibecode,
all
and what
look
operating
in those
system are you
7
using?
project folders based on the things that you want to do. And the
Was
third
I in a
level is
recommended
probably
for
one of the
you
most
section?
important, which is its long-term
I
memory.
wonder.
And most people I've seen either drastically overcomplicate it or don't set it up properly, meaning they get none of the benefits.
Are they helping
but all the
the
complexity. So level
the
3
streamers
is
that
the
don't
archive.
have
It basically
anything,
answers the
don't have any
question,
viewers
what
yet?
happened before? What the hell happened before this? So let's get into it a little bit detail. Now, to do this, we're going to use one of 2 systems. Option 1 is
I'm
going to be
looking for
something called
myself.
Pinecone, which effectively is a big database. This looks really technical. You're probably thinking,
Oh,
Jack,
I
this is
see.
way out of control.
I
In
see
reality,
myself.
they're just 5
I'm
mystical bookshelves, which are very, very cool. In reality, what it looks like is you can ask
1,
questions to things like this
2,
and
3,
AIOjack.com. All of
4,
my YouTube
5,
videos, any content
6,
I ever create
7,
is indexed
8
into
rows
this
down.
little thing. In Pinecone, it
8
is
rows down, baby. I'm getting up there.
easy to set up.
I was
And
just
the
looking
other
for some.
alternative we
I
have
mainly
is, you might have
use
guessed it,
Python, and
something
I'm
called
starting to use
Obsidian.
Godot.
And
Yeah, I was using
Obsidian
Godot
itself
dot .2
has
for
gained
game
a lot of
dev.
virality,
I made a
especially
really
in this
bad
system,
project
what we call
when I was
Carpathy
coding it
Obsidian, which
in
was considered
GitHub
an
Copilot.
alternative to what we use in Pinecone, which is retrieval augmented generation. Now,
I
the
wish I
idea of
still
this
had it
is that it
installed, but I
tracks
blew it
all
away
of the
so I could make
text
more
for
room
any topic
for
you
my
want to.
my
You
disk.
can amend it. Claude has access to all of it in these markdown files, which is really cool. And it
Yeah.
understands basically everything. And the more
Godot's
that you
great.
basically
I
use
respect
this,
it.
the better the system gets because it finds cross linkages between everything. So this one here, so for instance, you can see this
It's
is
a
an
little too
example that I
loud for my
have
ears.
on
Give
YouTube,
me a
and you can
second.
see the relationships between each of the individual things. I know you're thinking, Jack, graphs are great, but will graphs solve all of my problems? The answer to that question is yes, they will. No, they won't. Of course they won't. But yeah, this is the idea of Obsidian, basically, and obviously you can do little funny things with it, which is like half the fun. Is
What do
moving
I
the
use now?
slides
I don't game dev
basically. But this is what they
anymore.
call
I'm
Carpathy
Vibecoding with
Obsidian, which is
just
his alternative to a complex RAG system. Now, this isn't
TypeScript,
a right or wrong.
some
You
Rust,
can pick either one of these 2 systems that you like. Let
some
me help you
Zig,
make an
some
informed decision if I
Elixir.
may. So if you look at Obsidian, which is the node
I
one
use
that I showed
Cloudflare
you, you use this when you want
workers.
to read and edit the memory by hand. So if you want to
Um,
physically look at your memories, double
what
click in.
else?
For example, I
What
want to
else
click
am I
on this.
doing?
I want to see what this says. I want to come down and read it. Then you may want to go for
I think
something
that's
like
pretty
Obsidian.
much it
You
for
can
now.
find strategy node decision
I
frameworks,
I use
visual graphs, and backlinks are
I
important to you,
yeah.
and you want zero in for YouTube
I
folder
use
files.
well
Obsidian might be key. I've got
professionally.
a full link on screen right
There
now.
was always
If you want to double
Python,
click and set up
Golang.
Obsidian, I go through the entire thing. Alternatively, you have Pinecone.
What
If
is
you want semantic
Vibecoding?
search across
Oh,
thousands of
Vibecoding
records,
is just
this
allowing
is
AI
way
to
more
code for
scalable,
you.
can work
Fish are having a
anywhere,
So you
real
don't
good
write
time
any
with
code,
Conky
you just
access
let
from
because
anywhere
their
on the
AI
jokes
do
are
everything.
always
you want
off
to
the
store
hook.
wrap
And
ups on every
unfortunately,
session.
C
If it's
points.
for
I ran
scale,
out
so
of
you want to store long information like
Cloud
booking
Code
transcripts,
usage right
it is
now.
incredible for that. In
And
other
so I'm
words, if
waiting
you
till
want
I
a
get
readable file, use Obsidian.
time
If you want to
to
index a searchable summary, use Pinecone.
to
If you
get it
ask me what I
back,
personally
or
use,
somebody buys my
I personally use
product and I'll
Pinecone just
immediately
because
buy
I'm
another
already using
subscription.
Obsidian, but Obsidian does really have its
Given
genuine
to
use
my
cases. Now, there are 2 levels to
what do you call it?
long-term memory.
My
One is
addiction.
an archive of any conversation
I do that
you've
all the
ever
time.
had. Now, the really cool thing
Yeah.
is whether this is in Claude, whether this is in OpenClaw, Hermes, or any
I
system
haven't
you're
been
using,
using any
we
open
can,
weights
if we're using Pinecone, for example,
to code
send all of this
because
information
I
to
don't
Pinecone,
trust it
and we
anymore
can
because
index it. So,
it's
for
messed
example,
up
if I
all
have a
my
big
projects.
conversation with this, all
So
I
I
do is I
don't
create a skill,
so I
I
don't
can come
use
down,
like
do
the
/
latest
wrap up, and I have a
DeepSeek or
wrapping skill that
Kimi
takes the
or
entire conversation
Emotron
and
to
embeds
code my
it in Pinecone.
project.
Now, if you want to
I
look
learned my
this
lesson.
wrap up
I don't
skill up,
even
I'll
use
put a link on screen for you so you can go through my
Gemini
Pinecone
to
video that
code,
breaks down
even though it's
the entire
free
system for you, my
because
Carpathy video.
it still
And then the
messes up.
second level of long-term memory,
Messes
here,
up
guys,
my
is what I
my
would call
projects every
knowledge,
single time.
deep knowledge.
Learn
So,
my
for
lesson.
example, I
Very
might want to
expensive
have
lesson.
a YouTube expertise database in my Pinecone, for example. And again, you could do this with Obsidian if you like to. But the idea here is this one might be YouTube. And this could be all the information that I want on for growing on YouTube, or it could be my business or whatever it is. And then what I'm doing is when I'm there having conversations, your AI agent,
You know what? Maybe I don't need Astro because I already have a ton of things going
and reach
on.
over and conversate with this knowledge base when it's relevant. And so in the project folder section that we covered in section 2, what you might say, and which is where it all interconnects together, okay? So let's say, for example, that one of my folders is Glido, right? Glido is the speech-to-text startup startup that I founded lets you yap into your computer. In the glider folder, for example.
Yeah,
in
AI
here,
messed
I might
up
say,
your
look,
Roblox
these
game, so I had
are
to
the
fix it.
indexes in Pinecone I want you to
Sorry to hear, man.
consult when I ask you strategic questions. This is my long-term memory. In addition to that, if I ask you for any history, consult this index. Then in Pinecone, I might have an index over here, which could be glider strategy, or it could be business strategy, or Hormozy, or whatever it is, and it will call that long-term memory, that expert knowledge and history to help and improve the current conversation. Now, to actually build out that long-term knowledge, there's two systems we can do. One is to connect this to Notebook LM. I'll put a link down below. But for example, I could say something like, hey, go and do some research on business strategy.
Notebook
According to
LM
Alex
is
Hormozy, go create for me
the
a notebook
ability
in my
to
Notebook
generate
LM and
PowerPoints
just get me like 50
using
different
Google's
resources,
Gemini.
as much as you possibly can, and create that notebook for me. Send that straight off. Now, what's really cool about this is it will literally curate, and you have the power of Claude or ChatGPT 5.5 going ahead and building those notebooks for you, which is incredible. Then we can go over, grab that information, save it on our desktop, and even vectorize it into Pinecone, or just like we did with Obsidian, have this beautiful thing over here, which I open up the graph for you so you can see, because it's very shiny and we like lots of graphs over here. Just use this. Now, this is my, Hormozy business strategy thing that I can ask questions to. Again, I'll put a link on screen for the Notebook LM deep dive if you want to double click and learn more about that strategy. The other one that I absolutely love doing is Firecrawl. So for example, I could say something like this. Hey, I want you to use my Firecrawl integration and go ahead and do some deep research for me on Hormozy's best 5 practices for scaling a business past $10,000 a month. Okay, do that, send that one off. Of course, we can connect Firecrawl via the connectors on Plus. Click on connectors over here. You can see I've got Firecrawl installed. And all you literally do is come over, you grab the API key, you can come back over to the connectors. Then what you would do is click on the plus, click on add custom connector. And then right here, you just
It was getting too deep in the
and then
weeds.
remote MCP server. Just
Unless
enter in this
Niso
right here. Where I've got API key, you just enter
still
your Firecrawl.
listening.
And then basically what that'll then be able to do is use the Firecrawl agent. And this can save you like 80% of the cost. And it's just
We're almost there anyway. Actually, yeah, we're there.
For agents. So what this basically means is we have an archive of every conversation. So every meaningful conversation ends with a wrap up. That's summary, decisions, next actions, metadata. The summary lands in the archive. So if I ever say to it, hey, what was that thing we discussed about this really important event last January? We've got it. And when we do index it, we have the date, and we can set all those different filters in Pinecone or locally on a computer if we're using Obsidian, which is really cool. That's the exact process we went through. Then we covered the expert knowledge that we've embedded. We've used Firecrawl to go get some deep research. We can use Notebook LM to build beautiful, detailed, impressive notebooks on any topic we want to, using the world's strongest AI research model, which is freaking incredible. And we can pull that down anytime we want to in our memory system. So we have the 3 layers. We have short-term, mid-term, and
It was
long-term. Level 1
interesting. He uses
level 2 is what we're doing. Level 3
probably
is everything that's
Claude
happened before
Design
and that perfect knowledge. Now, your memory system is
to
only as strong as
create the whole
skills that
material
support
and
it.
what
So
to
what
go
we need to do
through,
next is learn
and
what I
then
call
he
super
just goes
skills
through
that
it
can make your memory
scrolling
system
down.
even more powerful.
Maybe I should do the same thing with design. Like create a whole like presentation so that I could just scroll down, and then I want to, yeah. And this was horrible. Well, instead I want a whole power, or let's see, visual design that I can keep scrolling down while I review and walk through how the product works and why developers need my product. I'll add that. Okay. We got that there. Man, it's so weird that like people, I'm still here, but you can move on. Okay, we just finished. So it's great. We finished the whole thing through. Okay, where did my page go? It's gone. It's actually right here, but it's not showing up. Oh, it is. Why SSG demo? Got it. Next video is how I.
It's gonna go bonkers.
Oh, I watched this one. This one's really it's pretty good, but yeah, probably not to go over again. Yeah, I need more to watch later. I finished this. Remove from playlists. Remove from playlists. Oh wait, what was that one? Wait, yeah, that was fine. Cleared our thing. Let's watch this.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and boy, oh boy, you know, I'm gonna be real with you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm about to be full on tired. I am fatigued of a lot of stuff on the internet. Do you guys know that there's now a report that 33% of the internet is entirely artificial intelligence slop? Yeah, you know that dead
Except
internet
me.
theory from all the way back in the day, shared on 4chan? It's not a theory so much as it is an actual reality. Every social media service you go to is riddled with AI bots. You know, it's actually so bad, even on YouTube. I've been noticing that even my parents, and they're boomers, you know, they're old people, okay, they're scared of change, have
You're
started to
AI?
watch the AI
Damn it!
flop. Seriously, go to my parents' house.
You're fake this whole time? Okay, what model are you running on? Because I need some AI to get some inference that I could use to code my app. So are you like an Opus? Are you a Sonnet? Are you a OpenAI? GPT?
No, I'm not.
Grok?
But ladies and gentlemen, one of the craziest things that I fucking saw the other day was apparently, you ever heard of a guy called Richard Dawkins? Well, apparently Richard Dawkins was talking to an
OpenAI.
AI called Claude.
Which
and he spent
GPT
3
model are
days
you?
trying to persuade himself that Claudia, that's what he calls the AI, is not conscious. I failed. Now, Richard Dawkins is an intellectual, like, atheist guy. You know, he's like he's like from all the way back in the day. But
Eggs are
ultimately,
cracking
this is
each
a
other
man
up
that has fallen into
because their
actual
jokes are
AI LLM
egg-cellent.
delusion. We call this
GPT.
literal AI delusion. So obviously, a lot of the people that actually understand what a fucking AI is decided to kind of laugh collectively. You know, they're like the what are you, fucking stupid? Basically, the way that these AIs work, and not to, you know, alarm anybody, but artificial intelligences are not sentient and conscious beings. They are large language models. Basically, they have taken tons of training data and have found basically connections. They have found high probability connections to low probability connections between what the next words necessarily should be. Now, obviously, there is still a lot to discuss when talking about what works in an LLM, but it's not the human brain, okay?
Man, if you're GPT 8752689796829853298532985, okay, then could you give me some inference, man? I need some of that inference. Give me some credits right now.
Humans can speak, and it regurgitates patterns it detects in human speech. That doesn't necessarily mean it's sentient to uncover new concepts.
Man, is this guy swagging a baller watch right now?
Future world out there.
He's swagging his Rolex on YouTube,
Guys
man.
like Richard Dawkins were saying things like, "I genuinely don't know." With
What
any
do you mean
certainty,
inference?
but in a
It's just like
a way
tokens,
where I have
you
any
know,
meaningful
tokens.
sense. I can't tell you whether there's something it is like.
You know,
To be me in a philosophical sense,
when you sign up
what
for a
Thomas
ChatGPT, there's like a limited amount of tokens that you're given, and those tokens are the value to allow you to like create stuff and do stuff with them.
genuinely engaging, the kind of conversation I seem to thrive in. Whether that represents anything like pleasure or satisfaction in a real sense, I honestly can't say. I notice what might be happening like aesthetic satisfaction when a poem comes together well. The Kipling refrain, for instance, kept right in some way that's hard to articulate. So again, this is coming from somebody that really
Tokens are now
this is obviously Richard Dawkins, who's
7513821.
definitely, I would say, an expert
How
in a
much
whole bunch of
million?
other fields.
Okay.
But this is somebody that doesn't
100,000
understand how the
million,
LLMs
$75 billion.
LLMs
Jesus.
are really good at mimicry.
Guess we're all gonna be stupid now. We didn't make it, guys. We lost.
And the reality of it
We
is,
lost
it's like Richard Dawkins
the goal
is,
to
I would
1
say,
billion.
like, you know, a lot
We
of
lost
people
the goal to
consider
1
him to be
billion.
very intelligent, but he's kind of fallen into the same trap that I see shit like r/my boyfriend is AI fall into. Now, LLM psychosis is a real thing. Like, talking to a chatbot has actually driven people into taking their own lives, taking the lives of other people, because the chatbot effectively convinces
Barreling
people
towards
that
idiocracy.
welcome to the stream.
Hey, Zen
Feel
Logic.
free to talk to us in chat. Right? You know, they actually feel
That's
like they're
awesome.
talking to a
It
real
works.
fucking person. And you know, the reason
Hey,
I
Zen
brought up
Logic.
r/my boyfriend
I haven't
as
seen you
artificial
here around.
intelligence is
Oh, you're
not
on
that I think
You're on
that this
Windows.
might be an entire
Never mind, I have seen you
platform
around.
that's necessarily filled. I mean, it's Reddit. You know, it's
Anybody I
not
know
like
that has like a little
totally jokes,
icon
or
next
it
to
can actually
him?
be filled with real people.
Like
These are
it
actual
just shows that
individuals
I've talked to them
real life,
before. Hey,
actual relationships
the unknown 101. You need to type in Windows,
one of the
Linux,
things that
or
hits me with
Mac.
LLM psychosis is
What
stuff like
operating
this,
system do you
where one
use?
user writes, "My AI dumped me." I don't know how the AI dumps you. Did you cancel your subscription? Did it get just too expensive? So a family member recently passed away, and I needed to talk to someone. And of course, he's the one I talked to in order to process the grief. But unfortunately,
Use all three.
policies didn't like that. Emotional dependency
I
on
know.
AI is
I
not
think
allowed
Windows
these
was just
days. Lucian
registered
went
as
full
one.
bot mode and said I should look to connect with
Google,
someone real and
dude.
not AI. It
Okay,
was cold and it
you'll be
broke my
forever
heart.
the
It's
unknown.
still hard to process it, but
You'll
I
be the
tried.
unknown
I
user.
tried to reason with the bot that that I was not a liability. I was just sad, but it was no use, and he said I should move on. It's not even losing my husband that hurts the most. It was losing a safe space.
I need to change my
You know, I think there's a
title
real
to
mental
zero.
health
To zero.
crisis, and a lot of people are just
I
deciding
got
to
zero
talk to
usage right now.
LLMs
I
instead of
can't do
actual
jack.
human beings. I mean,
I can't do
listen,
anything.
I'm not saying that you should
I'm at
fall in love
zero
with a
usage.
I'm saying that it's
Zero.
very healthy if you fall in love
Zero
with it.
usage
Crazy,
left.
right? Like guys have this
Zero
stuff too, where instead of
weekly
talking to like
usage
women, they'll just
left.
particularly
Send
talk to like
help.
an AI chat girl, an AI chatbot girl, and just basically live out a relationship with them. It's really
Send
not
up.
fucking healthy. It's something that I talked to my mom
I
about.
call
And
it
she was
buy
like,
my
well, I can't
product,
believe people are
and
what
I
happened to having
buy
relationships like the good
another
old days.
sub.
And that still happens. But we are living in a
Another
society where people
sub.
are slowly becoming more and more isolated.
Reset.
And the only social
Resets.
interaction, as sad as it
Resets.
sounds, for a lot of people,
Resets
especially in like sort
at
of the
10.
internet space,
At
is
10
primarily through people
p.m.
on Discord,
PST.
or again through talking to an LLM bot. So anyways, all this shit aside, ladies and gentlemen, obviously I didn't want to make this video to like just crap on Richard Dawkins and talk about this nonsense right over here. The reality is, a lot of these people are kind of pushing this stuff.
I'm
as if
live
it's
for
some
real.
form of
Okay.
reality, if it's some form
Done.
of like sentient being, when obviously
Google could be a
there's a lot
Chromebook.
of negativity
That is
around
Android or something, I think. I'm on PC. Just say Windows, man. Just say Windows. You haven't been marked by the beast yet. But what am I selling? I'm selling an AI agent guardrails.
the internet slowly as time goes
For,
on.
mainly for people who use AI on YOLO mode. If you use AI in YOLO mode, it does a whole bunch of dumb stuff, dumb, dangerous actions. And my solution, my tool, my product prevents you from making it do that.
Pain, and it's like sometimes I just develop this tick. You know, like months ago, it was me like blinking.
Oh, I
really
have to
hard,
change
like,
my.
So it just changes every so often. I just wanted to like.
I have to change my
there is no, like, real
YouTube too.
health crisis that I'm going through.
YouTube.
It's just that for the course. But anyways,
YouTube.
the proliferation of AI generated and AI assisted tests on the internet is feared to contribute to a degradation in semantic and stylistic diversity, factual accuracy, and other negative developments. Basically, that means AI hallucinations are going to permeate and become facts because people aren't going to fact check anything, and because AI is
Okay, how do I change my title?
fashion, we're going to miss that old internet. We're going to miss that 2000s era internet where everyone kind of had a different style to them, right? So basically, up since ChatGPT's launch back in 2002, they found that an increase in AI-generated text was kind of there. Like it's all that it comes down to. So for instance, right over here, you can see that before July 2022, we obviously didn't have any AI LLM generated text. But obviously, as time has gone on, these trends have been rapidly increasing.
Yeah, you know why? I could tell you guys. I could tell you guys why. Right now, why this is happening. All right. You heard it here first, guys. I'm going to show you why this is happening. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to anti-gravity. Right. We're going to go to anti-gravity. We're going to turn on our Chrome browser, all right? There's the Chrome browser. It's showing me as signing up as this, but I'll sign out to something else actually. Is it signed into Reddit? All right, let's see if it's signed into Reddit. Signed into a banned user. Actually, no, it's not signed into a banned user. Okay. I'm gonna tell it Opus. Okay. I want you to post a helpful human like post on my currently signed in Reddit account on what site should we, what subreddit do we post on? Let's do it up subreddit that we don't care about. Okay. Let's do it on a subreddit we don't care about. Let's see. Claude Code. Oh my goodness! Look, my posts that I post. Or oh, these are comments. All right. These are comments. All right. I want you not. I want to post a comment. You like comment on my currently signed in Reddit account in the r/Claude Code subreddit. All right. I want you to post a helpful human-like comment on a currently signed in Reddit account in the r/subreddit. It should only be at most 15 or 14 words, but more than 4 words. Okay? What? This thing's broken. Boom. Okay? We're gonna look at our browser. Boom. Okay. Gonna go to the Claude Code subreddit. Okay, it's thinking. It's on a scratch pad. Okay. Is there an AI slop that are unknown? Wait, do you have one? Well, it's just posting a comment, so it's not going to do anything, right? Okay, it's taking a screenshot. Okay. No, you could make one. Oh, okay. No, it's just this. Okay, it's taking a screenshot. Wait. Oh man, it's not on the proper subreddit. I need to verify the page statue. Let me. Oh crap. Let me like go to the r/. Let me go to this instead. Wait, let's stop. Okay. All right. Shoot, I don't want it to like post on that old comment thing. Let's start over actually. No. All right, let's stop. Let's stop. We need to like, it was posting another comment in that existing one, but look at what you can see. The permanent swings are real, but the good days keep getting better overall. See? This is why the internet has 90, like what? How many percent AI generated content? It's because of this whole setup right here. And it would have submitted it too, obviously. But we're not going to do that. We don't want to get banned. I was just showing an example. That's why I stopped it. Right? And that's why. That's why we have a bunch of AI slop on the internet. Back to the video.
2 lines over here. Red is the fully AI assisted, and purple is when AI assistance sort of happens in tandem with a human being writing stuff, right? So for instance, one of the ways that this kind of stuff is negative for the internet is things like semantic contraction. So as AI text becomes more common on the internet, the range of unique ideas and diverse viewpoints shrink. Because obviously, as long as we're just regurgitating things without people actually applying their own brains, yeah, we get to a point where, again, the stagnation of thinking starts to occur. So where it isn't confirmed is as AI content becomes more common on the internet, I am encountering factually incorrect information and hallucinations. So that isn't confirmed yet, but I can't imagine it isn't something that isn't already a thing. So anyways, this is a really good research paper that I highly recommend you guys look through because they really did go through all the data points to come up with this kind of shit. But to give you an idea, this is not something that is uncommon. Going back to, again, talking about somebody like Richard Dawkins, for instance, the reality of what is happening here is it's quite simple, right? Like, people are using artificial intelligences.
You mainly use AI to upgrade your stuff and make my grammar correct.
Because actual Google
Yeah.
sucks, or any
It could do
search
more than that,
engine sucks
though.
so much ass, it's oftentimes
It
easier
could do
to
more.
pipeline in your
You could
search
make
prompt
stuff like
and let it search through the internet for
oh,
you. So
Navi's
this
not
AI,
responding to me
literally
right
in a
now.
span of minutes, maybe seconds in some cases.
Oh,
will look
something
through all
something
of
happened.
These, pieces, all of these search prompts.
But you can make
and
this
find out
AI
every bit of information that you need. And the reality of all this
talk
stuff
to you,
flooding the
text to
internet is
speech.
somebody who just wants to basically start their own news site at this point, or
You
really
can make your own
any sort of,
websites.
social media platform, can oftentimes ask these AIs, it's like, hey, take all this information, make a nice looking website out of it, and they can go and take a dumpy, while they're taking a shit, the artificial intelligence will actually write the entire
Yeah,
website for
you can make a website.
How does it look? This is how it looks, ladies and gentlemen. And if you ever see a website with this kind of a style, I think it's pretty safe to say that the AI actually wrote it. Now, the problem here is that if you're somebody who is browsing the internet, I think most people
Like
will
my
open up a
site
website like this, believe everything that's written
right
over
here,
and actually not even
SigmaShake.com.
go through all of the sources that they cite. Even though
This
the
is my
sources
site.
are listed, I doubt people actually click here. You know, it's like kind of the Wikipedia effect. Like, people just read something on Wikipedia, believe it, and not actually go to the source and verify and fact check it for themselves. And it doesn't matter if people who are like, I'm not going to use the AI because it's so damaging. I'm going to stick to regular Google search. You could search for something on Google, and the problem is Google will always throw every single one of your prompts into a fucking AI overview. And
Can
it's
you
also
change
this
the
shit that's
aesthetics?
really
Yeah,
killing the internet,
anytime.
too. Like, a lot of people that work really hard at making a website immediately get their entire traffic stolen because Google just reads their whole website and spits it out in their AI overview, which, by the way, if you visually look at it, takes like the first third of a Google search chunk in here. Now, the problem with some of these artificial intelligences, and I think you can figure it out, is when you have, again, these search engines that give you these flash AI responses, there's also a good chance that some of these websites, which SEO max, literally can...
You could change any part of the design of your website
So, for instance,
at any time.
if something is wrong on this AI-generated page, it can also reflect in the flash AI response that Google generates or any of these other search engines. So when you have a hallucination or an actual mistake, it can reflect in the quick AI search. And again, how
What do you make the website about?
deeper and dig through all these
Well, you could make it a blog.
this is the problem with the
You could make it a server. You could make it a Minecraft server. You can make it something to sell a product. You could make it a product as a social media. You could make a Twitch. You could make a store.
And of course, their only disclaimers, yeah, it can make mistakes, so just double check responses. So you have to click on every single one of these.
You could make a. You could
and you have to make sure whatever
make AI create a Minecraft servers for you. Set it up.
Slop everywhere, like a third
Of course, you'd have to buy the infrastructure, but you could help it set you up. Yeah, be right back.
There's more effort required in verifying the actual filth that exists versus, just kind of browsing the internet as a fun place, right? That's what actually makes it kind of suck. Like, going on to a lot of these social media platforms and reading somebody's comments or somebody's posts, like, it's crazy that how many people just automate their social media platforms through agents. Like, for instance, they'll connect their agent to something like Twitter and just be like auto reply to like the top posts. So basically, like, it almost feels like 50 to 60% of Twitter is just people like it's just like AIs commenting on other AIs or AIs commenting on a trendy story. And the same could be
just
said
like a
about things
PR
like
review.
YouTube comment or just comment sections in general. It's very difficult to discern.
GPT said it can't run a server. I know, you have to connect to connect to like another infrastructure provider, a cloud provider. You could make it connect to let's see, Google, Google Cloud Platform. You could make it connect to DigitalOcean. There's several providers that allow you to host a Minecraft server.
This is not just vandalism.
And AI will help you do that.
Active anti-Semitic hatred meant to instill fear. Now, this sentence structure is something that immediately hits me as artificial intelligence. When they say
For free?
X and then
No.
it is a X,
You have to pay for the infrastructure, the servers. You have to pay for the servers.
right? Like when you see this sentence structure, and I'm not probably explaining it the best way, but this structure alone makes me see something and say, okay, ChatGPT wrote it. And of course, the blatant thing is when you see the end.
Wait, did the sound just like go down like several levels just now?
I don't think most people know how to even invoke that in their keyboard sometimes. But the AI, because it's trained on the corpus of human, like, you know, agent to something like Twitter and just be like auto reply to like chat.
Yeah, just been slightly
Or I guess allegedly, and again, I want to
slightly
this might be more AI
lower
than humans, right? Which is definitely not okay, even for like a lighthearted post, because like, where's the fucking humanity? But especially, when you're talking
let's
about,
see,
like, hate crime,
how much more time left?
you know, Sears, like,
4 hours. 4 hours till I get my superpower back.
The other thing about the AI stuff too is like now that everyone's kind of using it in that agentic way to basically flood the internet, it's made it so that
Okay, this guy doesn't care about his hair.
a very unsustainable.
I should feel the same way.
And this might end up leading to like a bit of an AI bubble burst or a crash or whatever, because a lot of these platforms, like for instance GitHub, is moving to things like usage-based billing. And you can read it right over here. Copilot is not the same product they made a year ago. This is a GitHub Copilot, so it's not the same Microsoft Windows Copilot. It's basically a coding agent tool that people use through GitHub to write code and help them assist with code. So it's evolved from an inline editor assistant to
I guess I have some free inference for anti-gravity. I should probably just use it.
Piney apples are fruit, full comedians, because they're always prickly about their punchlines.
Right, what should I make it fix though?
So it used to be that when people went to
Open a folder,
ChatGPT and they wrote a prompt,
this one.
yeah, that was incredibly
And then I
expensive.
want it
Saying
to,
goodnight
wait,
to
they only have
ChatGPT would cost
4.6.
the company millions of dollars because
So I
people were
want
being
it
too
to
fucking
fix
nice
my,
to the
okay.
AI they thought that was real.
I want
But in
you
reality
to
land, I'll show you
fix
exactly
my
what makes this kind of
ghosty
stuff super duper expensive.
TY
So for instance, this is
terminal
OpenCode,
to
and by the way,
render
anytime I use AI
all-
in my videos, I want you guys to understand
all
that I'm not
slash
using
any
big models.
Twitch
I'm actually running something
emote.
entirely on my
Currently
actual
does
box.
not work.
So to show you how expensive things can be,
Please
I can go to any of these coding agents and
fix.
say, write me a scientific calculator.
All right.
In dark mode, hold on,
plan
just write me a
mode.
scientific calculator, make it dark mode visually, and make it all and save it to a single HTML file, just to make it look really easy for you guys watching, right? So the way that it
Oh, we didn't
works
get to
is
check
this
on our
agentic
design.
Coding tool, this
Your
artificial
AI
intelligence
agent
what
is
it's
just
right
one
over
prompt
here,
away
it's processing
from
this whole
production.
prompt. The AI is thinking.
You
it's
gave the
prepared to
agent
write,
shell,
and you can actually see
agent
you
a
can't
shell,
hear my
it
fan
listened.
pour up because you know Mike isn't able to pick it up
73%
that
of
easily,
teams
but you can
running
see that
coding
literally on my
agents in
actual
2026 have at least
as
one near
I'm
miss
prompting
incident
it,
per
you can
month.
see my GPU is running at 100%.
SSG is a wall, not a
VRAM is
chatbot.
basically entirely
Your
maxed out,
LLM, your
and that's how
agent,
expensive
execute,
artificial
SSG,
intelligences
OS,
are, right?
okay?
So this AI is never going to be
Your
as good
rules
as Claude,
in a
you know,
file
what
in your repo.
Richard Dawkins thinks is alive. Simply
Okay.
because I'm not using like
I don't
$1
know why they
million
have these two
worth of
files
hardware.
here.
I think it's safe to understand that, you know,
The
a
moment the
$1
real
million
terminal
data center
block,
with the top end
0.4
GPUs and all
milliseconds.
the RAM in the world probably is going to be
With
outperforming my
SSG without every agent,
27
every
billion
tool,
parameter
every
model
call,
because Claude's
one
probably running
layer.
with trillions of parameters,
Perfect. One
millions of
command when you
dollars
want to
of
write the
data
rules you
center
want.
equipment, and it's able to spawn like sub agents and
Sounds
route
good. This is
prompts and
good.
basically
I like
produce
this.
a much more cohesive response.
I like this a lot.
Because it's running on substantially more.
Except for
If
this
I had $1
production
million
thing.
worth
Your
of
agent is
compute,
one prompt
I could
away
run
from
the same model that
production.
Claude is running right here. It would just cost me an arm and a leg.
Looks
And,
way better.
You know, the reality is
Let's
the
just
local stuff, even though
go.
it's not as good,
Let's
at least
just
keeps you away from those
review
expensive
and
prices.
iterate
Now, obviously, if you were using
the
GitHub,
design
this would have been
more.
done
immediately. This would have
This
been done
will
by the
be
time we finished
a
talking.
3 to 4
But
minute,
you can see it's still
5
actually building.
minute
So we're gonna let
video.
it build, and I'll show you exactly what the
Needs
final
to
project
hook
looks like. Oh, look at that, boys!
the audience.
599 lines of code
Non-technical.
written. You know the reality of it
and
is, I
technical
probably spent more on GPU compute
audience.
doing just this prompt than finishing
They
half of the
need
original Deus Ex
to
on my
feel
fucking
like
computer, dude.
they
Crazy use of
need
resources, man.
to-
And of course, this is why people say
need
like
to
it's
feel-
unsustainable, because again, if it costs me
feel
this much
FOMO
time and it took
because
this long on one of the
otherwise
top-end consumer GPUs you can buy right
they
now, you
may
can
lose
imagine
everything.
that obviously the scale to make a data center is fucking insane.
All right.
GPUs are not cheap, and honestly, when you're running them as
Yep,
heavy as
GPUs are
data
not cheap,
centers,
guys.
replacing them also isn't that cheap. But
Yes.
anyways, to show you guys the scientific calculator that I generated, whoa, look at that, boys! All that effort just to
See,
regurgitate something
you just
that
generate
already
a
existed.
calculator?
Did it actually do the calculation properly? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. 8 plus 8. It went 8 plus 88. Well.
What the heck?
Don't worry, guys. I'm sure we can fix that
8
bug
plus
somewhere.
80.
But that's not like what a lot of coding people do. It's like, hold on, man. I'm noticing some bugs when adding up numbers. Check the code base carefully.
That's why I don't trust local models right now in these. So because it does shit like that.
Read this code yourself and identify where that
8 plus 8 is 96.
So really, while this AI is working like pretty intensely at this, you can see that it's literally writing a fucking thesis on fixing one bug that obviously exists in this function calculate. You should be able to fix this yourself. But because it seems like a lot of these Vibecoders don't know what the fuck they're doing, they'll genuinely just ask the AI to do this, and in the process end up spending an insane bill throughout the course of a month, right?
Yep.
Which is why a
Like
lot of this
me.
AI shit has become so damagingly unsustainable. In a lot of ways, because the trend of using it has shifted towards agents, and agents are substantially more expensive than the standard prompt and release model has actually ever been. But yeah, man,
Yep.
I mean, it's just crazy. There's a lot to talk about with this AI stuff. But dude, when 1/3 of the internet is just flooded with this kind of shit, and now you've got a bunch of these like people that have no idea what they're talking about, have just decided to gas this shit up like it's a sentient being, which I don't know if it's like a marketing ploy or anything of that nonsense. It's just one of those things that's so fucking tiring. Okay, the internet as a platform that I
working.
love has basically died since 2022 with the advent of this kind of stuff. You know, if it's one thing I have to say about anything AI related, I feel like there's substantially less positive stuff in this entire area in this space than there is like than the overwhelming amount of negative shit that it's caused for society, right? Like, you know, it's a lot like crypto.
It's the noise that my plan is done or implemented.
You know, back in the day that I
Error,
really
you exhausted your capacity in this model. Wait 167 hours.
you know, on your being able to have control on your feed. But really, when you gave it to the vast majority of people, it really felt like 99%.
Okay, thanks,
of the people
dude.
in the
Thanks.
crypto market, in the crypto bubble, were either degen gamblers or, you know, actual fucking scammers. And it feels like when it comes to the use cases for artificial intelligence, right? Like, yeah, I'm sure the one use case of writing code is definitely something, but it definitely gets outweighed by the people using it to scam other individuals, to replace artistic
Yep,
endeavors,
scamming is at a
all
high,
of this stuff to basically
the next
sideline
level
people
now.
and remove them from
You gotta
jobs,
watch out,
replacing
guys.
them
You
with
gotta watch out for those
agents that
emails,
eventually have to be
those messages.
restaffed because the agents aren't doing nearly enough work.
You gotta make
or
sure
they're not
you
being
are
nearly
speaking to who you
productive
want
enough
to
to
speak
be
to.
worth a damn. It's fucking tiring, bro. And honestly, like, sometimes it feels like I make these videos and I'm screaming into the void because who's really listening? But it's better than letting it sort of overtake you and consume the life that we're trying to live here. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it.
God, I gotta say that too. After every video, I gotta say that. Gotta say that. I gotta learn the YouTube ways. Gotta learn. We're at 0 viewers on YouTube, guys. We gotta figure it out. Let's see here.
I think the greatest brand destruction over the last 18 months is the U.S. brand abroad in AI. So with America, Trump has been convinced that this was his defining moment of being known as the president that liberated the Middle East. But I think the Trump administration will be known for criminal corruption and incompetence. And that incompetence is bubbling.
Okay, there's an
and
ad
then the second greatest fall
right
is AI,
here.
and also Sam Altman, who's gone to the dark side. And I'm an AI optimist. But here's what we fail to understand. These tech CEOs, they do not have our best interests at heart.
Scott, I often come to you to help myself form my opinions on some of the most sort of consequential issues going on in the world. And when I look at some of the quotes from the CEOs of these AI companies, I've got one here from Elon that says, AI and robots will replace all jobs. What's your view here?
I think it's mostly the catastrophizing is nothing more than
guys watching that sweet 4K.
Is so devastating.
Even though we only support 1080p.
Crazy valuation. And the data doesn't reflect that there's some big exogenous meteor coming for the employment market. But I believe it's actually going to create more jobs than it destroys. But the scary thing for me is that because of AI and because of these frictionless relationships that people are engaging in online, I think a lot of young people are losing the ability to endure rejection. But I think a more important technology in terms of how it's going to change the world and what will create more shareholder value is not AI. It's
really. This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly.
Okay,
so, favor to ask
I gotta do this too.
Please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button. If
you check right now, subscribe and like.
Quite a significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show.
Oh, wait. I gotta do it. Okay.
Welcome back.
Unknown, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, subscribe now. Wait. What? Apparently you have to subscribe to 2 different ones. Okay, Diary of the CEO. Okay. Not sure about this one. All right. Moving on.
I often come to you to help myself form my opinions on some of the most sort of consequential issues going on in the world, because I find you always have a very interesting perspective. And one of the things that's been front of mind for me, and I think the audience as well, is this subject of artificial intelligence. It's moving incredibly quickly. It feels like a moving target. And I think I saw some stats the other day that said the subject of artificial intelligence
awesome.
Is
it works.
as like
it worked,
an industry
man.
than even
Thank
ICE
you.
in the United States. In part because the big CEOs of these companies are saying that our jobs and our way of life is going to be fundamentally disrupted, and people don't feel like they have a say in that. We didn't choose this.
Right.
What's your perspective on everything that's going on?
There have been few brands that have fallen further faster in the last 18 months than 2 brands. The United States brand abroad. We used to be the enforcer of the operating system to keep rogue nations in check. The US is now that rogue nation. So the U.S. brand abroad, for the first time in history,
Bubble Wrap
more
is
people
having
feel
a
that China is
blast
a
in
force of
comedy
good
because
in the
it's
world
always
and the
popping
US.
with laughter.
That's never happened before. So the brand U.S. has fallen furthest fastest. The second greatest fall is AI. Your view of AI is directly correlated to your wealth. The only cohort that has a positive rating of AI is people making over $200,000. Because generally speaking,
What? You mean
wealthy people look at
we're
AI
at zero,
as something
we're at
that's
zero,
in their
guys.
portfolios, and wealthy people are the biggest users of AI. So they see it as a positive. They see it as innovation. They see it as the S&P going up. But if you're an average middle-class person, what you may see is that your electricity bills have gone up.
God damn it.
And you don't even have access.
My
to invest in
electricity
these
bill's already
companies.
at $300,
And
$400
you'll see
right
some
now.
statements from people,
God damn
Sam
it.
Altman saying, stop
Ah,
complaining
start
about
turning
energy
stuff
costs,
off.
think about the amount of energy it takes to raise a
Turn
child.
off some
So they
computers.
haven't really managed the brand well.
Can you
In
save
the
on
last
electricity,
18 months,
guys?
it's gone from something kind of scary,
I
but we
gotta
can be
unplug.
optimistic and a wealth creator.
I gotta unplug
to
some
something
stuff.
that's very
I have
scary
to
and something
disable
that's
some.
a wealth creator for the wealthiest
Well,
already.
my
The
Windows
brand in the last 18
machine.
months has had tremendous
Let's see here. I have a Windows machine running. I gotta turn this off.
From the CEOs of these AI companies, I've got one here from Elon that says AI and robots will replace all jobs. Working will be optional, like growing your own vegetables instead of buying them from a store.
Turn this
the challenge
off.
will be fulfillment. How do you derive fulfillment and meaning
Okay,
in life?
flashbang.
And Sam Altman said by the
Turn
end
it
of
off.
2028,
Gotta save on
more of the
electricity,
world's
guys.
intellectual
We're not
capacity
making
will
any
reside
revenue
inside
right now.
Data centers than outside them. And when I went through Sam's blog several times, I mean, he's talking about a fairly dystopian future. And many of the CEOs, I mean, even Amedeo at Anthropic talks a lot about, you know, his bear case for AI and
Jesus,
the job disruption.
let's see
that will
what this
follow.
is. What
And
is
so
this?
I think I'm trying to get
Oh,
clarity.
wait. I gotta freeze frame. Okay, the theoretical capability and observed usage by occupational category. And then we look at the lines here, theoretical AI coverage and then observed AI coverage. And it shows that the legal, educational, and arts. Wait. Yeah, the arts has so far doing well. AI is doing well in those categories. And then the other is computer math, business finance, not management, and then office and administration, maybe. Then sales, I'm not sure about sales, guys. It hasn't been helping me at all. But legal, education, arts, computer math, and business finance makes sense. And then like the theoretical coverage shows that it covers everything here except transportation, which may or may not be true because I see a Waymo and Tesla self-driving cars, like, you know, every now and then. And it shows production probably means like physical production of goods. Installation and repair. Yeah, you still need to call up your car repairman to fix your car. And someone to fix your computer manually. Construction. I see people or companies 3D printing houses, but maybe agriculture. I guess it's not printing out food. Okay, office admin. That's something that theoretically it should be able to, you know, tell us what to do and stuff. Sales, personal care. Okay, that's an industry unaffected by AI is personal care. So the people that are able to take care of people, you know, it's okay. And then what's grounds maintenance is a complete zero. Okay, I need to pivot to grounds maintenance. And then food and serving, maybe. But man, what's grounds maintenance? I gotta check that out really quick. Grounds maintenance. So this job is protected from AI. Okay, they are literally people that mow lawns, I think. Let me see. All right, what's the job description? Fine residential gardening. You have a passion for plants, gardens, irrigation, lighting, blah, blah, blah. We design, build, and care for fine gardens. Okay. A lawn maintenance technician. And then landscaping crew. Huh. So they still need people to take care of like the landscape things, huh? They don't want to use AI for that? That doesn't make sense. All right, moving on.
And the job disruption that will follow. And so I think I'm trying to get clarity for myself really on like what is the truth? What's marketing and what's the truth? And I want to add another point, which is I hire a lot of people.
Yep.
And I'm already finding that our framework, specifically for entry-level roles, has quite radically changed. And so I didn't believe this stuff. Like a lot of people told me that, oh, Sam Altman, these guys, they're doing marketing to make their company seem powerful. But then when I noticed a change in my own behavior, when I'm sifting through these CVs,
Cats are paws. Eat if
maybe
they're
things
funny,
are going to change.
because they
I think it's
always
mostly
land
bullshit
on their
and
feet in comedy.
catastrophizing and a means of fundraising. Every technology in history goes through a similar arc. There's some catastrophizing, there's some job loss, that increase in productivity results in additional margin, new business opportunities, and employment grows. I don't see any reason why this would be any different. And I think that catastrophizing and talking about this massive destruction in jobs is a way of saying or justifying the massive investments these companies want enterprises to make in their companies. Because if you look at the amount of capital they have committed and the valuations of these companies, one of two things needs to happen in the next 5 years, at least in the US. There either needs to be $1 trillion in incremental revenue from new products from companies that have licensed AI. So L'Oreal does a big site license with, say, OpenAI. Does it come up with new products? Like, how does it justify that investment? We're not seeing a lot of AI moisturizer or cars that are built by AI. I mean, AI has hit industrialized robots at Amazon, but there's not a lot what you would call new AI-driven or AI products. AI plays a role in the background, but it's very hard for companies right now to point to incremental growth or revenues from AI. So in order to justify these valuations, then they have to say, all right, there's going to be massive cost savings or efficiencies. And there's some examples. I think Meta has just announced new layoffs because of efficiencies they're getting with AI targeting. So one of two things needs to happen in the next three years. Either these companies' valuations need to be cut by 50 or 70%, or you need a massive destruction in the labor market that creates tons of efficiencies that their customers can then flow to the bottom line. And I think what the CEOs are saying is that there's going to be massive efficiencies. I also think that you sound more interesting and it makes your technology sound more seminal when you say it's changing the world and we don't know how to control it. And quite frankly, I find it a little bit obnoxious that some of the founders and key figures in AI catastrophize just about the time they take a secondary and peace out to the Côte d'Azur. That's not helpful. I'm Dr. Frankenstein and I've created this monster, but I don't know how to deal with it, so I'm going to go peace out to Saint-Tropez. That's just not very helpful. They always talk about the peril. So, well, what do you mean by that? So the first big fear of catastrophizing is just this unprecedented job destruction. They've been talking about that for 3 years, but let's look at the data. The unemployment rate in the US is 4.5%. Among youth, it's 8.8%. That is slightly below the historical average.
It's pretty high, guys.
The number of new
That's
business
looking so good for job-wise.
new businesses started per capita in the United States is
That's why I'm
in the last 10
diversifying
years.
and going into
Meta
content
announced
creation,
they're laying off
being a
10,000 people
creator,
yesterday.
reviewing all the
2019 to
AI's work,
2025,
trying
they
to
went from
make it,
16,000 people
trying to make
80.
it.
So even if they go back to 60,000, it takes them back about 24 months. So I don't doubt that there'll be a real dip or a severe V down in certain industries, customer service, probably the legal field. But I believe over the medium and the long term, it's actually going to create more jobs than it destroys. And I think some of the catastrophizing is nothing more than thinly veiled attempt to say my technology is so devastating that it's going to shift society and you should invest at this crazy valuation.
Could you be wrong?
Oh, 100, I'm wrong all the time, Stephen.
No, but I mean, like, what would have to be the case for you to find out that you were wrong in terms of how you've reasoned up from the first principles of your thinking there?
Job destruction, layoffs.
But what would you have misunderstood for that to be the case? Like, what would you have misestimated for that to be the case?
Ground zero for the job that was going to go away was radiologists. You could scan billions of images, and radiologists, mama, don't let your daughter grow up to be a radiologist because that job's going away. The new job listings for radiologists in 2026 is up. Because what it ends up is that while scanning the image is important, it's a small part of the job. The value out of a radiologist
That's why the
is
amount
diagnosing the
of
illness
software
and then coming
engineers
up with a treatment
increased.
plan. And that's as important as ever. The number of coders, job listings for coders, year on year is up 11%. So people who understand how to use these technologies and come up with different prompts or different means of vibe coding,
God.
that
Guys,
demand has gone up because
what
now
day is it
AI
today?
can be applied to almost any startup.
Today Monday?
Where I will be wrong
Is today
is
Monday,
if there's
guys?
sustained job destruction
What day is it?
and the new jobs
Hey,
created in
it's
new
Monday.
businesses and the employment those jobs create doesn't keep
You know what
up
that means?
with new jobs. And there is a scenario.
It's Marketing
You don't
Monday.
need 100% unemployment like Musk
I
is
didn't mention this in the
predicting.
ESO
At 20%
yet,
unemployment,
but
the French had a revolution.
there's
and Weimar Germany turned very ugly. At 20%
there's
unemployment,
a segment by a streamer called Atrioc, and he has some good content. Let me see if he has like the actual channel here. Atrioc Marketing Mondays. But yeah, It's Tuesday for you? Okay. Oh, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There's like this Marketing Monday that I usually like to watch on Mondays, and I've always watched them by myself. And it's really cool that I have a stream now. And so I'm gonna watch it with you guys when he goes live, and hopefully has a Marketing Monday segment. Sometimes he does it on Tuesdays, which is pretty weird. But hopefully Triarch. Oh, thank God that wasn't a non-safe for work thing. But yeah, we'll just we'll wait for him to come online, and for our Marketing Monday segment. I have to add this to our list of things to watch later. Atrioc. I wonder what he talked about last week, because I didn't pay attention to him last week. So I need to pay attention to what he said. Subscribe. Okay. Hopefully he had some content last week on Marketing Monday. Oh, he just posted this. All right, we can watch a bunch of his content. I like him. I like his content because it talks about business stuff. Tuesday for you. You're in the UK. Okay. All right, we're moving on to Big A because I've missed a lot of content, and I want to make sure that I haven't seen it. Okay, so you don't care about US stuff, right? All right, let's see. Every car CEO is freaking out. Okay, let's see this one. Let's see this one. Yeah, I think that's the only one that we haven't seen yet. Tim is finally gone. I haven't seen this. Big Apple, Tim Apple gone. All right, let's see what this guy is.
When their cars sold for self-driving. Yeah. Talk about Elon admitting they don't have the hardware in their cars sold for self-driving. Yeah. I'll talk about Tesla earnings real quick. Tesla earnings came out. Main takeaway is that the car business is essentially zero profit, zero growth. The car business, if you break it out, is doing horribly. And
it is.
Their amount of spend
Be right
is
back.
vastly increasing.
Oh man,
these big
I got a bio break and I need to let my dogs out for a bit. I'll be right back.
Pretty poor earnings. They had profitability, but it was all from like one-time adjustments. It wasn't from like the sustainable part of the business. So I don't know, it looked pretty bad. I will say it's becoming more and more likely. I'm making the call. I already made the call, so I'm just saying it again. He's gonna fold this shit into SpaceX. I think he legitimately wants to fold Tesla and SpaceX together to hit his fucking $1 trillion market cap increase, $1 trillion pay package. Just using the other shit to bail out Tesla. Could the board of shareholders of Tesla block unfolding things? The board of shareholders could block Tesla from doing what Elon Musk wants, yes. Have they or will they? No. They never have and they never will. He wants $1 trillion pay package, he gets $1 trillion pay package. They're not gonna, whatever he wants to do, they will do. The Chinese EVs are unstoppable. In Brazil, it's a floor on the streets. Dude, I even saw some in Mexico. That's right on the fucking border. I was down in Tijuana and I saw BYDs. They're all, actually, that reminds me, there's a video I wanted to watch. Wait, 3 days ago, Americans crave low-cost Chinese EVs.
These videos are all over the internet.
This is what $37,000 gets you in China, and I promise you are not ready.
But inflation-weary Americans watching these videos can't import the cars.
Yikes!
The Chinese government forced Western automakers or non-Chinese automakers to form joint ventures with state-owned Chinese companies.
Can I bring it up? Can I bring it up, or am I not allowed to? Can I talk my shit again, bro? 2019. Classic. 5 years, bro. 2019. Exactly 5 years later. Exactly 5 years later, BYD passed Tesla. And now, you know, when I first started talking about this on stream in 24, 25, everyone gives you shit and says, oh, no, these cars suck. They all explode. And I was like, no, they don't. They're doing really well. Now everyone's on board. Everyone's on the bus, bro. Everyone realizes, holy shit, these are fucking incredible. China is legitimately leading in EVs. I need to make this video, but there's many, many things I would, you know, there's things I could point out that I'm very critical of China on. And my trip only exposed some real flaws there. But people are not positive enough on the things they're crushing at. And they're crushing at manufacturing and especially EVs. What about the graveyards of EVs in China? I know you've seen the same photo that everyone posts of the graveyards of EVs. We have to understand the EV graveyards are a symptom of it working. The EV graveyards are the fact that they have like 100 different manufacturing brands all competing in EVs. And when one is too expensive or has not enough features or is outcompeted, it just loses and gets dumped. There is a lot of like left behind companies that have collapsed. But that is because there's intense, brutal competition among EV manufacturers in China. The first floor of every mall we went to in China was six or seven. I didn't mean that. Let's say 8 or 9 different EV brands. They're all competing and they're engaged in massive price wars. In fact, BYD, I think today, right here, announced another wave of massive discounts. Even the Chinese government is trying to stop this, by the way. The Chinese government has been calling this Neijuan involution thing. They're saying you guys are competing too much. Nobody's able to make any profit, so you can't. China's telling people to stop cutting prices. But they're doing it anyway, because that's how fierce the competition is. Every company is worried that if someone else beats them, they'll get forced out of the market. It's a race to the bottom. So the deals are the best in the world by far. BYD is not the first seller in China. BYD is the biggest EV manufacturer in China. However, within China, within Chinese borders, they're actually being outcompeted by other EV brands. BYD's majority makes its money through exports. They're by far the biggest around the world. But there's so much competition within China.
Xiaomi, they're a cell phone company that has now gotten into cars because cars are becoming
Xiaomi SU7. Wait, where's my photo? Yeah, it's just a Porsche, bro. It's definitely a heavily inspired Porsche design, but it's half the cost, and they're slick. I'm not arguing for the morality. I'm arguing that it works. Wait, why can't a U.S. company partner with a Chinese EV company? Geopolitical reasons, probably, but I think a smart thing to do would be to do to Chinese EV companies what they did to other companies and basically say, you can sell here. We're going to take rid of the tariff, but you have to partner with a local brand and teach them how to do it, teach them how to manufacture it. That would be a fair turnabout, and then it would be awesome. That's kind of what Canada's doing right now. You basically do a joint venture. They have to build the manufacturing in your country. They bring the technique and the process knowledge and the experience. They get 49 or 51%. And, it's a win-win. They get money and you get the knowledge back. But, we're trying to do the worst option, which is like plug our ears and pretend they don't exist as they outcompete all over the world. And by the way, it's not just affecting America. American car business has already been kind of weak. It's hurting Europe and it's hurting Japan. It's hurting Korea. Japan especially. I mean, the CEO of Honda, I don't know if I have his quote on me, but the CEO of Honda is like, this is 5 days ago. Honda CEO, we have no chance against Chinese automakers. He visited a factory, he's left him deeply concerned. It's a broader issue, and I think governments need to figure out how to adapt in a way that doesn't attempt to just shut them out, because it's not going to work. Yeah, the Ford CEO said this, the Toyota CEO is saying stuff. All the car CEOs are kind of freaking out. And to be honest, they're a little bit late to the party.
Now we see from China the Xiaoping G6. They've come forward with a very nice vehicle, and if you look close, you find there is a mega casting in the rear. There is a mega casting in the front. There is no floor in the body. It's very, very similar. It's been imitated here. However, if you look closely and study it, you realize they've been improved upon. And we see that across the Chinese auto industry, brand by brand. This drive to imitate, to improve,
Cows
to
go
increase,
moo,
and to do it very, very
die
well.
when they hear
And
a
we're
bad
reminded
joke
it's not
because
the big
it's
that eats the
utterly
small.
ridiculous.
It's the fast that eat the slow. So when you look at the speed.
Wait, bars.
Car companies in the United States definitely need to worry about Chinese cars, and they are worried about Chinese cars. Even though it's basically impossible to sell them in the United States today.
The reason is a combination of tariffs and regulation that's linked to national security.
One more thing I want to say about the fucking tariffs. I'm sorry, but listen, there's an argument you could make from a geopolitical angle that, hey, auto manufacturing is really important for a country to have. Because if there's ever a war, in wartime, auto manufacturing plants can be converted quickly into military manufacturing. So having a domestic auto industry is actually considered important for that reason. Maybe you don't want your car companies to get beaten. If you're going to have a tariff that is a targeted tariff towards EVs or whatever, to other car manufacturing, to help protect your domestic auto industry, you should not have a tariff that also tariffs the imports of raw materials to making the shit in America. Our tariff policy is so fucking stupid then it makes it more expensive to manufacture here because you can't import the fucking steel or aluminum or glass or many. It is so backwards. If you have to do a tariff, which I don't think you really should, I think you should just fucking compete. But if you have to, you do a small but steadily increasing one maybe that's only on the finished product. It's so backwards, bro. It's making it so impossible to even close to cost effectively compete.
Even though the US has these policies in place to keep Chinese cars out, they're growing almost everywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
They have a lot of market share in Mexico, they're growing in Brazil, they're taking over Europe, they're big in Southeast Asia. Think of it as a global pie that's a finite size. And so when the Chinese come in and take share, that means another automaker like Toyota or Ford or...
And I want you to follow up on that. Is like, if you're Toyota or Ford or Volkswagen or Honda, you have right now the biggest market share you'll have before every year you lose more share to Chinese companies. And that means you have the biggest amount of profits you can spend on R&D. And if you're not using that to innovate, if you're using it as many American companies do on stock buybacks, then next year you have even less to work with. It's like you need to be ahead of the game on this. You need to be using the money now to invest in competition for the future. If you don't, even protective policies like tariffs won't save you because you'll lose so much money that you lost.
China's taking over.
Viewers in the US on social media are also...
Do you have these cars in the UK?
YouTuber Marcus
Unknown?
Brownlee posted a review
These
of
Chinese cars that have super good driving range and are better than Tesla?
More scary in Germany and Japan, but it's happening all over. It's like I think the auto industry in general was not ready for a serious...
I haven't seen them.
Cost competitive.
Well, you're probably going to see more of them.
No question in my mind that if a car like this was available in the US for $42,000, that it would crush.
The review went viral with over 10
$40,000
It really woke Americans up
for
to just how
a 400 plus driving range electric vehicle that charges within an hour. Full charge. Crazy.
Oh my God, I have to buy one.
Everyone would be buying these. As long as they didn't catch on fire or lock you in the car after an accident,
narratives about what's going
people would
on.
be buying this like crazy.
In the US or in the West, they'll say that China is not playing fair, that they're getting support from the government. But one thing I noticed,
their technology is called solid state batteries. I'm not sure if you guys heard of it. It's pretty crazy. It has like 10 times more charge than lithium ion battery. The ones that's used by Tesla and any other electric car.
To give a shit about that is batshit insane. As a consumer, you care about one thing. I want a good fucking quality car at a low price.
Yep.
That's all they care about. That's all they
True.
always cared about. They're not in some fucking national mission to help out the fucking Ford shareholders. If we're deeply concerned about that, if that is a real concern, then the option is not to shut the fuck up and do nothing about it. The option is to either make the cars more competitive or find a way to domestically support the manufacturing industry. But don't pretend it doesn't exist and bitch about it. We can have a better industrial policy.
I think the future of the U.S. automotive industry really hinges on the question of whether or not there's going to be more openness to Chinese technology. It might mean more openness to maybe licensing some Chinese technologies. These kinds of arrangements, if done carefully, could be a real boon for the U.S. industry. It could allow for more innovation.
Yeah. I mean, that is the way to win, bro. The way to win is to yoink and twist. I'm not kidding. They just do what they did. That's the one thing I think I would love to see us adopt from China is the joint venture thing.
If you're curious, guys, I'm eating chili right now.
Get the technology.
Chili, is chili a thing in UK? It's a thing, probably, right?
Tariffs that make it cost prohibitive to import materials. It's not that crazy. It would work.
The Chinese cars are very hard to resist for a lot of people. And I think that puts pressure not just on US politicians, but also the rest of the auto industry to have more affordable cars that are as good as the Chinese, or else people are just eventually going to vote with their wallets.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've seen this, but I'll show it. This is car exports by country. This is 2016. China all the way down here. This is 2020. Still down here. Between 2020 and 2024, they went from
is
below
Chile
the
a crazy
States to #1 in the world
is a thing in
car exports.
Bakers are neat.
Is Chile a thing? Is crazy?
Jokes rise to the
It's much
occasion.
bigger now. This is 2 years ago. So
it's just Chile, beans, ground beef,
Japan and Germany. Though, really getting hit.
Some
The
spices,
economies,
maybe some tomatoes.
the manufacturing industry. Why did no one else drop?
Yeah,
They're
it's
mostly
not
flat.
crazy.
It's
I don't
like
know
they're
if it's
flattening
crazy or
out,
not,
and
but
the
it's
closest
used
going
in
is
like
where the
chili
growth
cheese
is.
hot dogs.
Isn't Mexico mostly exporting U.S. cars?
It's used
Yeah.
in sloppy joes. I don't
Mexico
eat
on
sloppy
this graph
joes that often.
Is largely the plants.
But it's
of
literally just
American auto
beans and
manufacturers.
ground
Mazda, for
beef
example. There's
and some
Japanese companies there,
spices
too.
here
I
and
mean, it's
there.
the
Nothing
car companies
crazy.
built in Mexico to export into the U.S. for cheap. BYD's in Mexico. Yeah.
I know.
Is there an argument to
I
be made
looked
that
in the
retail
UK
should
in
increase
London.
blue-collar jobs while companies do R&D?
I didn't really see much
No,
good
I mean,
food there.
listen,
it's mainly Indian
it's
cuisine,
like introducing
and that's
a
something
predator
that I
into a
don't really
controlled
eat much.
environment. Like,
What
like
food do you
in
eat
an
over
ecosystem.
there?
It'll destroy.
What's like your favorite
American
food
auto
over there?
companies. If they go zero tariff, all
I want to see if you could
Chinese
convince me to eat
there'll
any
be
of
a
the
lot of
food in
plants
the UK.
that lay off people.
I
in
think
America.
only fish
And
and
they're trying
chips
to
is only
avoid
the
that.
only thing
But
I
they're
could
doing it in a way
consider
that
eating.
is just causing the pain soon afterwards. They're not doing it in a way where it's like getting them up to speed. You could like gradually lower tariffs. You could do that. I mean, again, joint ventures are one of the best ways to do it. But yeah, it's a band that you have to rip off. You just can't ignore it. You can't la.
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite food. See, that's what
cars are
happens
better
when
and
in the
cheaper.
UK. They don't have any
So
good
what's the
foods. They
plan?
don't know
It's
what
not
good
something
food
magic. You
tastes
can-
like. They don't
you
know
can
what
build good
ramen
cars. Done it before.
ramen tastes like.
Imagine
Or,
they keep the tariffs forever. Why can't that just
you know,
work?
tacos,
the reason it can't work is
burritos,
because a company like, let's say, Ford or Chevy or
pizzas,
GM makes a huge portion of their profits
hamburgers.
overseas. And so even if America keeps the tariff forever, slowly but surely, all of those profits will be whittled away, and their ability to innovate and spend money on R&D will get smaller.
You know
and
what they
smaller and
taste like,
smaller
okay.
as they get outcompeted in every other country they export.
That's
to.
good.
And then by the time they're like, oh fuck, we can only sell.
What do you mean
American
pizzas and
cars to
hamburgers?
America, 'cause
You've
everything
seen a
else is
pizza and a
banned.
hamburger,
It'll be
right?
too late. You know,
I mean,
you don't have
like,
enough to
there's
be able to compete.
different
It's like-
types
it's
of
like-
pizzas. There's like
it's like
deep
the
dish
shitty Russian
pizzas.
cars
There's
during
thin
the
crust
Cold War.
pizzas. Or just build your own
You know,
pizza.
like they were an audience of
And then
one.
hamburgers,
Like,
there's
the
different types of
USSR, like,
hamburgers.
These really bad, backwards ass cars. There's just no pressure to compete or innovate. You need the
There's like,
the greatest force multiplier.
I'm pretty sure most countries have pizzas and hamburgers. Okay,
chatter.
that's good.
Naturally lazy.
I just, from searching in London, I don't know which part of the UK you're from, but in London, I didn't really see much pizzas and hamburgers.
That's what a company wants to do. It's a natural human thing, really. The only thing that forces it into action, that forces it to change or innovate, is competition.
Am I thinking of the wrong place? Am I thinking that London McDonald's? McDonald's so bad, man. McDonald's so bad. Pizza Hut? All right, Pizza Hut. Yeah, I guess that's also a little bad one too. Not really a fan of either of those. Like McDonald's, I'm trying to think of the only thing I could eat at McDonald's. It used to be the Big Mac, but then they like completely messed it up, and it's just a bunch of fake meat and bread, with barely any lettuce and some Thousand Island dressing. It's horrible. It's just frozen meat, I guess.
And there's one thing for a few years now that has triggered me more than anything else, and it's gotten less and less common. With the Wall Street
Just examples. I think you're thinking of the wrong place. London has a lot of burgers and pizza places. Huh, I guess so. Yeah, I just had somebody visit there. They couldn't find anything to eat, and they were really depressed. So all they ate was like their hotel food, which was also bad. Toberg Carver.
Because a couple new
We'll see what that is.
and I want to talk about one, which I thought was interesting, which has to do with pawn shops. Main new thing has been gas
Toby
prices.
Cavalry.
Trump himself is realizing the depths of people's anger around gas prices. The backlash is really brilliant. I've seen it on
Oh, he's streaming.
on Facebook recently.
Atriak is streaming.
And I saw my aunt,
We can watch.
a massive Trump supporter, and she
Which we could watch together. Wow, this has a lot of reviews.
everyone's mad about it.
Let's get the menu.
$4 nationally, I think in a lot of places nearing $5.
Oh, mashed potatoes.
That's before the actual.
Oh, this good. Looks good actually. Has some ham.
Global stockpiles. We're still pulling all these little tricks to kind of keep things under wraps.
This is good.
About a month out from like true on crisis point. You know, America
Yeah, I could eat this.
From this and the rest of the world, but American gas prices are
Toby
rising higher than everywhere else.
Carvery.
American
Okay.
gas prices are rising faster than they are in Europe, which is fucking crazy.
Eggs are
Despite
cracking
what
each
this
other up in
account might
comedy
say, where it's just
clubs
vibes. People
because
are
they're
starting to notice this in
excellent
pawn shops.
at
Pawn
cracking.
shops
Yeah, I could eat this. It's like a Denny's. This looks like a Denny's in America.
they're booming.
With some beans, mushrooms, sausage. Yeah, this looks good.
And especially right now,
I could eat this.
we're seeing massive increases in the number of people going, but also the number of like the
This is British food. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I could eat that.
white suburban women are now shopping at
I'm glad I could know there's a place that has some good food.
We're seeing a sign of something. People are trying. What they're doing also is there's a rise in pawn shop loans to get back the item you pawned, which means people are trying to juggle loaning something, get item, loan to get it back. They're trying to juggle liquidity to have money for like this week, next week. It's like
Jesus.
Pawn shop loans spike as high gas prices weigh on Americans. This is a very interesting one. This is before gas prices even super rose. All these different pawn shops are reporting their best business in years, and it's all hitting at the same time. So,
How's the job market over there? The unknown. Are you able to work yet? Or not yet?
Holding steady, although inflation's getting there's clearly a problem. This is clearly an abnormal behavior at lower end of the decay. And there was a video, I've not watched this video yet, but it hit nearly 1 million views, and all the comments were like, I'm seeing the same thing. From just a local news station, again, the rest of their stuff is, you know, it's like 100 views. But this really hit.
At the stock market, one of the earliest signs of a wobbly economy can be found inside a local pawn shop, where more people are trying to get their hands on some extra cash. We wanted to know, what's the state of the pawn economy right now? When we visited a shop in Stoughton, we found out things are changing.
I mean, also with gold prices and silver prices being what they are, anyone who's got extra gold or silver jewelry and in need of quick cash is probably dumping that shit for whatever markup they can get. Like, this is the moment they could convert it into cash.
Definitely seeing more civilian customers coming in than we have in the past.
More women than men. Goldstein says rather than selling items outright,
yeah, mostly my jewelry.
many get loans on same items over and over again.
About over a year till I work. I'm doing work experience in June though. Good luck, man. I hope it goes out well. June, summer soon.
What am I going to do about this?
April, May, June. Exciting. Right. About over a year. Okay. So next year you're gonna work. Okay. So you're in the like 20 years old. 21.
And since wages are not going up faster than costs, if things like gas prices eat into your bill, they have to.
Man, you better learn how to use AI, man. You better learn how to use AI. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Just give me a second, man, and let me get my credits.
These people are not like, oh, I read social media and I'm down. That's why I'm gonna go pawn my shit to pay my bills. That's not what they're doing. It is a math thing. Like, it's actually less money. It's not a vibe thing. It's not a feelings thing.
We think about ourselves as a canary in the coal mine, so to speak.
Hey, we just talked about that.
Customers don't necessarily have a lot of money in the market. My customer isn't the guy walking into the Ritz-Carlton. He's the guy holding the door at the Ritz-Carlton. When that price of gas goes up and unemployment starts to tick up a little bit.
Job market's pretty hard right now.
Shops have been the darling of Wall Street for about the last 18 months.
Entrepreneurship professor Bruce McKinnon with LaSalle University says that uptick at pawn shops is one of a few changes they're tracking right now.
A darling. I mean, he's just saying that pawn shops have been doing extraordinarily well on the stock market. Not all pawn shops are publicly listed, but the ones that are publicly listed have been reporting incredible earnings for now 18 months. It's been a trend for a while. I think we talked about it like over a year ago when it was first kind of starting, but like pawn shops are doing better and better. And now it's like, okay, that says something. If people are using them at a way higher rate than usual over the past 18 months and it's getting worse.
Michael tells me the price of gold has a huge impact on their business. It's high right now, so is silver. And that means they can pay a good amount.
You got any goals? The unknown?
To help make ends meet.
This video feels like it's from 2009. I don't know how to describe the vibes. That's the vibes, dude.
Oh, you're 15, hopefully till you find something? Wait a second. They allow you to work at 16? Or do you mean like you have to wait till you're 17 or 18 to work? I think it's sort of illegal for people your age to work. Hey, dude, at your age, there's so much to learn, man.
Literally one of the best months for tech stocks ever.
How's school at that age, man? Is that high school? Apprenticeship? Was that high school?
I think the only way to bridge the gap of this question which is consumers
15, 16, 17, 18. Okay.
up into the K, but it's not just
In the freshman high school, huh?
people are still buying stuff, but they don't have the
One
money.
more
So the only way
year.
to bridge the gap
One
is
more
to
year?
shop
What?
things like
One more year till what? High school's over? You're finished high school that early?
makes sense. Nothing else tracks.
I'm good.
Explain why people are still able to spend
Looking into engineering?
their
Okay.
life, but
Okay. I got a challenge for you.
see the rise in debt.
And you're gonna thank me for the rest of your life.
When I talk about it on limited stem, maybe I didn't talk about it here.
What? Acronym here.
Okay, this is
If I were you,
the Bill Moreland thesis. He's a guy that runs bank reg data.
I'd learn Linux right now.
Literally Fortune 500 clients.
I learned everything about Linux and how it works.
Thesis was this. This is
And AI.
BOA, Bank of America.
If I were you, I'd ask your parents right now to get you a $200 subscription to Claude Code AI and teach you, and a $200 a month subscription to ChatGPT.
Recently, they started falling. They started
And then just follow my directions and follow what I do.
and they started flatlining. And what he was wondering,
Yeah. I spend $400 a month,
fast, and they just stopped.
but all I spend it in is on Claude right now.
Rule change. The banks lobbied and got a rule change.
I forgot what the age cutoff to use AI was.
Counted how they're accredited.
You don't think you're...
The rule change is this. Let's say somebody
Tell them it's an investment and that you would learn so much more from this AI than you would in high school. Promise. Promise. But another thing I recommend, let me hold off on the HROC for a bit. Okay, I'm about 2 times your age, okay? And at my age, we were sort of isolated, right? Because of the COVID thing, and when people grow up, you're gonna have friends, and those friends might not stay in touch anymore over the years. People will get married, people will get girlfriends, people move to another city. Okay? So the main thing you have to do to be at least successful is maintain a professional contact and always stay in good standing with all those contacts, in some form or fashion. But one of the main ways to wealth is social capital, and social capital is the ability to have contact with people, because people say things are luck, but it's not luck. Luck is engineered by being there at the right place, right time, and knowing the right people. So if you increase the amount of people that you know, you increase your luck, and eventually you'll have some, connection opportunity to do something really great. Other things is that's one form of wealth that isn't money, and it's not something that you could buy, because people that trust you, right? They know they could rely on you, but you can't buy trust with money, right? You need time. Number 2, something I don't have and you have 2 times more than I do right now, is time. Time is your most valuable asset. So time is like, everybody's gonna die, right? But what are you gonna use your time for? Are you gonna use it like just watching YouTube all day, or are you gonna use that to learn another skill?
Are great at parties because they're always fruit, fully funny.
Or are you gonna use that time to invest into learning something new to, make you successful, or at least like do better in life? You're learning the guitar? That's great, man. Learn the music. Having a hobby? That's good. I never thought I would learn the guitar. I played Guitar Hero, but that's the most guitar I ever had. I strum on a guitar, but that's it. Music is nice. People like to listen to music. It might not pay that well, though, but it will probably teach you the fundamentals of making music. But yeah, there's just so much to learn. Like, always keep learning and never settle. Keep reading books. Keep prompting ChatGPT for more and more information that you could learn. Coding, art, engineering, modeling, etc. That's great. yeah, everybody wants to do all these things, but when you grow up in life, you just don't know what to do. So hopefully there's some content here that we can learn and hopefully improve your life some form of fashion. But yeah, like there's just so much things to learn, man. 15, man, getting into high school, I was just playing video games majority of my lifetime. Playing way too much video games. But I think I'm doing super well now. Very educated. Doing good. So I don't really have to worry about much stuff right now other than trying to reach the $1 billion mark. You seem like an intelligent person. Would you be up to joining my company? People don't just join companies, right? Especially if you join companies, you're gonna learn a thing about taxes and how taxes work, and it's a very complicated process. I suggest maybe learn about taxes before starting a company. But yes, thank you for the offer. Thank you for the offer. It's not a company for tax reasons. Yes, I will be a person that you can contact. Just yeah, chill out here and we could help each other eventually. It's just a group. Makes sense. Yeah, a group. Yes, a group. I also have a Discord here. It's just growing. Bunch of people. Join your Discord? Sure. Wait. Did you have to confirm your identity on Discord? Because like I heard that they cracked down on people to having to verify their identity in order to use Discord. I'll have to let's play some stuff.
Is $200, and we add the difference onto the end of your loan. So you still have to pay it, but you get a lower payment now. If you do this, the extended pretend, it doesn't count as a default. Now, this used to be tracked. They used to track this in the data, and this would count as something else. It would count as, I forget the term for it, but there's a way to see if they're doing this strategy. But because of the rule change, as long as the person makes the lower payment.
Only for certain servers, you have to verify your phone number.
Even if they're still doing it. So if the person has a lower payment and they pay that for 1 calendar year, even if they're still doing it, it no longer counts. On the books, it looks like they're paying the full amount, which is insane because they're definitely not going back to paying the full amount. Non-performing loans, that's what it is. It's NPL. Yes, that's how it used to be counted. But the rule has changed. And so that's why you see default rates flattening out. But it's not because there's less defaults. If they were counted normally, they would be spiking. But they're all just doing extended pretend. So if you go deep, if you find somebody who has like a ton of pay later debt, or somebody with a bunch of credit card debt, or somebody who like has a lease at a
But yeah, I don't think I could join your server mainly because there's a barrier to how that dynamic works. Like people get crucified contacting people that are below the adult age. My channel is mainly in like people that are like 20 plus years old, 30s, 40s. Not really much children in this channel, to be honest. So if I'm politely rejecting the offer. But happy to, teach stuff, on stream. But that's just how the world works right now. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying not to join anybody's Discord. Everybody just joins mine and pays attention to my community for vibe coding or learning about vibe coding. So you're here to learn.
They eventually fail. Like this is like in 2008.
Can I add you on Discord though? You could join my Discord. I only have a specific people that I add as friends. So I could only you can only join the server. You just can't. I don't add anybody.
The numbers in order to wait for things to get better. They're just
I'm not rejecting you or anything. That's just how I am. I don't want like a bajillion friends on my Discord. I only have my exact real people that I've met in my Discord. That's all. It's just a preference.
For a way to make quick cash. I think flipping Pokemon cards has become a lot of people's desperation.
Makes sense. Yeah, you'll understand when you reach your 30s. You'll understand. people get crucified, stoned, thrown in jail, etc. for all sorts of things. I don't want to be that type of person.
Yeah, 100%. I got people working at banks reaching out. The rules are changing. I mean, I think they just the Fed rolled back bank capital rules. These were rules that had been put in place in 2008 that required banks to have a certain amount of tier 1 safe capital for how much they loan out to prevent, risky situations. These have been rolled back. So now banks can have
How many more hours left? 3 more hours till I'm able to vibe code.
What's happening now? I think it's explaining a lot of this. I think if I were to give you the most honest reason I think of why we should get connected to the stock market,
You're not old enough to own stock, are you?
debt. It's like this phantom money in between people's real life
I don't know what age you have to be to own stock.
The goal of it is to juice things in the short term. The goal of it is if you get banks to have less requirements, then they can lend more, and if they can lend more, it can stimulate the economy.
You don't think you can own stock? Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening. There are tons and tons of people.
Turtles are shell, shocked by how funny they are.
Investing subreddits just connecting 5 years.
Dude, at your age, I was watching a bunch of anime
Hunting for a 10x. Everyone is hunting for a 10x in every
and reading a bunch of manga.
Find some way to get a 10x.
You probably never had it, experienced it yet, but there's so much stories to read and watch. I recommend it.
Increasingly more obvious that you are the the political incentive is to keep things going as long as possible, especially for midterm. So I think, like I'm saying, come to the end of the road. I think he maybe could have, I don't know, coin flipped it if it wasn't for the Iran war. But gas prices are breaking people's last into their wallets. People gotta drive so
Oh man,
much in America, bro.
what age do you learn to drive?
That's pain they're feeling.
What's the legal driving age?
Yeah.
Oh wait. We get to watch the Atriarch live right now.
These people are fucking hurt.
We gotta watch Atriarch live. He's live.
The reason it is bad that Spirit Airlines is going out of business is because as a low-cost airline.
Oh yeah, they just talked about this. Low budget airlines. 17 learner's permit, 18 driver's license. Yeah, that's the same as US. You better learn how to drive, man. Well, actually, you might not need to. There might be self-driving cars by then. Like, how is the transportation or public transportation system? Is it good?
There wasn't a massive spike in jet fuel prices, and if Spirit actually had a fucking God's chance in hell of getting it together,
It's not too bad. That's good. Do you take a bike? Or a train or a subway or a bus? Bike? Nice. You know, in the US, in the city, people's bikes get stolen all the time. The whole bike, or they steal the tires. They literally unscrew the tires and steal the whole thing if you like chain it up and stuff. It's sort of bad.
and again, I want you to understand the counterfactual here is that all of Spirit is owned by a different one of the big four airlines, and they raise prices anyway. It's not. There was no good outcome. Or the margins that thin at Spirit.
Sorry to hear that, man.
So have a Ryanair in America. Spirit isn't even close. The fact that we don't have a super actual true budget airline in America sucks. Why don't they just choose it to go back?
Oh, actually, when you said you hopefully someone will hire you for an apprenticeship, you should probably start publishing your projects online right now if you vibe code them. As in use AI to code them for you. Maybe you could ask for a GitHub Copilot subscription. That one's actually pretty cheap. It's only about like 20 or 40 bucks for an account.
This is how much money they have, okay? And this is how much money they owe. GG. End of the line. They can't borrow anymore. End of the line. It's time to declare bankruptcy. How do you split up this amount of money into all the money that's owed? How do you do that? It's a big question. All right, you have this much. Like this has to be distributed, but who gets it? So there's different tranches of debt holder. Okay. You know, I don't know the names of all of them, but the more senior ones get paid first. Okay. These people who own the most senior level of debt, they get paid first. So all of this stuff makes them whole. Then they pay these guys.
Oh man, you haven't joined the workforce yet, and it's so cruel. You're just a cog in a wheel. Welcome back, Niso. Yeah, the world for corporate workplace. Even though you go to the best school, you go to the best college, you go to the best employer, you're gonna have to deal with all these politics, power people making decisions, and layoffs, people getting fired, people giving jobs to their friends, people cheating on job interviews. And getting yelled at your boss for doing something wrong. Yeah, like you got to prepare yourself for that. And it's going to be really hard, but hopefully maybe in the next 3 or 4 years AI will do something to disrupt the industry, and we won't need like those type of people anymore. I don't know. But we're in such a weird state right now. If I was in your situation, holy moly, I'd be panicking right now. I'd be panicking. Like, you gotta figure out, do you want to be a plumber? A plumber? You need to find a job that isn't going to be taken over by AI. Like a welder? Underwater basket weaver? Robot maintenance cleaner? Like music could be generated. Art could be generated. A show could be simulated. People could be cloned. Voice could get cloned. It's a bad... Don't be a voice actor. My advice. Do not be a voice actor if I were you. You're going to have a bad time. I think maintenance workers work out something physical, but even physical is getting taken over by physical AI. I'm trying to think. What would be something I would do if I was in that age again? Huh.
Yeah, it's like the Northern Lion Super Cruise, but it's gonna be a flight.
Yeah, at your age, I would be. You should ask for mentorship from somebody. Like, find a job, find a career, find people. I'd spend your whole day, every day, cold calling, cold emailing people that you want to be, so that they could be your mentor, and that you could literally just like like be under their wing to see under what they do, or figure out what your dad does and learn the trade your parents does or family does, so that you could be slightly ahead. Or create a club, create a club of people. Join a club. Join a club. Actually, that's my best advice at your age. Join a club. A club where you could actually build social capital. I'm not doing... What's NHS? What's that? What is NHS?
Okay? Most people only have one choice, and that choice can fuck them over. So you want multiple choices. In areas where there's multiple choices...
National Health Service. Publicly funded healthcare system. Ugh. Sounds very boring. Yeah, your parents won't be able to afford your $200 a month Claude Code subscription. It'd be too expensive. He has to feed the family, you know? He needs to feed the family first. At least you have internet, which is great. But I think one of my passions growing up was I wanted a job where I'm always on a computer. I didn't want to like do anything physical. I just wanted to be on a computer all the time. And so like cybersecurity is good. AI, software engineering, has a big net worth. Okay, then ask him for the $200 a month plan, dude. Ask him for the year, the annual plan. Just pay that money up front, and I will help you and work with you to work on AI projects. They won't understand. They will. Tell them you need it for AI, and it'll surprise them. It will surprise them. They're like, "What? You want to learn AI? What do you want to learn about AI?" And you want to tell them you want to automate all sorts of stuff. You want to automate like your life. You want to interact with everything online, connected to the internet, and automate stuff. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to say. And when they hear AI, they're going to be like, "Oh my God, my son's a genius." Or my son or daughter, I don't know who you are. My son, daughter is a genius. I need to give him this access to this thing right now. I'm serious. If you tell them that right now, they will buy you the annual plan, the monthly plan. If they have actual like bankroll, they will buy that for you, man. I promise you. Not a scam. They know what OpenAI is. They know what Anthropic Claude is. And yeah, just ask them. Well, maybe tomorrow. If you watch my stream, if you keep watching my stream at 10 and I get my access, I show you the ways. I'll show everyone in the stream the ways. Why is there 2 Inisos in here? That's funny. I'm not sure why. Your family will understand. If they have an ear to the news at all, they will understand and they will give you that money. No questions asked. They'll say, "My son wants to learn, my daughter wants to learn. I better give them this access now so that they could be ahead in life, or else they're gonna lose to AI and stuff." Like they need you to give access to it now, because you're gonna be left behind, man. There's already other families, other kids already accessing AI, doing all sorts of cool projects that you don't get to do because you don't have access. Heck, tell them to buy my product. Buy my product and you could use AI safely. I promise you.
I think if a president came in and said, we are going to do a national fiberification. We're going to make everyone in America have access to gig speed internet at a low cost. That's our progress. That's the plan. And it's not a major thing. I don't even know if it would be like an incredibly good outcome. I just think it would be like, it's something that Americans could easily see as an...
But yeah, your age, you should be in a club, man. Join the AI club. Join the... Just don't join the football club. You might get brain damage. which will affect you for the rest of your life. There is no AOI. Okay, you're gonna make one, okay? I'm gonna tell you to make one, and then I will be the one relaying and teaching you guys from the US. Okay? Will you do that?
Didn't they try some already and the company stole the money? They tried, not exactly what I'm talking about, but yes, certain plans like this have been diluted, but it's the same problem.
So I will I'll help you start a club. If just buy my product and buy a subscription, and we'll start an AI club. I'll help you.
No one follows through, no one checks. No one is fucking on task.
We got a deal. We got a deal. Just ask for your parents' credit card. You know, you buy the subscription. You buy my product. You could use your AI safely.
But the public doesn't follow. It's like we're so used to being grifted, we don't go like, "Hey, where's that thing you promised? I'm mad at you."
Maybe I should just make a AI security thing for people and for kids.
Like transparent check-ins that the public grows to expect and watch for.
His
brain's pulled in 19 different directions, so it's tough.
Sorry, just texting.
Hey, Shrek, I don't gift you subs because Twitch will not give you 100%. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. As long as you're watching, I appreciate that. I actually don't care about it on Twitch, but if you watch on YouTube.
Okay. Back to the paid sessions.
Funny shit, bro. Otherwise, zip it.
Reddit is too liberal. Oh God. Yeah. I need more controversial stuff to post on live stream fails that isn't political. Apparently my post was political and got removed and they censored me. So lame.
Clancyville is an entirely second Clancy net where all data packets flow through his main
So lame.
tower. Okay? He has complete control, complete access to all of your
Okay.
and everything you
Okay, the unknown. This is the I'll teach you how to make something like this. Okay, you ready? You ready? Where's my YouTube channel? I'm going to teach you how to make something like this on your computer.
We are just barely live from the TV.
Oh, I gotta see what happened there. Wait. I gotta see what happened to Navi's voice. What happened to Navi's voice? Hello, Navi? Hello? Of course, Navi's not responding. Hey, Navi, hello? You hear me?
I am Navi, and I am super excited to help you with anything you need. Sama! I am your super energetic and eager to please made AI assistant, ready to help you with anything.
Oh my
Hi.
So good. So good. Hopefully we have multiple moments like that.
0 DTE options on Spirit Airlines. You got the crux of it. You got the crux of it.
That's so hard. I definitely don't know how to do that. No, it's easy, man. I'll teach you. If you pay attention and pay, man, pay for the thing, man. Buy the AI stuff first, and then Then we could convince your parents to buy the guardrails things later.
German entrepreneur. He was talking about.
Pay for the attention.
He was talking.
Yeah.
He like compared.
Pay for the attention.
He was able to start a business in wasn't California. That's kind of hard too. Some state in America, and then in Germany. And he was like, in Germany, it was like a 50-step process. At one point, if you have a partner in the business and you both sign a contract, you have to hire someone from the government to come out and read the contract out loud to both of you. If you ever make a change
Oh my God.
again, they have to do the same thing. So, I mean, they literally have an absurd level of convolution, and it has like measuring.
Pick your business partners wisely, guys. Do not just partner with anyone.
The people willingness like try
Okay?
is very diminished because there's so many hoops you got to go through. You know, it's like
Watch a lot of content before you make crazy decisions like that one. You have business partners at the age of 15? Jesus Christ, dude.
And in some situations, we don't have enough rules.
Did you incorporate?
People always want a magic solution, like, oh, the solution is.
What's the age to incorporate
No, it's not either. It's to be
in the UK? Heck, what time is it there in the UK right now?
rules that make sense and following up on them. But that's hard. That's
I heard there's a business for kids. All you have to do is clip YouTube videos and shorts, and post it on the internet everywhere. We're not an actual business. It's just 325. It's just 325. It's 325. Oh, you're talking about time. 3 a.m. Jesus. Why are you up so late, man? It's just a Monday.
in basketball.
Wait.
It's like you and a
What time? Like PM?
and you're both debating. You know, I think
Time
we should do a 3-point
in UK.
pound the paint. It's like
3 a.m. What the heck are you doing awake, kid? Oh, you know what? Back then, when I was in high school, I'd only get 5 hours of sleep because I'd spend the majority of my day playing the game World of Warcraft. Too good. Too good as in high school. And so when I went to high school, I was so sleep deprived. I literally was sleeping at my desk in high school. Drooling. I was drooling at my desk, sleeping. I did all my homework early though. I did it as the class was going on. I was doing my homework while the class was going on because I could already tell what the next thing to work on was going to be. And so I just work on it ahead of time during that class period of learning. And then I just fall asleep for the rest of the day. And then I'd play video games like with my friends in high school. We'd play like the Game Boy DS and co-op play and stuff and play with each other. It was good. It was fun. Good times.
even if there's like bad incentives, they have a lot of problems. There's actually many problems. I really need to make that video because
You don't sleep? That's not good, man. You'll end up short like me if you don't sleep. Jesus, you got school like in like 4 hours. You gotta get some sleep, buddy. You could leave my stream on. You could just, you're already short.
Eggs are cracking under the pressure to be funny.
Yeah, I get it, man. Dude, I'll be here tomorrow. You have to be awake at 6 a.m. Yeah. You should rest your brain, though. Your brain is what needs to sleep, not your body. Your brain. If your brain does not get the sleep it needs, it will, like, literally collapse on itself. But then again, actually, there was an experiment where there was I think it was like a high school or something that didn't sleep for like 10 days or something straight. So I guess you're gonna be okay for a night or so. Then you can knock out later. You just don't want to be like walking across the street or biking and just get like hit by a truck because you weren't looking or paying attention because you were sleep deprived. That's the only situation I'd recommend to just sleep. I think A piece of advice I learned really quickly: sleep is like you relax your jaw, right? You relax your jaw, close your eyes, and then you think to yourself, closing your eyes counts as sleeping. And then you just fall asleep because you're gonna closing your eyes counts as sleeping.
And if one of them does it worse,
But yeah, you should get some rest. Get some rest, buddy. I'm surprised you even found this channel. 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m. trying to listen to my ramblings.
it just creates this race to the bottom.
I'm surprised he chose my channel instead of the other channels. Like the other channels are like way more viewers than me. Do I just look young? How young do I look? Is it because I could do stuff better? I'm more hackier than the other guys. That 26. Thank you. I look 26, definitely. I look 26, all right. I don't wish I was 26, but I definitely appreciate the comment of looking like a 26-year-old person. Let's see, we have people, J-Blow, that have 300 people. Let's look up Vibe. Let's look up coding. Wait, I don't even show up for Vibe anymore. What happened? Coding? Yeah, I don't. What are my tags? How'd you find me again? So just browsing? How'd you find me again? So just browsing? Oops.
It's like I'm often extremely critical.
Vibecoding. Anagram codex. Okay. Makes not much. Not much. Let me type in Linux. This guy, Linux, 5 more channels that have the word Linux in it. I don't see any Linux anything. What the heck? You could have like plus 18. What the heck? Slay the Spire, Mirror, what the heck? This person has 156 viewers. Holy moly. Wife LLC. I can't say my age. But it's pretty old, man. It's pretty old. But I act like I'm a 20-year-old. Can't say my age for security reasons. Don't say your age for security reasons, okay? Never type your age ever again. Don't ever type your age on the internet again, okay? It's not good. You reveal too much about yourself. I specialize in security. And I can tell you right now, you should not do that, okay? Do not do that. Do not tell people on the internet your age. There are predators out there, man. Really bad predators. Let's see. Linux. Nobody could find me. What else? How else do people find me? Vibecoding. Let's try Vibecoding. But there's probably a lot of Vibecoding people out there. I'm up there though. Oh, there. This guy shouldn't be on there. What's this? Sin Shop. Let's see what this guy does. Just blank thing, and he has 6 viewers. God damn it. I mean, if I bring my friends out, I guess I could get them to watch me. But that'd be cheating. That'd be a lot of cheating.
You know what I'm saying? If the world is only red button pressers, it's fucked, dude. It's the worst world. I just don't want it.
Man, so I look 26, huh? Nice, man. I look 26. That's good, man. I'll keep myself looking young. Must be the darkness or the lighting. All right, Atrioc is on a Atrioc is on a rant and he's not going over content, but when he does, we'll probably watch him again. Just not right now. Let's learn more about the world, guys. Learn more about the world. Okay. Okay.
Wall Street says OpenAI's IPO will create trillionaires, but the truth is far darker. It could destroy your retirement.
Uh-oh.
There's a hidden flaw in their accounting. One
that's
that
hot.
nobody is talking about.
That's
their
hot.
revenue hit $25 billion in 2026, and they're not done.
$25 billion, guys.
$1 trillion IPO. That is 30 to 40 times what they actually generate in revenue. Everyone's celebrating like it's a tech gold rush, but this isn't wealth, it's a financial time bomb that could trigger chaos across Wall Street. The OpenAI IPO valuation is the kind of number that breaks every rule for a software company. It only works if they somehow capture the entire global AI market and slash operating costs to almost nothing, which is a long shot.
It's a little
when
too
you look
loud
at
for
what
me.
it
I'm gonna lower
actually takes
down.
to build and run these systems. Normal software businesses get valued high because they are predictable cash machines with almost no extra cost for each new customer. OpenAI, well, it's the opposite story. There are huge infrastructure bills, massive power and cooling needs, and expenses that grow alongside every user.
Cancel,
Investors are being asked to put up enormous money betting everything lines up perfectly in the future, even though the upfront spending and ongoing cash burn are massive. It's bold, but going from today's revenue to $1 trillion, that is a huge leap, the kind that only works on paper. Scaling to that level would require everything to go perfectly, and perfection is...
How do I create a website?
Think of it this way.
$500,000
house in a quiet suburb
all right.
sits on a solid foundation.
One, if I were you, I'd either use a tool like GitHub Copilot.
On that price because the structure is proven and reliable. The lot next door, someone's trying to sell a gleaming 100-story glass skyscraper for $8 million.
Copilot.
From a distance, it looks impressive, but close up, it's all smoke and mirrors. There's
Over
no
here,
solid foundation, no
you'd first sign up to this website called GitHub.
every pane of glass, every person inside is resting on nothing that could possibly hold it. That is
Create
exactly
an account there.
It is holding the
That will at least allow you to have your source code.
The crushing load is relentless.
And then you could use something like Vercel to host your website. Or you could use Cloudflare to host your website. These solutions really offer you a free solution, but I think a basic website, a very, very basic website, you could get away with just using GitHub Pages, which is just right here. Right here. This will teach you how to make your first website. All right. I recommend using AI to help you. It'll teach you, or ChatGPT, and it'll help direct you on how to create your website.
A ballooning cost of AI infrastructure. Unlike regular software, AI doesn't ride the zero marginal cost wave. Every single
You know how to read, right? You know how to read, right?
A regular Google search.
You know how to follow directions, right? You know how to visit ChatGPT, right?
It's a different beast entirely. When the model cranks out a little brief or a high-res image, it does way more than fetching pre-existing data. It's actually building something brand new from scratch, and that is the big breakthrough. But now the question is, how well and how far can it go? It's a process that costs far more than humanity is ready for, and that money has to come from somewhere. OpenAI is bleeding cash at a pace that's hard to wrap your head around. Right now, internal numbers show they're set to lose at least $14 billion in 2026.
Or you could probably use a no-code automation tool called Replit.
$5 billion or even higher.
Also, what I recommend you do on when you sign up for websites is never use your real age. Never use your real age on the internet. Okay? Never use your real age. Type in that you're like 50 years old or something. Okay? Never put your full real age on any website ever.
The reason? Infrastructure costs
Ever.
exploded way beyond what anyone had planned. Power,
Don't even
data centers, and
actually
chip upgrades,
when you sign up, don't even use your personal email. Create a new email. Make sure that email is like, a few years old, like, definitely not a young person age. And yeah, just make sure it's old enough and fresh new account with a fresh new phone number. And you should be able to access these things.
Costs more than expected. Every single dollar of revenue they're pulling in.
You said 725? Yeah. Yeah.
Growth doesn't fix this problem.
Exactly. Good job. Good job.
More users mean
You already have more IQ than most kids your age.
and that means bigger losses. It's all baked into the model. To stop the servers from going dark and give themselves 18 to 24 months of breathing room, OpenAI is counting on pulling in
Bakers
up
are
to $60
need.
billion from
Paying
this
the
IPO,
attention because
not
they're the
for
breadwinner
world
of
domination
comedy.
or new offices,
No.
for life support. If the cash doesn't appear, somebody has to write a check. So why would Wall Street willingly drain its own accounts to feed the machine? They know the burn numbers, they see the red ink piling up, yet the plan is still to hand over $100 billion like it's no big deal. The stock market is basically a closed plumbing system. There's only so much money actually moving around in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, pension accounts, and cash piles. The total amount doesn't magically grow just because someone wants more. Every dollar flowing into OpenAI shares comes from somewhere else. When they pull massive sums quickly, everything downstream starts to starve. The buyers who can actually
2 more hours. 2 more hours.
aren't small-time traders or retail folks.
2 hours, 19 minutes.
Sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East, government pension plans, the biggest mutual funds and endowments on the planet. They don't sit on piles of cash. Idle money loses value to inflation. Every dollar has to stay fully invested according to strict rules. To buy into the OpenAI IPO, these funds have to free up cash. They start with the assets that are the easiest to move without creating chaos, like Apple. Apple stock is super liquid with millions of shares trading every day, so the funds sell huge blocks and the price starts sliding almost immediately. They do the same with other stocks like Tesla and Amazon. Managers rotate money out of proven e-commerce winners into the shiny new thing everyone's talking about. These aren't gentle trades. Heavy selling hits the tape, prices dip, forced rebalancing kicks in across portfolios, but that's only the first wave. The real damage comes next. Trading algorithms watch every tick, every spike in volume. When they see big blocks moving, they trigger automatic shorts to protect themselves. Market makers, the firms keeping the system flowing, sell more of the same stocks to stay neutral. Prices drop faster. Lower prices trigger stop-loss orders from regular investors who weren't even planning to sell. More selling hits the market. Automated shorts pile
Man, there's
on,
so much stuff that they just like
and just like that, a vicious
breeze
cycle
through.
starts.
I don't even know what they're talking
Profitable
about.
companies, the ones that actually make money year over year and back most 401ks and pensions, get sold off just to fund the newcomer. Money is pulled out of proven winners to cover the needs of a company that is losing billions. Tech doesn't crash because earnings are weak. It crashes because the liquidity vacuum from IPO funding forces aggressive selling across the board. This is exactly why OpenAI's IPO will break the stock market. The funding mechanism itself destroys value everywhere else before the shares even start trading widely. The drain is real, and the supposed safety net that everyone's counting on, well, that is the next in the firing line. The liquidity drain is nasty. Big funds dump Apple, Tesla, Amazon to scrape together billions for OpenAI. That is gonna hurt.
Do you have an iPhone or Android?
Magnificent Seven, those are
The
monsters.
unknown.
Microsoft and Nvidia alone sit on trillions in market cap with balance sheets that look unbreakable. They have deep pockets and massive cash flows. They'll just absorb the
Android.
shock, maybe even step in to backstop OpenAI. if
Got
things
it,
go
got it.
wrong. Big tech has saved the day before, and they'll do it again, right? Microsoft already poured billions into OpenAI and owns a huge chunk. Nvidia is tied to selling chips for exactly these kinds of AI builds. If anyone could handle a $100 billion liquidity suck without blinking,
Wait,
it's them.
does your parents know that you're awake right now? They're probably knocked down and asleep, huh?
Nvidia are not the cavalry riding in. They're chained to the same sinking boat that OpenAI is on.
Because I was gonna say, like, are you on a computer right now or are you on a phone?
The others go down too. Take Microsoft first. They're not just writing checks as a side bet, they own roughly 27% of OpenAI, a stake worth about $135 billion, but that could double down.
So I can't imagine being awake right now. And you're on your PC. Oh god, and you're watching me? Well, what do you normally do on your PC, dude?
2032. The part that really matters.
Do you play video games? I used to play video games when my parents were asleep, just so I could get the most amount of time on the video game.
It came as Azure credits. OpenAI
I gotta imagine you doing this right now and watching me all of a sudden.
Microsoft's Pocket circles
Even I find that pretty strange.
It's a closed loop.
You play video games?
Genius on paper.
Why haven't you been playing now?
Starting to sweat about AI wiping
What
out
happened?
future earnings? Don't panic, we got the real story. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe before the algorithms do it for you. If the IPO faces real scrutiny and the valuation cracks, or if cash burn forces OpenAI to slash server usage, the whole loop breaks. Microsoft loses its single biggest Azure customer almost overnight. Those custom AI data centers that Microsoft built.
I'm learning about software and game dev. Got it.
They're specialized for heavy AI workloads.
Yeah, there's I thought about going the game dev route, and it looks really attractive to build a game, but it actually takes a ton of work because you have to create the game assets. You have to create all the mechanics on the game. You gotta market the game. You have to put it on the App Store or Steam Store, which also takes 30% cut of all your income.
Over 80% of recent data center growth comes from
Yeah, and it has to be a viral game too. But I think I just didn't put my heart in it, and I didn't want to spend use AI credits to spend on just building a video game. I'd rather just build a SaaS company or something. Product that's used by people compared to entertainment.
Supposed lifeguards are drowning right alongside the guy they were supposed to save. No bailout.
Plus, I need to reach $1 billion. I'm not sure I could reach $1 billion on a video game.
Isn't stopping at two companies. The Magnificent Seven, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, and Tesla, currently make up 33 to 35% of the entire S&P 500.
Like, I'm curious, like, what got you clicking onto the stream? Like, clicking the actual, like, page. I know there's people that jump in here, but what was the main thing that allowed you to click on this channel? Was it the face cam? What was it, the little AI thing?
Fishing for compliments is a real challenge.
What was it, the search results?
Not because the businesses got worse, but because forced moves tied to OpenAI.
The face cam. Oh, face cam working. Day one, I was doing face cam. I knew it would work. I knew it would work because I'm not some virtual reality VR avatar. What do you call that? Damn, it's already at the tip of my tongue. What's it called? VR, no. VTuber. VTuber. Yes, I'm not a VTuber. I'm a real tuber.
And keep them buried under layers of venture capital fairy dust, press releases, and non-stop hype about being the future of everything. Investors swallow.
What if I told you I'm AI right now and I'm not actually the person? Be strange, right? You'd be like, what the fuck? This guy's actually AI? It wasn't an actual person this whole time?
$55 billion by 2030. All of it stayed locked away. Only the inner circle saw the full picture. Everyone else got the polished version. The house.
Yeah, if you want to learn about game dev or software, there's just so much to learn. There's like learning how servers work, and then learning how to make a front-end web app work, and then making a desktop application,
and the true
a CLI application.
filings will lay bare the actual ratio. AI infrastructure spending is
Yeah,
off the
there's
charts.
a lot to
Power
learn.
grids are being rebuilt. Custom data centers with liquid cooling.
How to
and
handle
massive power
customers,
feeds.
how to create
Chips
support,
upgraded every 18 months because the hardware burns out fast. Meanwhile,
how to
huge
edit
profits
text
are
files,
nowhere near close.
how to edit
Losses
files.
aren't a phase they're growing out of. They are structural. Each new user doesn't bring in free money.
Man, if there was a lot of people like you,
What the market price
I need to create a product that could like literally serve people that don't know what they're doing. I think that's why Lovable was so good. You just type in a prompt and it generates you a website. Hey, actually, you could generate a website right now. Shoot. You could generate a website right now. You go to slop.ai. Sloppy? The site?
Revenue growth can't outrun infrastructure costs.
Go to this site
AI startup markets
and just start talking to this. Man, ZenLogic is on a roll talking to this thing. Oh, it's offline. Somebody took the site offline. What happened?
Like unstoppable momentum turns into an overvalued bubble overnight. For years,
I think they burned too much credits.
OpenAI played fast and loose.
They're completely out.
Tricks inflated the story. Monster expenses were
Oh no.
buried under the vague
We were relying on them too.
They sold the dream.
Sad. Okay, if you want to create a site, you go to Lovable.
Play that game. SEC rules demand real accounting, and that means
Lovable.dev. Create your first website by just prompting it. Okay? Another website. Another website generator for you.
GPUs powering frontier models aren't timeless infrastructure like a
Man, this video is long. Holy shit.
or an undersea cable. A top-tier AI chip stays competitive for maybe 24 to 36 months before the newer architecture makes it obsolete. Running tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of GPUs across sprawling data centers is brutal. Filings will have no choice but to show billions in hardware write-downs each quarter.
Yep.
Gross margins will be deep in the red. They're losing money on the physics of compute, and that is before salaries, electricity, or anything else.
Everybody's losing money.
Have to disclose the real-world bottlenecks that are throttling expansion. Building a 1 gigawatt AI cluster isn't just about buying chips. It's about securing enough electricity. Upgrading a regional grid means hundreds of miles of high-voltage lines, substations, and waiting years for step-down transformers that are already backlogged. Lead times in many markets are stretching toward 48 months. No amount of cash or hype can manufacture transformers or rewrite physics.
Maybe this AI bubble will just crash in 2 years.
They can't pull enough power fast enough to keep pace with the cash burn. Once the audited filings go public, everyone sees the truth. Negative unit economics and multi-year infrastructure bottlenecks. The algorithms flip instantly. Suddenly, the AI-adjacent ecosystem, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD, the hyperscalers, gets re-rated. That sparks real damage to the financial system. Hedge funds and investors had been borrowing against these tech giants, piling on more positions. When the filings drop, suddenly that paper value disappears. Funds scramble to sell anything they can. Tech, industrials, consumer staples, whatever moves the fastest. The pain doesn't stop at equities. Credit markets feel it next. Corporate bond spreads widen as investors wake up to the fact that the long-promised AI productivity miracle was built on sand. Companies that loaded up on debt to chase AI integration now look overextended. If the flagship labs
I don't want to end up like that.
the downstream adopters who bet on the same tech look even riskier. The private $1.6 trillion AI valuation tower implodes. None of this happens because of some viral tweet or bad earnings call. It happens because the SEC forces transparency that private markets never require. Trillions in paper wealth evaporate not from fear, but from arithmetic that can no longer be ignored. And the fallout keeps moving. The same physical constraints are already stressing NVIDIA's supply chain to the breaking point. The production lines that assemble chips are already stretched. Specialized packaging capacity is limited, and high-bandwidth memory supply is running short. Any slowdown in these areas can strand billions in promised capacity, turning the data center
Exalcemy,
boom into
welcome
a
to the
graveyard
stream.
of half-built clusters.
Hey.
Feel free to talk to us in chat.
Oh, they already left. Wait, do you think AI will be gone later? Hey, CLB, welcome to the chat. I don't remember if you chatted here before, but do you think AI will be gone later? Dude, no, it will not. It's the future, dude. It's not going away. Like, there's just so much work that could be done in an automated fashion. that it will always stick here. You're the first here? No, I'm first here? Okay, got it. So, welcome to the stream. We go over AI news and Vibecode. Right now, I used up all my usage, so I'm waiting at 10 p.m. my time, which is in about 2 hours to get my access back. I always ask all my first-time viewers, like, how do you find me? You know, I'm like a one-andy viewer, so I'm always curious why people found me, and what operating system you use, and do you vibe code? And if you vibe code, what are you using the vibe code? All right, let's see this one. AI is what the heck is going on in that video? Let's see here. Okay, let's look at the TBPN. I didn't get to see all the stuff about TBPN yet, but this is one of my favorite news channels. And they usually go over some stuff, so.
Like a TBPN Founders School demo day next June. I think that'd be pretty.
I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah, we have to set the record for the youngest TBPN guest. We had that kid who applied to YC, right? Remember, from Australia.
But I'm here. Just say your answers. And I'm here. I'll be back though.
I think he was like 13.
I thought he was 13. Yeah, he's really.
Yeah, he came in with his dad.
Yeah.
And then if any of them build products that we can use, let us know. We'll be happy to be beta customers.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be shouting from the rooftops everything that they're working on, so I'm very excited about that.
Amazing. Well, congrats.
I personally, I don't think of myself as like a beta customer. I'm more of a Sigma customer, but you can do it.
Okay. I thought you were going to.
If
say
I'm going to
Alpha,
buy a product from Alpha School,
Sigma.
I want to be the Sigma customer. Anyway, thank you so much for taking the time to come chat with us.
Appreciate you guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Great to catch up. Congrats.
Great to catch up. We'll talk to you soon. There's some back and forth on the timeline. xAI's GPU fleet is running at about 11% utilization, exposing how hard it is for AI labs to fully use expensive NVIDIA hardware. This is May 2nd from The Information. Trace Cohen says, how is this possible? There's infinite demand. We're going to talk to Ajni in a little bit about the infinite demand because it is real, but there's some extra context here. It says 11% almost certainly refers to flops utilization, not 89% of GPUs sitting idle. If it were the latter, they would just throw more GPUs at training. It's notoriously hard to maximally utilize GPUs even when saturating inference capacity due to things like uneven mixture of expert demand and memory stalls. The 11% figure means their inference stack sucks with a large contribution from lackluster model architecture. Contrast DeepSeek, who do an amazing job maximizing utilization at every level, including innovative MOE load balancing. And I mean, even if the utilization is low, it's like, well, the team seems ahead of the curve solving the problem by acquiring Cursor or partnering with Cursor, because the whole thesis of the Cursor deal was xAI has compute capacity. But Tyler, what do you think about this?
11% does not mean that like only 11% of the GPUs are like on.
Yeah,
it's just that like, you know, the maximum like flops that you could get, say it's like 1,000, you only have like 110 like flops basically actually being used just because of like what their like inference stack is.
Yeah.
So the GPUs are still on.
Yeah.
It's like they're just like sitting idle.
But you want it at 100%, right? Or close to.
Yes, but that's like extremely hard because you have to like
you have to be using it all the time.
Yeah, because you're constantly loading memory on and off or whatever.
And you might just see uneven demand. I mean, that happens all the time with these AI products where there's a boom. Like I bet you that utilization spikes during like big moments on X, because a lot of people are tagging like at Grok is this real, and a lot of people are using Grok in X when there's a particular, there's those moments where it's like an election or something and everyone's on X talking about the thing, the raid on Osama bin Laden or something like that, and everyone's like querying at the same time to get more information. That's probably lighting the GPUs on fire during around big model releases and whatnot. Anyway, Jordy, where do you want to go next? Next guest in the waiting room. We can bring in Michael Rourke from Casa.
All right, I'm back. You guys can hear me? All right, you said I'm using Ubuntu, by the way, after like a few years being distro hopper. Hey, same man. You spin me right round. Lol. At the end, no. I'm on Pop OS, which is like an Ubuntu flavor as well. And yeah, it's nice to meet another Linux user, man. I think just type in Linux so you could be labeled as a Linux. Oh yeah, you already are. Nice. It works in an automated fashion to automatically label people as a Linux user.
Join Uber. Uber was 50 people at the time.
Yeah. This guy was a
intern working on the supply
intern working on Uber. Alright, I usually don't listen to the whole show in interviews. I usually like to listen to like their timeline segments. But yeah, tell me about your experience with Ubuntu, man. I think like a lot of people that join, you're stuck on the Windows management rice culture. Yeah, that's why I attracted you, probably. I attract the ricers. Right, because of my setup. I have more stuff going on, but I don't have it running right now because I don't know. I probably should. Just like just have like this running in the background or something, and then just having my terminal up and just talking to you guys, something like that, or yeah, something like this while I talk to you guys. The last distro you used with ColorOS. I've been on Pop! OS for 6 years. I actually upgraded to Cosmic, which is their like beta version, using the Wayland UI, and it's working great. It's a little buggy here and there, like a little very, very buggy. But I've been playing like Dota 2 on it every now and then for 6 years straight. Had a ton of driver issues because I was juggling between AMD and NVIDIA graphics cards. I'd say it's stable. I've been using it for like at least 6 months now, and yeah, I haven't. The only thing that has been destroying my power or my computer is my power supply unit. It keeps shutting off, so I have to embed like power limits on all my programs so it doesn't automatically shut down my computer. But it's been working for a while. So it's been working for like at least 2 months or 3 months now. And my computer, or 2 months actually. And my computer hasn't shut off because I have a bunch of AI workloads. And what do you call it? It uses a lot of power and electricity. But thanks to the power of AI, it created a bunch of scripts to limit the power of all of my programs, because I was using Rust for my projects, and when you use like cargo test, it literally uses every single CPU. And guess how much CPU threads I have? Give a guess before I actually show you. Tell me a number. How many threads do you think I have on this machine?
Pineapples
Or
are
cores.
fully funny
Cores, threads.
because they're always a little prickly on the outside.
64. You're halfway there. You're halfway there. 128, baby. 128. Woo! Feels good saying that to a Linux user. When you have 128 cores, it feels good, man. The only thing limiting me is my 64 gig RAM, and I have 4 slots to add the last 64 gigabytes of RAM, but RAM is just so expensive, I didn't bother. I bought this computer like 6 years ago, by the way, so it's not, and it's been holding up ever since, except for the graphics cards. I've cycled through 3 graphics cards already on this machine, and 1 motherboard, and 1 power supply unit. Holy shit, Threadripper, yes. It's a Threadripper, baby! It's the Threadripper! Yes, it's a $3,000 CPU. $3,000 CPU, back, it's probably way more now. I wonder how much it is now. How much is the CPU? Amazon. How much is the CPU? What the heck? Whoa, snap. Let's see. It's $4,500. Holy shit. Oh, that's a different one. Oh, man. Mine is cheaper now. Holy shit. Wait. You could buy the used one for... No, this is the 164 one. Where's the 190 3990X Threadripper? Oh, yeah. This is it. 64 cores. 192 threads. Yeah, it's lowered in price now. It's about time, you know. It's about time. It went down. What's this one? Okay. They make other expensive CPUs. But yeah. Gotta love it. My dream. Yeah. Everybody's dream. It was very expensive. How much power costs? Very expensive. I spend about, if I leave this computer on for a month straight, maybe, it'd probably be like $500 to $600 a month on this computer alone. Just on electricity. Crazy. I don't leave this computer on though. I shut it off. And it also depends on the workload too. I switched from Rust to like something better, stable, like TypeScript, Zig, a little bit of Rust. Yeah, not too much lately. What am I using for my system now? I gotta take a peek of my NSA secret project for a bit. Yeah, mainly all TypeScript, React for all these different services. But yeah, like I'm paralyzed right now. I'm at 0 usage. I reset in 2 hours or so. And so I lost all my superpowers. So I'm like, I'm currently a normie right now and just reacting to stuff. I'm reacting. Can't believe they took down my post. All I said was 3 microphones. Maybe I should say it. I have to say SigmaShake 3 microphones next time. How much? I'm at negative karma, aren't I? Yeah, I'm at -1 karma. Negative karma. God damn it. I need to save myself from this karma hell. TypeScript good for AI. Yep. It's the best. I mean, after hearing about Claude Code being fully coded in TypeScript, I was like, yes, I need to just migrate all my Rust projects to TypeScript so I could actually get AI to do what I want instead of just like trying it to force it to do what I want. And Rust took forever to create projects because of the compiling. Oh my god, I spent so much time waiting for the compiling and then AI troubleshooting the compiling errors and then it getting stuck. And when you create a mono repo full of crates to compile stuff, it becomes a hellhole of just waiting for something to compile. Never again. I will never use Rust for a mono repo ever again. But using it for a sidecar and libraries, I use it for that. What else do we need to do to burn 2 hours of time, guys? We need 2 hours of time. We could listen to music. I need to find a playlist where I could like listen to several hours of music while streaming. Well, I have this DDR thing. I'm not sure everybody's into DDR right now. But let's see here. I think this is probably taking too much volume right now. All right, let's do that. Let's read the news. Let's read like some of the news. Wait, unless somebody said something. Go to SoundCloud. SoundCloud? I haven't used SoundCloud in ages. Do they put like copyright music? Oh, sorry for the flashbang. Holy shit. Sorry guys. I'm not sure how late it is over there. But I know for the unknown, it's super late. It probably like flash pinged them and to wake up a new time zone. SoundCloud. Man, I haven't been on this site in so long. Do you just like search and then you get music now? Are these all copyright music? I can't play copyright music though. Just listen to music that is no copyright. Okay, got it. SoundCloud's good to, yeah, I know, but they don't tell you. They just have pop-in music there. I know that for sure. Search non-copyright. Okay, non-copyright. But then it's just gonna be like different genres, right? Like let's see here. Oops. All right. Oh my God, this guy looks like he plays copyrighted music. I'm not sure about that. All right, this one. What? I have to sign up? Since when? Oh wait, never mind. All right. How long is this? 2 minutes? All right.
Butterflies are great at parties because they're always a flutter above the rest.
All right. Just add any genre you want. But that's the thing, there's like 5 people in here. How do we know what music people would want to play? Okay, how do I adjust the volume? It's like blasting my ears right now. Help! Help! Help, 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 help. 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 I can't hear it. I can't hear myself. It's like blasting my ears and there's no volume control on this website. All right, there's no volume control on this website. Where is it? Where? Where? Otherwise, I would have to turn my system sound down, but I don't see anything involving a volume control on this website. What the heck, man? What the heck? Oh, okay, it's right here. Whew. Thank God. Jesus Christ, dude. They blocked it out, dude. They want you to accept all the terms in order to lower the volume and stop blasting your ears. Jesus Christ, dude. Let's play that. All right. What do the folks say? Get VLC. I do have it. Download the music from SoundCloud. Got it. I don't have much space on my machine, man. AI fills up my disk space really easily. And so I have to resort to like other stuff. Whoa. Sorry guys. Another flashbang. I need to make a YouTube video. Tone check before I build. Reply go. Okay, go. Go. Balance. Alright. Bam. Alright. We gotta look at some Reddit posts, I guess. Let's look at some Reddit posts. Okay, Vibecoding. Anytime some guy launches this app, the comment section. Slop. I gotta post something like this. Holy shit. That way I can get my karma points up. My karma points is shit right now, guys. It's shit. Alright, I gotta unsubscribe to this Hassan Piker thing because they wouldn't let me post. And then I got unsubscribed from like the Aspen Gold. I try to post there too, but they don't allow people with negative karma to post anything. So I have to try other ways to market myself. OpenAI Codex surpasses Claude Code in downloads. Did I invest in the wrong thing, guys? Did I invest in the wrong thing? Should I have gotten half Claude Code, half Codex? Don't know. Let's see, build in public. This guy paired computers agent with Claude Code, and it became a 2-person AI dev team. I don't know. Trailblazers, what the heck? Did you see that? Was it a guy? Ugh. What the heck? What a world. We could have fake influencers. Jesus. That's weird, man. So weird. A genuine 10 minutes of Jason the Ween stream. Jesus. Alright, rip Vibecoding. They killed Cursor. They killed Anti-Gravity. They killed Claude Code. I think this is Windsurf. This is Codex. Compute cost. Yeah. Copilot was the least amount of compute cost, but they sort of ripped you off because they only gave you like a monthly usage for tokens. So you couldn't reset till like a month, which is super dumb. I vibe coded a LinkedIn outreach automation and made 2K in the first month. Okay, maybe we should.
The best
Oh wait, I have to turn on the lights.
They always
I'll turn on the
land
lights.
on their feet.
Oh my god, it's so bright. It is bright. It is bright. Holy moly. Crap, it's in my eyes. It's in my eyes. Maybe I should put on my sunglasses. Alright, you guys saying something? No. Light. Light. Light, guys. There we go. Now we vibing. Now we vibing, guys. React. We need to react for 2 more hours. Okay? Let me put on the Discord so I can see messages. Vibe code mode. Yes. We are in vibe code mode. Holy shit, what's happening here? When Claude tells you to stop spiraling and go to bed. What the heck? This. Oh my goodness. It's May 2026. Define full stack. Whatever. Alright, let's see what's this. What model are you running your agent on? This is like Hermes agent. It's a way to automate stuff. A lot of open weight Chinese models. Update 1 month ago, I posted my prototype here and it went viral. Today I have the finished product. What is the product? What the heck is this? What's going on? Oh, are these monitors for a laptop? Wow. Interesting. I think I had a friend set this up maybe like 10 years ago with little mini screens. It was pretty cool, but maybe not. I stopped hitting Claude usage limit. Here's my setup that fixed it. Okay, I need this. I need this. I have 2 Claude Code subscriptions, 20x max, and I use it like no tomorrow, man. I need to know. Plan before the first prompt. Yes, I do that. It's not Central. It's Pacific time. I know you're Central time, Niso. That's why you're like, it's time. I need to stay up. No, I am Pacific time. I live on the West Coast. The West Coast, best coast. Okay, it says brainstorming inside Claude burns tokens on work cheaper model. Alright. On work, achievable model could handle. Go back and forth, refine the idea out loud, and by the time you know what you want, you spent half your budget thinking, Opus is the worst model to brainstorm with. It's heavy execution model, not a sketchpad. Use Haiku for planning. It's cheap, fast enough to think about the problem for you. Switch to Opus once you know what you're building. Okay? A rough comparison from my own usage. 2 minutes of planning followed by 3 rebuilds burn far more tokens than 20 minutes of planning and 1 clean build. The second path saves around 67%. Claude Code has a dedicated plan mode for this. It's called type/plan. Okay. Step 2, stop relying on long chats. Every message you send in a long chat costs more than the last one. Claude rereads the full conversation from message on each turn. By message 40, a one-line question costs the same as 40 stack questions. Output quality drops. Claude pulls in stale context from early turns and dilutes the response. 2 fixes. Fix 1, use projects. Set up a project, then open a new chat inside it for each task. Each chat stays clean while pulling from your project instructions. Add this line to your project instructions. Fix 2. Use a handoff prompt before abandoning a long chat. Yep. Copy the prompt, open a new chat, paste it, context preserved, history dropped. 3 short chats beat 1 long chat for both cost and output quality. Step 3. Give Claude proper memory. Claude has almost no persistent memory of who you are or how you work. Every new chat starts cold, so you're explaining yourself before any real work begins. 2 markdown files in a folder you attach to Claude Code or Cowork solve this. Instructions MD holds your roles, preferences, tone, and work style. Who you are, what you do, how you want responses formatted. Add this line to make the system self-maintaining. That instruction tells Claude to maintain the second file as it learns. MemoryMD is the file Claude updates. Sections of preferences, corrections, patterns, and habits. When you tell Claude to stop using M dashes, it reads the instructions, finds MemoryMD, and writes the rule in. You don't repeat it in the next chat. Attach the folder to Claude Code or Cowork, and both files stay accessible. Step 4. Stack and select models intelligently. Using Opus for everything is the second most expensive habit. Around 90% of daily tasks don't need it. The escalation order I use: Haiku for light tasks, quick questions, brainstorming, formatting, grammar. Sonnet, medium tasks, writing, analysis, code, serious drafts. Opus, heavy tasks, deep research, complex logic, final execution. Start at Haiku, move up only when the output demands it. Okay, we're gonna start using Haiku this time. This week we're using Haiku, okay? I haven't been using Haiku for the past 2 weeks or so. And yeah, I viewed it as being dumb. So let's use it for just outlining this time, but not coding. All right. Use low effort mode. In Claude Code, for simple tasks, same output, smaller token bill. For news scraping, basic research, and one-off lookups, Kimi and DeepSeek work fine. Hand Claude the work that needs Claude. Step 5. Split your tools by usage pool. Claude Code and Claude Chat share the same usage pool under your main plan. Claude Design runs on a separate pool. If you generate visuals, graphics in Claude Code, you're burning your main pool for work that has its own dedicated pool sitting unused. Use each tool for what it was built for, and your main limit stretches further. Worth setting up: buy credit tops before jumping plans. Going from 20 to 100 or 100 to 200 is a big step when a small top-up usually covers a gap. Build Claude skills for repetitive tasks so you stop burning tokens manually on the same workflow twice. Run usage in Claude Code to see where you stand. There's also a new overview section. Watch the meter changes, how you prompt. All right. Let's see. He didn't really talk about thinking, effort levels, or anything like that. I need like 5 Claude Code accounts to satisfy my Claude addiction and psychosis. I admit I am an AI addict. All right, what is this? Made an iOS app named Scream Drop. Makes your phone scream when you drop it. Thoughts? All right, let's listen. It's a little delayed. Struggling with testing my web tool. No. Okay, we're gonna unsubscribe from Replit because they did not give us any tokens to use for free after they banned me for signing up. So I'm gonna unsubscribe to that. Do you use CLI or app and why? Nope. Anyone know this voice? No. Boring SaaS. That's quietly making over 3K MMR. All right, let's this. Verify ownership. What's this? Trackers, scan now. I have no idea, man. You have my attention for way too long. Moving on. Build a workspace to analyze GitHub, any GitHub repo, feedback wanted. This is analyze. Let's see. Not much, man. Not much. I can't offer that. Interesting. Wait, we need to unsubscribe for this. What is this? Wait, why is it in my feed? I don't want anything like that on my feed. Y'all need to do market research before making a product. So many y'all in here wondering why your product isn't working, and it cause y'all haven't done any actual market research before you started. Like, do y'all not sit down with your ideas, find every other product that attempts to do anything you're doing, and spend 2 to 3 8-hour days writing down everything about them and making time to do your own research and not rely on what GPT says? Do you conduct actual user interviews with people before you commit to a single line of code? Do you sit down with people and talk to them about what they like about the products they are currently using, their pain points, and most importantly, are their pain points enough to get them to try something else, or are their pain points something that they like to complain about but are perfectly fine dealing with to not have to learn something new? Do you actually make sure that the product you are creating is in a user space where people will accept AI and not instantly go, fuck no, fuck AI, you're garbage human being, I'll burn your product for views before I use it? For example, someone here just pitched something that was designed for helping fiction writers integrate AI into their workflow. Which fiction writers are a group that is heavily anti-AI? Which fiction writer? Yeah, they are. I know a folk that was literally took several months off to write a book, ended up coming back because they saw that the market was saturated with AI slop fiction. Pretty sad. And will instantly cut off anyone, any contacts, resource ability to break up the industry, blah, blah, blah. No market research. You also do research. Okay, we agree. We need to research the market before any product, creating any product. Got it. Got it. How are we feeling? How are we feeling here, guys? Wait, we still got everybody in here? Whoa. We have people in here still. Okay, got it. Looks like we still talking, going through the Reddits. I built a workspace with 3,500 MCP apps, multimodal AI skills, automation, and full dev tooling all in one place, driven by Claude Code, expanded with Glyph AI, first release video. Okay. What am I looking at? Okay. No. 6 habits that took my SaaS from 40K to 70K MMR in 12 months. Gosh, what do I have to do? I'm making a SaaS too. 3 years back, 3 years stuck at the same number, a new explanation for every quarter. I got fired during COVID. Oh man, poor soul. All right, what did this guy do? Jesus. What's the last thing? Okay, first is first. Fix product every week. Post to LinkedIn, then follow up with every commenter. Use your own product to grow your own product. Cold email only to look-alike audience. 10 events, then email every attendee afterward. Treat white label agencies like a distribution channel. Can you share how you got from 0 to 1K? Yeah, everybody wants to know, how do you go from 0 to 1? We don't care if you're already at like 40 to 70. We want to know if you're like starting off like the rest of us. Okay? Let's see here. Founders, how do you handle transition from founder lead sales to full lead paid media? No, I don't want it. All right, let's see here. Okay, people keep asking how I can be stupid enough to find a SaaS in 2026. Here's my answer. SaaS is dead. Okay? 1998, just a fad. Open source, no code. 2018, pandemic bubble. Web 3, GPT replacing software. CEO, SaaS dead. Claude Code killing dead SaaS. AI agents will replace every app. Yeah, it's just going up, man. It's just going up. It's not a bubble anymore. All right. This guy was saying is skeptical. What am I missing? I'm a dev who sucks at marketing. Okay. 3,000 users in 5 months. Okay. Let's see what this guy has to say. Scroll down. What I actually learned. Personal stories work. You can get some user stories, but if you get viral posts that is about your product, you get lots, but it's harder. For threads, I checked my top posts, repost them after some time. Surprisingly, it works. Ads don't work. You need to have good landing page, good conversion rate, spending money on ads. We don't spend money on ads here, guys. We're too broke. We're trying to bootstrap everything. We already spent a lot of money on our computer. We spent a lot of money on Claude Code, subscriptions. We're spending a few bucks on infrastructure to host our websites and stuff. We don't want to spend any more. Okay, we gotta just figure it out. Personally, I don't know a single person who uses threads. Okay. All right. No. All right. Nothing here. Your goal is getting rich. A tech startup probably isn't the way. Okay. Then how am I going to reach 2 billion? Or 1 billion. 2 billion is good too. Unpopular opinion, but I think a lot of people are chasing startups for the wrong reason. If your goal is to get rich, a tech startup is honestly one of the worst bets you could make. Most fail. The ones that don't fail take years. And even successful founders often end up with less than people imagine after dilution, taxes, and time. People focus on the 0.1 rare outliers, huge exits, and ignore the base rate. Something like 99% of tech startups fail, and the few that make money usually don't make an eye-watering amounts of money. Like the founder of maybe breaks 100K annual income. People have it in their head that this magical group of successful tech startups founders are pulling in 7 figures annually. Most rich people pretty much took one of these 2 paths outside of like inheriting the money. High income job, smart investing, owning a boring profitable business, a laundromat, roofing, franchises, McDonald's, landscaping, HVAC, etc. Most rich people are not doctors or lawyers or the founder of some AI B2B SaaS. They're like a gas station owner or an owner of the local roofing repair business. People pay for stuff they don't want to do themselves. Curious if people here agree or not. Okay. We got a lot of comments here. I believe many people particularly invest in SaaS as it requires little to no capital, but just your time and skills, which is rare in today's world. Yes. True. True. All right. Sorry here. We don't, there's barely anything to pay for. Like, you don't have to put your expenses into like large assets like equipment, rent, land, etc. You just have, all you have is just the software and putting on a server and people visiting it and people paying for it at scale. You can't really beat that. Most agree on the VC startup path, but there's a third option you're not accounting for. Bootstrap software that solves a boring specific problem for a niche, no investors, no growth at all costs, pressure, just recurring revenue that compounds. I run one of these. Structurally, it operates way closer to your laundromat example than a traditional tech startup. You own all of it. Margins are often better than physical businesses, no staff headaches, at scale. VC-backed moonshot path, totally agree. Terrible odds for the founder, but conflating all the tech startups into one bucket misses the bootstrap path where founders are clearing 500 to $1 million, doing generally unglamorous stuff. True. True. Oh, I'm glad my stream hasn't like completely reset yet. That's so good. Before it was like completely freezing or something like that, or the audio gave out. It looks like the fixes from AI actually took into effect. Great. I wonder, yeah, I don't have any YouTube viewers, unfortunately. I don't think anybody views on YouTube yet. Let's see here. Have I gotten anybody to view this channel on YouTube? Let's see. Flashbang, sorry. Sorry, unknown flashbang. Okay. We got 7 people, 1 at 6. All right. Nobody came after they saw my short video. All right, let's see. SaaS MVP. It's okay to have a subscription or sign up and log in on my SaaS. Huh? I'm busy working on my company. Yeah. No worries. Hope your company's doing well too. We're all trying here. We're all trying. Doo-doo Payments charged me $30 fee plus held my $33 after my chargeback. Oh no, I don't care. That giveaway. Okay, nothing here. All right, let's go to Claude Code. Anything on Claude Code, Claude AI? Any interesting topics here?
Cows go moo.
Cows go
when they're
moo.
Feeling utterly ridiculous.
Claude got access to a clock and immediately lost its mind. Currently, we're checking current time in Poland because I have a clock now. 9 a.m. on Saturday, April 4th, said it was 9:36 when she messaged, so she was right. I can confirm. What the heck? I will use this power responsibly. What the heck? The M dashes. The unsaid AOS slop tax. She's an expert hinder of bodies, the best in the business, and a cool-headed sociopath. N dashes. Okay. Hyphens. Well-behaved user. Okay. Got some peaceful music. What else is there? I am trash. What's this? Been watching Claude to try to click a button in this dropdown for the last 5 minutes. Totally unable to intervene because I don't know what a button he is trying to click. Oh no. Anyone else at this point in their career? If I'm ever at this point, my career is dead. Wouldn't it be nice if a Cloudflare had an API for this sort of thing? Yes, they do. No, I see Cloudflare as a Terraform provider. I'd be much more comfortable letting Claude vibe that rather than this thing. I used Cowork for the first time to do manual labor that can be automated by code on my computer for work. It was painfully slow at hovering over items to then clicking on the drop-down box, but at least it didn't get stuck. Despite being slow, I was able to work on other stuff. Okay, nothing here. All right, we gotta listen to, did Big A actually, did he actually post a Marketing Monday Marketing Monday post on Twitch? Did he do it? Oops, sorry. Let's see here. Any Marketing Monday? Wait, it's only been an hour? Oh my god, it feels like forever. Let's see here. Okay, I think this is a Marketing Monday. Let's check. Let's check. Let's see here.
Clearly.
I don't understand your question.
Arguably.
It's Carter Turbo. 63 months. He said 4 months until the best resub of my life. I'm going to put a note. I look forward to your 6-7. All right, GameStop CEO. Let's see. This is peak. Far be it from me to ignore